Chapter 3291. The land of the undying one. The nameless land was vast and boundless. The flat ground was covered with sword-like wild grass, which was a bright fiery red. At a glance, it stretched for thousands of miles and was filled with this kind of plant. It was like a burning flame that was constantly moving with the breeze. Suddenly, a strange bird that was dozens of meters long flapped its wings and flew out of the grass. In its mouth, there was a big colorful snake, which was probably more than 20 meters long. Looking at the snake, it would probably become bird food. After capturing its prey, the giant bird soared into the sky and tried to leave the hunting area. Who would have thought that at this moment, a giant python hundreds of meters long would suddenly fly out? It opened its terrifying mouth and swallowed the giant bird. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The huge creatures were devouring each other. This hidden giant python seemed to be the winner of this hunt. Who knew that in the next moment, the brightly colored grass would suddenly start to move? The giant python sensed danger and tried to escape, but it was still a step too late. Tentacle-like things flew out of the grass and wrapped around the giant python like veins. The giant python was instantly killed, and its corpse was completely absorbed, leaving no trace behind. In the grass not far away, a pair of huge eyes blinked and then slowly closed. If one were to fly into the sky and observe carefully, one would discover that there were actually many eyes in the grass. It was clear that this grassland was actually made up of special monsters. After crossing this grassland, there was another huge mountain that stretched on without end. There was almost no grass growing on the mountain, and scarlet crystals could be seen everywhere, scattered in every corner of the giant mountain range. From time to time, there would be the sound of cracking, like the sound of thunder. Within the crystal, there was a strange snake with wings that would continuously crawl out of the broken crystal. This kind of strange feathered snake could devour everything in the world and could grow infinitely. Tang Zhen had encountered a 1,000-meter long giant snake while he was advancing. It had attacked Tang Zhen as he passed by. Although the giant snake was powerful, it was still not a match for Tang Zhen. In just one round, the feathered snake was cut down by Tang Zhen. After killing the monster snake, Tang Zhen used a secret technique to refine it and obtain some fine law seeds. If a divine general absorbed this rule seed, he could try to use it as a rule. Everything in the world was made up of rules, but they couldn't be conjured. Only godheads were the most special exceptions. However, in this area, when powerful species reached a certain level, they could condense special rule particles in their bodies. Cultivators could hunt and kill these super creatures to obtain law particles to satisfy their own needs. In this special environment, many of the abilities of the gods would be limited, such as being unable to control the rules. The rules of this special world were unbelievably strong. Cultivators had no chance of breaking them. If he had to use the rules to fight, he could only rely on his own body to condense it. In addition to hunting super creatures, he could also find special areas to slowly comprehend and condense the law seeds. The God King's path wasn't limited to a certain area or a certain special form. It wasn't even a DAF. The cornerstone platform did not acknowledge the existence of the God King path, but in this special area, it seemed to be easier to become a God King. Many years ago, a God King expert shared this place on the cornerstone platform. The path of the God King was slowly known by the top cultivators. Every time a cultivator reached the peak stage of God General, they would come here to seek the opportunity to become a God King. After Tang Zhen left the world of Lusheng, he spent a few years before he successfully arrived at his destination. The position he was in now was only the edge of this area. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he walked and stopped as he sensed the differences between this place and the outside world. Other than the laws that could not be controlled and the thin amount of heaven and earth energy, it was also filled with a substance similar to chaos chi. All things in this world absorbed chaotic matter, which was why they had violent power and emotions. Perhaps it was this chaotic substance that allowed the creatures in this special world to have the opportunity to condense the seed of rules. Tang Zhen thought of the law crystal. He compared the two and discovered that there were still differences. The first was building materials, which could only be used to strengthen the space of the divine ring or the divine kingdom of the mind, or to create special divine runes. The other type was the seed, which could be used to try to construct the breeding rules and affect the outside world. The rule seed would take root and sprout until it grew into a giant tree that reached the sky. But before that, he needed enough fertilizer, and the seeds of rules were the best nutrients. After Tang Zhen arrived at this place, he was also looking for other cultivators. He was trying to obtain some useful information from the other party. For example, which places were more suitable for cultivation and could obtain more benefits. However, such information had to be obtained at a corresponding price. It was impossible to obtain it for free. At the same time, Tang Zhen was also clear that this region was filled with danger. Cultivators would also be the prey of other cultivators. If the opportunity was right, cultivators would definitely attack each other, even to the point of killing each other. To Tang Zhen, this place was a true hunting ground. Anyone could become his enemy. He wasn't in a hurry to go deeper. Instead, he slowly wandered around the periphery, trying to get more clues. The tempering of the divine kingdom in his mind did not stop for a moment, and it was constantly producing law crystals. These purified law crystals had all been used to stabilize the space of the divine ring, and it had now reached the stage of the third star. Tang Zhen's strength had already reached its peak. With the strength he possessed, cultivating the divine ring space would naturally be much easier. As the GU Land Divine World signature divine skill, the cultivation of the divine ring space also went from easy to difficult, and the more one advanced, the more difficult it was to improve. Therefore, the current success did not mean that his future cultivation would be smooth. However, Tang Zhen had an advantage in terms of strength. The materials used to construct the divine ring were also of the highest quality. Compared to the cultivators of the GU Land Divine World, Tang Zhen's divine ring was much easier to build and could save a lot of time in refining. Even without the rule seed, Tang Zhen still had other choices. After choosing a direction, Tang Zhen advanced forward. The creatures they saw along the way could be said to be of all sorts. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that they could grow infinitely, as if there was no limit. Another amazing thing was that these strange creatures would not die at all. They would only grow infinitely and become stronger and stronger until they became super creatures. After becoming a super creature, the seed of laws would gradually form in the body and continue to grow. When they reached a certain level, these super creatures would have the power of a god king. This situation was very similar to the Gulan divine world. In the GU Land deity world, there were also many primitive god kings who possessed incredible power. After traveling for about 10,000 miles, Tang Zhen encountered a group of giants and was led by a super giant. They gathered on the ground, looking fearless, and ruins could be seen from time to time. Tang Zhen did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. He attempted to kill the super giant and obtain the rule seed. Chapter 3292. Exploring an unfamiliar area. At this moment, the giant tribe was fighting with the monster, and both sides were locked in a fierce battle. The giants were all of different heights. Some were only a few meters tall, while others were hundreds of meters tall. At the same time, they had many deformed appearances. They either had multiple heads, arms, or strange organs. There were thousands of giants running across the vast land, letting out strange and crazy roars. They were actually fighting and hunting, surrounding a monster that looked like a giant wild boar with thick scales. The only difference was that it had sharp horns, dozens of eyes, and 8 short, thick legs. These giants roared continuously as they chased and surrounded the wild boar-like monster, as if they wanted to treat it as food. The wild boar monster was equally ferocious and was fighting with the giant. The long horns were extremely sharp, easily piercing through the giants or throwing them to the ground and trampling on them. Some of the larger wild boar monsters treated the smaller giants as food, chewing a few times and swallowing them. Oh, the giants were furious. They waved their huge leg bones, surrounded the wild boar monster, and killed it. Then, they tore it into pieces and devoured it. They were all savage monsters, and their appearances were simply crazy. The giant leader, who was the largest of them all, was the only super creature on the battlefield, and it emitted traces of energy fluctuations. From this, it could be confirmed that there were already rule particles gathering in the giant leader's body. Due to the existence of the law particles, the giant leader was obviously much different from his companions. It was wearing a beast skeleton on its head, which was used as a helmet and decoration. There were 2 rows of sharp horns on it. It waved its huge leg bone and charged towards the largest wild boar monster, then smashed it down fiercely. The power of this attack was extremely great. The wild boar monster's brain burst open, and it fell to the ground with a wail. The giant leader rushed forward and grabbed the monster's corpse, sucking its brain in big gulps. After sucking it clean, he threw the body away. The short giants swarmed up and surrounded the monster's corpse, tearing and devouring it like hungry wolves. Their expressions were malevolent and vicious, and they kept making threatening sounds from their throats. Even if they were accomplices, they would be attacked by the giants if they dared to snatch food. At this moment, Tang Zhen descended from the sky and slashed at the giant leader. Due to him being unable to control the rules, a fist-to-flesh combat method once again became Tang Zhen's first choice. Otherwise, he would only need to control the laws and kill these giants with a thought. He would not need to go through so much trouble. The giant leader roared and looked at Tang Zhen in front of him. He waved his giant leg bone and smashed it over. However, Tang Zhen's blade was much faster than the giant leader's speed. In an instant, it let out a wail. The giant leader's head was cut off by Tang Zhen and rolled on the ground like a hill. The headless corpse did not fall to the ground. Instead, it continued to swing its leg bones to attack. However, it was unable to touch Tang Zhen at all. A short giant picked up the huge head and ran towards the leader. The giant leader grabbed the head and held it in his hand as he stared at Tang Zhen fiercely. The fact that the giant leader did not die after being beheaded meant that its vitality was extremely strong. This was because there was no way to suppress it through the rules. Tang Zhen, however, was not in a hurry as he launched another attack. The battle blade shot out a cold light that was 1,000 feet long. It swept across the giant leader's body and easily pierced through it. The giant leader's body was broken into several pieces, and his limbs were scattered everywhere. The surrounding giants roared in anger, but they didn't dare to come closer. Tang Zhen made his move once again and refined the giant leader's body, extracting the law particles within it. These law particles were the best nourishment for cultivating law seeds and were considered extremely precious. He glanced at the surrounding giants. They were currently staring at Tang Zhen with vicious gazes. They actually did not flee because of their leader's death. Under the influence of the chaotic energy, these native creatures were extremely brutal and did not know what fear was. Tang Zhen only wanted the law particles and couldn't be bothered with these low-level monsters. He instantly flew into the distance. He had to continue hunting and obtain more nomological particles, as well as find a way to obtain the nomological seeds. When they passed by a pile of ruins, Tang Zhen landed and took a look. The area of the ruins was very large, and it looked like a giant castle. It should be able to accommodate many residents. It must have been invaded by monsters, so it had turned into ruins. The original residents had probably turned into bones. One could tell how dangerous this area was just by looking at the giants and ferocious monsters. Without enough power, the weak could only be slaughtered on this land. Tang Zhen continued to advance forward. As he continued to venture deeper, he discovered another thing. Although there were many monsters, there were very few super creatures. So far, he had only encountered 2. This caused Tang Zhen to feel slightly depressed. If he continued to collect in this manner, who knew how many years it would take for him to gather all the required law particles? Fortunately, there was still no law seed being nurtured up until now. Otherwise, the seed would have starved to death sooner or later. It was said that many super creatures would be born with the immortal characteristic, but this was not the case. In the process of growing, the native creatures would inevitably encounter many dangers and be killed for various reasons. Although they wouldn't die of old age, it didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. There were countless native creatures who accidentally died. Super creatures would also fight and devour each other to make themselves stronger and stronger. There might also be cultivators who would regularly patrol and kill super monsters to obtain the rule particles in the monsters' bodies. Under such circumstances, it would be abnormal for there to be a large number of super monsters. Another reason was that the chaotic matter was extremely thin at the edge of the area. It was only natural that super monsters were rare. If he wanted to obtain more law particles, he would have to go deeper and find a place with more super monsters. After Tang Zhen made up his mind, he chose a direction and rapidly advanced forward. Another week had passed, and Tang Zhen was still hurrying on his journey. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had encountered several more super creatures and had killed all of them. The distance he traveled was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Perhaps only gods could do this. However, Tang Zhen was able to sense that the deeper he went, the higher the concentration of the chaotic substance became. Under the influence of the chaotic matter, the strength of the indigenous creatures grew stronger and stronger, and their numbers and species also increased. Tang Zhen's previous speculation was very accurate. As they continued to venture deeper, they would definitely encounter the gathering place of the super creatures. It was just that Tang Zhen had never come across the place where the law seed was condensed. He didn't even have the slightest clue. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Tang Zhen was naturally very clear about this. Originally, Tang Zhen thought that he would need to spend quite a long time before he could find the corresponding clues. But one day, he saw a huge city at the end of the horizon. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and were green in color. Colorful materials were embedded on the city wall, forming mysterious and profound runes. As the rune was activated, it emitted a blinding light that looked like the rising sun from a distance. On the outskirts of the city, a runic magic circle made of monster materials was running at high speed. This special runic magic circle guarded the sky above the city. Once touched, all kinds of attacks would be triggered. Due to the existence of the runic magic circle, the various monsters that were flying in the air could not enter the city from the sky. There were still countless monsters on the ground, charging towards the giant city, almost covering the entire ground. The battle between the city guards and the monsters was extremely brutal, and the city was surrounded by corpses. Tang Zhen did not hesitate to launch an attack when he saw the figures of the super monsters among the monsters. Chapter 3293-3293. The monsters, Siege 1. The number of monsters on the battlefield was uncountable, and they almost covered the entire ground. Due to the monsters trampling, the plants were severely damaged, to the point where not even a blade of grass could grow. The smell of the monster's excretions in its body was extremely pungent. There were also some monsters that had lost control. They had conflicts on the battlefield and then gathered together to fight wildly. Of course, this type of monster was very rare. Once they were discovered by a giant leader monster, they would be smacked into meat paste on the spot. The seemingly chaotic group of monsters actually had rules. If one looked down on them because of their appearance, one might suffer a big loss at any time. Among the various monsters, there were some monsters that were particularly large and prominent. They were all super creatures with the seed of rules condensed in their bodies. They were the kings among the monster groups. Under the lead of these super creatures, countless monsters charged into the city, and the fierce fighting continued. Beneath the tall city wall, corpses had already piled up like a mountain, but the monster continued to climb up. It was as if there was a treasure in front of them that made them go crazy. In the process of climbing up, the monsters were either shot down by the city guards or successfully climbed up the city wall. Screams and howls almost resounded through the clouds. Such a bloody and cruel scene made Tang Zhen recall the past. When the Holy Dragon City was first built, it was attacked by monsters, which was similar to the scene in front of them. In the past, the cornerstone platform of the wilderness warzone created monsters through the power of the origin and used them to train the cultivators in the warzone. This kind of training method was not common in the entire world of towers. It was a strategy used by the cornerstone platform to deal with crises. One of the reasons was to allow cultivators to maintain a sense of danger at all times, allowing them to constantly improve their strength. In the face of such a dangerous environment, if he couldn't improve his strength as soon as possible, failure and conquest were only a matter of time. In fact, it wasn't just the wilderness warzone. The lower ranked warzones had all used this method. Although it would cause losses, the gains would undoubtedly be greater if they forced the cultivators in Luxiang to work hard by means of self-harm. After Tang Zhen became the battle region's leader, he no longer used such a method because there was no need to. He had a better way to increase the strength of the cultivators on this floor, so there was no need for him to use this self-mutilating method. In just a short time, Tang Zhen had completed the investigation and confirmed the distribution of the monsters. At the same time, he would lock onto them, and none of them would be able to escape. After Tang Zhen entered the battlefield, he first locked onto a centipede-like monster. This was because this fellow was the most ferocious. Its body was covered in spots left behind by parasitic carapaces. At the same time, it was also stuck to the bones of various monsters, as well as stone and wood. Under the effect of the slime secreted by the monster leader, these messy things formed an extremely hard shell. It was this special shell that allowed the monster leader to resist all sorts of attacks while using its sharp claws to slaughter its enemies. Its body was 400 to 500 meters long, and it was unknown how many years it had lived. Perhaps these monsters were its descendants. The monsters that it led were currently climbing up the walls, scurrying around like dragons. Compared to other monsters, this centipede-like monster posed a greater threat to the city guard. This was because their shells were thick enough, they swam fast enough, and they were very resistant to attacks. Ordinary attacks were like tickles to him. They had no effect at all. From time to time, these monsters would rush up to the 100-meter high city wall and fight with the city guards. Every time they killed such a monster, they would pay a high price. The city guards hated this monster to the core, but they had no way to kill it. They could only rely on the runic magic circle to prevent it from approaching. It was because of the existence of the runic magic circle that the city had been able to last until now. Otherwise, it would have been easily occupied by the monsters. Even though the city defenders had weapons that could deal fatal damage to super creatures, there was a distance limit to their use. These cunning super creatures could clearly sense the existence of danger, so they would never approach easily. The city guards didn't dare to leave the city easily, because that would be courting death. However, as long as the super monsters existed, the monsters that attacked the city would not retreat. They also had a special ability, which was to resurrect the dead of their own kind. Fortunately, there was a price to pay for this resurrection method. At the same time, there was a certain limit to it, and it could not be used limitlessly. They relied on cunning fighting methods and the ability to resurrect their own kind to make the defense of the city extremely difficult. Almost every battle would last for a long time, and there would be a considerable number of casualties. This time, the monster attack had lasted for nearly 3 days, and the defenders were exhausted. Fortunately, the people guarding the city could be changed, and the resources for guarding the city were sufficient, so there was no need to worry about any problems in the short term. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, something happened on the battlefield. The super creature that was giving the defenders a headache was suddenly attacked. After 2 rounds of fighting, the centipede monster leader that the defenders hated so much was cut in 2. Seeing this scene, the city defenders were first stunned, then they let out a deafening cheer. It's the gods. The gods are helping us. Ha ha ha, a god is here. We're saved. Look, he killed another monster leader. Many of the monsters have stopped attacking the city. The city guards were extremely excited and kept cheering loudly. Every time Tang Zhen killed a super creature, the pressure on the defenders would be greatly reduced. If they could kill all the super creatures, they would not need to worry about the harassment of the monsters for a long time. Without a super creature leading them, these monsters would rarely attack the city. There had been signs of this monster attack for a long time, and the city defenders had been thinking of ways to deal with it. Although they were cultivators, they were no match for these super creatures. Without the protection of the city wall, they might not even be able to defeat normal monsters, let alone super creatures. Tang Zhen's timely appearance could definitely be considered as timely help to the city defenders. Tang Zhen had nothing to do with what the city defender was thinking. He was just purely hunting the super creatures. In a very short time, Tang Zhen had already killed half of the monster leaders. When the other super creatures saw this, they immediately locked onto Tang Zhen and commanded the monsters to attack him. Even the monster leader was not Tang Zhen's match, let alone these ordinary monsters. Tang Zhen had only casually attacked, yet countless monsters had been killed. After breaking out of the encirclement, they locked onto the monster leaders and killed them one after another. Those super monsters were quite cunning. When they realized that they were not Tang Zhen's match, they immediately retreated from the battlefield. However, since he had been targeted by Tang Zhen, how could he possibly escape? Tang Zhen locked onto those super creatures and once again launched a pursuit, preparing to annihilate them all. However, he did not expect that over a dozen figures would suddenly appear at this moment and surround Tang Zhen. The eyes that he used to look at Tang Zhen were filled with furious killing intent. He wished he could tear Tang Zhen into 1,000 pieces. Who are you? How dare you come here and take advantage of us? You're simply courting death. Chapter 3294. Unreasonable 1. The strength of the leader of the cultivators who stopped Tang Zhen was equivalent to that of a god. Of course, he was only 1 star. However, in this world, cultivators were unable to condense godheads and could only condense law particles. Tang Zhen wasn't very clear about the specific reason. If he couldn't condense a divine spark, he wouldn't have the ability to create things, and he wouldn't be able to use any special divine abilities. This was indeed a very disadvantageous thing. The other cultivators' strength was equivalent to that of a pseudo-god, and they were not considered weak either. Compared to those super creatures, it was obviously much stronger. However, from their tone, it was obvious that they were not reinforcements for the city guards. Instead, they were connected to these monsters. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he heard the other party's question. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Are these monsters reared by you? When they heard Tang Zhen's question, those cultivators coldly snorted. Since you know what's going on, you still dare to jump out and cause trouble. Are you tired of living? Tang Zhen directly told the truth, and the other party immediately misunderstood and thought that Tang Zhen was a local cultivator. However, it was precisely because of this that the other party became even angrier. We've been raising these monsters for 100 years, and it's almost time to harvest them. You clearly know their origins, yet you still kill them. This is simply bullying. Today, you either have to pay for your losses or pay with your life. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. As soon as the leader's voice fell, his companions had already surrounded Tang Zhen and assumed a posture of daggers drawn. It was as if the other party would immediately make a move and kill him if Tang Zhen refused to obey. Tang Zhen's eyes flashed with a cold glint when he saw the other party's attitude. Mortals always like to divide cultivators into good and evil factions according to their likes and dislikes. Anyone who did not benefit mankind was considered evil. Little did he know that in the eyes of many cultivators, mortals were nothing more than ants and weeds. He would never see himself as an evil person just because he had stepped on a group of ants or harvested a pile of weeds. It was the same for the cultivators of the righteous path. They rarely paid attention to such things, or put on an attitude that good and evil could not coexist. If such a situation really existed, it was often just an excuse to deceive the ignorant and ignorant mortals. However, human cultivators really hated using humans as medicine or food for foreign species. Cultivators who advanced from mortals to transcendence were even more unaccustomed to it and would interfere from time to time. Not for any other reason, but for a moment of happiness. Tang Zhen was the same. After knowing the actions of this group of cultivators, a touch of disgust appeared in his heart. When he saw the threat and killing intent in the other party's words and actions, he felt that it was even more ridiculous. A bunch of reckless guys dared to threaten a peak divine general. Where did they get the courage from? Since you're letting these monsters roam around and not following them at all times, I'm sure you've let them roam around more than once. Now, I'll give you a chance to exchange your law particles for your lives, and you only have one chance. If you can, I'll let you go. If you can't, I'll kill you and refine you. Although your strength is only average, you should be able to gain something after refining it. When they heard Tang Zhen's threat, these cultivators' faces were filled with astonishment. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. After killing the monsters they reared, this human cultivator was extorting them. He was really arrogant, but what followed was a strong sense of vigilance. They did not know how strong Tang Zhen was, but his words and actions were arrogant enough. In the cultivation world, to be able to be so arrogant, one must have something to rely on. Either they were extremely strong, or they had a strong backing. In short, they had the capital to save their lives. If he didn't have any of them, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Many thoughts flashed through the cultivator's mind as he was threatened by Tang Zhen. However, he was definitely not willing to give up. Sir, do you know that we belong to Patriarch Mangshan? If something happens, Patriarch Mangshan will definitely not sit by and do nothing. If you think you're strong enough to fight against Patriarch Mangshan, I'll send these animals to you today. If you don't have that ability, then obediently pay the compensation, or else don't even think about leaving this place. His words were very clear. If Tang Zhen was not afraid of Patriarch Mangshan, then he could attack or leave. But in this way, he would have offended Patriarch Yao Mountain, and he would be hunted down. If they felt that they were not a match for the other party and wanted to save their lives, they would have to compensate the other party and there was no need to continue talking nonsense. Taking out the law particles to exchange for his life was like a joke. The super creature that he had painstakingly raised was directly killed by Tang Zhen. Now, he was asking for money to buy his life from the caretaker. This kind of behavior was even more shameless than bandits. It was simply too much. They furiously glared at Tang Zhen, wanting to see how he would reply. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, was pondering in secret. He had just arrived, so he naturally did not know of this so-called Patriarch Mang Mountain. However, the fact that these cultivators were serving the other party and allowing these super creatures to roam around showed that the other party also needed rule particles. Therefore, there was a high possibility that the other party was also a peak stage divine general and was trying to become a divine king. If that was the case, Tang Zhen might not be afraid of the other party. He might even think of a way to pay a visit. The information provided by the Lord of Fate was too simple in general, and there were many things that Tang Zhen could not understand. If there was a suitable opportunity, Tang Zhen would definitely think of a way to obtain more detailed information. Since they had such a plan, then these people in front of them could forget about leaving easily. These cultivators thought that they could intimidate Tang Zhen by bringing up the Lynching Grandmaster, but they did not expect to sense a trace of danger. This made them immediately realize that Tang Zhen might very well want to silence them to ensure that the information would not be leaked. Out of careful consideration, they reminded Tang Zhen once again, even if you kill us, you won't be able to keep the secret. Our life plates are with Patriarch Mangshan, and we will be resurrected immediately after we die. When that time comes, the enmity will not end until one of us is dead. You have to consider the consequences. Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he heard the other party's warning. Who told you that I'm going to kill you? Isn't it better to imprison you? When the cultivators heard this, they immediately widened their eyes and turned around to escape. Run. If what Tang Zhen said was true and all the cultivators were imprisoned, things would definitely become very troublesome. Not only would they suffer property losses, but they would also lose their freedom and might even never be able to rise again. The more the cultivators thought about it, the more flustered they became. They even felt a little regretful. When he saw Tang Zhen killing super creatures, he knew that his strength was definitely not weak. However, he did not expect that his courage would be so frightening. His actions were even more arrogant. He showed his backer, Patriarch Ling Mountain, but it was still useless. He even continued to kidnap. They had never seen such a fierce person before. Tang Zhen's speed was as fast as lightning. A chain left his hand and directly bound a cultivator. The first one, as he spoke, the second chain moved like a snake and chased after the other cultivator. Seeing his companion being restrained and dragged along by chains, the cultivator was both shocked and angry. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, he decided to take the attack head on to see if it would be effective. If it was effective, it would prove that Tang Zhen's strength was limited and the cultivators could completely surround and annihilate him. As a result, just as the cultivator turned around, the rune chain immediately wrapped around his neck, and he was unable to escape. Just as he was struggling, a stream of light flashed, and a golden talisman was stuck on his forehead. This was a divine talisman specially made by Tang Zhen. It was also refined from law crystals, but its form and structure had been changed by Tang Zhen. It looked like a thick piece of paper, but it hid the aura of rule crystals, which was quite similar to the spirit talismans used in the cultivation world. By using his consciousness to imprint runes, the power was also very impressive. When the talisman touched the cultivator's body, he immediately went into a state of stiffness, becoming like a clay or wood sculpture. More runic chains flew out from the divine ring behind Tang Zhen's mind and bound the cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. Spiritual talismans flew out one after another, sealing these cultivators. Chapter 3295. Invited into the city, one quickly retreat. were not their match. In the blink of an eye, his two companions were captured by Tang Zhen and turned into clay and wood sculptures. When the other cultivators saw this, how could they not be clear that they were simply not Tang Zhen's match? What they needed to do now was not to rescue their companions, but to count as many as they could, otherwise, it would be easy for the whole army to be annihilated. Although he was focused on escaping, it was impossible for him to escape under Tang Zhen's tracking. The runic chains danced in the air as streaks of light followed closely behind, subduing the cultivators who were trying to escape. More than a dozen cultivators who had previously demanded compensation from Tang Zhen and even used their lives to pay the debt were all tied up by him with rune chains. The talismans were still stuck to his body, causing him to be unable to move at all. He couldn't even release his divine sense to communicate. It was as if he was sealed in a human-shaped object, and his body had become a prison coffin. He also felt like he was being refined. The cultivators became more and more flustered. It was obvious that the talismans attached to their bodies were not as simple as they had imagined. At this moment, how could the cultivator not realize that he had met someone he could not afford to offend? He did not know what kind of torture he would be subjected to next. While he felt terrified and uneasy, he was constantly thinking of ways to turn the situation around. Tang Zhen, however, held the symbol chains and prepared to find a quiet place to properly question them. But at this moment, more than a dozen figures rapidly approached from the giant city ahead. Each of them was wearing battle armor, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that they were still in battle mode. Tang Zhen glanced at the other party. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to see what the cultivators from the giant city were unto. Not only the captives in his hands, but the cultivators from the giant city were also a good source of information. It didn't take long for the other party to arrive in front of Tang Zhen. The cultivators from the giant city were secretly amazed at the sight of the runic chains dancing and binding the cultivators. Thank you for your help in driving away these monsters. We are extremely grateful. If there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll do our best to help. The cultivators in the giant city did not avoid them on purpose, for fear that they would be asked for rewards. Instead, he took the initiative to approach Tang Zhen and used the opportunity of thanking him to close the distance between them. This was indeed an opportunity for them. An expert like Tang Zhen, who was able to defeat the army of monsters by himself, was definitely an existence that they would not be able to come into contact with on normal days. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Tang Zhen softly said, "There's no need to be so polite. I just happened to come across this matter and helped out in passing." When the group of cultivators heard this, they quickly took out some items and controlled them to flow between the two sides. These gifts are to express my gratitude. Please don't refuse. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over them. They were indeed all materials that cultivators needed, including some law particles. If it was any other item, Tang Zhen would naturally reject it because he did not lack it. However, the law particles were different. They were something he needed for this trip, and Tang Zhen had no reason to refuse. Helping to disperse the monsters attacking the city and also capturing the mastermind behind the scenes, Tang Zhen definitely deserved it. Since you're so sincere, I'll accept these rule particles. You can take the rest of the items back. Tang Zhen beckoned with his hand, and the law particles disappeared without a trace. Seeing Tang Zhen accept the gift, the cultivators of the giant city were slightly relieved. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would not want anything. After accepting the gift, it was equivalent to returning some of the favor, and at the same time, there was more possibility of communication. If you're not in a hurry, would you like to rest in the city? Afraid that Tang Zhen would refuse, the cultivator of the giant city who invited him said, "In our mega city, there is a small tree of rules. You might be able to go and gain some insight." Tang Zhen had originally intended to refuse. However, the tree of laws mentioned by the other party caused a trace of doubt to arise in his heart. What was the tree of rules? The information from the Lord of Fate did not mention this information, so Tang Zhen did not know what this item was. However, since it involved the rules, Tang Zhen had to be clear about what was going on. In that case, I'll have to trouble everyone. Tang Zhen gently nodded, indicating that he was willing to go. Hearing this, the cultivators of the giant city immediately looked excited and quickly made a gesture to lead the way. To them, an expert like Tang Zhen was someone they would never have the chance to come into contact with. Not to mention entering the city, the possibility of that was extremely low. Whenever they encountered such a situation, it was like a festival. If they could make a few more deals, it would definitely be a blessing for the entire city. Under the lead of the cultivators of the mega city, the cultivators flew over the city wall and entered the sealed city. As seen from the outside, the city was a small world surrounded by city walls, and the space inside was spacious enough. There were mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, as well as houses. It was a scene of a paradise. It was a pity that the residents here had to face the threat of monsters. If they were not careful, they would be destroyed. The more he didn't die, the more he didn't want to die. Driven by the desire to survive, these residents would try their best to strengthen the city's defense. The cultivators from the giant city who invited Tang Zhen were already secretly pondering how they could exchange some benefits from Tang Zhen. It didn't matter even if the city's resources were exhausted. The things that were consumed could be accumulated again sooner or later. However, if he lost his life, then everything would disappear. Of course, this type of transaction couldn't be rushed. It had to be proposed at the right time. Due to Tang Zhen's earlier performance, in addition to the possibility of capturing the true murderer controlling the monster behind the scenes, this had also caused him to receive a high degree of attention. The more powerful he was, the more careful he had to deal with him. There couldn't be any mistakes. Tang Zhen faintly guessed the other party's thoughts, but he did not mind. After all, the other party had only made a fair exchange and did not take advantage of him. Being able to take out the law particles proved that the other party was qualified to make a deal. If he was satisfied, he didn't mind making a deal. Under the guidance of the cultivators of the giant city, Tang Zhen came to a building on the top of the mountain. This place was the daily cultivation and residence of the cultivators. In this world, there were immortals everywhere, and even a random passerby might have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Many people still maintained their youthful looks because they cultivated life-preserving cultivation techniques or ate heavenly treasures. The proportion of cultivators was also extremely high, and it could even be said that all of them were cultivators. However, the vast majority of cultivators cultivated physical cultivation techniques. After all, the world energy here was extremely scarce. The heaven and earth energy used by cultivators was condensed and transformed by themselves. The longer the battle lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be. On the other hand, cultivators who cultivated their physical bodies could be nourished by the chaotic matter, and the absorption and transformation efficiency was extremely high. Cultivators with infinite strength could shatter mountains with a single punch. Their strength was also extremely powerful. They were the main fighting force when protecting the city. However, even strength-type cultivators would have a headache when they encountered spells and runic magic circles. The environment of this world was not suitable for such cultivators to cultivate, and they would not gain much by forcing themselves to cultivate. Even if one had a long life and could slowly accumulate strength, it was still difficult to achieve satisfactory achievements. Naturally, a spell cultivator like Tang Zhen had a higher status and was more popular. At Tang Zhen's request, the cultivators of the giant city were responsible for leading the way and bringing him to the location of the Tree of Rules. Chapter 3296. The Tree of Rules 1. The Tree of Rules in the giant city existed in a cave at the top of the mountain, and it looked inconspicuous from the outside. When the cultivators arrived, there were many cultivators gathered here, and many of them were injured. It was obvious that the battle had just ended, and they couldn't wait to come to the cave. They were quietly training and did not make a single sound. However, when Tang Zhen and the rest arrived, they could not get up and leave. Tang Zhen's eyes landed on a stone platform. There was a strange plant that was faintly visible on it. Its appearance and color were constantly changing, as if it was formed from light, but it flickered with a crystal-like luster. Even the Tree of Laws, which was only a foot long, exuded a mysterious aura. It wasn't appropriate to call it a tree. With such a height and appearance, it was more appropriate to call it a weed. Regardless of the size of an item, the key was whether it was mysterious or not. This Tree of Rules was one such example. This kind of strange object could not be found in other planes and realms. It could only be found in this special world. The more wondrous an item was, the harsher the environment it was born in. It was a kind of opportunity to see it. Tang Zhen had a faint feeling that this kind of law tree would definitely be extremely beneficial to cultivation. When the cultivators of the giant city who followed him saw Tang Zhen's appearance, they knew that the Tree of Rules had indeed produced an attractive force. His heart was filled with joy. His confidence to please Tang Zhen had become even stronger. Not bad. Tang Zhen slightly nodded, indicating that he was quite satisfied. Please take your time to comprehend it. If you have any requests, please don't hold back. The cultivators of the giant city said. Then, they left the cave and waited outside. To put it bluntly, this was a form of hospitality. They were giving priority to Tang Zhen to use the best resources and places in the giant city. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He waved his hand to block the surrounding space and grabbed the captive over. He reached out his hand and touched the talisman on his body. The talisman disappeared in an instant, and the captive returned to normal. However, the runic chains were still there. Therefore, the other party was still restricted by Tang Zhen. He could lose his life with a single thought. Sir, please spare my life. After removing the talisman, the cultivator immediately begged for mercy, his face full of panic and fear. He was very clear in his heart that his life and death depended on a single thought from Tang Zhen. Now that he had finally obtained an opportunity, how could he not quickly beg for mercy? If you're sensible, you can live. Otherwise, no one can save you. Tang Zhen coldly said. Although his tone was as calm as water, there was a trace of killing intent hidden within. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had value, Tang Zhen would have gotten rid of this group of people long ago and let them receive the punishment they deserved. Perhaps in the eyes of these cultivators, there was nothing wrong with what they did, and taming monsters was something they should do. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen's thoughts were the key. A single thought could decide life and death. There was no need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Whether it was right or wrong, although cultivators had life tokens and could be resurrected, their cultivation would be greatly reduced. At this moment, when he heard Tang Zhen's warning, he immediately expressed his obedience and said that he would do whatever he wanted. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head and revealed a satisfied expression, causing the panicking cultivators to relax. Tell me, what's with this tree of rules? The cultivator was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that an existence like Tang Zhen would actually raise such a question. It was said that with Tang Zhen's cultivation base and strength, it was impossible for him not to know the origin of the tree of rules. This was common knowledge that many cultivators knew. The greatest possibility was that Tang Zhen came from the outer region. That was why he was completely ignorant of this. The cultivator was suddenly enlightened. He understood why Tang Zhen was completely unmoved when he mentioned the Lingqian patriarch. It was obvious that this foreign expert didn't know anything about Patriarch Mang Mountain, which was why he was fearless. After realizing this, the cultivator couldn't help but feel depressed. If that was the case, then he could only blame himself for being too unlucky to have actually encountered a foreign cultivator like Tang Zhen. Just as he was quietly pondering in his heart, he saw a cold glint flash within Tang Zhen's eyes. The cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly introduced. This tree of laws only grows in places where living beings gather. It can't be touched or taken away. This tree needed to be communicated with by living beings, and it could gradually grow and eventually become a towering tree. After becoming a giant tree, cultivators would have the opportunity to obtain rule seeds while comprehending under the tree. Before the tree of rules grows, cultivators can also gain enlightenment nearby, and they can also obtain benefits. After hearing the cultivator's explanation, Tang Zhen looked at the sapling in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Even Tang Zhen couldn't see through this tree of laws and couldn't figure out what kind of existence it was. However, he was able to obtain a rule seed by comprehending under the tree, which made Tang Zhen pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to obtain rule seeds in such a way. It was a safe and secure method. It seemed that there were still many things that he did not understand in this world. He should indeed collect more relevant information. Continue. Tell me all the information you know. If you perform well, I'll let you live a more comfortable life. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Tang Zhen warned the other party with a trace of gloominess in his voice. The cultivator's heart turned cold. He quickly nodded in agreement and began to narrate in front of Tang Zhen. No matter where he was, no matter how many years had passed, as long as he felt that the information was valuable, he would reveal it without reservation. They were afraid that Tang Zhen had some special means to determine whether he was sincere or not. Therefore, they did not dare to play any tricks and hide anything. In the end, he was still intimidated by Tang Zhen's methods. He knew that playing tricks in front of these experts was equivalent to courting death. The truly strong had their own methods, able to see through everything, and it was very difficult to be deceived by such clumsy means. Tang Zhen listened to the other party's explanation and combined it with the current situation. He had a deeper understanding of this world. This also made him decide that he had to find an opportunity to pay a visit to Patriarch Mangshan, who the other party had mentioned. It was not for war, but to learn from others so as not to take too many detours. As for whether the other party was willing or not, Tang Zhen was not too worried. They could either make an exchange through benefits, or they could beat the other party until they were convinced. They could choose one of the two methods. There was no third option, unless the other party did not want to live. It wasn't that Tang Zhen was arrogant, but there wasn't much difference between peak divine generals. After promoting to a peak immortal general for 100,000 years, he was almost the same as a new immortal general. Due to the difference in races and cultivation methods, their combat power was different. Without fighting, it was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Tang Zhen was extremely confident in his own strength. Moreover, he had many trump cards. Even if he were to encounter a peak divine general, he would be able to beat the other party into submission. At the same time, Tang Zhen's spiritual force touched the tree of laws and carefully sensed the secrets of this wondrous object. Then, he discovered that during the process of touching it, the tree of rules would extract a certain substance from the cultivator's body. These special substances came from the chaotic energy that was usually absorbed and accumulated in the cultivator's body. To cultivators, this substance had no benefits. The more it was accumulated, the more harmful it would be. When cultivators communicated with the tree of rules, the roots of the tree of rules would be implanted into the cultivator's body and extract all the accumulated substances. For cultivators, this was a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, it was equivalent to removing the hidden dangers in the body for free. While extracting harmful substances, the tree of rules would also give back heaven and earth energy, allowing the cultivator to obtain more benefits. Especially for cultivators who cultivated their physical bodies, the longer they communicated with the tree of rules, the more benefits they would be able to obtain. Apart from devouring the city's residents, did those monsters attack the city to obtain the tree of rules? Tang Zhen looked at the cultivator and casually asked. There is indeed such a situation. When monsters communicate with the tree of rules, they can also benefit. However, the size of the tree of rules in this city was too small, and it was not very attractive to monsters. Moreover, we didn't know about the existence of this tree of rules before the siege. It's obvious that it has just appeared not long ago. The cultivator didn't dare to hide anything and quickly explained to Tang Zhen. Chapter 3297. The benefits of living long. 1. Originally, he had only hunted super creatures to obtain rule particles, but he had learned about the tree of rules as a result. Even the Lord of Fate's intelligence did not mention any relevant information, causing Tang Zhen to almost miss a method to obtain the seed of rules. Originally, other than condensing one's comprehension or killing specific targets to obtain them, one could also obtain rule seeds by planting trees. To Tang Zhen, this was an unexpected surprise. The law seeds were extremely important. If one wanted to become a god king, they would have to obtain sufficient law seeds before nurturing them with law particles. When the seed of rules matured, it could be used to try to construct and use rules. Of course, the specific steps were definitely not that simple. Even Tang Zhen only had a smattering of knowledge. Neither the Lord of Fate nor the native cultivators had given any detailed information. However, one thing was for sure: the seeds of rules were essential, and the more he obtained, the better. Looking at the tree of rules in front of him, Tang Zhen had a thought. Could he nurture this thing to grow? When the sapling grew up, he would be able to comprehend under the tree at all times, and there would be more opportunities to obtain the rule seeds. Tang Zhen already knew the cultivation method of the tree of rules, but he didn't know how long it would take. If the nurturing process required thousands of years, Tang Zhen could find other methods. If he really wanted to do so, he had to communicate with the cultivators of the giant city and obtain their permission. Although with Tang Zhen's methods, he could choose to occupy the tree of rules, he still had to pay attention to some rules when doing things. If he wanted to cultivate the tree of rules, he could not do it without the residents of the city. When he thought about the attitude of the residents of the giant city, he reckoned that they would definitely take the initiative to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to stay even without Tang Zhen saying anything. At that time, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and stay in the city. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry to do this. Instead, he listened to the cultivators' explanation while studying the tree of rules and arranging the next action plan. Without waiting for too long, the cultivators of the giant city visited Tang Zhen again. This was the other party getting straight to the point and directly expressing their intention. They hoped to trade with Tang Zhen. The giant city didn't have much wealth, so it wasn't afraid of Tang Zhen's robbery. If such a thing happened, then it would be a disaster. His life was the most important. With a long life, he would be able to accumulate the wealth he had abandoned sooner or later. Furthermore, the cultivators of the mega city had their own trump cards, so they might not be afraid of ordinary enemies. For example, the group of people that Tang Zhen had captured could control monsters to attack the city and secretly do bad things behind the scenes. If they were discovered by the cultivators of the giant city, they might not be able to gain any advantage. The final outcome was likely to be a lose-lose situation for both sides. The chances of an expert at Tang Zhen's level attacking a city were extremely low. One could only admit that they were unlucky if they encountered one. Proposing a deal with Tang Zhen was completely a gamble on his luck. He had already made a profit and now he only wanted to make more. After making the request, the cultivators of the giant city were nervous, afraid that Tang Zhen would refuse. In fact, they also knew that the chances of success were pitifully small. However, they didn't know that Tang Zhen was waiting for them to speak. He didn't mind giving the cultivators of giant city some benefits. Seeing Tang Zhen nod his head, the cultivators of the mega city were overjoyed. Their hearts were filled with excitement that could not be suppressed. He had only wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect to succeed. Of course, it was an unexpected surprise. Is there anything in this giant city that you need my help with? Only after the deal was made could he consider the next step and study the specific content of the deal. Suppressing his excitement, the cultivator of the giant city quickly replied, "It's all up to you, sir. Runic magic circles, cultivation techniques, or divine weapons, anything is fine." Due to the influence of the difference in strength, the items that Tang Zhen didn't take a fancy to were likely to be rare treasures in the eyes of the cultivators of the giant city. Their demands were not too high. As long as it was reasonable, they were satisfied. Runic magic circle. Tang Zhen muttered in his heart and asked the cultivator from giant city, where did the runic magic circle that you use come from, and how long has it not been maintained? Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the cultivators of the giant city were even more delighted. In their hearts, the content of the deal they wanted to make the most was related to the runic magic circle that protected the city. This was the foundation of the city's protection. Without the existence of the runic magic circle, the mega city would have long been conquered by the monsters. It was just that the restoration of the runic magic circle was extremely difficult, and very few cultivators dared to take it on. This was because this thing was not easy to damage, but it could hurt one's body. Without absolute confidence, one would not dare to touch it. Your Excellency, the city's protective array came from 5,000 years ago. It was obtained by my ancestor after trading with an expert. Up until now, it hasn't been maintained even once because it doesn't have the corresponding ability. This matter was actually quite embarrassing, but there was no other way. It was not that the cultivators of the mega city did not want to, but they really could not do it. The biggest danger of the mega city was that the runic magic circle was about to collapse. Once the runic magic circle collapsed, they would definitely encounter a fatal crisis the next time the monsters attacked the city. When that time came, even if the city was not destroyed, the casualties would be too heavy to accept. If Tang Zhen was able to help and repair the damaged runic magic circle, it would simply be saving the lives of the entire city's citizens. If that's the case, I'll help you repair the runic magic circle. If possible, I'll also help you upgrade it. As for how to do it, I'll have to do some research before making a decision. The cultivators of Giant City quickly nodded in agreement. He did not expect Tang Zhen to be able to upgrade and transform it. As long as he could repair the runic magic circle, it would be sufficient to resolve the current crisis after a period of time. Since it's a deal, you must pay for it. Now, tell me, what can you pay? The cultivators of the huge city were a little nervous. They were afraid that the remuneration they paid would not satisfy Tang Zhen. However, he couldn't speak without thinking, otherwise he would be asking for trouble. He could only bite the bullet and display all his wealth, showing a poor but ingratiating smile. They were afraid that Tang Zhen, this expert, would think that they were too poor and end this transaction in anger. Tang Zhen was expressionless as he looked at the list of items provided by the other party. He discovered that there was not a single item that he wanted. It wasn't that the mega city was poor, but the resources were very limited. It couldn't take out anything that Tang Zhen would take a fancy to. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been extremely excited after seeing these items. Where do your law particles come from? After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the cultivator from the mega city thought to himself that as expected, only rule particles could be noticed by this expert. Those rule particles were obtained from killing super creatures, so there aren't many of them. However, if you want, we can form a hunting team and hunt super creatures everywhere. All the law particles we obtain will be handed over to you as a reward for the deal. As long as you're willing, you'll definitely be able to gather enough law particles within a few thousand years. The cultivator from Mega City suggested. From his appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with this kind of trading method. Do you often use this kind of method of borrowing? The cultivator of Giant City nodded, indicating that it was true. When my ancestors were building the city, due to the lack of talent and resources, they had made many such transactions. Both sides signed a contract and could slowly pay off the debt. It took a full 3,700 years to pay off all the debts. The cultivator of the Giant City looked proud as if it was something to be proud of. It was unbelievable that the residents of a city had spent nearly 4,000 years to pay off their debts. For the residents who could live on as long as they didn't die in an accident, such a debt was nothing. Without the protection of the city, they would have lost their lives long ago. How would they have the qualifications to pay their debts? So, you also plan to use this method to carry out the transaction and make me the creditor of your entire city. Tang Zhen softly laughed as he asked the cultivator from the Giant City. Chapter 3298. A special deal. One, please don't blame us, sir. We really don't want to renege on our debt, but we really don't have any law particles to support us. The cultivators of the mega city looked embarrassed because substances like rule particles were equivalent to the universal currency of this world. He could use the law particles to buy anything, but it would be very difficult to use other things to exchange for the law particles. Not many cultivators would make such a loss-making deal. There was only one way to obtain rule particles, and that was to hunt super creatures. However, super creatures could only be born after evolution, and they had to be searched for. Looking at the monsters that were attacking the city, they almost covered the entire land. However, how many super creatures were there? When there were no monsters attacking the city, the cultivators of the mega city would even take the initiative to search for and kill these super creatures. Firstly, it was to prevent problems before they happened, reducing the chances of monsters attacking the city and killing them before the crisis occurred. The other reason was to obtain rule particles and accumulate some hard currency for use when needed. If the transaction between the two parties was settled with nomological particles, they could only owe each other for a period of time. Perhaps in 1,000 years, or a few thousand years, there would be a day when he would return. Tang Zhen really didn't want to deal a blow to the sincere face of the cultivator from Giant City. He was a cultivator of Lu Cheng, a traveler in this world. It was impossible for him to stay here for thousands of years. There was no need for 1,000 years. As long as there was no result within 100 years, Tang Zhen would find other means. Even if the cultivators of the Giant City didn't pay him, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind. He really didn't care about these law particles. However, there were rules to everything. It might not be a good thing to give benefits to the other party for free. The rules between cultivators emphasized on equal exchange. Even if Tang Zhen was a generous person, he could not use this method to show it. Since you have difficulties, I naturally won't force you. The transaction method will be done according to what you said. The payment would be settled with rule particles, and the return would be postponed without any interest. As for the specific price, I'll decide after I've done some research. I'll definitely give you a fair price. Hearing this, the cultivator of the Giant City quickly expressed his gratitude. Tang Zhen slightly nodded and continued. The tree of rules here is an unexpected surprise and one of the reasons I stayed. Although it was only a sapling, as long as it was carefully cultivated, it would grow into a towering tree sooner or later. If you want me to help, you have to show me something. From today on, all residents must communicate with the tree of rules. I'll also teach you cultivation techniques so that you'll have stronger cultivation bases and better combat and self-defense abilities. The main reason for this, as you know, is to speed up the growth of the tree of rules. Hearing Tang Zhen's request, the Giant City cultivator was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. Although Tang Zhen's goal was to cultivate the tree of rules into a material, the people who would benefit were the residents of the Giant City. This was because the tree of rules couldn't be moved, and it was also impossible to touch it on its own. It would stay where it grew. The tree of rules could be comprehended together, and the success rate would not be reduced just because other cultivators were involved. The more people comprehended, the more active the tree of laws would be, and the success rate of the comprehension would also increase. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen would definitely not do anything to harm the residents of the Giant City because of the tree of rules. Don't worry, Your Excellency. The entire city will be at your disposal, and we will always remember your kindness. The cultivator from the Giant City said loudly. He was afraid that his reaction wasn't enthusiastic enough and would cause Tang Zhen to misunderstand and think that he didn't want to cooperate. In that case, go make the arrangements and spread the news. Then, send cultivators to follow me and listen to my orders. The cultivators of the Giant City nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would immediately send people to carry out the plan. The cultivator in front of him was qualified to trade with Tang Zhen. He was obviously the master of this Giant City. Tang Zhen had already guessed the identity of the other party. Therefore, he did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Much because there was no need to. According to Tang Zhen's instructions, the city lord informed the residents of this matter, which immediately triggered a wave of cheers. Compared to the city lord, these seemingly ordinary residents were also filled with worry. Many residents had been living in the city since it was built, and they knew how important this city was to them. Without this huge city, 99% of the residents would have died for various reasons. Too many changes could happen in a few thousand years. They didn't want the city to be destroyed, or they would be forced to flee and could become a pile of bones at any time. They were well aware of the various hidden dangers in the city, but they had no way to solve them. With Tang Zhen's help, even if the hidden danger was not completely eliminated, there was at least new hope. It was only right for them to celebrate. Since Tang Zhen had already made up his mind, he naturally would not waste any time. Hence, he immediately began to act. The captured cultivators were temporarily free, but they had new tasks. According to Tang Zhen's request, they had to build a large square that was spacious enough with the tree of rules as the center. The purpose of this was to make it easier for the residents of the city to comprehend and communicate with the tree of rules. Although they felt aggrieved in their hearts, the captives did not dare to resist at all to avoid being punished by Tang Zhen. As for taking the opportunity to escape, he didn't even want to think about it. There was no chance of escaping at all. While building the square, Tang Zhen was also studying the city's protective array. From Tang Zhen's observation, the city protecting array had many flaws. This was the reason why he said that it could be upgraded back then. The runic magic circle in this world had its own unique points. For example, the remains of various monsters were used as materials for the refinement of runic magic circles. One had to know that the remains of a monster were also considered a treasure and were very precious cultivation materials. Using monster corpses to create runic magic circles could indeed save money, and the effects were reasonable. The fact that it had been running for 5,000 years without being completely destroyed was enough to prove the practicality of the runic magic circle. However, if it was Tang Zhen who refined it and used the same materials, the runic magic circle would be able to operate normally for at least 5,000 years. In Tang Zhen's opinion, the rune master that the city lord spoke of was actually just an ordinary technique. While Tang Zhen was researching, he had already started to repair and refine it. The monsters had just attacked the city, and the corpses had not been disposed of yet. They could be used as materials for refining. It wasn't that Tang Zhen was being perfunctory. This method of using local materials could indeed save a large amount of resources. In the following time, the residents of the giant city had the opportunity to witness a gorgeous performance. The corpses of the monsters that were killed flew into the air one after another, then slowly rotated around the giant city. The bodies of these monsters were so broken that even their innate skills could not resurrect them. The super creature that was killed by Tang Zhen also floated into the sky. Its huge body looked like a mountain. Under Tang Zhen's control, the already broken city protection array suddenly turned into a huge vortex. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of chaotic energy condensed into lines and then quickly gathered above the giant city. The chaotic energy fused with each other, entangling with the corpses of the monsters and turning them into round eggs. Runes kept flashing on the shells of these giant eggs, and they gave off a heart-palpitating aura. When the runic magic circle was running, it could be seen with the naked eye that there were many incomplete places in the sky. When the monsters attacked the city, the gap was the most vulnerable, and the cultivators guarding the city had to focus on defense. Once a monster charged in, they had to do their best to stop it, or they would suffer even greater losses. However, following Tang Zhen's restoration, those hideous and terrifying holes were currently healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This magical scene was seen by the residents of the giant city, and they once again let out waves of cheers. Chapter 3299. The floating square. Tang Zhen's restoration process was visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was an instantaneous scene. Seeing the city's protective array being repaired with their own eyes, the hearts of the people of the giant city were filled with joy, as if they had come back from death's door. The destroyed city protection formation had once made all the residents worried, afraid that it would completely collapse at any moment and cause the giant city to suffer a disaster. The monsters that covered the sky and the earth continuously swarmed into the city. Just thinking about this scene was enough to make people collapse. Without any worries, the hearts of the residents of the giant city were filled with joy, and they were extremely grateful to Tang Zhen. After all, such an action was equivalent to saving the entire city's people. Not to mention that he had helped the city by killing the monsters that attacked it and helping it get out of danger. When they heard that Tang Zhen was going to teach them secret techniques and cultivate the tree of rules, the residents of the giant city were full of anticipation. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were all common grade, the kind that almost everyone knew. Although cultivation methods were simple, one's life was long. If one persevered, one would always gain something. There were also good cultivation techniques, but ordinary cultivators were very difficult to obtain. Even if they encountered one, they couldn't afford it. Furthermore, in this world, most people cultivated their physical bodies. There were not many requirements for cultivation techniques. Those high-level cultivators in the huge city were especially looking forward to the cultivation technique. They wanted to see what different things this expert, Tang Zhen, would be able to bring. If it was really good, they would try to cultivate it. The residents of the city loved to look up at the sky and stare at the constantly repairing array. The monsters' remains that were wrapped in the rune egg and floating in the air were particularly eye-catching. Everyone was guessing what would happen when these giant eggs broke out of their shells. To Tang Zhen, repairing the city's protective array did not require much time. He only needed to set it up properly and then slowly nurture it. The longer this kind of array was in operation, the more powerful it would be. If it were to be activated for thousands of years, it would become extremely powerful. With such a defensive array, they no longer had to worry about monsters attacking the city. On the contrary, the more monsters attacking the city, the better. The corpses of those monsters would become nutrients for the runic magic circle, nurturing the array spirits in these giant eggs. When the monsters attacked the city, the formation spirit in the egg would also attack, blocking and devouring the monsters. Once they fell into the formation spirit's mouth, they would probably turn into dust in an instant, with no possibility of escaping. While hunting monsters, the formation spirit would also upgrade and possess more powerful strength. The cultivators of Mega City had little knowledge and did not know the power of the city's protective array. If a real master saw this runic magic array, he would definitely be shocked. As for the cost of Tang Zhen's help, there was no need to discuss it anymore. The cultivators of the giant city simply couldn't afford it. After solving the problem of the runic magic circle, Tang Zhen's next research was to create cultivation techniques for the residents of the giant city. There were no secrets in the myriad of cultivation techniques in the world in Tang Zhen's eyes. If he wanted to break it, he only needed a thought. Rather than researching and improving other people's cultivation methods, it was better to create it yourself. This way, it would be more perfect and compatible. Previously, Tang Zhen had been studying what kind of existence the tree of laws was. However, he had only obtained a vague speculation. The so-called tree of rules was actually just the physical manifestation of rules. As the saying went, all living things had spirits, and the rules of the heavenly Tao were the same. It was just that such a situation could not be seen in other plane worlds. It would only appear in this special world. What Tang Zhen wanted to do was naturally to cater to his interests and allow the tree of rules to obtain enough nutrients. When the tree of rules grew, cultivators would obtain the seeds of rules through enlightenment, which would then be nurtured in the spirit sea. Such a cultivation method probably only existed in this world. No matter how strange it was, the rules were like that. The only thing he could do was to adapt. Until the day he became a true god king, Tang Zhen found a few residents of the giant city and let them cultivate their own cultivation techniques in front of him. There were also requirements for the selected residents. There had to be a certain age gap, and it was best if they were old and young. In this world, the concept of old and young was rather vague, and no one even cared about it. However, they still found residents of different ages according to Tang Zhen's request. The youngest of these residents was only 100 years old, while the oldest had lived for more than 5,000 years. Such a long life would definitely attract the envy of countless cultivators. In the cultivation world, there were many cultivators who could not withstand the ravages of time and eventually left behind endless regrets. However, in this world, it was a very common thing. As long as one was lucky enough not to encounter any disasters, as long as one did not seek death, it was common to live to 10,000 years old. Unfortunately, compared to his long years, his cultivation was so weak that it was lamentable. He felt that he had wasted his good years in vain. According to Tang Zhen's request, the residents began to cultivate. The entire process fell into Tang Zhen's surveillance. After a batch of residents finished cultivating, the next batch would be replaced very quickly. Tang Zhen not only observed the residents' cultivation, but also asked them to communicate with the tree of laws. Tang Zhen only stopped his observation after spending a full 3 days. He already had a corresponding plan in his heart. In the past few days, the construction of the city square had been in progress. Under Tang Zhen's supervision, the captured cultivators didn't dare to be lazy. They had already completed the construction of the square according to Tang Zhen's requirements. The shape of the square was a little strange. The original mountain peak was preserved, but the peak was surrounded by pieces of giant stones. It was supported by giant stone pillars, forming a huge floating square. After some serious treatment, it became even more smooth and beautiful, and immediately became the most eye-catching existence in the giant city. After the foundation was completed, Tang Zhen gave another order and began to inscribe an array on the floating square. Tang Zhen personally took charge while the captured cultivators were in charge of inscribing the mysterious runes. The originally simple floating square had become even more mysterious and solemn due to the existence of the runic magic circle. Upon seeing this scene, the residents of the giant city became more and more expectant, hoping to have the opportunity to go up and take a look. The city lord had followed the entire process and witnessed the construction of this special square. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He wasn't clear about the specific use of this floating square, but he knew that it was definitely an amazing thing. After the construction was completed, the residents of the giant city would also benefit. With Tang Zhen in command and a large group of top-grade cultivators taking action, the construction speed was naturally shockingly fast. In just 3 days, this wondrous floating square had been officially completed. The moment it was completed, runes began to flow across the entire square, and a huge cyclone formed in the sky. Under the influence of the runic magic circle, the huge disc formed by the colorful clouds kept spinning around the floating square. At the same time, chaotic energy could be seen falling onto the square like raindrops and snowflakes. The floating square, which was covered with all kinds of mysterious patterns and constantly flashed with light, looked like a fairyland surrounded by clouds. One did not need to think to know that cultivating in such a special environment would definitely obtain higher efficiency. Chapter 3300 Cultivation in the entire city. On the day of the completion of the floating square, the city lord gave the order for the entire city to celebrate. The residents responded enthusiastically, and the sound of singing and dancing was endless. Regardless of the purpose of this floating square, it at least looked magnificent. With the existence of such a building, the entire city was added with a lot of color. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely be amazed, and the residents of the giant city would also feel proud. The special world environment made the residents treat the mega city as their home, and they truly shared honor and disgrace together. After the celebration ended, the residents received orders to gather in the floating square in batches. Some of the residents tried to fly to the square, but they found that they couldn't. This was because there was an invisible force field in the sky that protected the floating square. Once someone got close, they would be directly bounced away. Helplessly, he could only follow the steps and quickly climb up, like an ant. Climbing a tree. Although the stairway to heaven was tall and steep, it was not particularly difficult for the residents of the giant city. This kind of climbing could even be regarded as a special cultivation. If one couldn't even climb the stairs, what qualifications did they have to come into contact with higher levels? When they gathered on the floating square and looked down at their surroundings, the entire giant city was at their feet. The extremely dense chaotic energy gave people a special feeling, but they didn't know whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable. Due to the influence of the runic magic circle, the floating square was completely different from the other areas. The concentration of chaotic energy had long since exceeded the requirements for cultivation, and it was more than 10 times more. Even if cultivators were to open their stomachs and absorb it with all their might, there would definitely not be a situation of energy deficiency. If one understood Tang Zhen's plan, they would know that this chaotic energy was indeed for the residents to desperately absorb. This kind of forceful infusion was different from the method of nurturing foie gras, because the benefits would be left behind by the cultivators, while the harmful things would be taken away by the tree of rules. In this regard alone, the tree of rules was a divine tool for cultivation, and no elixir could compare to it. In order to allow the residents to absorb the chaotic energy to their heart's content, Tang Zhen had created a special cultivation technique by imitating the divine beast by and. After cultivating this technique, the cultivator would be able to devour chaotic energy crazily, and then refine and absorb it. This set of cultivation method had perfectly resolved Tang Zhen's request. Of course, there were also drawbacks. To cultivate this technique, one must have a very strong physical body. Otherwise, in just a few breaths, his body would explode and he would die. When he cultivated, he would also have an exaggerated big belly, which looked like an extra large toad. Although the cultivators in this world mainly cultivated their physical bodies, they still couldn't bear the side effects of cultivation techniques. Fortunately, the runic magic circle in the floating square could perfectly counter this drawback and protect the physical bodies of the cultivators from exploding. One could be as open-minded as possible when cultivating in the floating square, but one couldn't do so outside. Of course, other than the floating square, one could not find such a cultivation environment outside. Tang Zhen's cultivation method only existed to match with a special environment. It was impossible to cultivate it in other places. In the center of the floating square was the sapling of the tree of rules. The entire square was built around it. When a cultivator cultivated, the tentacles of the tree of rules would automatically drill into the cultivator's body. The impurities accumulated during cultivation were the most beloved nutrients of the tree of rules, and they would be collected without leaving anything behind. When the cultivation ended, the cultivator would obtain the beneficial essence. The harvest of one cultivation was comparable to 100 ordinary cultivation. The cultivation method was taught to the city's residents because this kind of cultivation method required a balance between work and rest, and it had to be postponed for a period of time after each cultivation. As such, they used a rotation system to maintain a steady stream of cultivators, not allowing the floating square to be idle. Residents couldn't cultivate for a long time, but the tree of rules had no problem. This kind of existence was a bottomless pit, and there would never be the problem of overnutrition. Following Tang Zhen's instructions, the residents searched for the area where the runes were carved and sat cross-legged in the center of the runic magic circle. The moment he entered the array, he felt a sense of oppression and a subtle feeling. It was as if his body had reached its limit and was about to transcend mortality and become a saint. Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded just as the residents were quietly shocked. It continued to reverberate in the air above the plaza. He was imparting a cultivation technique, teaching the residents how to cultivate. There's a divine beast named Bai, and it swallows all things without leaking, all because there's a heaven and earth Bai, and in its stomach. For some unknown reason, even the most stupid of them could immediately understand the essence of the cultivation technique after listening to the explanation. After listening to it once, they would subconsciously follow the guidance of the cultivation technique and concentrate on cultivating. It didn't take long for the residents to absorb the falling chaotic energy. The apparitions of divine beasts appeared above the heads of the residents, and they became clearer and clearer. The larger the size of the divine beast phantom, the faster it devoured. The bellies of the cultivation residents also began to slowly expand. An extremely strange fragrance slowly filled the air and gradually spread throughout the entire city. Soon, the fragrance left the city and spread into the wilderness, attracting the wandering monsters. The monsters' eyes were bloodshot. They could not resist the temptation of the fragrance at all, and they kept running toward the giant city. This abnormal scene immediately triggered the alarm, and the cultivators guarding the city quickly entered battle mode. The moment the monster approached the city, the rune eggs floating in the sky suddenly cracked. The formation spirits, whose bodies were riddled with holes and filled with chaotic energy, flew straight toward the monsters near the giant city. In the blink of an eye, the formation spirit devoured those monsters and then flew back into the air. The black mist gathered and condensed, enveloping the formation spirit and once again entering a state of breeding. As soon as the monster approached, the rune eggs suspended in the air would immediately attack. No matter if it was in the sky or underground, the monsters could not get close to the giant city. The defense was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. During the entire process, there was no need for a cultivator to do anything. The cultivators then realized that Tang Zhen did not simply repair the runic magic circle, but had really carried out a transformation and upgrade. The runic magic circle, which had only been used for protection, now had the ability to attack on its own and could even provide all-round protection. Compared to the original defensive magic circle, the power of the upgraded runic magic circle was more than doubled. Seeing this, the cultivators guarding the city cheered. With this runic magic circle, the cultivators no longer needed to personally go into battle and engage in a life and death battle with those monsters. Even if they were to encounter a monster attack, the pressure would be greatly reduced when they had to step onto the battlefield. This was because the main force of the city defense would be the runic magic circle, and the cultivators would only provide support. When this news spread, the residents of the giant city became more and more excited. They always had a feeling that the bitter end was over. When he looked at the floating square, his eyes became more and more respectful. The city lord and the other high-level cultivators also knew the detailed information, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. They were observing in the dark and continuously raising Tang Zhen's status. They felt that he was definitely an extraordinary expert. In the end, he discovered that his knowledge was still shallow and he had underestimated Tang Zhen's methods and ability. While he secretly rejoiced, he also felt a sense of panic and worry. They were afraid that Tang Zhen's sudden departure would cause the residents of the giant city, who had fallen into beautiful expectations, to suffer an unbearable heavy blow. Chapter 3301 a rare opportunity one compared to the indifferently indifferent attitude of the one who gave it. The one who received it was worried about the gains and losses, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In other words, when faced with unexpected benefits, they were unable to maintain a stable state of mind and were constantly in a state of uncertainty. This was true for all mortals and cultivators. Tang Zhen was naturally able to understand the feelings of the residents of the huge city. However, he would definitely not make any guarantees. It was actually a good thing to let these natives worry about their gains and losses and maintain a humble and cautious attitude. He had been to too many worlds and had seen too many forces get carried away by their pride and eventually walk towards their graves of destruction. That was why he warned the cultivators of Lu Cheng to always be respectful and work hard. Of course, Tang Zhen's serious vigilance was only instilled into his subordinates. It had nothing to do with others. The nameless city in front of him was the same. Although the existence of this city did not have much to do with Tang Zhen, he still did not wish for the place that he had managed and built to turn into ruins in a short period of time. It would be worth it to exist for a longer period of time. However, everything had to be reincarnated, and survival and destruction were one of the most basic rules. It was not an easy thing to be able to rise and fall, and then fall again. Most of the food was the same as ordinary life, from weak to strong, and from strong to weak. Even though this world was special, there were no exceptions. At this moment, 10,000 people were cultivating in the floating square at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. The seven-colored cloud disk above the square spun even faster, and chaotic energy dripped down like a storm. The residents all sighed. After living here for thousands of years, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. The chaotic energy did not stay for long before it was absorbed by the huge phantoms, forming small cyclones. The residents of the giant city, who were immersed in their cultivation, did not know about the changes in their bodies. Their cultivation and strength were improving at an unbelievable speed. Seeing this scene, Giant City Master's face was filled with excitement and joy, and his heart was filled with unspeakable emotions. If all the residents in the city could practice diligently and persevere, the strength of the nameless city would become stronger and stronger. When that day came, the city would be able to expand again to accommodate more residents. When that time came, the giant city would have a name and would not need to lower its presence like now. In order to avoid being noticed by various existences, the giant city had not been named for thousands of years. In this world, the scale of a city was related to one's strength. The larger the area of a city, the stronger its combat power. Of course, the enemies it faced might be more powerful. Every intelligent race fought for precious living space by building cities. The stronger one's strength was, the larger the living space and the larger the city would be. The seemingly cruel rule of survival was a universal truth, and it was very similar to the cultivators in Lushang. After seeing the benefits, the cultivators of the huge city who were watching from the side also took the opportunity to cultivate. Originally, they had the advantage of cultivation and could have a place, but now they felt heavy pressure. If the residents of the giant city maintained this cultivation speed, it might not take long for them to catch up and crush them. This was both a good and a bad thing. The key was how one thought about it and how one did it. If they were just jealous and worried that someone would steal their position, that would naturally be a bad thing. However, if he could take the opportunity to improve his cultivation and maintain his original advantage, it would definitely be a great thing. While the cultivators were cultivating, the tree of rules in the center of the floating square had already undergone a huge change. The slender roots continued to fly out and land on the cultivating residents. The harmful substances that the cultivators couldn't discover but really existed began to be devoured by the tree of rules. Perhaps it was because it had devoured too many, but the tree of rules kept shaking as if it was being blown by a storm. Tang Zhen, who had been monitoring the tree of rules, naturally discovered this situation, but he did not interfere. Without experiencing wind and rain, how could it grow strong and healthy? This was true for a real tree, and the same was true for the tree of rules. If it couldn't even withstand such a small scene, then this tree of laws was nothing more than this. It wasn't worth too much investment. As the cultivator's strength continued to increase, the scale and scene of refinement would become bigger and bigger in the future. This was just the beginning. This was only the appetizer. The real feast was yet to come, and it was guaranteed that the tree of rules would be able to eat non-stop. If he didn't do this, it would be impossible for the tree of rules to grow as fast as Tang Zhen had expected. In fact, Tang Zhen had already discovered that in the process of rapidly absorbing energy, the tree of laws had already undergone subtle changes. Perhaps this change was the beginning of growth. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry for results. Instead, he had sufficient patience and was able to quietly wait for the harvest to descend. To powerful cultivators, time was a very cheap thing and would never be associated with the decline of life. They all had enough time to wait for something to be done. They wouldn't interfere too much, but would guard in the dark. When the cultivators who were captured by Tang Zhen saw the magical scene in the floating square, their hearts were filled with unspeakable surprise. Everything that Tang Zhen had displayed had already exceeded the imagination of the cultivators. They were even more certain that he was a true expert. Originally, when they were captured by Tang Zhen, the cultivators still had depression and panic in their hearts. But now, they no longer thought so. It seemed to be very unlucky, but in fact, it was a blessing in disguise. If he could seize the opportunity and obtain Tang Zhen's recognition, it would definitely be a good thing for him to reach the heavens in a single step. Even though they had previously expressed their support for Patriarch Mang Mountain, that was only to scare people. Only the cultivators themselves knew the real situation. The relationship between them and Patriarch Mangshan was actually the most ordinary business relationship, and the one they were dealing with was the subordinate of the Patriarch. Perhaps, even now, Patriarch Mangshan might not even know of their existence. Even if he did, he would not have come to their rescue. However, if he could pay a satisfactory price, he could consider it. As for the matter of the life jade, it wasn't false, but he had to pay a price for it. The price of each life jade was very high, but many cultivators had to pay. It was to prevent any accidents from happening in death. After being reborn, they would be protected by experts and would not be chased by enemies. By making and collecting name tags, not only could he make a fortune, but he could also win over a large number of idle cultivators and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them to help him do all kinds of things. This kind of business could be said to be a sure win. Although the business was good, he needed to have enough strength to run it. If something really happened, he had to control the situation. If they encountered a powerful figure and couldn't solve the problem, then they would lose face. Fortunately, Patriarch Mangshan had only promised to protect him for a period of time, but he would definitely not help him take revenge. Under normal circumstances, most of the enemies would not continue to pursue him because they were intimidated by his strength. After all, if he did that, he would have to fight with Patriarch Mangshan, which was not worth it. The cultivators had already realized that Tang Zhen must have come from the outside world and knew very little about the situation in this world. In this special period, powerful and knowledgeable subordinates like them would be very important. This was a rare opportunity that he could not miss. The cultivators worked harder and harder. Through this method, they expressed their intention to join Tang Zhen and hoped to get his acceptance. If Tang Zhen was willing, he would naturally accept them. Tang Zhen saw the performance of these cultivators and coincidentally had a task for them to do. Chapter 3302 Demon Breeding Farm. Following Tang Zhen's call, a group of cultivators gathered with anticipation on their faces. The performance of their hard work was in the hope that Tang Zhen would see them and keep them by his side to listen to his orders. It was impossible to reach the heavens in a single step and directly become Tang Zhen's trusted aide. That was simply a fool's dream. However, as long as he worked hard, the future might not be impossible. Now that he had his wish fulfilled, he had the chance to achieve his dream. How could he not be happy? What instructions do you have for summoning us? The cultivator in the lead had the strength of a one-star divine general and was usually the leader of a group of cultivators. His attitude was extremely respectful, and so were the other cultivators, as if they were a group of docile sheep. Since you're good at rearing monsters, go out and take a walk. Help me bring back more monsters. I also want to try and see what I can get after taming a monster. This mission was somewhat unreasonable. How could a powerhouse like Tang Zhen lower himself to breed monsters? However, when he thought about Tang Zhen's identity, he felt that it was only natural. As an expert from the outside world, it was very normal for him to study the breeding of monsters. In fact, many powerhouses would participate in the training of monsters, but they would leave it to their subordinates. They would look for a place to tame monsters, allowing them to run wild and feed on everything. The area where the megacity was located was actually a breeding area, which belonged to this group of cultivators. Their strength was still acceptable. In addition, this area was relatively remote and barren, so the true experts simply didn't take them seriously. That was why they were allowed to do as they pleased. In the end, they met Tang Zhen, who happened to pass by and subdued their entire group. Now that Tang Zhen wanted to do the same thing, the cultivators felt that it was natural and immediately expressed that they would do their best to complete the task. However, how would they know that Tang Zhen's method of raising and training was completely different from what these cultivators imagined? Tang Zhen didn't need to explain the specific difference. After receiving the order, the cultivators immediately dispersed and went to the wilderness to gather the monsters. At this moment, the cultivators could have taken the opportunity to escape, but none of them did so. Since Tang Zhen dared to let them carry out the mission, he would definitely be on guard. The cultivators simply didn't have the courage to gamble. Moreover, this kind of opportunity to curry favor with Tang Zhen was simply a dream. How could cultivators easily miss it? Moreover, they had to rely on taming monsters in order to obtain law particles, which they could then exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. In the end, when he encountered Tang Zhen, all the super creatures he had tamed were killed. Not a single one was left. The fear and depression in his heart were simply indescribable. The empty-handed cultivators might as well continue to stay in this territory and follow Tang Zhen to beg for food. They might be able to get more opportunities. After the cultivators left, Tang Zhen also began to take action and prepare to build a special breeding area. At a place not too far from the city, Tang Zhen chose an area and immediately began to transform it. Under normal circumstances, a large space was required to breed monsters. At the same time, there must be enough food. Because monsters did not know how to cultivate, they could only obtain chaotic energy by devouring. Cultivators were the best delicacies in their eyes. However, Tang Zhen was prepared to rear them. This would save a lot of time and also avoid all kinds of trouble when raising them. Coupled with the runic magic circle and Tang Zhen's various methods, the effect might not be any worse than rearing them. The residents of the huge city naturally saw Tang Zhen's actions. Their hearts were involuntarily filled with curiosity. They did not understand what Tang Zhen was trying to do. However, from the commotion, they knew that it might not be any worse than the floating plaza. Very quickly, some cultivators discovered that the nearby mountain peaks had been tidied up by Tang Zhen and were engraved with mysterious runes that no one could understand. The vast plain in front of the giant city had been completely surrounded by Tang Zhen. The area was hundreds of square kilometers. With a dazzling operation, runestone tablets flew down in all directions and stabbed straight into the soil. Soon, countless runes flashed. This huge plain gave people a feeling of being separated from this world. At the same time, in the sky, 9 huge runic rings slowly rotated, continuously gathering chaotic energy. This miraculous scene could be seen from an extremely far distance, making people feel that it was extremely spectacular. However, until now, no one was able to understand what Tang Zhen was doing. Just as everyone was guessing, they saw a group of dark figures appear in the distance. A group of monsters. The cultivators were all too familiar with such a scene. Sometimes, they would encounter it more than a dozen times a day. Fortunately, such a situation would not pose much of a threat, and the cultivators guarding the city could easily deal with it. Very quickly, the residents discovered that these groups of monsters had actually been driven over by people. Looking at the cultivators that were being driven away, they were clearly the ones that were captured by Tang Zhen and used to secretly control the beast tide. Bastards, what are they doing? Some of the residents did not understand the situation and immediately cursed out loud. There was a trace of hatred in their eyes. Because of these cultivators, many residents of the giant city had died at the mouth of the monsters, so they naturally hated them. Don't talk nonsense. A resident immediately spoke out to stop him. He guessed that the other party's actions must have been incited by Tang Zhen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing even if they had a few more guts. That was simply seeking their own death. Sure enough, the next moment, the city lord's order was issued. All the residents were not allowed to act rashly. At the same time, he revealed that Tang Zhen was preparing to domesticate the monster. By doing so, he could kill two birds with one stone. He could obtain rule particles, reduce the threat of monsters to the giant city, and give the residents the opportunity to fight. The residents were confused by the city lord's explanation. They didn't understand what an opportunity for actual combat meant. Could it be that they had to command the monsters to continue attacking the city, and the residents would take the opportunity to practice? It was just that such battles had been going on for thousands of years, and the residents had long been tired of it. Moreover, this kind of practice was definitely not a game, where one would lose their life if they were not careful. For thousands of years, who knew how many residents of the giant city had lost their lives protecting the city? Although they hated war, the residents really had no choice in order to survive. Under countless gazes, the group of monsters continued to approach the city and enter the breeding base built by Tang. If it was in the past, these monsters would have rushed toward the giant city after entering the plains. In the process of approaching, the cultivators would use all kinds of weapons to block or kill the monsters and demons. If they really couldn't stop them, they would let the monsters get close to the city wall and then intercept them again. What's wrong with these monsters? They seem to be lost. On the 100-meter high city wall, a resident who was guarding the city said loudly, his face full of doubt. There was no need for him to remind them. The residents had already seen that the state of those monsters and demons was indeed abnormal. After entering the plain, they wandered around as if they had lost their way. However, the residents could see clearly that there were only scattered monster bones on the plain, and there was almost nothing to cover them. In such a wide field of vision, it was hard to explain why the monster would lose its way. Although they were filled with doubts, it was a pity that no one could answer their questions at this time. Perhaps they could only understand what was going on after entering it, but no one dared to try. After witnessing Tang Zhen's methods, no one would dare to easily court death. In the following time, more and more monsters appeared, and they were all driven into the plains by the cultivators. The reason why they were able to find so many monsters so quickly was actually related to the floating square. When the residents were cultivating, they would release a strange fragrance that would attract monsters and demons. Unknowingly, the number of monsters and magical beasts had increased, and it was enough to pose a threat to the city. Just as the cultivators were getting more and more nervous, Tang Zhen suddenly appeared on the city wall and arranged a new task for the residents. Chapter 3303-3303, The City's Residents, Opportunity 1. At this moment, Tang Zhen was being watched by many eyes. Their eyes were filled with probing. All the residents wanted to know what Tang Zhen's motive was. Tang Zhen did not explain. Instead, he observed his surroundings and randomly pointed at a resident who was guarding the city. Everyone saw a beam of light appear on Tang Zhen's fingertip before it flew into the resident's body. The other party was slightly stunned at first, then revealed a look of enlightenment. Do you understand? Tang Zhen's voice sounded. That resident hurriedly nodded his head as an excited expression appeared on his face. Then you should start cultivating now. If you perform well, you will definitely be rewarded. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's promise, the resident immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground and muttered something. Looking at his appearance, he should be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique, but he didn't know why he was reciting it. The other residents were curious, but they didn't know what was going on. At this moment, the top of the city wall was completely silent. Everyone was looking at the cultivator. They all wanted to know what would happen next. The answer was soon revealed. Not long after, white light started to flash continuously from the resident's body. In the blink of an eye, a ray of light left the resident's body and rushed toward the runic ring that was spinning in the air. Just as everyone was surprised, another ray of light was cast from the ring in the sky to the ground. To everyone's surprise, a figure that was exactly the same as the residents appeared in front of those demons and monsters. What's going on? What? A resident exclaimed and turned to look at the resident beside him, only to see him still sitting cross-legged. This is the soul leaving the body and then reforming the body through chaotic energy. It's equivalent to an avatar. Tang Zhen's voice sounded and answered the residents' doubts. These monsters and magical beasts are attacking the city because in their eyes, you are all elixirs that can help them advance. The stronger a cultivator was, the more attractive they were to monsters. Monsters that devoured cultivators could indeed increase their level and gradually become stronger. The cultivation technique that I'm going to teach you will allow your souls to leave your bodies. At the same time, under the effect of the runic magic circle, your souls will be able to reform into a special body. You can control this body from a distance to fight monsters. Not only can you accumulate experience in hunting monsters, but you can also improve your own strength. The monsters can also hunt you down and devour your body, absorbing your chaotic energy at the same time. You will become stronger and stronger, and the monsters will also become stronger. This way, you can grow together. As Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he looked at the cultivators who were filled with anticipation and revealed a faint smile. This is my breeding method. You can gain battle experience, and monsters can grow food. Even if you're devoured by monsters in battle, it won't cause much damage to your soul, and you can quickly recover through cultivation. This kind of tempering will be very helpful in improving the strength of your soul. It can also be considered as making up for the shortcomings of cultivating the physical body. I'll give generous rewards to those who perform well, and you'll definitely be extremely satisfied. After Tang Zhen said this, he waved his hand once again and a huge stone tablet appeared on the city wall. When the residents touched the stone tablet with their mental power, they would immediately enter the illusory space, and all kinds of content would appear in their minds. Killing monsters of different levels would give different points, and after a certain number of points, one would be awarded a medal. These points were very useful. They could be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources. Any item that the residents wanted could be successfully exchanged. After understanding the specific situation, the residents became dizzy. They did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. Because of the shortage of heaven and earth energy, it was quite difficult to obtain natural resources in this world, and the number of natural treasures was even rarer. Fortunately, the area of this world was large enough to make up for the disadvantage of the scarcity, but the process of obtaining it became very difficult. However, the reward provided by Tang Zhen had given the residents of the giant city an opportunity to obtain the cultivation resources they needed. Many of the residents of the giant city were very old, but their strength was very low. The main reason was the lack of cultivation materials. If cultivators wanted to achieve success, they could not lack money, dharma, and land. However, the residents of the city lacked the most important cultivation resources. At this moment, the residents of the giant city only had one thing on their minds, which was to kill monsters and demons and then get an attractive reward. Your Excellency, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How I can obtain a cultivation technique? A cultivator asked loudly, his tone filled with excitement. There are corresponding options on the stone tablet. As long as you agree, the cultivation technique will be automatically transferred to you. After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, how could the residents still hesitate? They fought to be the first to start learning the cultivation method. The cultivation of the cultivation technique was not complicated. In addition, the residents all had a cultivation foundation, so it was very easy to master it. It didn't take long for figures to appear on the huge plain. The residents felt strange and curious about the body condensed from chaotic energy. After all, it was a feeling that they had never experienced before. Soon, their eyes lit up and they stared at the monsters and demons as if they were looking at a moving gold mine. As long as they killed monsters and demons, they would be able to obtain generous rewards. When they accumulated enough points, they could even obtain the divine weapon they had been dreaming of. It was like picking up money. There was no such good thing usually. The citizens of the giant city had never been so fired up and eager to fight. They roared and waved their fists at the demons and monsters, trying to kill them. The group of monsters and demons also discovered the residents, and their eyes flashed with greed. It was like the most delicious food in the world, falling in front of him in piles, as if he could swallow it in one bite. Without waiting for the residents to attack, they took the initiative to rush up, looking impatient. The battle between the two sides had begun in the blink of an eye. It could be said to be extremely tragic. The residents who were full of ambition and pride were quickly killed. The monsters and demons let out excited roars. The residents on the city wall opened their eyes one after another, their faces filled with annoyance. They felt that they were so useless. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from the monster. If it wasn't for the huge city walls and the unity of the residents, it would have been impossible to defeat these terrifying monsters and ensure the city's survival for thousands of years. After realizing the gap between them, the residents did not suffer a blow. Instead, they became more and more motivated. They knew very well that in order to kill the monsters, they had to have excellent weapons and equipment and then learn how to cooperate tactically. It was definitely not like what had happened just now, where they had charged forward like a swarm of bees, only to be killed by the monsters easily. Realizing this, the residents once again entered the breeding ground and began to fight with the monsters and demons. More and more residents of the giant city heard about this and couldn't wait to participate. In fact, there was no need to be on the top of the city wall. They could still participate in the hunting in the city, but it was more ritualistic on the top of the city wall. The number of residents participating in the battle increased, and the number of monsters also increased. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Under the continuous sacrifice of the residents, monsters were quickly killed, and the residents finally had points to buy weapons and armor. As their strength increased, the battles became more and more exciting and brutal, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Chapter 3304 Tang Zhen Scheme 1. The residents on top of the city walls were watching the battle on the plains. Groups of figures condensed from chaotic energy were working together to kill the demons and monsters. Compared to these fierce monsters, the residents were obviously at a disadvantage. From time to time, they would be swallowed in one bite. However, it didn't take long before the eliminated residents reappeared and attacked the monsters with ferocious expressions. The demons and monsters were not to be outdone. They kept devouring the cultivators, and the chaotic energy in their bodies accumulated. After absorbing the chaotic energy, the fiend's body continued to expand, and its temperament became more violent and crazy. The battle between the two sides was simply earth-shattering. It made people's blood boil. The stone tablet on top of the city wall would occasionally flash a name, indicating that someone had successfully killed a monster. The ranking on the stone tablet had become the symbol of honor that the residents cared about the most. They all wanted their names to appear on it and stay there for a long time. However, as time passed, the cultivators and monsters became stronger and stronger. It was quite difficult to leave their names on the stone tablet. The residents of the giant city were extremely excited. They had lived for so many years, but they had never been as happy as they were now. They could cultivate in the city and kill monsters outside the city. There were rewards for the fun battles. All cultivators who cultivated their physical bodies were addicted to this kind of crazy and brutal fighting. The bloody smell of fists hitting flesh made them even more excited. In the past, when they were defending the city, unless the monsters rushed up the city walls, there was no chance to fight at close range. Moreover, it was easy to lose one's life in such a brutal battle. However, things were different now. Cultivators could use this method to hone their combat skills to their heart's content. Death also meant an increase in experience. If one died tens or hundreds of times, they would become an experienced old fox. In the future, when he participated in actual combat and fought with monsters and demons, he would definitely have more powerful killing power. The most important point was that this method of killing monsters could really be exchanged for what he wanted. In a short period of time, several outstanding residents of the giant city had already exchanged for the panaceas they dreamed of. The residents of the giant city who had seen it with their own eyes immediately spread the news, and soon, all the residents of the giant city knew about it. They shared the good news with their friends and family excitedly before participating in cultivation and hunting together. The originally lifeless giant city had already entered a boiling state because of Tang Zhen's operation. Every resident of the megacity had a goal to work towards, and they had endless motivation. The changes in all aspects had already met Tang Zhen's expectations. Moreover, the future would be even better. Using divine source to materialize the reward items would not cause much loss to Tang Zhen. It was not even worth mentioning when compared to the daily output. However, he could use this method to mobilize the enthusiasm of the residents of the giant city so that they could actively cultivate and kill monsters and demons. Regardless of whether it was the growth of the tree of rules or the cultivation of monsters and demons, they had all entered a high-speed development mode under Tang Zhen's deliberate guidance. This was all that he could do. As to how much he could improve, Tang Zhen was not clear at all. He was new to this place, and his understanding of this world was based on hearsay. The information provided by the Lord of Fate was incomplete, and the captive cultivators had no access to the real secrets because of their levels. If Tang Zhen wanted to understand the true secret of this world, he had to come into contact with cultivators of a higher level. That forefather Lingshan was the best target. However, the megacity's operation had just begun. It was certainly impossible for Tang Zhen to leave now to avoid problems that the cultivators of the megacity couldn't handle. In fact, there were many things that didn't need to be rushed. The right way was to take things step by step. The captive cultivators who were responsible for driving the monsters away were summoned by Tang Zhen. After praising them, they gave each of them a reward. The cultivators were incomparably excited. Compared to the rewards they received, they were more concerned about Tang Zhen's attitude. This meant that from today onwards, they had been accepted by Tang Zhen and could consider themselves as his subordinates. Only cultivators who were close to him could directly accept Tang Zhen's orders and not pass it through others. Such an increase in status was indeed more tempting than material rewards. Of course, the reward given by Tang Zhen also made the cultivators feel excited. It was a treasure that they had been dreaming of. The cultivators originally thought that they would need to work hard for many years to obtain it, but they did not expect it to be given out as a reward by Tang Zhen. Such a generous reward made the cultivators secretly sigh and realize the gap between the two sides. They marveled at Tang Zhen's means and envied Tang Zhen's generosity. In order to obtain rule particles, he dared to invest regardless of the cost. Compared to Tang Zhen's method, their previous method of raising livestock simply did not contain the slightest bit of skill. They were like a group of cowherd boys, working hard to raise the cattle, but how could they compare to the scale and output of a farm? The cultivators were also filled with anticipation towards Tang Zhen's method. They really wanted to see what kind of harvest they would get in the end. Tang Zhen's encouragement and acceptance had a clear effect. The cultivators became full of motivation. All the monsters and demons within tens of thousands of miles were unlucky and became the targets of the cultivators. While everyone was actively taking action, Tang Zhen was quietly hiding in the dark and began to control the situation in the dark. He had already planned out the path. As long as he followed this model, it would definitely be a win-win situation. In the process of observing and monitoring, Tang Zhen still had to continue tempering the law crystals to speed up the construction of the divine ring. At the same time, he had to produce powerful law divine talismans. It could be used as a means of attack once it encountered an enemy. In this special world, the rule weapons from the Yulin divine world would definitely be able to burst out with considerable power. Tang Zhen would definitely not forget that there was still a life and death enemy of his in this world. On the surface, Divine General Yaowen was the enemy, but his accomplices in the dark were all enemies that Tang Zhen had to face. Tang Zhen, who had participated in the War Zone Promotion War that year, had an exceptional performance and offended many high-level divine generals. Perhaps at this very moment, they were all in this world, seeking the opportunity to become gods. At any time, the two sides might meet, and a life and death battle might break out. Tang Zhen had headed to this world with the hope of seizing the opportunity to kill his enemy before he became a god king. Although it was extremely difficult to become a god king, Tang Zhen could not ignore the slightest possibility. Compared to the enemies that he had formed an alliance with, Tang Zhen was definitely at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep a low profile. Developing at the edge of the area also had this consideration. It was to be able to gain a firm foothold and gather information before taking further action. It was not to enter the core without knowing anything, only to be discovered by the enemy hiding in the dark. At that time, the enemy would be in the dark while he was in the light. The one who would suffer would definitely be Tang Zhen. It could be said that the current Tang Zhen was currently facing a huge crisis. Once it erupted, it would be a life and death battle. As time passed, Tang Zhen had already started to construct his 4-star divine ring. Compared to the construction of the first 3 stars, the construction of the 4-star divine ring was obviously more difficult and time-consuming. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult for Tang Zhen. He could easily cross it. Although Tang Zhen had the advantage of a higher level, the steps of cultivation could not be lacking. The only difference was that there was no bottleneck. With Tang Zhen's strength and knowledge, he could easily solve all problems. Naturally, he would not be troubled by a bottleneck. It was just that the higher the level, the more complicated the construction of the high-level divine ring would be, and the more time it would take. No matter how powerful Tang Zhen was, it was impossible for him to simplify the speed of the divine ring's construction. The time needed to be consumed couldn't be any less. This was also the reason to keep a low profile. Before he had enough combat power, he should try his best not to cause trouble. Of course, this kind of low-key forbearance did not mean that he was timid. If there was anyone who dared to provoke Tang Zhen, he would definitely not be polite and would definitely launch an incomparably sharp counterattack. Chapter 3305 The Covetous Eyes of a Thief. One recently, the residents of the giant city had been busy all day long, but their lives were very fulfilling. There were also many residents who felt a sense of security increase rapidly. His own strength was constantly increasing, and the protective array above his head was the main reason for his sense of security. Under Tang Zhen's control, the city's protective array had been completely repaired. It was no longer as broken as it was before. The large and small eggs floating above the city became a scene of the city. As long as one raised their head, they would be able to see them clearly. Compared to the chaos in the past, the rune egg was now translucent. One could vaguely see a ferocious figure inside. It was really an array spirit in a nurturing state. Its terrifying form and aura made people feel waves of fear. Fortunately, all the residents of the giant city knew that the existence of these array spirits was to protect the city from invasion. After the initial fear, they slowly became accustomed to it, even observing and recording it at any time, and even giving these formation spirits different names. These array spirits also had intelligence, and whenever they heard someone shouting, they would more or less respond. The current formation spirit was like a newborn baby with intelligence, in a state of confusion. The change in mentality made the city more lively. Right now, all the residents were working hard for one thing, and that was to constantly improve their own cultivation base and strength. Cultivating in the floating square in the city and hunting monsters on the plains outside the city would definitely not waste any time. Every true hardworking person could see the changes in their own strength and also the improvement in their strength. This made them happy. After all, the increase in strength meant that their safety was guaranteed. The most important point was that he could use points to exchange for items and get what he dreamed of. In this world where resources were scarce, it was simply inconceivable to obtain the items he wanted so easily. Because of this reason, Tang Zhen's reputation became extremely high. Even the city lord could not compare. The city lord was a little helpless in this situation, but that was all. He was worried that Tang Zhen would seize power and take the city for himself. Such a small thought had long been dispelled. This was because he was all too clear how easy it would be for Tang Zhen to destroy the huge city with the powerful strength that he had displayed. Tang Zhen didn't do this because there was no need, or rather, he simply didn't think it was worth it. However, in order to appease the city lord, Tang Zhen still summoned the city lord and told him not to worry too much. He was just a passerby and would leave sooner or later. He would never fight for control of the city. After obtaining Tang Zhen's promise, the city lord's heart was greatly at ease. He no longer dared to let his imagination run wild. He was afraid that he would anger Tang Zhen and turn a good thing into a bad thing. Putting aside everything else, the favor that Tang Zhen had given them had already reached a level that the residents of the giant city could not afford to repay. Under such circumstances, if Tang Zhen wanted to become the city lord, he would definitely obtain the support of the vast majority of the residents. The remaining few would also yield to violence. In this world, the strong were respected. The city lord was the strongest, and because of his family's inheritance, he took on the position of city lord. With Tang Zhen's strength, it would definitely be an extremely easy matter to replace him. If the city master did not agree, Tang Zhen had a way to solve it. He only needed to take the other party into his god nation and turn him into a cultivator. At that time, his life and death would be in Tang Zhen's hands, and he would have no choice but to obey his orders. Everything was operating normally. As long as he had time, he would definitely have rich gains. Who would have thought that an outsider would discover the abnormality of the giant city and spy on it? In the dark, due to the city's isolation, it had never easily accepted foreign cultivators, so the peaking cultivators did not enter the city. However, the news of the abnormality in the giant city spread to a gathering place of cultivators, immediately attracting the attention of some people. Those who were most interested in the rumors were the bandits who often robbed. In this world, there were also cultivators who participated in plundering, and their style of doing things was rampant and cruel. When the cultivators heard about the changes in the giant city, they immediately had evil thoughts. In the eyes of these cultivators, the nameless megacity must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such an obvious change to occur. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress the greed in his heart. They immediately gathered their men and carried out a detailed investigation of the giant city. After confirming the situation, they would definitely launch an attack on the giant city. The city walls that could stop the monsters might not be able to stop these cultivators, especially these evil guys. It didn't take long for more detailed information to arrive, confirming the validity of the previous rumors. This remote and nameless giant city had indeed undergone a great change, both inside and outside the city. Some cultivators secretly guessed that the nameless city might have discovered a prehistoric treasure trove, which was why it suddenly changed. All kinds of changes came from the treasures in the secret treasure. Otherwise, it was impossible for an unknown city to be so rich. Similar incidents had happened in the past, and every lucky person became rich overnight. Soon, news spread that a great treasure had been discovered in this nameless city, and it was now extremely rich. He believed that they must have more treasures in their hands. The greedy cultivators were tempted. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the treasure and be able to get some tempting benefits. This time, there was no need to gather at all. All kinds of cultivators spontaneously went to the nameless city and began to observe outside the city, either openly or secretly. There were many cultivators who didn't even bother to hide their existences and acted unscrupulously. The sudden appearance of the foreign cultivators made the residents of the giant city a little flustered. After all, the other party's behavior was not concealed at all, and their greed and malice were not concealed at all. The residents pondered for a while and knew what was going on. It was obvious that the changes in the city had attracted the attention of these thieves. They were like hungry wolves, sizing up their fat prey and constantly looking for an opportunity to strike. If it was just a pack of wolves, it would not matter. The strong city walls and guards were enough to block them. However, if there were groups of hungry wolves, it would definitely make people feel flustered and even a sense of imminent disaster. The residents who had lived for thousands of years were used to seeing monsters attack cities, but this was the first time they had seen such a situation. It was only natural for him to feel panic. At this critical moment, the city lord suddenly spoke, telling all the residents not to panic. Everything went on as usual, and there was no need to pay attention to these outsiders. They would definitely not pose a threat to the giant city. The city lord definitely did not have such confidence. To make such a promise, it must have come from Tang Zhen's instructions. The originally panicking residents of the giant city immediately calmed down. They were clearly full of confidence in Tang Zhen. In a short period of time, Tang Zhen had established an unshakable prestige and brought strong confidence to the residents of the giant city. This change in attitude was noticed by the cultivators outside the city who were spying on them. They had all kinds of speculations in their hearts. This made them even more certain that the residents of the giant city must have obtained some benefits, which was why they were so fearless. The cultivators who had originally planned to observe the situation had already made up their minds. They definitely couldn't miss this godsend opportunity. The situation after that became a little strange. More and more cultivators gathered outside the city. Each of them looked fierce, as if they could draw their swords and start a war at any time. However, the residents of the city were as usual. They cultivated and killed monsters every day without being affected at all. This kind of indifferent attitude made the cultivators outside the city scratch their heads in confusion and become hesitant. Chapter 3306. A huge trap. More and more cultivators from all over the world gathered outside the giant city, and they had already formed groups. The cultivators who had arrived at the very beginning were all people with evil intentions. They wanted to kill their way into the huge city and plunder it. After he succeeded, he could escape 100,000 miles away and continue to be carefree. In the end, this group of despicable people, for various reasons, did not take action. As the giant city's reputation spread, more and more cultivators came. They all wanted to see what was so special about this giant city. When the cultivators arrived at the city, the first thing they noticed was the huge demon breeding farm outside the city. The extremely brutal battle was soul-stirring, and at the same time, it made people even more confused. The cultivators had never seen such a bizarre scene before. In addition to doubts, they were more confused and curious. They were eager to figure out what the nameless city was doing. Originally, the cultivators had thought that the nameless city would only show its nouveau riche attitude after obtaining the treasure. Both inside and outside the city were filled with runic magic circles, wishing that everyone could see them. However, when they arrived at the city and observed the actual situation, they realized that this was not the case. Even if they discovered an ancient treasure trove, they would at most obtain some material wealth. It was absolutely impossible to obtain a ready-made runic magic circle. In the case of the nameless city, it was obvious that the formation masters had built a special runic magic circle specifically for it. Most of the cultivators did not know much about runic magic circles and could not see the profoundness within. However, there were still some cultivators who could understand the mysteries of the runic magic circle. They were all shocked by what they saw. They secretly guessed that there was a true master behind the nameless city. Even if they weren't in the city, they would still be in contact. Once the mega city was in danger, it was very likely that they would receive the news and even provide assistance to the mega city. Under such circumstances, he absolutely couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would be seeking his own death. Although they were clear about this, they didn't disclose this matter. Instead, they hoped that some fools would test it. It was best to take the initiative to provoke or attack the giant city. Only by doing so could he figure out the situation of the nameless city and then make further plans. Originally, these foreign cultivators had the idea of looting a burning house. Now, their thoughts in this aspect became even stronger. It was just that this bunch of guys were all extremely cunning and would definitely not let him suffer a loss. He also knew that the bird that stood out would be beaten up and might not get any benefits. Cultivators wouldn't easily do such a thing where they would suffer a loss while others took advantage of them. Although no one was willing to take the lead, it didn't mean that the cultivators would give up easily. Once they seized the opportunity, they were bound to launch a fierce attack. They were like a pack of wolves that would not give their prey any chance to catch their breath, turning the giant city into ruins. However, as time passed, the nameless city did not reveal any flaws. At the same time, no cultivators went to provoke it. This kind of unfavorable situation made the cultivators secretly anxious, and they constantly pondered about a way to break out of this situation. Soon, some cultivators gathered to discuss and secretly made up their minds. Then, they quietly began to take action. After a few more days, there was a cloud of dust coming from the end of the earth. Countless monsters were approaching like a wave. Many of these monsters had never been seen before, so they were obviously from other areas. There were even some cultivators who could accurately tell the location of the monsters. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for these monsters to travel thousands of miles and collectively attack the nameless city at the edge. Therefore, the most likely possibility was that someone was deliberately driving the monsters to attack the nameless city. Such a method was not brilliant, but it could verify the strength of the nameless city and cause great trouble for them. Facing such a monster army, even if the city was 10 times larger, it would still have to be vigilant. The cultivators guarding the huge city were well aware of this, but no one interfered. They also wanted to see how the nameless city would deal with a monster attack at this scale. The residents of the giant city also saw the surging tide of monsters, and they knew that a great battle was coming. In the past, whenever this happened, the residents of the giant city would be extremely panicked, as if a great disaster was about to happen. However, this time, the residents of the megacity were very calm and confident. The source of this confidence was naturally related to Tang Zhen. During this period of time, the strength of the residents of the megacity had been constantly improving, reaching a level that was simply unimaginable in the past. The experience of fighting monsters had also increased their courage and ferocity. They were willing to fight with all their might against any enemy. Moreover, there were powerful runic magic circles in the megacity that could protect the city's safety. Until the last moment, it was not the residents' turn to enter the battlefield. The city lord had already gathered the cultivators guarding the city at the top of the city wall, ready to deal with all kinds of changes at any time. The residents knew very well that this sudden wave of monsters was obviously the work of the cultivators outside the city. They knew that there was something wrong with the city, but they did not want to risk it, so they sent these monsters to attack the city. Originally, the city lord's plan was to send people to drive them away, because this group of people had already challenged the dignity of the giant city. However, Tang Zhen did not allow it. Instead, he asked the city lord to remain silent and allow these cultivators to gather arrogantly outside the city. Back then, Tang Zhen had only said one sentence: let them be arrogant for a few days. It won't be long before they regret it. It was because of this sentence that the city lord became extremely excited. This was equivalent to making a promise. When the time was right, Tang Zhen would take action to help deal with it. It was for this reason that the city lord was full of confidence. Even if more and more cultivators gathered outside the city, he could still remain calm. Now that the city was being attacked by monsters, the city lord really wanted to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen how to deal with the crisis. However, on second thought, they had been doing this kind of thing for thousands of years. There was really no need to consult Tang Zhen. If the monsters were to attack the city, they could just defend the city. In short, they could not let the monsters enter the city. If he had to consult Tang Zhen about everything, he would be too useless. If Tang Zhen looked down on him because of this, it would not be worth it. All residents, prepare for battle. The city lord gave the order and looked at the group of monsters that were running toward them. He was prepared to give the enemy a big surprise. The cultivators outside the city were also full of anticipation and wanted to enjoy this wonderful performance. No one would have thought that something strange would happen when the monster was approaching the city. In the process of the monster's charge, its formation was in chaos, as if it had lost its way. This abnormal scene made the cultivators extremely confused, not understanding what was going on. Soon, they realized that the abnormal state of these monsters was most likely affected by the runic magic circle. However, these monsters and demons had not entered the area controlled by the runic magic circle, so how could they be affected by the runic magic circle? The cultivators were full of doubts. They subconsciously looked up at the sky, and then they showed a frightened expression. It turned out that a giant runic magic circle had appeared in the sky at some point in time and was now slowly operating. The entire city and the monsters cultivators outside the city were enveloped in the runic magic circle. Chapter 3307. It's too late for regrets. What's going on? Why are we trapped in the formation? The cultivators were so frightened that they could no longer remain calm. They looked around with panic in their eyes. No wonder those demons and monsters suddenly became so abnormal. It turned out that they were affected by the runic magic circle. The cultivators originally thought that they were just spectators watching the show, or perhaps they were evil wolves spying on them in the dark. Who would have thought that the situation would change far beyond everyone's expectations? In an instant, they had turned from the hunter to the prey. With the appearance of the runic magic circle, both the inside and outside of the giant city were in an uproar. No one could recognize the mysterious runes, but they could feel the power of the runes. When these runes were completed, it seemed as if the entire world around the giant city had been completely suppressed and controlled. He could clearly feel that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly, as if it had become an independent world. There was no way to escape from it. Damn it, what's going on? An enemy cultivator's face twisted as he glared at the nameless city. He wanted to kill his way into the city and kill all its residents to vent his anger. If not for these ants, how could he have fallen into the trap and put himself in danger? However, they had forgotten that if it were not for their greed, they would not have come to the nameless city and would not have fallen into the trap. It could only be said that all disasters were brought upon by oneself and could not be blamed on others. Don't hesitate, run. After realizing the abnormality of the situation, many cultivators made up their minds to escape from this dangerous city. There were also some cultivators who were able to maintain their calm state for the time being and silently observe the operation of the runic magic circle. They had a bigger plan, hoping to overcome the current crisis and obtain greater benefits. The more he analyzed the situation, the more shocked he was. The runic magic circle was a cage, and the longer it was delayed, the stronger the cage would be. Thinking of the possible danger, the cultivators became more and more terrified and began to escape without hesitation. All kinds of ugly expressions were constantly revealed at this moment. At this moment, the cultivators were like trapped beasts, constantly growling ferociously in order to escape from the cage. Damn bastard, let me out immediately. Some cultivators who had failed to escape immediately turned around and rushed back to the giant city, shouting at the cultivators above. In the end, there was no response after shouting for a long time. Furious, the cultivators tried to rush toward the city, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Only then did they realize that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. On the surface, the inside and outside of the giant city were shrouded in runic magic circles, but that was not the case. It turned out that there was a hidden runic magic circle that was specially used to protect the giant city from external attacks. No matter what sound was made by the runic magic circle outside the city, the cultivators in the city would not be able to hear it. It turned out that only the monsters and themselves were imprisoned by the magic circle, not the residents of the giant city. It didn't take long for a thick fog to rise, completely blocking the cultivators' vision. The trapped cultivators felt a deep sense of despair, as if their fate was completely out of control. They became more and more desperate and crazed. They were like headless flies, barging around the area outside the city. The cultivators who were guarding the city witnessed the entire process of the change and were shocked. The hunting ground for monsters and demons had expanded to a large area, so large that it was beyond the imagination of all the residents. The cultivators were surprised and happy, and their eyes became dangerous. If he was right, the cultivators trapped in the runic magic circle had also become hunting targets. As long as he killed these cultivators, the items on their bodies would become his spoils of war. Thinking of this possibility, the residents became more and more excited. The city lord had specially asked Tang Zhen for instructions. After receiving clear instructions, he sent out the notice with an excited expression. From now on, the citizens of the city are free to hunt and kill the enemies trapped in the runic magic circle. After a successful hunt, you can also get points, and the spoils will belong to the individual. When the city lord said this, his expression became extremely excited, revealing an eager look. He also wanted to get involved and get rid of this group of enemies with malicious intentions to vent his anger. Cultivators of his level were no longer allowed to participate in hunting, as that was equivalent to snatching cultivation resources from the weak. Of course, he would not be idle. He would put all his efforts into cultivating the tree of rules, which was the most important thing at the moment. Upon hearing the city lord's instructions, the residents cheered excitedly. This was a good thing that they could not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, with their strength, they were definitely no match for the trapped cultivator. One of them could kill them all. Since the other party dared to snatch the mega city, how could they be weak? However, it was different now. The runic magic circle was like a cage, imprisoning the group of ferocious beasts within. The method of hunting monsters could now be used on these cultivators. By using energy incarnation, one would not suffer any damage, but instead, one could wear down the other party. Upon receiving the order, the residents of the giant city became as fierce as wolves and tigers, fighting to be the first to manifest their energy clones. The runic magic circle in the sky started to spin rapidly, and rays of light fell from the sky. After these rays of light landed on the ground, they immediately turned into figures with excited and bloodthirsty expressions. They brandished their swords and sabers like ferocious wolves as they charged at their terrifying prey. Although the enemy cultivators were extremely powerful, the residents were fearless and fought to be the first to charge. When the trapped cultivators saw this scene, they felt extremely humiliated. The residents of these giant cities were completely like ants, and they didn't put them in their eyes at all. However, today, these ants seemed to want to take advantage of the situation as they continued to charge forward. The awe-inspiring fear that used to shock people's hearts no longer existed. Helplessness and anger surged in their hearts, causing these cultivators to let out howls. All of you, go to hell. Some cultivators roared and their bodies expanded by 10 times in an instant. They then smashed the surrounding residents. The figure condensed from energy was easily smashed and collapsed, and the surrounding ground was instantly cleared. In the face of these furious enemy cultivators, the residents of the giant city were no match for them at all. They didn't even have the qualifications to fight. However, the residents of the giant city had an unimaginable perseverance, and they kept launching attacks. The trapped enemy cultivators couldn't escape and could only suffer the torture. At the same time, they also realized that although the residents of the mega city were no match for them, they would grow up one day. At that time, it would be the day of his death. Fear lingered in their hearts, causing these cultivators to be unable to rest at all. They desperately tried to find a way out. These cultivators with evil intentions were filled with regret. If they could choose again, they would not have come to the nameless city to seek their own death. Chapter 3308. Cultivators gather here. 1. The changes in the giant city shocked the cultivators nearby and spread to even further places. This cultivation world was too quiet. It seemed that it had been a long time since such a commotion had happened. When they heard the news, they rushed over and looked on coldly from the side. However, they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. The mysterious runic magic circle trapped countless monsters and cultivators who harbored ill intentions toward the giant city. On a land that was not too big, the monsters and cultivators tried their best to break free from the restraints of the runic magic circle. However, their desperate struggles were to no avail, as the runic magic circle could not break free. Not to mention people of their level, even if a god entered, it would be impossible for them to escape easily. They were also unaware that there were many cultivators watching them struggle outside the runic magic circle. Although it looked funny, if one were to put themselves in his shoes, they would know how despairing and sad it was. These cultivators all had different goals. Some of them were trying to rescue their trapped companions. There were also some cultivators who were purely curious and wanted to find out more. At the same time, there were some cultivators who still had evil intentions and coveted the wealth that might exist in the giant city. The more changes there were, the more shocking the benefits were. Although the process of obtaining it was very difficult, the benefits would be endless after obtaining it. If they had the chance, they would definitely attack again. There were also some cultivators who had come purely to study runic magic circles. After the last incident, the cultivators had become smarter and stopped far away. It was to prevent the runic magic circle from spreading so that they could escape in time and avoid being trapped in the runic magic circle. The secret of the runic magic circle could not be hidden from everyone, and there would always be someone who could see the way. However, understanding it didn't mean that one could do it. The cultivators who had discovered the mystery began to become more serious and tried to learn useful things. The residents of the megacity were naturally aware of the changes outside the city, but it would no longer affect them. The experience of this period of time had made the residents more confident, and they completely ignored the interference of the foreign cultivators. What they needed to do now was to keep cultivating and try to kill more monsters and cultivators outside the city. The other messy matters had nothing to do with them. The city lord would handle it well. As time passed, the hardworking residents of the giant city obtained a high sense of achievement. The constantly improving strength made the residents feel that their future was boundless. The rapid growth of the tree of rules made the residents see the effect of hard work. Tang Zhen's magical beast breeding farm was already showing good results. Under the feeding of the residents, the strength of many monsters increased rapidly. They would probably become super creatures very soon. Once they became super creatures, they would condense law particles, which could be directly killed for treasures. Of course, as time passed, the number of law particles accumulated by the super creature would increase. The longer the monster was tamed, the more he could gain. However, there was also a problem. The longer the monster was tamed, the easier it was for changes to occur. There was even a possibility of a backlash to the tamer. It was not a rare thing to rear a tiger and cause it to bite back at its master. The wisest thing to do was to kill them in time to ensure that there would be no worries. Of course, this kind of matter had nothing to do with the residents of the giant city. It all depended on how Tang Zhen would make the decision. If he was willing, he could naturally take care of it for as long as he wanted. As for the tree of rules, under the constant feeding of the residents of the giant city, it had grown from its original height of more than a foot to more than a meter. Such a growth rate was enough to cause a commotion. If it continued to grow at this rate, it might not take many years for this tree of laws to grow to its complete state. At that time, the value of the tree of rules would increase by hundreds or even thousands of times, and the entire city would benefit from it. When that moment came, all the residents of the giant city would benefit, and they would be able to gain more insights when cultivating. In the beginning, the cultivators had to follow orders only to carry out their missions. However, as the rule tree grew and gained more and more benefits, their mentality had changed. Cultivating the tree of rules was as important as cultivating. Under the influence of this heart, his cultivation became smoother. The residents of the giant city had become more and more aware of the benefits of cultivating the tree of rules. Not only would it benefit the present, but it would also benefit the future. From now to the future, the benefits brought by the tree of rules had far exceeded the imagination of the cultivators. The floating square full of runes was an indispensable auxiliary for cultivation, but it was also the main reason for the improvement of the strength of cultivators. The longer one cultivated, the clearer one's comprehension would be. The residents knew that this was a great opportunity, so they were all very serious when they cultivated. Time passed slowly, and the number of cultivators outside the giant city increased. They stopped outside the giant city not just to watch the show, but also because this place was especially suitable for cultivation. Due to the energy overflow caused by the runic magic circle, this remote and barren land had actually become a very suitable place for cultivation. After discovering the benefits of the giant city, the cultivators were naturally unwilling to leave. Instead, they directly chose to stay nearby to cultivate. There were also some cultivators who, perhaps out of flattery or other reasons, took the initiative to pay some fees. They would get some monsters and rush them directly into the runic magic circle to make up for the losses caused by the hunting during this period. They could also capture some cultivators and throw them into the runic magic circle, making them the targets of their hunting. How could the runic magic circle controlled by Tang Zhen be used by the enemy, allowing the cultivators with evil intentions to kill with a borrowed knife? Those who dared to do so had all overreached themselves and sent themselves into the runic magic circle. Even such a person had become a laughing stock. Among these cultivators, there were also spies from other forces. They had all rushed over after hearing the news. Compared to the unaffiliated cultivators, the cultivators from the large organizations were obviously more knowledgeable. They could tell that the runic magic circle operating in the megacity was definitely of the highest standard. It was precisely because they had seen through this that no one dared to act rashly. Instead, they were prepared to obtain more information and then formulate corresponding countermeasures. After observing, they would send the news back and invite higher ranked cultivators to investigate. Cultivators, organizations, big and small, had begun to investigate the vicinity of the giant city. Rogue cultivators had also gathered when they heard the news. The city became more and more lively, and some cultivators even took the opportunity to do business. Unknowingly, a gathering place appeared and attracted even more cultivators. Until one day, cultivators appeared in the giant city, which immediately attracted the attention of cultivators from all over the world. The purpose of their appearance was actually to issue missions. The megacity purchased monsters in large quantities and could be exchanged for points, which could then be exchanged for various items. If they had law particles, they could have priority in the transaction and also satisfy all kinds of requirements. After the news spread, the cultivators who were watching were secretly shocked. They were even more certain that the master behind the giant city was extraordinary. The reason was simple. Without sufficient strength, who would dare to make such a promise? Chapter 3309. Rising to fame. 1. Originally, in the eyes of cultivators, the nameless city was a big piece of fat meat that anyone would want to take a bite of. Once he succeeded, he would definitely gain a lot and eat until his mouth was full of oil. However, when he bit down, he realized that it was not a piece of fat meat. It was clearly a thick-shelled crab. The meat was all inside the shell, and not many people could bite through it. On the contrary, they would be crushed to death by the crab's pincers. No matter how many enemies came, they would all be killed. There was no possibility of escape. With the unlucky fellow who had explored the way and paid a painful price, the cultivators had become more cunning. No one dared to seek death easily anymore. Instead, they changed their minds and tried to gain benefits from other aspects. For example, the acquisition mission issued by the nameless city provided the cultivators with the best opportunity to make a fortune. Every cultivator could participate in it. As long as they could send monsters, they could get points in exchange for anything they wanted. If it were any other place, the cultivators might not believe it. But in the nameless city, they had no choice but to believe it. Showing enough strength would bring trust. The cultivators guarding the city didn't hesitate any longer and began to take action. Speed was the most important thing in war to prevent any changes. Who knew if this acquisition mission would be cancelled for some reason, so it was best to seize the opportunity and act immediately. When they captured enough monsters and traded with the nameless city, they could also see the strength of the other party. If the nameless city could take out some rare items, it would prove that the other party was not bragging. However, if they couldn't, their evaluation of the nameless city's strength would probably change. There were even more cultivators who sincerely wanted to complete the mission and obtain the various items they wanted. This was a rare opportunity. If it were any other place, it would be impossible to make such a promise. Just like the top of the city wall, a huge stone tablet appeared outside the city. This was the place to receive missions and trade. If a cultivator had law particles, they could directly trade for what they wanted. As long as he had the nomological particles, he could immediately obtain what he wanted. Very quickly, some cultivators began to try and use nomological particles to trade for what they wanted. Most of the cultivators who dared to do this were from certain organizations. They were not afraid of losses, but they needed to get a result. After the transaction was successful, the onlookers no longer had any doubts and confirmed that this was by no means a scam. Not long after, another cultivator caught a group of monsters and prepared to trade with the nameless city. The monsters that were active nearby had all been caught. It was obvious that the other party had obtained them from further away. The cultivators were very happy with this method of purchasing monsters because the nameless city did not have any restrictions on the level of the monsters. No matter how strong or weak the monsters and demons were, the nameless city would buy them all at a surprising price. Originally, cultivators couldn't be bothered with monsters of this level because they couldn't produce real particles. But now, it was different. These low-level monsters could be sold for money. It was simply a benefit for the poor cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, the monster was driven to the front of the nameless city, where the cultivators of the city were in charge of assessment. Just like buying and selling livestock, he would count the quantity and then give the other party a jade token. After obtaining the token, they could head to the stone tablet's location and then settle the goods. The cultivators had witnessed the entire transaction process and confirmed that there were no problems. As promised, as long as one had points, they could exchange for anything they wanted from the stone tablet. The cultivators who had been watching could no longer keep their calm and began to search for the gathering points of the monsters. They were afraid that if they were too slow, others would snatch away their benefits. Although there were many monsters in this world, they were not everywhere, especially when they could be sold for money. The cultivators around the giant city were quickly reduced by more than half, and they were basically all going to capture monsters. The news of the purchase of monsters spread far and wide, and more cultivators knew about it. They didn't have to wait for long before cultivators began to appear in an endless stream. Each group was chasing away a different number of monsters. There were also some groups of cultivators who specialized in hurting monsters. When they heard the news, they also rushed their monsters to the nameless city. Compared to the harvest of being raised everywhere, the price of the purchase of the nameless city was obviously more beneficial for cultivators. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity when he could exchange something worthless for money? The most important point was that not only could he buy monsters here, he could also buy the cultivation materials he wanted. Many cultivators came here with the nomological particles in hopes of obtaining what they wanted. As the days passed, the nameless city's name became more and more famous. Now, even in places far away, there were cultivators who had heard of the nameless megacity. They knew that they would buy all kinds of monsters here and offer a reasonable price. As long as he had the law particles, he would be able to get anything he wanted. The runic magic circle outside the city had benefited the cultivators greatly, causing even more cultivators to come after hearing its name. No one dared to rescue the cultivators who were trapped in the runic magic circle for fear of getting themselves into trouble. A series of roars came from the desolate land. A large group of brawny men in leather clothes were waving the long whips in their hands, driving away the hideous monsters. They weren't humans. Instead, they had 2 legs and their upper bodies were covered in scales. They looked quite strong. There was also a long line of people, both young and old, following the monsters. At the very front of the group, there was a group of cultivators in charge of leading the way. As they advanced, they were still conversing. Chief, do you really believe the rumors about the nameless city? A well-built cultivator asked the old man beside him with a puzzled expression. His tone was filled with unconcealed doubt. Believe it or not, this is a chance. As long as there's a chance, we must try. The elder who was addressed as the clan leader had a face full of vicissitudes. No one knew how long he had lived. In this world, there were not many old people. Every cultivation technique could restore a cultivator's youth when cultivated to the extreme. There must be a reason for his aged appearance. The well-built cultivator nodded his head and looked forward with anticipation in his eyes. Not long ago, they had heard the rumors about the nameless city and knew that it purchased monsters of all levels. No matter what he wanted, he would definitely be able to get it. It was because of this rumor that the entire tribe had been mobilized to drive the monsters to the nameless city. Just as the old man had said, regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, as long as there was a slight possibility, they could not miss it. This was because their race was suffering from a terrible disease and they had to find a special medicinal pill to eradicate it. However, this kind of pill was very difficult to find. In fact, most cultivators had never even heard of it. They had searched for many years, but they had never found anything. The disease had also tortured the tribe members. It was for this reason that they immediately gathered their entire clan and rushed to the giant city after hearing the rumors. If he really had a chance to get the pill, but missed it because of hesitation, wouldn't he regret it to the bone? The seemingly huge team was actually moving quite fast, and they soon saw the outline of the giant city. Chapter 3310 The deal in front of the giant city. One recently, cultivators chasing away monsters could be seen in the vicinity of the nameless city. Originally, when they encountered these monsters, the cultivators basically chose to ignore them because they were of no value at all. However, things were different now. These monsters of all sizes were moving wealth in the eyes of cultivators. All the monsters that they could see were captured by the cultivators and sold to the nameless city. The more monsters they caught, the more they would earn. If it was those monsters that were about to produce law particles, they could easily make a big profit. Some cultivators had evil intentions and wanted to snatch these monsters, but they were punished during the transaction. Soon, new rules were spread among the cultivators. If you wanted to trade with the giant city, you shouldn't try to rob others of their wealth. If you deliberately caused trouble, you would inevitably be severely punished. There was indeed a group of cultivators with strong malice who wanted to cause trouble for the nameless city. They deliberately blocked the road and robbed in order to tarnish the reputation of the nameless city so that other cultivators would not dare to come and trade. However, he didn't expect that his private actions had already fallen into Tang Zhen's eyes. Moreover, he had given the task of cleaning up to the residents of the giant city. The residents of the giant city were very active in protecting their reputation. They would never allow any outsiders to trample on and humiliate them. After suffering a few blows, those guys with ill intentions did not dare to act rashly. In this area, the giant city was the overlord, and foreign cultivators could not compete with it at all. Those who dared to challenge the local tyrants would end up being killed or even left without a corpse. With the roars of the wild beasts, a large group of ferocious monsters were driven by the cultivators to approach the giant city. The cultivators who had gathered nearby were used to this scene, but they couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. After all, he could definitely make a fortune by selling these monsters. The cultivators who drove the monsters away had sharp horns on their heads and scales on their bodies. They looked very strong. However, their oars were very strange, as if every cultivator was plagued by an evil disease. They were surprised by the liveliness of the giant city. They didn't expect that there would be so many cultivators in such a remote place. The cultivators had been to all the big and small gathering places, but they were completely different from the scene in the giant city. The excellent cultivation environment, coupled with the runic magic circle running in the sky, immediately made the cultivators realize the extraordinariness of the giant city. Sure enough, the rumors weren't baseless. For so many cultivators to talk about it, it must be extraordinary. He had been apprehensive and worried that the rumors were false, but now he could put his heart at ease. There was also a trace of anticipation that slowly rose in his heart. There was no need for anyone to guide them. Once they arrived at the giant city, they would know how to trade. It turned out that the runic magic circle above his head would transmit a trace of thought and inform him of all kinds of rules that he needed to pay attention to. The cultivators drove the monsters to the edge of the runic magic circle, where the cultivators of the giant city were in charge of guarding. Seeing the cultivator chasing the monster away, the other party nodded slightly and pointed behind him. If you want to sell monsters, just drive them indirectly. I'll be responsible for counting. Don't haggle with me. I don't have the authority to set the price, and I will never accept bribes. However, I can tell you that the price is absolutely fair, and it may even be beyond your imagination. After the cultivator of the giant city finished speaking, he chose to keep quiet. He was just informing them that if the cultivator was not satisfied, they could immediately stop the transaction. Of course, such a situation had never happened before. We are willing to sell. The old man leading the group said with a smile and quickly ordered his men to drive the monster in. There were thousands of his clansmen and more than 2,000 monsters that he had driven away. It looked like a mighty force. As the cultivators drove the monster away, it entered the runic magic circle and released a series of sounds of escape. And NBSP, in the blink of an eye, the residents of the city appeared and fought with the monsters. Outside the runic magic circle, the old man and the other cultivators looked grave. They had long heard that the giant city had a special way of taming monsters, but now they knew what it meant. He had actually used chaotic energy to create clones and battle with monsters to hone his skills. At the same time, he could also use them to feed the monsters. Looking at the monsters that had become super creatures but were still kept in captivity, the cultivators once again realized the extraordinariness of the nameless city. The old man's murky eyes glowed, as if he had seen the hope that he had been searching for. I finished counting and estimating the price. You can take a look. If you confirm that there's no mistake, you can go to the stone tablet to pay the bill. As the cultivator of Jucheng spoke, he threw a jade token over to a strong cultivator. After the robust cultivator received it, he examined it with his spiritual sense and revealed a smile. It's fair, no problem. As the well-built cultivator spoke, he had already changed his direction and was heading straight for the giant monument. The cultivators of the same race, including the old man, were all guarding him. After all, this jade token represented the entire clan's wealth. They couldn't afford to lose it. It didn't take long for the cultivators to arrive in front of the stone tablet. Patriarch, do you want to do it, or should I? The well-built cultivator turned to the old man beside him and asked. It's me, Yingluo. You should do it, Yingluo. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. He had experienced too many failures and could no longer take any blows. The impact of hearing it from someone else would be much smaller than experiencing it personally. The well-built cultivator nodded and communicated with the stone tablet with his spiritual sense. He first confirmed the value of those monsters. After checking his points, the strong cultivator immediately asked if he could buy the elixir that he had been searching for many years. When he asked this question, the robust cultivator was also extremely nervous because he himself was also suffering. As soon as he raised his question, the stone tablet immediately responded, and a medicinal pill appeared before his eyes. The moment he saw the pill, the muscular cultivator's body trembled and his eyes widened. This buy-in, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the steel. His face instantly turned red, and he looked quite terrifying. When his companions saw this, they were shocked, thinking that they had been ambushed. Hurry up and tell me, what's wrong? The old man who seemed to have one foot in his grave suddenly roared, like a sudden clap of thunder in the clear sky. When the robust cultivator heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and grabbed forward with his palm. He quickly turned around and opened his palm, revealing a pill that was emitting a strange fragrance. Chief, look, the moment they smelled the medicinal fragrance, the nearby clansmen actually felt a sense of relief. The bewildered old man's eyes immediately widened as he stared at the elixir that was emitting a strange fragrance. After looking at him for more than 10 seconds, he raised his head with trembling hands and looked at the strong cultivator in front of him. It's this. When he asked this question, the old man's tone was a little nervous, as if he was afraid to hear a negative answer. Yes, that's it. Ha ha ha, that's what we're looking for. The robust cultivator shouted loudly, obviously extremely excited. At the same time, the surrounding clansmen cheered. Give me the pill, I want to test it myself. The excited old man suddenly calmed down and said to the strong cultivator, Patriarch, this is too dangerous. Let someone else be the mayfly. The robust cultivator heard this and quickly stopped him. This was not a joke. Don't try to persuade me. This matter concerns the fate of the entire clan. If we still don't succeed this time, there's no need for me to persist. If I die, you'll take over the position of clan leader and continue to lead the clan in search of the antidote. As the old man said this, he directly grabbed the pill and threw it into his mouth. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they looked sad, but they didn't stop him. If they still failed this time, the group of cultivators, including the old patriarch, would not be able to continue. Death might be the best choice for them, who had suffered so much. Chapter 3311. The intention to seize the city won under the command of the strong cultivator. The clansmen formed a circle, surrounding the old clan leader in the center of the field. They mumbled to themselves and gave their sincere blessings, hoping that nothing would happen. A desolate and ancient rhythm rippled in all directions, attracting the attention of the nearby cultivators. After swallowing the pill, the old clan leader's aura was calm and stable, and his body was gradually becoming transparent. However, in the blink of an eye, a seven-colored flame rose from his internal organs and burned the black objects to ashes. The flame slowly extinguished, and everything returned to normal. Under the gazes of his clansmen, the old man slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with a bright light. Facing the anticipating eyes of his clansmen, the old man nodded his head, unable to suppress his excitement. It's effective. The medicine will cure the illness. Saying this sentence seemed to have exhausted all of the old patriarch's strength, but it gave people a feeling of relief. The strange illness that had troubled the race for many years had finally been cured. The joy in their hearts was naturally indescribable. Hearing the old chief's answer, the clansmen once again burst into cheers. They even started to dance in celebration. It was primitive and simple, and it was unbridled in its joy. No one knew better than the pain of being plagued by this terrible disease. They would experience a feeling worse than death at every moment. In the past years, many of their kind had died slowly in pain and torture. Without this disease, they would definitely be able to live longer, even thousands or tens of thousands of years. Now that he finally had the chance to get rid of the pain in his body, how could he not feel excited and happy? Looking at the singing and dancing tribesmen, the old tribe leader smiled and turned to look at the strong cultivators beside him. Is the price of this pill very expensive? The old chief made up his mind. Even if the selling price was expensive, he had to buy one for every clansman. The tribe would only have a bright future if this terrible disease was cut off. Otherwise, it would be destroyed sooner or later. It's not expensive. It's not expensive at all. We can definitely afford it, the robust cultivator said loudly. At the same time, he passed the jade token to the old man for him to check it himself. The old chief took the jade token and looked at it in detail impatiently. His body trembled again. He could finally confirm that the strong cultivator didn't lie to him. The huge city did have a lot of the pills they needed. Moreover, the price was very cheap, and they could afford it. The old chief sighed in his heart. The rumors about the nameless city were not false at all. Soon, pills were exchanged with points and distributed to the clansmen who were full of anticipation. Every clansman who received the elixir would bow in the direction of the giant city, and then swallow the elixir in front of everyone. Sure enough, as the old man had said, the medicinal pill had a magical effect that easily resolved the strange illness that had troubled him for many years. While the clansmen were excited, they were also curious about the nameless city. Why was it that the medicinal pills they had been searching for so many years could be found here? Moreover, the price was so low that it was unbelievable. In the eyes of the clansmen, this pill was a priceless treasure. How could they obtain it so easily? After spending all of his points, he did not manage to gather enough medicinal pills for all the clansmen, but this was not a problem at all. The old chief gave the order for the cultivators of the tribe to capture the monsters and send them to the nameless city at top speed. It wouldn't take long for the strange illness in the remaining clansmen to be completely removed. The clan leader, who had been reborn, immediately gave the order to build a village near the giant city. He had already determined that there must be a true powerhouse in the nameless city. Building a village nearby was a sign of submission, in the hope of being accepted and protected by the giant city. Everything that happened to the tribe was known to the cultivators in the gathering place, and the news quickly spread. More and more cultivators heard the news and came with problems that had been plaguing them for many years, hoping to be solved in the nameless city. Everyone who arrived received a satisfactory answer, which made the nameless city even more famous. On a mountain peak outside the city, hundreds of figures stood quietly, watching the residents of the giant city fighting on the plains outside the city. Under the influence of the rune formation, the monsters on the farm became more and more ferocious, crazily devouring the residents of the giant city who were condensed by energy. Every time he devoured, his strength would increase a little. The killing did not stop for a moment, and the strength of the monsters kept increasing. The number of super creatures was unbelievable. If he were to harvest them now, it would definitely be a rich harvest. To cultivators, these super creatures were like moving gold mountains, their value almost immeasurable. However, this demon breeding ground was definitely a forbidden area for cultivators. At the same time, it was also the signboard of the nameless city. If one dared to enter, not only would they not gain any benefits, but they would also lose their lives. The cultivators who had the ability to enter the farm actually didn't dare to act rashly because they had more concerns. What was terrifying was not the runic magic circle, but the operator behind it. That was the true horror. Up until now, Tang Zhen had not displayed his existence too much. However, he had already formed a sufficiently powerful deterrence. It was precisely because of his existence that no one dared to covet the farm even though the number of super creatures was increasing. There were also many cultivators who felt that the demon breeding ground in the nameless city was a trap. Those who were truly greedy would definitely regret if they were unable to resist the temptation in their hearts. Many cultivators were watching in the dark, waiting for such a guide to appear, and then further confirm the strength of the nameless city. The hundreds of cultivators on the mountain peak had similar plans. The appearance of the nameless city had already affected the interests of many cultivator organizations, and they had long hated it. As a result, the nearest gathering place of cultivators was the most affected. As cultivators went to the giant city one after another, it caused them to suffer serious losses. And the more time passed, the more serious the situation became. There were only a few cultivators left in that gathering place. If this situation continued to develop, it would not be long before this gathering place was completely abandoned. The organizations that controlled the colony could not tolerate such a thing. After finding out the reason, they immediately regarded the nameless city as their mortal enemy. During this period of time, they had been collecting information and sabotaging in the dark. Robbing and killing the cultivators heading to the nameless city was their doing. They wanted to use this to deter the cultivators heading to the nameless city. The effect wasn't very good. No one cared if a lone cultivator disappeared, and a group of cultivators might not necessarily have the upper hand. The cultivators of the giant city would also be attacked. Those cultivators who carried out missions would eventually be thrown into the demon breeding base. His appearance that was worse than death made his companions secretly frightened, but they did not have the ability to help. Just as they were about to give up, the large organizations finally made up their minds and prepared to attack the nameless city. Not only did he want to take back the lost benefits, but he also wanted to completely occupy the giant city and use it as his own territory. The foreign cultivators had seen the changes in the nameless city. It definitely had great potential. In particular, once the tree of rules in the city grew to its complete state, it would definitely attract more cultivators. No matter if it was the immediate benefits or the long-term benefits, they were enough to move the cultivators. Hence, it was only natural for them to attack the nameless city. Without a sound, the cultivators sent by these organizations had arrived in the nameless city one after another. Once the invited powerhouses arrived, the war would immediately begin, and they would launch a thunderous attack. Chapter 3312. Hostility towards the cultivators of Luxiang City. 1. It was not strange toward the enemy to covet the giant city and want to take it for themselves. The more barren the land was, the more brutal the competition was. This world was especially so. The enemies that the giant city faced were far more dangerous than the monsters, and they were more cunning and brutal. To be able to gain a foothold in this world and form a gang, one must have a certain level of strength. To control a colony was not something that ordinary cultivators could do. They had to face brutal competition at all times to ensure that they would not lose. Similar to the Gulen divine world, this unique world did not lack true experts. The strange rule of immortality had created countless old monsters, and the longer they lived, the more powerful they became. It was a pity that he couldn't condense a divine spark. Otherwise, this place would be like the Gu Land divine world, where he could see the traces of gods from time to time. The enemies who tried to seize the nameless city had gathered a group of masters, and among them were cultivators whose strength was comparable to that of gods. Several large organizations had worked together and gathered hundreds of experts. Although there were many elites, they still didn't have the confidence to win. After all, the target was a giant city. They had also gathered more than 100,000 ordinary cultivators and were on standby. They were now hiding in a secret location. As long as the order was given, they could rush to the battlefield at any time and launch an attack on the nameless city. The strength displayed by the nameless city had indeed made the enemy extremely afraid, so it was only natural for it to go all out. Putting everything else aside, just the demon breeding farms outside the city were enough to give the enemy a headache. A super creature was as powerful as a god, but even so, the cultivators still had ways to kill it. However, in the face of runic magic circles, the cultivators were helpless and had no ability to crack them. They could enter, but they might not be able to come out. Unless they could crack the runic magic circle and ensure that they could advance and retreat at will, the cultivators would not dare to launch an attack rashly. The large organizations were naturally aware of this, so they had made sufficient preparations before they took action. They had spent a huge sum of money to invite a formation master to help them crack the runic magic circle. This was because the nameless city was also within the runic magic circle. Taking care of the runic magic circle would only clear the path for the attack, but it would not guarantee victory. This was because there were still hidden experts in the nameless megacity. Their threat was far above that of the cultivators in the megacity. Defeating or killing the hidden powerhouse was the key to victory in this war. If they couldn't do it, this operation was bound to end in failure. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to know the specific plan. This was truly top secret information. The only thing he could do was to wait in silence until the battle order was given. At the same time, more than a dozen figures looked at the nameless city from further away. Distance did not affect them at all. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still monitor the movements of the nameless city. Compared to ordinary cultivators, these cultivators were more powerful, but they also had more fear. If they loitered around the city or observed in the dark, they would definitely expose their existence. Even if it was 10,000 miles away, it could still be leaked. The senses between cultivators were so sensitive, the more powerful they were. Since he was up to no good, he had to be careful. He couldn't let the details affect the result. Among these cultivators, there were leaders of large organizations that were rarely seen. If it were not for this matter, they might not have been able to show themselves and would probably still be in seclusion. The leaders, who were usually proud of their status and put on a dignified attitude, were very respectful at this moment. This was because there was a stronger expert present, and they could not act presumptuously. In front of these leaders stood three figures, their auras as terrifying as the abyss of hell. These three super experts were the backings of the leaders of the cultivators, and they were also the ones who attacked the nameless city. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to come into contact with high-level cultivators, let alone know the identities of those super experts. Only these leaders knew that the three cultivators in front of them were definitely top-notch existences. In the eyes of these super experts, ordinary cultivators were just ants. They couldn't be bothered to deal with them. However, it was different this time. After providing the information about the nameless megacity, the three super experts all agreed to attack. The leaders of the large organizations were surprised. At the same time, they realized that the nameless city was definitely more dangerous than they had imagined. Without enough attraction, these three super experts who didn't care about the secular world would never agree to help. After realizing this, the leaders of the large organizations became more and more cautious, afraid that they would be consigned to eternal damnation because of their misjudgment. While they were speculating, the three super experts were also having a private conversation. Can the two of you see the abnormality of this nameless city? It was an old man in a black robe. His face was covered in fine scales, and his eyes flickered with a terrifying golden light. Two tendrils as long as the longhorn beetle were quivering behind its head. It could easily tear space apart. If one was whipped by this tentacle, even a cultivator who specialized in the cultivation of the physical body would be instantly cut in two. There's nothing special about this nameless city. It's just an unremarkable, remote place. However, the magical beast farms outside the city, including the floating plaza in the city, were definitely runic magic circles set up by true experts. From the way they set it up, they should be foreign cultivators, most likely Lu Cheng cultivators. One of the figures said, his body seemed to be made up of black smoke particles as he continued to collapse. In this world, the vast majority of cultivators were body cultivators, but this cultivator was obviously an exception. Such cultivators were all proficient in spells and runes, and they had a special status. No wonder he had the ability to see through Tang Zhen's technique and origin. Lu Cheng, why is it those annoying guys again? The cultivator next to him was extremely well built, as if he was made of pure gold. A body that had been cultivated to the extreme had already reached the level of divine transcendence and was completely indestructible. No matter what methods were used, it was impossible to completely obliterate them. At the same time, there were more possibilities of rebirth. Although his strength would be greatly reduced after his rebirth, he was still not comparable to ordinary cultivators. It was almost impossible to kill such a cultivator without an absolutely effective method. The cultivator's tone was filled with disgust. He was obviously disgusted with cultivator Lu Cheng. Hee, so what if they're cultivators of Lu City? They'll still die. I think this cultivator has just arrived in the origin realm and is developing at the edge of the realm out of caution. The other party's strength was either average or overly cautious. However, since they were cultivators from Lu Cheng, their strength couldn't be too weak. Especially in the Tao of Runes, his attainments must be extraordinary, and he might even be a bit stronger than me. We must be careful when we attack. If the other party really wants to fight with his life, it should be very easy to exchange it for life. The cultivator who looked like he was made of smoke said in a cold voice, but he couldn't hide the excitement of seeing a prey. He had once fought with cultivators of Lusheng and knew that these cultivators from the world of Lusheng all had powerful strength. It was for this reason that he had been invited to the stage. Otherwise, he would not have shown his face at all. The face formed by the smoke was looking at the nameless city with a dangerous glint in its eyes. I hope you're stronger. Don't let me down, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 3313. A strong enemy besieging the city. 1. The nameless city that was enveloped in the runic magic circle was still operating normally, but it gave off a feeling that a storm was coming. The cultivators in the gathering place outside the city could clearly feel that the oppressive atmosphere was quickly gathering. The cultivators were very familiar with this situation. It was obvious that someone was preparing to cause trouble. During this period of time, there had always been an undercurrent surging around the nameless city. Foreign cultivators had never stopped coveting the giant city, but most of them left it unsettled. The city enveloped by the runic magic circle was like an iron ball without any gaps. It would never give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. Every wave of conspiracies that were in progress or brewing were easily thwarted without any chance of success. But this time, it was different. The cultivators felt a special aura, as if a great tribulation was really coming. Everyone, including the residents of the giant city, could sense it. It was clearly a hint given by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Without a sound, the defense of the giant city continued to strengthen, and more cultivators appeared on the city wall. Once an accident happened, the entire city could be mobilized, which was enough to deal with any crisis. The long years of fighting had cultivated the stable mentality of the residents of the giant city. No matter what kind of danger he was about to face, he just needed to go all out and didn't need to think too much about winning or losing. In the midst of the ominous signs, the change finally happened. Without a sound, tall figures appeared one after another and surrounded the nameless city from the sky. There were hundreds of enemies, all of them silent, their bodies shrouded in black mist. They were suspended in the air, and the rolling black mist kept falling down, looking like a filthy waterfall. Compared to the nameless city, these cultivators seemed insignificant, but they could still make people feel heavy pressure. The moment these cultivators appeared, the cultivators of the giant city also rose into the sky and confronted the unknown enemy from a distance. Being within the runic magic circle was already a safety guarantee, so there was no need to worry about the enemy entering in an instant. However, if the enemy tried to break the formation, they would have to counterattack. They would not allow the enemy to do as they pleased. No matter how strong the runic magic circle was, it would be severely damaged if it was destroyed by the enemy. The residents of the giant city below had long been prepared for battle and were used to it. The only difference was that this time, they were not facing demons or ghosts, but greedy cultivators. With the operation of the runic magic circle, bodies condensed from chaotic energy appeared in the breeding ground one after another. This time, it was not to hunt magical beasts and demons, but to fight against the invaders and protect their home with all their might. The sky suddenly darkened, and a black mist flew over from a distance. It seemed to be moving very slowly. In reality, it was teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the giant city and collided with the runic magic circle. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, followed by rich power of rules. The surroundings of the giant city seemed to be in a state of stagnation. However, it only lasted for a short while, and everything returned to normal. Rule force attack. Some cultivators exclaimed with an envious expression. The so-called rule attack was an attack method that cultivators obtained rule seeds and comprehended. This kind of attack contained rules and had an irresistible power. Although it would be corrected in a very short time, it could still cause fatal damage. Only a super expert could perform such a technique and cause irrepressible damage. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist this kind of damage or reduce the damage as much as possible. If they were too weak, they might be killed in one strike. The moment the black mist touched the runic magic circle, the laws had already taken effect, easily tearing through the runic magic circle's defense. The cultivator with the black mist who was the closest charged towards the gap and exploded. Near the gap, they formed rings of fire, constantly rolling and emitting thick smoke. The enemy cultivators nearby rushed over one after another, forming a long dragon. Explode. The hundreds of figures formed by the black mist exploded at the same time, turning into rings of smoke. These rings were arranged and extended, like a special passage, directly aimed at the runic magic circle of the nameless city. The smoke that was about to disperse formed runes at this moment and was drawn into the ring of fire. In the blink of an eye, these burning rings of smoke and fire formed a special teleportation array. Light kept flashing, and a thick black fog appeared in the passage, crashing into the runic magic circle with all its might. Like cannonballs, they blasted towards the nameless city and broke through the runic magic circle in an instant. It was also like a ball of thick ink falling into clear water, spreading in all directions. After charging into the runic magic circle, the smoke showed a ferocious state and swarmed straight towards the nameless city. Some of the smoke entered the monsters' bodies and instantly gained control of their bodies. Smoke came out of their blood-red eyes, and at the same time, they let out hoarse roars, charging towards the nameless city in groups. Originally, due to the control of the runic magic circle, these monsters could not see the nameless city. Now, the visual barrier had been broken. Kill. The residents of the giant city, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately waved their weapons and collided with the black fog enemies. As long as they stood guard here, they had to defend the city with their lives. They would never let the enemy get close to the giant city. At this moment, the monster breeding farm was in a mess. There were people fighting everywhere. At the same time, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching the nameless city. In a short period of time, the dark cloud had rapidly approached, revealing its true ferocity. It turned out that there were countless monsters flying rapidly in the air with ferocious and vigorous cultivators hanging on them. The enemy's reinforcements had already arrived. They followed the same special path and charged into the demon breeding base like a flood. There were at least 200,000 cultivators on the enemy side, and they filled the entire breeding ground in an instant. The residents of the nameless city had all moved out and formed their energy avatars. The enemy was the flood, and they were the dam. Neither side would give in to the other. The cultivators from both sides were locked in a fierce battle in the monster breeding ground, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. Compared to the residents of the giant city, the enemy cultivators had the advantage in strength and were more well prepared for battle. They had charged into the runic magic circle with a strategy of cutting off all means of retreat. There was no way out. The killing was unusually fierce, and it was only natural. However, in terms of numbers, the residents of the mega city had the absolute advantage, and they were all in the form of energy avatars. They were not afraid of death in battle, and even if they were killed by the enemy, they could quickly reform and re-enter the battlefield. Although their cultivation base was not as good as the enemy's, they had the advantage in numbers and will. The momentum of fighting in their home ground was definitely not weaker than the enemy's. It was like countless mountain goats charging at hungry wolves and fierce tigers in groups, using their horns and teeth to kill their enemies. Although they were not as strong as the enemy, when the residents charged forward without fear of death, even the strongest enemy would be terrified. The war between the two sides became more and more brutal and intense. However, it still took place in the demon breeding farm and did not cause any damage to the nameless city. No one dared to take it lightly. If the enemy only had these means, they might not dare to attack the nameless city. The enemy that had charged into the monster breeding ground might only be the vanguard. The true expert behind the scenes had yet to appear. As expected, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck the nameless city. Countless wriggling black smoke attached to the runic magic circle's energy barrier. The strange black smoke seemed to be terrifyingly corrosive and was constantly eroding the runic magic circle. A giant hand made of smoke suddenly descended from the sky and smashed onto the runic magic circle. Crack! With a loud noise, the running runic magic circle came to a halt, and a huge gap instantly collapsed. Chapter 3314 Face to face when the runic magic circle was unable to withstand the bombardment of the giant hand of smoke, and it was inevitable that it would collapse. No matter how strong the defensive means were, when faced with an attack, they would always be at a disadvantage. The giant hand of smoke that fell from the sky also contained the power of rules, which was the same as the previous attack. Attack! As the runic magic circle shattered, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the distance and rushed into the damaged area like lightning. It was obvious that they were prepared and were waiting for this moment to strike. This kind of surprise attack was similar to a roof-breaking attack, directly killing their way into the core area of the giant city. By shortening the distance of the assault, it would be easier to kill into the giant city, and the enemy would not be able to put up more defense. At this moment, the residents of the giant city had been completely pinned down, and they couldn't spare any more troops to stop them. Those who avoid battle will be pardoned. Those who forsake the dark for the light, reward. Those who dare to resist will be killed. Even at this moment, the enemy still did not forget to use words to intimidate them, trying to disturb the minds of the residents of the giant city. Although his words were consoling, he did not show any mercy. As the main force, the hundreds of cultivators all went all out and used their trump cards. The figures were like balloons that expanded by 10 or even 100 times. As he moved, the air current surged, and it was as if space was torn apart, giving off a series of explosive sounds. These enemies who acted as the main force all cultivated their physical bodies, and all of them had the power to move mountains and shatter worlds. These powerful figures aimed at the runic magic circle above the nameless city and launched another attack. The rune eggs in the air cracked one after another, and huge formation spirits appeared one after another. As a part of the city's protective array, when they were attacked by enemies, these array spirits would definitely be sent out to intercept. After this period of nurturing, the strength of these formation spirits became stronger and stronger, and had already undergone an inconceivable transformation. Before they were hunted by cultivators, they were just ordinary monsters. However, after a period of breeding, they had become stronger than super creatures. The two sides continued to fight in the sky above the nameless city until the sky turned dark. The battlefield was only a short distance away from the city, but the attacking enemies could not enter at all. The residents of the giant city on the ground took the opportunity to attack, and they would not show any mercy. Facing these intruders, the residents wanted nothing more than to eat them alive. As long as they could kill the other party, they didn't mind using any means. Everyone knew that once the invaders took over the nameless city, no one knew what would happen. If they were lucky, they could still continue to live in the giant city, but they would definitely be under constant supervision and would never be as free as before. If they were unlucky, they might even be expelled from the country and forced to survive in dangerous environments. The residents of the mega city would definitely not accept such an outcome, so they had to choose to fight to the death. On the giant tower in the center of the city lord was in charge of commanding, but a trace of worry flashed in his heart. At this moment, there were not many cultivators in the entire city that could be used other than him. If another group of enemies came, how would they deal with them? Looking at the intruders fighting in the air, the city master sighed in his heart. If it were not for the existence of the city's protective array, the giant city would not have been able to resist the hundreds of powerful enemy main forces. The city master truly felt his own weakness. The seemingly powerful nameless city was unable to cope with the powerful enemy. This also made him feel fortunate that the giant city had not been attacked by cultivators in the past. Otherwise, it might have changed hands a long time ago. Although it did not happen in the past, it did not mean that it would be the same in the future. Tang Zhen's appearance had only accelerated this process. It was also because of Tang Zhen's existence that the giant city had the ability to withstand the crisis and block these fierce enemies outside the city. At this point in the battle, the residents of the giant city had already given their all and could not bear any more blows. However, from the looks of the enemy, it seemed that they had more than this. The true powerhouses had yet to appear. The fact that the mega city still dared to take the initiative to attack despite the powerful strength it had displayed was enough to explain the problem. It was impossible for the enemy camp to not have a super expert to hold the fort. While the city lord was thinking, he turned his head to look at the floating square in the middle of the city. There was a figure standing there. From the start of the battle until now, Tang Zhen had yet to make a move. He only quietly watched the enemy launch their attack. The dozen or so followers he had subdued stood quietly behind him, as still as statues. They would only listen to Tang Zhen's orders. As long as Tang Zhen did not speak, they would not care even if the city was destroyed. No matter how good giant city was, it had nothing to do with them. The city lord's heart relaxed slightly when he saw Tang Zhen's attitude. This was because he clearly knew in his heart that unless it was a last resort, Tang Zhen would never give up the giant city. He didn't need to think too much about it. He only needed to do his job well and resist the enemy's invasion. The city lord let out a long roar and personally went into battle with the giant hammer, fighting the enemy across the air. Tang Zhen continued to look at the sky. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A guy who hides his head but shows his tail. It seems that he is nothing more than this. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he had already rushed into the sky. In the next instant, Tang Zhen appeared 30 kilometers in the sky and looked at the place where the dark clouds gathered. There was a figure over a few thousand feet tall, and it seemed to be formed by black smoke. The smoke was like quicksand, constantly disintegrating and flowing down, but disappearing after a certain distance. The other party was currently staring at Tang Zhen. His eyes flickered with iciness and greed after discovering his prey. Looking at the special form of the other party, he knew that the method to break the formation was performed by this cultivator. There was no need for too many words between the two sides when they met. They only needed to see whose methods were stronger. If he couldn't win, then no matter how much he said, he would only be laughed at. The moment the two sides looked at each other, the cultivator and the smoke form launched an attack. The giant hand formed by the black mist smashed toward Tang Zhen. As they were both super powerhouses, the side that attacked first would definitely have a greater advantage. This was the second time this terrifying smoke hand had appeared. Every attack carried rule force. Tang Zhen had already clearly understood this kind of law attack method and did not think that it was that powerful. Just as the smoke hand flew over, Tang Zhen threw out a divine rune of rules, which instantly exploded. The attacks between the two sides all contained rule force, which could offset each other. In that instant, the laws in the surroundings fell into chaos, and everything in the world went still. When the laws were in chaos, everything would stop moving and then be forcefully repaired. And NBSP, Tang Zhen took advantage of the situation and opened the divine kingdom in his mind, absorbing the giant hand of smoke. In the divine kingdom in his mind, the rules were set by Tang Zhen. No matter how strong the rules of the smoke hand were, it could not go against Tang Zhen who set the rules. Who would have thought that the void would be instantly torn apart at this moment, and an enormous fist fiercely smashed toward Tang Zhen? If an ordinary god were to be hit by this terrifying punch, they would probably collapse and turn into nothingness in an instant. This was the embodiment of power at its peak. There was no need for any fancy techniques, only a single punch could destroy everything. You came just in time. Tang Zhen let out a low roar. He similarly swung out a fist and smashed it towards the fist. Seeing this, the giant man on the other side revealed a mocking expression. Hey, you overestimate yourself. The giant man was extremely confident in his own strength and body. Tang Zhen was simply seeking his own death by daring to meet his fist head on. Chapter 3315. The wrong target won in the blink of an eye. Their fists collided, and then darkness enveloped the surroundings. A terrifying explosion rang out, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch. The chaotic aura of the void spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the shattered void was repaired and everything returned to normal. The golden body cultivator opposite Tang Zhen revealed a trace of shock on his face. His aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. How is that possible? The golden body cultivator was extremely confident in his own strength. He did not dare to believe that Tang Zhen was actually able to withstand his attack. The blow to his self-confidence caused the golden body cultivator to become even more furious. His killing intent towards Tang Zhen multiplied. He absolutely couldn't tolerate the fact that someone else's strength could contend with his, especially when Tang Zhen was a cultivator from Lu Cheng. Go to hell. The golden body cultivator roared like a roaring beast and launched another frenzied attack. He had already used all his strength and was bound to blast Tang Zhen into meat paste. At the same time, the smokescreen cultivator, who was not far away, attacked with a dark expression. He had also not expected that his signature move would actually be easily broken by Tang Zhen. He had originally viewed Tang Zhen as a prey. However, his attitude had changed at this moment. He treated Tang Zhen as an opponent of the same level. If he had the chance to kill Tang Zhen, he would also be killed in return. Seeing the golden body cultivator fly into a rage out of humiliation and launch an all-out attack on Tang Zhen, the misty cultivator also took the opportunity to hit him while he was down. He must seize the opportunity to eliminate Tang Zhen, this hidden danger. He must not let him escape the battlefield alive. Otherwise, if they formed a grudge, they would have to be careful at all times and guard against Tang Zhen's revenge. Another giant hand of smoke condensed and smashed toward Tang Zhen's back with a speed as fast as lightning. At the same time, another divine rune of rules appeared and collided with the giant hand of smoke. The rules they carried exploded, and the process of canceling out the collision made a loud noise. The surrounding space froze at the same time. It's this damn thing again. The smoke cultivator gritted his teeth. It was the appearance of the divine talisman of regulation that had disrupted his attack on Tang Zhen. The mist cultivator was filled with doubts. He could not figure out Tang Zhen's background. If he was really a newcomer, how could he have mastered such a rule attack? Perhaps there was another possibility. Before he came to the origin realm, Tang Zhen had already mastered the means of rule attacks. It was very common for divine spirit cultivators to use rules in battle. They could kill their enemies with a single thought. Moreover, most cultivators only directly controlled the rules, instead of integrating the rule power into a certain carrier. To them, it was absolutely unnecessary. However, in the origin realm, such a special carrier had a very good performance. Tang Zhen's divine talisman of regulation was a rare carrier. He had originally wanted to use it as a trump card. However, he did not expect it to bring about such a pleasant surprise. It was precisely because of the use of the divine talisman of regulation that the misty cultivator was alarmed and became more and more vigilant. However, in a split second, the giant hand of smoke that was in a frozen state was once again absorbed into the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind. Feeling the loss of rule force, the smoke cultivator was extremely vexed and wanted to kill Tang Zhen even more urgently. Otherwise, this operation would definitely be a great loss, and the loss of rule power would not be made up for. At the same time, Tang Zhen and the golden body cultivator's fists collided once again. A deafening sound rang out, and the space was shattered. The aura of the void spread out again. Tang Zhen's expression was indifferent, as though he was not affected in the slightest. The expression of the golden body cultivator opposite him was twisted and gloomy as he stared at Tang Zhen. The eyes that were looking at him were like a man-devouring tiger that wanted to swallow Tang Zhen. The two cultivators attacked Tang Zhen together, but they still failed. Tang Zhen appeared to be uninjured. However, the two cultivators became more and more cautious. They were no longer as confident as before. They had only exchanged blows for 2 rounds, but they were already clear that Tang Zhen was not a prey that could be casually killed. This guy seems to be very difficult to deal with. The misty cultivator and the golden body cultivator were silently communicating with each other, trying to figure out a way to deal with Tang Zhen. So what if he's difficult to deal with? Since we've already exchanged blows, we have to kill him. If that's the case, then I'll do my best. As soon as the mist cultivator finished speaking, he suddenly roared and another giant hand flew out of his huge mouth. It was the same old trick, but this time, 2 giant hands followed closely behind. The golden body cultivator also raised his fist and smashed it down. It was wrapped in a power that could collapse the world. After exchanging blows twice in a row, he had long realized that Tang Zhen's strength was definitely not inferior to his. Cultivator Lu Cheng, go to hell. The golden body cultivator's eyes flashed with madness. He would not allow Tang Zhen to continue existing. The smoke cultivator's 2 giant hands followed closely in an instant and attacked from the left and right sides of Tang Zhen. Horn demon, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. The smoke cultivator growled in a low voice, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Hee, if you didn't call me, I might have to give up on this operation. What's going on? A cold voice sounded. A long tentacle suddenly whipped over from the distance. It was just like a 10,000-meter long whip that easily tore through the air and ruthlessly whipped toward Tang Zhen. The power of this long whip was enough to split the earth in half, and it was wrapped in the rule power that had been split in half. Anything that was touched would be cut in half. In another direction, another tentacle swept over, also carrying terrifying rule power. At this moment, Tang Zhen was being attacked by 3 parties at the same time. He was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, Tang Zhen laughed softly as a disdain flashed across his eyes. Just the 3 of you. What an arrogant bunch. The strength of the 3 enemy cultivators was not too weak. They were enough to be called overlords. Ordinary organizations would not be a match for them. However, this time, they had chosen the wrong target and were destined to pay the price. Just as the 3 enemies' attacks were about to take effect, divine rings suddenly appeared behind Tang Zhen. The divine ring enveloped Tang Zhen. There were divine runes of rules embedded on it, and they were all in a state of being activated. Explode. With a thought from Tang Zhen, the divine runes on the divine ring were instantly activated. The explosive divine rune of rules instantly sealed off the surrounding space and dealt a fatal blow to the enemy at the same time. The golden body cultivator in front of Tang Zhen let out a terrified roar and retreated without any hesitation. Just as he was retreating, his invincible golden body began to rust. The original golden color also quickly dimmed, turning into a pale white. Crack. His originally indestructible body began to crack, and pieces of debris kept falling down. The golden body cultivator's face was filled with fear. He was shocked by what he had encountered. He had never thought that his body would actually experience decay. This was simply unbelievable. The 2 giant hands of smoke that had sneaked an attack on Tang Zhen had once again entered a frozen state and were unable to continue to cause any damage to Tang Zhen. The smoke cultivator's expression changed and he retreated without hesitation. At this moment, he no longer cared about the losses. He only wanted to escape from the nameless city as soon as possible. He had a premonition that if he hesitated any longer, he would probably lose his life here. The 2 tentacles that were lashing towards Tang Zhen also desperately pulled back at this moment. They trembled as though they had been electrocuted. You want to run? It's too late. As Tang Zhen snorted coldly, a huge fist flew out and ruthlessly smashed into the golden body cultivator's body. Chapter 3316. Capture 2 and release 1. The 3 super experts cooperated in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen. They originally thought that it was a sure win. However, he didn't expect that Tang Zhen's strength would far exceed the enemy's expectations. Tang Zhen had a way to counter and break all kinds of attacks that the enemy regarded as their trump cards. The divine runes of rules did not need to have earth-shattering power to resist a rule attack. They only needed to offset each other. Turning the enemy's attack into nothingness was the perfect defense. When the enemy's attack failed, Tang Zhen's counterattack followed. Moreover, his methods were extremely sharp. Regardless of whether it was a runic magic circle or a contest of pure strength, Tang Zhen was definitely not weaker than anyone. In fact, he was even more powerful and ferocious. If they wanted to bully him because he was new and weak, they would have to pay the most painful price. Go to hell. Tang Zhen swung his fist and instantly crossed the void, causing the golden body cultivator's physical body to disintegrate. Like countless crystal particles, they shot out in all directions, possessing incredible density and destructive power. The heavy mountains were pierced by the physical particles and flew into the distance. The crystal carried a terrifying force, and it would probably have to fly billions of kilometers before it could stop falling. Although the golden body cultivator was shattered, it did not mean that his strength was not good enough. He was just unlucky to have provoked Tang Zhen. In fact, the flesh and blood of a golden body cultivator had an unusually terrifying power. If an unlucky cultivator touched it, they would probably lose their life in an instant. At the same time, it was also possible to snatch the bodies of other cultivators and instantly complete the possession and rebirth. Of course, he wouldn't use this secret technique unless he was on the verge of death. Damn it, the golden body cultivator cursed in his heart, but his fear had reached its peak. At this moment, he was abnormally terrified. He was afraid that he would receive another heavy punch from Tang Zhen and turn into a large pile of broken loose sand. Although half of his body had been destroyed, it was not fatal. It did not stop the golden body cultivator from escaping. However, he did not expect that at this moment, another Tang Zhen would actually appear in front of where he was escaping from. A cold smile appeared on his face, as if he was a hunter looking at his prey that was struggling in vain. Get lost. The golden body cultivator roared in anger and threw a punch at Tang Zhen. He knew that the one who was blocking him was definitely an energy clone. With his strength, he would definitely be able to break through the barrier and escape. In a battle of life and death, the golden body cultivator had to give it his all. He ruthlessly threw a punch, only to see Tang Zhen doing the same. He raised his fist and smashed over. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the space was torn apart inch by inch. Damn it! You actually cheated. As the golden body cultivator held unwillingly, his originally incomplete body was once again severely injured. The violent rule power also burst out at the same time. This figure was actually a hidden trap. The avatar formed by divine source was just a cover. The real killing move was the nomological divine talisman. The golden body cultivator was desperate to escape, but he fell into a trap in the end. His body was blasted into pieces by Tang Zhen. If you want to run when you can't win, you have to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me first. Tang Zhen's cold voice resounded. A giant hand flew out from the divine ring and directly grabbed the golden body cultivator. The golden body cultivator held in despair and tried to break free from the restraints of the giant hand, but it was to no avail. The golden body cultivator held in despair as he was pulled back into the divine kingdom in his mind. There was no more movement from him. When the escaping smoke cultivator saw this, fear struck him again, and he used his escape skill without hesitation. The burning rings arranged themselves in the air, forming a peculiar tube-like passage. This was a special teleportation formation that had the ability to speed up and even catch up with the passing of time. By burning his divine source and using super acceleration, he could reach the edge of the sea corner in an instant. Unexpectedly, the moment the teleportation channel was formed, a divine rune of rules was thrown out and then exploded in an instant. The rules of the origin realm were broken. The smoke cultivator was like a high-speed car, hitting the wall in the middle of the road. The smoke cultivator who had teleported away let out an angry roar as if he had hit a wall. Boom! There was also a loud noise that gave people a headache, as if their heads had been smashed into pieces. The body made of smoke had completely collapsed and dissipated, but it condensed again in the blink of an eye. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen was filled with extreme malice. Without wasting any time, the mist cultivator used his secret escape technique again and tried to escape from the nameless city. However, another divine talisman of rules exploded in an instant, causing the smoke cultivator to hit a wall again. Bastard Yingluo! The exasperated smoke cultivator let out a roar and tried to escape again. Who would have thought that he would be stopped by Tang Zhen 3 times in a row? The smoke cultivator's heart was like dead ashes. We're finished, Yingluo. The mist cultivator was filled with despair and felt that he was a joke. He had thought that Tang Zhen was a prey that could be easily hunted. He was full of confidence before the battle. At this time, he suddenly realized that he was simply ridiculous, a completely self-righteous idiot. Let's see where else you can run. 2. The enemy no longer had the chance to escape. Tang Zhen instantly chased after him and waved his hand to disperse the smoke cultivator. A terrifying suction force came from the divine ring and sucked the mist cultivator, who had reformed, into the divine ring. The divine ring was only a disguise, and the divine kingdom was hidden behind it. The mist cultivator was also unable to resist. In a flash, the two enemies were captured, and the original fatal crisis disappeared. There's still one more. Tang Zhen turned around. A huge hand instantly condensed and firmly grabbed a 10,000-meter-long tentacle. The owner of the tentacle kept struggling, but he couldn't get rid of it. You want to escape too? Eat my spear first. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when a golden light appeared in his hand. It condensed into a huge symbol spear. This long spear had a beautiful design, and its surface was covered with ancient runes. It even had the aura of laws revolving around it. The spear was like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had shot into the distance. Yingluo, there was a muffled groan, as if he was in extreme pain. The tentacle that Tang Zhen had grabbed suddenly broke off from the root. The aura that Tang Zhen was searching for had also completely disappeared. Cutting off one's tail to save one's life. You're indeed very cunning. The cultivator named Horn Demon didn't show himself from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he was extremely cautious. The facts had proven that he was right. If he had not concealed his own traces, it was likely that he would not have been able to escape from Tang Zhen's capture and suppression. Even so, he had still paid a painful price and threw a precious tentacle to Tang Zhen. It's good that he's run away. It's a good opportunity for this guy to publicize it and see if he can catch a big fish. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the tentacle, using his divine source to wrap it up. He was going to refine this tentacle and use it as a special weapon to deal with his enemies in the future. In a short period of time, this terrifying tentacle that was over 10,000 meters long rapidly shrank to less than 10 meters in length. Tang Zhen gently flicked his whip and it shattered the void. The law that had been split into two was actually still preserved. The long whip refined from the tentacle could be called a divine weapon. It had the divine power to split mountains and split the earth, and could easily tear the void. Tang Zhen would definitely not suffer a loss just based on this harvest. The third enemy was extremely cunning, and no one knew where he was hiding. It was indeed very difficult to capture him. Tang Zhen was already very satisfied that he had captured 2 strong enemies. He did not mind the third enemy escaping. He even deliberately let the other party leave in order to use him as bait to help Tang Zhen attract the big fish in the water. When the news spread, the cultivators of Lusheng in the nameless city would definitely attract the interest of many super experts. If the cultivators of other buildings happened to hear about it and the other party happened to be related to Tang Zhen, it would definitely be a good thing. At that time, Tang Zhen would be able to plan all kinds of countermeasures according to the other party's identity. If he couldn't catch Lusheng's cultivators, Tang Zhen would continue to cultivate the tree of rules and then domesticate the monsters through the demon breeding farm. Tang Zhen would definitely not leave before getting what he wanted. The nameless city was his territory. Chapter 3317. The rise of the nameless city. 1. The 3 super experts hidden behind the scenes were all defeated by Tang Zhen. Only one of them was lucky enough to escape. There was no need for him to be pleased with himself for being able to successfully escape. After all, this was something that Tang Zhen had done on purpose. The result of this battle was beyond the expectations of all the cultivators, especially the enemy cultivators. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized that attacking the nameless city was a huge mistake. The controller behind the giant city was far more powerful than imagined, and he could decide the outcome of this war alone. The fear in the hearts of the leaders of the organizations who had planned this war but failed miserably was indescribable. They knew very well that the situation was already hopeless, and there was no possibility of turning the tide. Just before the war began, they were certain that they could win, so they took the initiative to attack. Some of the leaders had even begun to think about how to split the benefits. However, the result was unacceptable to them. Not only did they not get what they wanted, but they might even lose everything. The grand gamble of war had always been this bloody and ruthless. Victory and defeat were both soul-shaking. In the face of Tang Zhen, who had won against 3 enemies, and the residents of the giant city, who had become more and more ferocious, the enemy no longer had any hope of turning defeat into victory. After all, in such a war, the top cultivators were the key to victory. Quickly retreat. The cultivators who were fighting with the residents of the giant city urged their companions to retreat from the battlefield, knowing that they would be courting death if they delayed any longer. They had come with an aggressive momentum, but now they were filled with fear, like a group of flies flying around. Many cultivators didn't understand why they were defeated so easily and quickly. The enemy cultivators no longer had any doubts when they saw the super experts who had disappeared and the organization's leader who had fled in panic. If he didn't escape quickly, he might lose his life. Just as the cultivators were about to escape, the runic magic circle that had been broken was repaired in the blink of an eye. The huge gap that had been destroyed was instantly restored. Originally, the enemy's attack on the runic magic circle was an act of burning the cauldrons and sinking the boats, and they were confident that they would win. Now that they had failed, the loopholes in the runic magic circle were closed, and the enemy naturally had no way out. The enemies who had no way to escape rushed around in despair, trying to find other ways to escape. In the process of searching, the cultivators were shocked to discover that they were gradually affected by the runic magic circle. Gradually, he couldn't see his companions around him, and his perception ability was suppressed. He was at a loss like a beast trapped in a cage. From the outside, the enemies looked like headless flies, scurrying around the demon breeding ground. The people of the giant city, who were filled with killing intent, let out a deafening cheer at this moment, celebrating this exciting victory. Although the reason for the final victory had nothing to do with them, in the process of protecting the city, the residents had indeed done their best. Therefore, they also had a share of the credit. After successfully defending their homes, they no longer had to worry about the turbulence. This was also the reason why the residents were celebrating. Through this war, the residents of the giant city realized that their own strength had indeed become stronger. The powerful cultivators who had once made them feel fear and did not even dare to provoke them seemed to be nothing more than this. To be able to defeat the other party and imprison him in the runic magic circle was something that he would not even dare to dream of. The life and death of these enemies were in the hands of the residents of the giant city, and they could attack at any time. Being in a magical beast breeding ground meant that they were the hunting targets of the residents of the giant city, no different from those magical beasts. In the gathering place outside the city, there were still many spectators. They had witnessed the entire intense battle. They had 3 super experts, hundreds of high-level cultivators, and an army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Seeing such a lineup, anyone would think that the nameless city would not be able to escape. It wouldn't be long before this place that had just gained some fame would have a new owner. However, the final result shocked everyone. The nameless city was safe and sound, but the enemies who tried to offend and rob it ended up being completely annihilated. Such a war meant the destruction of a number of cultivator organizations and the rise of an even larger organization. From today onwards, the nameless city that was originally unknown to many would be known by even more cultivators. For the nameless city, this was indeed a good thing, but it would also face more dangers and challenges. Before Tang Zhen's arrival, the residents of the giant city would definitely avoid him like the plague. However, things were different now. Today's nameless city was no longer the same as it was in the past, and it was fully capable of facing greater challenges. With this opportunity, the strong would become stronger and eventually become a true overlord. The spectators looked at the nameless city with envy, wishing they could join in immediately. They all knew that there was a true expert in the nameless city. If he could be blessed, his future cultivation path would definitely be smoother and easier. This sudden war ended so quickly that many cultivators didn't even know about it. When they returned from the outside and saw the huge number of cultivators in the monster breeding ground, they knew that such a big event had happened. The news spread quickly and more cultivators knew about it. At the same time, it attracted more cultivators to come. The identity of the enemies had also been verified and confirmed to be from the nearby cultivator organizations. However, most of the captured low-level cultivators were mercenaries from a huge city far away. Compared to the nameless city, the city was much larger and had a name since many years ago. Whoosh, whoosh. The name of the city was very strange. It was said that it was a fierce divine beast and was also the guardian of the city. The leader of the colony had spent a lot of money to recruit a group of mercenaries in this city, thinking that victory was in the bag. However, they did not expect to encounter such an outcome. Not only did they become prisoners, but hundreds of thousands of mercenaries were also captured. It wouldn't take long for the news to reach the city of Hihi. With so many residents captured, the city of Hihi would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely demand compensation from the nameless city. At that time, no one could be sure what would happen. The nameless city had won the war, but it had left behind many hidden dangers, and there was no possibility of escape. The cultivators in the outside world were speculating about how the nameless city would respond, but they had no news. After winning the war, the nameless city was as usual, as if it was not affected by the war at all. As usual, the residents went to the floating square in batches to improve their strength through cultivation and feed. The tree of rules. More residents headed to the city walls and used energy avatars to kill stronger monsters and enemy cultivators. From the moment the enemy attacked the city, the battle between the two sides had already begun until the enemy completely fell. The residents of the giant city would not show any mercy to the enemy captives who had attacked the nameless giant city but were now like trapped beasts. To the residents of the giant city, killing these enemies with one strike was too easy on them. It allowed the enemy to become a demonic blade stone and used it to increase one's own strength until one had the ability to kill the other party. There would definitely be a day in the future where all the residents of the giant city would be like this, each and every one of them brave and good at fighting. When they faced the enemy's attack again, even if Tang Zhen did not make a move, they would still be able to beat the enemy into a pulp. Chapter 3318 City expansion. When after the war ended, everything returned to peace, and there were no major waves. However, silent changes were happening all the time. More and more buildings appeared outside the nameless city, all built by foreign cultivators. Some cultivators used local materials to build houses with stones and trees, while others dug caves on the mountain. The caves were densely packed, and all of them were cultivators. They were cultivating in this area with dense chaotic energy. There were also bold cultivators who approached the giant city so that they could cultivate better and observe the operation of the runic magic circle up close. After the test of the previous battle, the runic magic circle of the nameless mega city was highly respected by the cultivators. Some cultivators felt that it was an exaggeration, but when they saw the 200,000 prisoners, they were immediately speechless. This was the best proof that such a powerful force was trapped in the runic magic circle and could not escape. There was no freedom at all, and his life and death were in the hands of others. The cultivators who came to the nameless city liked to move further away from the city to avoid getting involved in any accidents. A similar incident had happened once, and the cultivators had learned their lesson. They no longer dared to be presumptuous near the nameless city. In the past, they had some thoughts of provocation, but after the war, no one dared to seek death anymore. Even a super expert with a great reputation had died in the nameless city. How many lives did they have? There were also many cultivators who wanted to join the nameless city and obtain long-term protection. Today, the nameless city already had enough reputation, but it did not have the scale to match it. To maintain a long-term existence and expand the scale of the giant city, it was absolutely necessary. Everyone, including the cultivators of the mega city, was clear about this and looked forward to the expansion of the mega city. Because of this matter, the city lord also specifically consulted Tang Zhen about whether there was a need to expand. Tang Zhen definitely wouldn't refuse. The stronger the giant city was, the more stable its footing would be. The overall strength of the residents of the giant city was now rapidly increasing and would soon be unable to meet the current size of the city. The residents needed more space and were stronger, becoming the true overlords of the nearby areas. There was no need for Tang Zhen to stop such a good thing like raising his own strength. In fact, he would even provide some help in a timely manner. With Tang Zhen's permission, the city lord immediately issued an order to accept outsiders into the city. Many cultivators secretly cheered when they heard the news. They asked for the conditions at the first moment to prevent others from snatching their limited opportunities. More cultivators chose to observe in the dark because the situation was not stable yet. They still had to continue observing. Choosing a camp rashly would inevitably bind one. It was easy to join, but difficult to leave. Regardless of the situation outside, the nameless megacity had already begun to expand, and its efficiency was amazing. The first thing to do was to build a new protective wall and mark out the area of the new urban area. In a special realm, the existence of city walls was indispensable. This was one of the best ways to stop monsters. Not only did the building materials have to be special, but all kinds of runes had to be arranged to ensure that the city wall was indestructible. It was no exaggeration to say that the hardness of the golden iron in the secular world could not be compared to the city wall. It was precisely because of its unusual sturdiness that the city wall was indestructible. It could not be eroded even after tens of thousands of years of wind and rain. In addition to the terrifying height and the constant defense of the cultivators were able to resist powerful monsters. Even when facing a super creature that was hundreds of meters long and as huge as a mountain, it could still block the attack. If super creatures attacked the city walls alone would not be able to stop them. At that time, the cultivators would have to take the initiative to fight the enemy. The construction of the new city wall represented the beginning of the nameless city's expansion. At the same time, it was a declaration to the cultivators nearby. From today on, the nearby land would be under the control of the nameless city. The cultivators who tried to join the giant city had accepted the task of building the city walls and were now busy. A city wall rose from the ground and surrounded the gathering place outside the city, forcing the cultivators to move on their own. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for the colony to be enclosed in the city and be restricted by the mega city. At the same time, there were many cultivators who were still standing in their original spots, apparently ready to join the giant city. Among them were the cultivator tribes who were suffering from strange diseases and were now trying their best to capture monsters in an attempt to exchange for more antidotes. After they had obtained the antidote, they had once taken the initiative to request to become the vassals of the nameless city, thus obtaining the protection of the strong. However, he didn't get a reply. The sudden war had shown the true power of the nameless city, which made the tribe yearn for even more. Before they could apply again, the nameless city began to recruit residents. The elders of the tribe applied again, hoping that all the tribes would join the nameless city. The vassals would be of a lower class, and as residents of the nameless city, their treatment would obviously be better. The process of joining was very smooth. The nameless city, which was eager to expand, could be said to not reject anyone. As long as there weren't too many problems, one could obtain a quota to join, and it didn't matter what race one belonged to. The tribal residents who had obtained permission had already begun to build the city walls and had obtained a permanent residence. As time passed, more and more cultivators applied to join the city, and the construction of the city wall became faster and faster. The 300-meter high city wall was like a steep cliff, making it impossible for anyone to climb over it. Since he had chosen to expand the megacity, the height of the city wall must also be increased, which was also a symbol of status. Just as the construction was in full swing, cultivators finally came and tried to negotiate with the nameless city. Far away on the plain, a huge creature was flying over. It was a super creature that was thousands of meters long. Wherever it passed, the wind and cloud surged, accompanied by a terrifying aura, causing the low-level monsters to shiver in fear. They all knelt on the ground to show their submission. Judging from the aura of this super creature, it was obviously of a very high level. It had probably lived for a very long time. Looking at the rune armor on his body, he knew that it was specially made by cultivator and could resist all kinds of fatal attacks. On the back of the super creature, there was a building made of metal. From a distance, it looked like a huge spike, but up close, it was a ferocious-looking runic tower. The huge, uneven armors were also buildings that cultivators could live and rest in. It would not be a problem to call it a mobile city. At this moment, there were a large number of cultivators in black robes and masks, silently watching the nameless city in front of them. Even from a great distance, the other party could see the runic magic circle that was constantly operating. The cultivators who had come from afar were especially moved by the confused faces of the captured cultivators in the breeding ground of the demons. After seeing these figures, the cultivators seemed to be relieved. It didn't matter if they were captured, as mistakes were inevitable on the battlefield. The most important thing was to keep their lives. Once they were killed, even if there was a way to resurrect them, they would have to pay a great price. The closer they got to the nameless city, the clearer the scene became. The large number of cultivators and the construction of the city walls all indicated that the nameless city was expanding. Halt! A cultivator flew out of the city and issued a warning from afar, forbidding the super creatures from approaching. The cultivators who were controlling the super creature looked at each other and gave the flying super creature an order. The super creature that was flying at high speed immediately stopped and slowly landed on the desolate land. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Compared to the past, the cultivators of the giant city were more confident now, and their words were also very domineering. Messenger of He City, I have something to discuss with you. Please help me pass the message. Tang Zhen's battle results were too shocking. It caused these envoys from Tongtong City to not dare to display an arrogant attitude. Chapter 3319. The negotiation won with the arrival of the messenger from the city of He. The nameless city became lively again. The cultivators watched from afar with different thoughts in their minds. Just as the outside world had expected, the city of He had sent out a messenger to deal with the captives. In fact, many cultivators knew something about the city of He. It was the first time that they had sent an emissary to negotiate. From this, it could be confirmed that the city of He placed great importance on this matter. However, who knew that Xuanji City was also helpless? When cultivators became mercenaries, they were responsible for their own life and death, and didn't need to have any relationship with the city they belonged to. However, He City was different. The residents of this city did this all year round. The government supported this matter and even issued exclusive certificates to allow residents to obtain official recognition. Of course, this kind of proof required a certain fee, and it was definitely not obtained for free. It was the same for the residents. They formed mercenary groups of various sizes and carried out missions outside for many years. They would be hired to fight on the battlefield and then sweep across the world to obtain enough cultivation resources. Because the harvest was indeed rich, the residents were very keen on it, and it was common for all the families to be mercenaries. Through this method of fighting, they kept increasing their strength, and the city of He became stronger and stronger. Because the number of cultivators was large enough, and their own strength was indeed strong enough, they rarely encountered a situation of failure. As for the complaints from the outside world, the city of He turned a deaf ear to them. At the same time, they had to deal with all kinds of troubles. The fees weren't collected for free. When something happened, the city of He had to clean up the mess. So many years had passed, and there had not been any major problems. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation in the nameless city, and it was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Nearly 200,000 cultivators had been captured and raised like livestock, and they could lose their lives at any time. No matter how exaggerated the rumors were, a small matter could become a big one, not to mention that this matter was really serious. When the news was sent back, it caused a huge commotion in the city of He. Immediately, some cultivators shouted to save their companions. To them, this wasn't just about the safety of their companions, it was also about the face of the mercenaries of He City. The captives couldn't die, and they couldn't lose face. This matter had to be resolved immediately. As the residents contacted the officials, they quickly organized their manpower and immediately headed to the nameless city. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the officials came out in time to stop such behavior. The purpose of this was to prevent the situation from getting out of control and causing a bigger incident. Compared to the impulsive residents, the officials of the city of He knew more about the situation and knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. A total of 3 super powerhouses and hundreds of thousands of cultivators had been defeated in such a short time. The strength displayed by the nameless city had already exceeded the expectations of the city of He. If they acted rashly, they would be walking into a trap. Now that things had developed to this extent, He City couldn't just sit by and do nothing. They immediately sent someone to deal with this matter. While appeasing the residents, they quickly collected information about the nameless city and sent messengers to negotiate. Due to the extraordinary strength that Tang Zhen had displayed and the fact that the current information was still unclear, the city of He decided to focus on negotiations. As long as the conditions were not too excessive, he could choose to pay the ransom. He City wasn't afraid of war, but they had to consider the possible consequences of war. If both sides suffered losses because of this, it would definitely be the worst result. In fact, as the loser, he had to recognize the situation. Even if he had to cut his own flesh, he had to endure the heartache. Compared to his life, wealth was not particularly important, and he would be able to recover it sooner or later. Outside the nameless city, more and more cultivators gathered and watched from afar. The performance of He City seemed to be very peaceful, without any aggressive attitude. Some cultivators were very disappointed. They could tell from the attitude of the city of He that they didn't want to fight back. Otherwise, it would not be such a lineup, but a constantly changing and aggressive army. In fact, everyone knew that with the nameless city in control, the possibility of a war happening was very low. If the nameless city was infuriated, it might be possible to end the lives of the 100,000 captives without any trouble. Therefore, peace was the most important thing. The most important thing was to rescue these captive cultivators. Even if there was a real war, it would have to wait until this matter was over. It would definitely not happen before the negotiations. Anyone with a brain would not do such a thing and make the situation worse. Soon, they were informed that the nameless city agreed to meet and discuss further. There was no need to enter the city to discuss such matters. They only needed to choose a venue outside the city. It didn't take long for the city lord of the nameless city to appear at the venue outside the city with his subordinates. The city lord had the most distinguished status. Such a meeting lineup was enough to show how important this matter was to the nameless city. However, everyone knew that behind the nameless city, there was a true powerhouse. The city lord in front of him might not be able to make the decision. The envoy of Xuanji City was well aware of this, but he wasn't surprised. He knew that Tang Zhen wasn't someone he could meet whenever he wanted to. The fact that the nameless city was willing to negotiate meant that there was hope, which made the emissaries excited. The city of He made a request to bring back the captives and was willing to offer appropriate compensation. The owner of the anonymous city rejected the offer, saying that he did not lack the compensation. Anyone who made a mistake had to be responsible for their own actions and compensate for their mistakes. What the captured cultivators of He City had done was unforgivable, and the residents of the giant city would never let it go. Looking at his determined attitude, it seemed that there was no possibility of negotiation. The atmosphere in the negotiation hall suddenly became tense, and the temperature seemed to be dropping. The cultivators with ulterior motives looked excited and couldn't wait for the negotiation to end immediately. The two giant cities that had failed in their negotiations immediately arranged their troops in battle formations and then ruthlessly fought again. If they watched from the side, they might get unexpected benefits and even take the opportunity to get rid of the nameless city. Both sides of the negotiation were clear that this was just a routine. They still needed to continue bargaining. It was impossible for the nameless city to agree to release the captives from the beginning. If they did, not only would they be unable to continue negotiating, but they would also be suspected of being timid. After knowing the attitudes of both sides, the negotiations became much easier. On the surface, they seemed to be at daggers drawn, but in reality, they had already begun to slowly give in. From the looks of it, it might not be long before the negotiations between the two sides made progress. The final result would be accepted by both sides. The cultivators who were watching the show waited for a long time for the two sides to make a move, and they knew that this battle would not start. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the same time, he cursed at the city of gluttony. This famous city with a history of 10,000 years actually compromised with the nameless city. After some time, the negotiations between the two cities seemed to have finally come to a conclusion. According to the rumors, the city of He didn't take the captives away, but they kept them safe. It was already a victory to be able to guarantee that he would not die. Imprisonment was actually just a small matter. The residents of the Origin Realm were very good at living. Even if they were imprisoned for 1,000 years, it was nothing. As neither side had announced the details of the negotiation, no one knew. As for the speculations of the outside world, they could not be verified, and no one knew if they were true or false. Chapter 3320 still have to continue improving. The land of the Origin Realm did not provide for humans, but it produced all kinds of demons and ghosts. To cultivators, this was a barren land, and the path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Cultivating the physical body was the best choice, but because of the lack of natural treasures, the speed of improvement was very slow. Fortunately, cultivators had long lifespans, which allowed them to slowly endure and improve their strength bit by bit. Even a pig could become stronger. To outsiders, this kind of long wait was actually an extremely painful torment. Tang Zhen had not been in this world for a long time. However, he had already experienced this feeling of helplessness. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since the rules of the Origin Realm were like this, he could only try his best to adapt. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had many methods. Even if he encountered various problems, he was still able to find a solution. For example, if the Tree of Rules were to grow under normal circumstances, it would have to go through a very long time. However, under Tang Zhen's operation, the Nameless City specially built a floating square to provide nutrients for the Tree of Rules. The constant infusion of nutrients allowed the Tree of Rules to always be in a state of gluttony, never having to worry about the lack of food. As time passed, the strength of the residents of the giant city would become stronger and stronger, and the food of the Tree of Rules would also increase. The rapid growth of the Tree of Rules was witnessed by the residents of the giant city, and it was changing almost every moment. At first, it was only a foot long, but now it had grown to dozens of meters, and it was still growing. Tang Zhen had once asked how tall a mature tree of laws would be. The answer he got was at least 1,000 meters. Above 1,000 meters, it could be turned into a tree. After that, it would continue to grow and finally reach a level of connecting the earth and the sky. The trees of rules in the Origin Realm grew randomly. Most of them were in places where living creatures gathered, but most of them would not grow. There was a tree of rules somewhere, tens of thousands of meters tall, and its crown covered everything as far as the eye could see. This area had been occupied by experts, and outsiders were not allowed to approach easily, or they would be severely punished. There were also countless cultivators who paid the price to enter just to condense the seeds of rules. The condensation of the rule seed was not limited by level, but the stronger one was, the higher the probability of condensation. For cultivators, the seed of rules was extremely useful, and it was beneficial to their cultivation. Of course, condensing a law seed didn't mean that it could be nurtured. It required a sufficient number of law particles to complete the cultivation. If the rules tree of the Nameless City became successful one day, it would definitely bring rolling wealth. It was for this reason that the residents of the giant city were full of anticipation. The outside world's coveting of the Nameless City was also related to the Tree of Rules, but they did not have much hope. The growth of the Tree of Rules was too long, and a sapling of rules that didn't mature wasn't rare. There were also very few cultivators who would patiently wait for it to mature. Those who truly understood the Tree of Rules would know how fast the sapling in the Nameless Mega City was growing. Fortunately, outsiders did not know about this. Otherwise, the value of the Nameless City would definitely increase by several times. At that time, there would be more experts who would be more interested in the Nameless City. Tang Zhen used a runic magic circle to conceal the changes in the Tree of Laws and avoid being discovered by the cultivators outside. Even if he was discovered, Tang Zhen would not care. Instead, he would use this opportunity to plan more things. All cultivators wanted to form the Seed of Rules. Then, Tang Zhen, who controlled the Tree of Rules, could definitely be used for more benefits. The residents of the Nameless City didn't know that Tang Zhen wasn't satisfied with the growth rate of the Tree of Rules. He was currently pondering on a way to continue accelerating it. The residents of the Mega City had all been used, so there was no need to think about them, which could easily lead to accidents. There was a limit to everything, and cultivators were far more aware than mortals of the principle that going too far was as bad as not going too far. Tang Zhen's attention was focused on the magical beast breeding ground. A large number of monsters were imprisoned here, and at the same time, there were many captured cultivators, all of whom could be exploited. He had personally built the magical beast breeding base. It was an easy matter to reconstruct it. Moreover, Tang Zhen had even more helpers now. The divine kingdom in his mind opened up, and two figures appeared before him. One of them was extremely muscular and glowed with a faint golden light. His physical body cultivation had already reached the extreme. This cultivator was wearing a strange armor full of sharp spikes. His bare limbs were covered with fine runes, just like tattoos. The other figure seemed to be made up of fine smoke particles, constantly disintegrating and reforming in the process. The two figures in front of him were the super experts who had been suppressed and captured by Tang Zhen and kept in his divine kingdom. However, at this moment, they were no longer as high-spirited as before, and the aura on their bodies had become erratic. In the previous battle, they were almost beaten to death by Tang Zhen, but they were lucky enough to survive in the end. Tang Zhen had shown mercy because he wanted to obtain more secret information through these two local cultivators. Although he had captured two enemies, Tang Zhen was very clear that he did not have complete control over the other party. In an unknown distance, these two guys had been reborn and had new bodies. The reincarnation was not a clone, so it was no different from the original body. The biggest difference should be the cultivation strength. The super powerhouses of the Origin Realm would always leave enough backup to ensure that they could be reborn if they encountered an accident. He would also leave behind sufficient resources to increase his own strength. This was the only way to ensure his own safety. Black Mist, you'll be in charge of leading the men and setting up the runic magic circle according to my design. There must be no room for any mistakes. As Tang Zhen spoke, he threw a jade token to the Misty cultivator and gave an order in a calm tone. Yes, master. The body of the Mist cultivator had been repaired by Tang Zhen's divine source and was now completely different from the past. However, after being modified, Tang Zhen only needed a single thought to kill the Mist cultivator. At the same time, he could also reform the Mist cultivator with a single thought, or even create more identical individuals. Such a method of manipulation left the smoke cultivator helpless, and it could only choose to submit obediently. After receiving the order, the smoke warlock immediately took action, leading a dozen of his subordinates to modify the runic magic circle. Tang Zhen was in charge of supervising the work. No matter what kind of abnormality it was, he would be able to sense it clearly. Jin Gang, you're in charge of the construction of the city wall. Speed up the construction and ensure that the quality is maintained. Tang Zhen looked at the golden body cultivator and similarly gave him a task. Yes, the golden body cultivator was expressionless. He cupped his fists and accepted the order. He was in the same situation as the Mist cultivator, completely controlled by Tang Zhen. He had no freedom from head to toe. Without Tang Zhen's order, one would not be able to die even if they wanted to. Although he was unwilling in his heart, the golden body cultivator had no choice but to admit that Tang Zhen's strength was indeed able to crush him. Competing with Tang Zhen in terms of strength was simply the most foolish action. It was only natural that he would be defeated and suppressed. The moment he was captured, the golden body cultivator had already transmitted his thoughts to his reborn self. He must stay away from Tang Zhen and absolutely not continue to provoke him. He was lucky enough to escape this time, but it didn't mean that it would be the same next time. If he really angered Tang Zhen, he might end up being annihilated. Chapter 3321 New nutrients. One after the messenger of He City left, the Nameless City expanded faster and faster. It was an explosive development. They avoided the demon breeding farms and surrounded the city with city walls. All the major cultivator organizations kept silent, tacitly acknowledging the Nameless City's dominant position. After many probes, the cultivators from the outside world had a sufficient understanding of the Nameless City. The powerhouse hiding behind the giant city had a terrifying strength, which was definitely more powerful than imagined. If you didn't believe it, you could see that the super strong invaders had already become captives and were leading the residents of the giant city to work all day long. If even the super experts were no match for him, ordinary cultivators would not even have the right to cause trouble. Without enough strength, one should never provoke the Nameless City, as that would be seeking death. He City was powerful enough, but they chose to compromise in the end, which was also the most powerful proof. If they didn't acknowledge the strength of the giant city, they wouldn't have talked it over. They would have attacked long ago. Days passed, and the Nameless City became more and more lively. More and more cultivators came to the city, either to trade outside the city or to apply for the qualification to join the city. Especially the small tribes, they were very eager to join the giant city and regarded it as a turning point to change their fate. The residents of the giant city were still the same as before. They were doing the same thing every day. They were constantly cultivating and hunting monsters, witnessing their own strength constantly improving. According to Tang Zhen's arrangements, the demon breeding ground had been reconstructed. The imprisoned cultivators of He City had now become the food source of the Tree of Rules. The captured cultivators and monsters also needed to cultivate. Even daily activities would produce the nutrients needed for the Tree of Rules. This was one of the reasons why the Tree of Rules appeared in places where its offspring gathered. The transformed monster breeding ground was sensed by the Tree of Rules and immediately began to absorb greedily. Even from a great distance away, one could see countless roots floating in the sky above the monster breeding ground. Perhaps it was because of the endless fighting, but the nutrients provided by the monster breeding ground were not inferior to the floating square. Such an outcome was indeed a little unexpected. Even Tang Zhen had not expected it. Perhaps it was the special environment that caused this unexpected result. Although it was only a temporary state, it was still something that was worth being happy for Tang Zhen. He might be able to get more by expanding the demon breeding ground. However, the current demon breeding base could already meet the requirements of the residents of the giant city, so there was no point in continuing to expand. He could research other ways to continue providing nutrients to the Tree of Rules. Tang Zhen inadvertently thought of an item. It was the crystal of impurities left behind when he refined the chaos chi. Within the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind, there was a massive amount of chaos chi. Moreover, it was in a state where it had been compressed to the extreme. Even if it couldn't reach the liquid stage, it wasn't far from it. Currently, Tang Zhen was constantly refining and extracting them at every moment before condensing them into law crystals. The law crystals were used to build divine rings and connect divine runes, which provided great help to Tang Zhen. However, in the process of tempering and extracting, a lot of useless substances would be produced. These substances were the impurities. Although it didn't have any use, Tang Zhen didn't throw it away easily. He had a feeling that this thing might have other uses. It originated from chaos, so how could there be waste? Moreover, this kind of uselessness only applied to Tang Zhen. If it was placed in the hands of some cultivators in the outside world, the impure crystal was comparable to a supreme treasure. Even if they wanted it, they had no chance of getting it. Just as Tang Zhen was secretly pondering and trying to find more nutrients for the Tree of Laws, he inadvertently thought of the impurities. With a thought, the impure crystal appeared in front of him. These special waste materials were dirty and charred black, exuding a deep and strange aura. After special treatment, a soybean-sized crystal of impurities could become soil that was hundreds of millions of times larger. When the impure crystal was taken out, Tang Zhen could clearly feel that the Tree of Rules had produced a violent reaction. One of its tentacles slowly approached the crystal, but it did not touch it directly. Instead, it seemed to be testing it. It seemed like he had found something good, but he was not sure, so he was hesitating. It didn't take long before the Tree of Rules couldn't resist the temptation and extended its tentacles. The octopus-like tentacles wrapped around the black crystal and refused to let go. What happened next was quite surprising. The impure crystal that was entangled actually melted quickly. The black gas was as thick as ink, twisting and struggling as if it had a life of its own, but it was absorbed by the Tree of Rules. The roots of the Tree of Rules were originally milky white and transparent, looking like wisps of smoke. However, after absorbing the black substance, it immediately turned pitch black, shining like obsidian. Not only the roots, but the entire Tree of Rules was affected. With the continuous absorption of the black material, it gradually turned dark. The changes in the Tree of Rules surprised the residents of the giant city. No one had ever seen such an abnormal situation. However, they couldn't interfere in this kind of thing. They could only choose to silently pray. Tang Zhen had been silently observing the entire time. He did not miss a single thing after the Tree of Laws color changed. Tang Zhen soon discovered that the size of the Tree of Laws began to increase at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The nature of the Tree of Rules was special. It was not in a physical state and was in existence that could not be affected. Now, it was like an inflated ball, constantly expanding, far exceeding the normal growth rate before. This allowed Tang Zhen to confirm that the impure crystals left behind by refining the chaos chi were also nutrients that the nomological art liked. Moreover, this kind of nutrient had a better use and could make the Tree of Rules grow wildly. Actually, thinking about it carefully, this situation was very normal. The former was the poison produced by cultivation, while the latter was the impurities produced by refining the chi of chaos. All of them came from chaos. The former could be absorbed, and the latter should be the same. Furthermore, the latter was produced in the mind divine kingdom and was personally refined by Tang Zhen. In terms of quality and purity, it completely crushed the residents of the giant city by hundreds of streets. It was simply impossible to be compared. Perhaps it was this reason that caused the Tree of Rules to mutate and grow rapidly. During the process of observation, Tang Zhen would add in the impurities in time. His goal was to maintain the high-speed growth. There were enough impure crystals in the divine kingdom of his mind to satisfy the absorption of the Tree of Rules. If it wasn't enough, Tang Zhen could also manufacture it on the spot. With sufficient raw materials, he could have as much as he wanted. Tang Zhen could not help but sigh with emotion after he confirmed the effects of the impure crystal. When he was storing the chaos chi, Tang Zhen only wanted to obtain law crystals to ensure the construction of the divine ring. The divine talismans were only made to be used as a trump card to surprise the enemy. The special environment of the origin realm was very suitable for the use of the divine ring and the divine runes of rules, which had indeed produced unexpected effects. It was by relying on the divine talisman of rules that Tang Zhen was able to easily fight 1 against 3 and shatter the enemy's plot against the nameless city. He had originally thought that the remaining impurities were useless, but he didn't expect them to become a super nutrient for the Tree of Rules. Luck played a part in this situation, but it was not entirely based on luck. Since it involved chaotic energy, many things must have something in common. It was only natural for such a coincidence to happen. Under Tang Zhen's observation and feeding, the Tree of Rules had already become as dark as ink, like a dark cloud covering the sky above the nameless giant city. Chapter 3322. The Black Tree of Rules 1. The rapid growth of the Tree of Rules shocked all those who knew about it, and they suspected that there was a problem with the Tree of Rules. It wasn't strange to have such suspicions. The nutrients provided by the floating square could be devoured by the Tree of Rules to its heart's content, and the spectacular scene was even more moving. Under this kind of gluttony situation, it seemed to be a matter of course for the Tree of Rules to be abnormal. However, those who truly understood the changes in the Tree of Rules knew that it was not as simple as they had imagined. The two super powerhouses that were captured by Tang Zhen had rich experience and knew how rare the abnormality of the Tree of Rules was. It was the first time they had seen something as black as ink and growing at an unbelievable speed. Compared to the ignorant residents, the two true super powerhouses were shocked beyond words. Black Mist, can you tell what's going on with this Tree of Laws? The giant golden man, who was called Jin Gang by Tang Zhen, asked the mist cultivator beside him with a solemn expression. The longer he followed Tang Zhen, the more he realized that he couldn't see through this cultivator Kang Lu. Before he was suppressed by Tang Zhen, Vajra had come into contact with Lu Cheng's cultivator several times and had left him with a very bad impression. He also developed a deep enmity towards the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Tang Zhen was different from the other cultivators in Lusheng. He was stronger and his methods were more mysterious. It was for this reason that Jin Gang was controlled by Tang Zhen. The mist cultivator was silent and stared at the center of the floating square, where a pile of impure crystals was placed. It was as black as ink, exuding an extremely chaotic aura, making people unable to look away. He did not know what the black crystal was, but he knew that the abnormal state of the Tree of Rules was caused by this strange item. The Tree of Rules, which was like dark clouds covering the sky, was growing at an incredible speed. It didn't take long for it to rise a meter in height. At this rate, it might not take too long for the Tree of Rules to grow to a height of 1,000 meters. A Tree of Rules that had reached such a height would automatically mature and allow one to comprehend and form a seed of rules under the tree. At that time, the nameless city would become the center of attention. Countless cultivators would rush to the nameless city for the sake of the Tree of Rules just to condense the seeds of rules. At the thought of this, the smoke cultivator suddenly became very excited. If he could master this method, would he be able to easily grow the Tree of Rules? However, when he thought about how this was Tang Zhen's doing in his current situation, the mist cultivator became disheartened. He had already paid a heavy price for his foolishness of underestimating his enemy. He had fallen into a situation where his life and death were controlled by Tang Zhen. Under such circumstances, if they dared to have any crooked thoughts, they would simply be courting death. Death might not be frightening. What was frightening was that one would wish to be dead. Moreover, Tang Zhen could do it with a single thought. He secretly looked at the center of the floating square and realized that Tang Zhen did not pay attention to him. The smoke cultivator secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts, and instead obediently took charge of guarding, like a loyal servant. As the Tree of Rules continued to grow, the runic magic circle could no longer be concealed, and the cultivators outside the city also discovered the abnormality. They looked at the strange dark clouds that covered the sky and spread out from the nameless city, not knowing what was going on. Some cultivators suspected that this was the Tree of Rules. After all, there were too many similarities in its form, but they were hesitant because of its abnormal color. The Tree of Rules was milky white, like floating clouds in smoke. How could it be in such a dark state? It looked rather ominous and daunting. As the dark clouds continued to expand, countless black tentacles also crawled out of the nameless city and began to spread out of the city. Wherever there were cultivators, the black tendrils would spread and enter the cultivators' body silently. In the beginning, it caused quite a bit of panic. Everyone thought that this was some kind of sorcery from the nameless city. However, the cultivators quickly discovered that the black tentacles' effects were exactly the same as the Tree of Rules. The cultivators who were still suspicious at first were now more and more convinced that the strange black object was the Tree of Rules. As for why it was of this color, no one knew, and no one dared to ask. There were too many unusual things in the nameless city. Under the seemingly calm lake, there was unspeakable danger. If he probed too much, he might fall into it and end up unable to extricate himself. Some cultivators felt fear and chose to leave the nameless city, but they kept asking about the movements here. There were also many cultivators who gradually discovered the benefits of the black tentacles. It turned out that its auxiliary effect for cultivation was actually several times that of an ordinary tree of rules. This was especially so for cultivators who had seen the tree of laws and cultivated under it. They could feel the difference between the tree of laws. Under the tree of rules, forming a seed of rules was actually a form of enlightenment in cultivation. The roots of the tree of rules were implanted into the body. While absorbing and purifying, there was also a chance of condensing the seeds of rules. However, the other trees of laws were just extracting quietly, so much so that no one could detect the entire process. However, this black tree of laws was extremely overbearing and was plundering without any restraint. However, the rewards were equally generous, almost several times more than normal. The more the cultivator paid, the greater the benefits. If he could maintain this state and continue cultivating for a long time, he would definitely be able to obtain unexpected benefits. The more courageous cultivators chose to stay in the nameless city, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see what the tree of rules in the nameless city would look like. Under everyone's gaze, the tree of rules in the nameless city was growing at an increasingly fast speed. As the height continued to increase, the tree of rules finally broke through the cover of the array and appeared above the nameless city. Seeing the familiar form, no one had any more doubts. However, the pure black color and the indescribable strange aura always gave the cultivators a strange feeling. The news of the black tree of rules appearing in the nameless city and growing wildly quickly spread far away. During this period of time, the news about the nameless city came one after another. First, it was rumored that an ancient treasure had been discovered, which attracted a group of greedy cultivators and caused them to be attacked one after another. Then, there were rumors that the nameless city was buying monsters, and there was no limit to the number of monsters. Because of this, many cultivator tribes made a fortune, but the monsters nearby were almost exterminated. After that, there was that huge battle, which allowed the cultivators to thoroughly witness the strength of the nameless city. They knew that there were super experts hidden in this city. Because this matter involved He City, the cultivators thought a war would break out, but it didn't happen. This made many cultivators feel very disappointed. For many cultivators, the more chaotic the environment, the easier it was for them to take advantage of it. Who would have thought that not long after the matter had passed, such news would come again, making people feel that it was extremely outrageous. The tree of rules that all cultivators knew was described as black in appearance and was still growing wildly. There were actually people who believed such ridiculous rumors. This made people wonder how much of the rumors about the nameless city were true. This might be a deliberate move by the nameless city to attract the attention of cultivators from all sides, thus achieving a hidden goal. Chapter 3323 The Tree of Rules that is about to mature. One, the nameless city was getting more and more lively, and the number of foreign cultivators was also increasing. Within a radius of 100 miles, traces of cultivators could be seen at any time. They were either chasing monsters or leaving in groups. This scene of prosperity shocked the foreign cultivators. They couldn't believe that this was a barren land. Such a grand occasion was also related to the rumors in the outside world. The foreign cultivators were eager to know what the legendary black tree of laws would look like. When they arrived at the nameless city, they felt an indescribable shock. They felt that this trip was not in vain. The tree of rules covered the sun in the sky and could be seen from far away. Other than the color, there was no difference in other aspects. Those who had come to the nameless city but returned were increasingly convinced that the rumors were true. Before the departure of the nameless city, this scene had never existed, which was enough to show how abnormal the growth rate of the tree of rules was. There was something wrong with the nameless city. There were many secrets hidden here, which was also the consensus of many cultivators. The cultivators who arrived at the nameless city soon received a surprise from the tree of rules. As long as they were close to the nameless city and reached a certain distance, the roots of the tree of rules would fall from the sky. It would enter the cultivator's body and complete a thorough cleaning and give the corresponding reward. The cleaning process was so fast that the cultivators didn't even have time to react. Such a bizarre encounter shocked the cultivators, but at the same time, they were also very curious. Why was the black tree of laws so magical and special? What would it look like after it matured? They didn't suffer any harm and instead gained great benefits. Cultivators would always vow to express their gratitude. After verifying the rumors, the cultivators either went to the gathering place to trade or accepted the missions issued by the nameless city, hoping to exchange for the things they needed. More and more cultivators applied to join the giant city, and then they participated in the construction and expansion of the giant city according to the requirements. As this period of time passed, the city wall's construction was gradually coming to an end. The areas that originally belonged to the wilderness had all been incorporated into the scope of the giant city, used to accommodate the original and new residents. With the expansion of the megacity, the city would no longer be just a sanctuary. Its functions would also become more comprehensive. The nameless city was developing at a high speed, and Tang Zhen's experiment was also smooth. Under the continuous feeding of the impurities, the growth of the tree of rules was quite gratifying. It wouldn't take too long for the tree of rules to mature. The effects of the impure crystal had indeed exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. In the beginning, he had been worried that there would be a mutation, but he had underestimated the power of the tree of rules. Even if it absorbed the impurities of the crystals, causing its color to turn black and grow rapidly, it was still in a controllable state. Tang Zhen monitored the entire process and similarly did not discover any accidents. It was as if he had unintentionally discovered a new way to make money, and it was the kind that made a lot of money. An item like the impure crystal would definitely be able to sell for a high price and bring Tang Zhen additional income. This was an item that was unique to Tang Zhen. Even if outsiders wanted to make it, they could not find the required raw materials in the origin realm. If he encountered a cultivator who cultivated a tree of rules but had never succeeded, Tang Zhen could introduce the impurities to the other party. If the other party wanted it, he would exchange it with nomological particles. Of course, such a business would rarely have the opportunity to open, but once it opened, it would make a lot of money. In the process of cultivating the tree of rules, Tang Zhen had been collecting information about the origin realm, especially information related to cultivators in Lucheng. He would not miss out on any information. Through the information he gathered, Tang Zhen knew that in this world, the cultivators in Lucheng were also a force. Compared to the local cultivators, Lucheng's cultivators were more low-key and rarely revealed their origins. The low-level local cultivators had no chance to come into contact with the cultivators of Lucheng. They didn't even know of their existence. Only the high-level cultivators knew about the existence of cultivators in Lu City, and there were more or less disputes. The two native powerhouses suppressed by Tang Zhen had dealt with the cultivators of Lucheng before and had more or less suffered some losses. It was for this reason that they hated Lucheng's cultivators and even used Tang Zhen as a punching bag. He originally thought that Tang Zhen, who had just arrived, was a weakling that could be bullied by anyone. Killing him would be enough to vent his anger. In the end, they did not expect that the three local powerhouses would still be beaten to a pulp by Tang Zhen despite working together. When Tang Zhen asked, the two cultivators, Black Mist and Vajra, told him about the details of their grievances. However, the information provided by the other party was not of much use. It was even unable to allow Tang Zhen to determine the war zone that the other party was in. The world of Lusheng was too big and there were too many cultivators. How could Tang Zhen know all of them? Furthermore, these cultivators seemed to be deliberately hiding their identities, changing their appearances with a mere thought. Including Tang Zhen, he would also hide his identity information when he came into contact with unfamiliar cultivators from Lucheng. The purpose of this was to avoid alerting the enemy and causing adverse effects to himself. If he wanted to contact the cultivators in the city or find his enemies, he had to do it himself. Tang Zhen made up his mind. After the cultivation of the Tree of Rules was completed, he would personally head to the gathering place of Lusheng cultivators. He would personally find his enemy and end the grudges between them. Time passed slowly, and the Tree of Rules in the nameless city was about to reach a height of 1,000 meters. During this period of time, the cultivators inside and outside the nameless city would raise their heads to look up from time to time. No one wanted to miss the moment when the Tree of Rules became successful. It was said that when the Tree of Rules matured, there would definitely be a miracle. Anyone in the area under the shade would have the opportunity to obtain great benefits. Although the rumors were widespread, there were very few people who had personally experienced it. It was only because such incidents were too rare that they had not encountered one in a long time. Moreover, they would deliberately block the news. Even if they did encounter one, ordinary cultivators were not qualified to participate. This kind of once in 10,000 years good thing must be shared with those close to him, and outsiders were not qualified to obtain it. Originally, the cultivators had thought that the nameless city would also drive out outsiders and let the residents of the city enjoy the benefits alone. Many cultivators even considered joining the nameless city to avoid missing out on such a God-given opportunity. No one would have thought that just as they were worried, the nameless city would take the initiative to make an announcement. The growth of the Tree of Rules was a major event in the cultivation world, which had great benefits for cultivators. Such a blessing did not only belong to the nameless city, but also to all the cultivators in the origin realm. The nameless city did not dare to enjoy the fortune alone, so it invited the cultivators of the gathering place to participate in the celebration of the Tree of Rules. At the same time, they also spread the news and invited cultivators from all over the world to participate. As long as they reached the nameless city within the deadline, they could participate in this event for free. After this news was released, it immediately triggered a burst of cheers. Many cultivators felt that it was unbelievable. It was indeed surprising that the nameless city was so forthright. Many cultivators felt that the nameless city was trying to win people's hearts and take the opportunity to establish its prestige. At the same time, some cultivators felt that the nameless city had ulterior motives and was definitely taking the opportunity to do something. Although they were full of doubts, they did not leave. Instead, more cultivators came after hearing the news. Since there was a chance to share this kind of rare fortune, there was no reason to miss it. Chapter 3324. Famous all over the world, the divine tree has become a material. The nameless city once again became famous. Compared to the previous rumors, the news this time was enough to move any cultivator. The Tree of Rules is about to mature, and we sincerely invite cultivators from all over the world to gather and witness and enjoy this amazing fate grand ceremony together. Every participating witness would receive great benefits, and the lucky ones could even form a rule seed. No cultivator could refuse such a temptation. The moment they received the news, the cultivators all set off for the nameless city, no matter what side they were on. Even as an enemy, they had to rush to the scene when such a good thing came to them. If someone were to stop them, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Everyone knew very well that if they missed such a good thing, it would be too late to regret it. The cultivators were very impressed by the courage of the nameless city. It could actually make such a bold move. No matter what the nameless city was up to, this matter alone was enough to attract the admiration of many cultivators of the origin realm. As time passed, cultivators from all over gathered in the nameless city, making the land more and more lively. Cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow underground would always be limited by the area, and traveling millions of miles was a piece of cake. There must be more cultivators trekking along the way, and it would not take long for them to reach the nameless city. After every cultivator arrived, they would first observe the Tree of Rules to distinguish whether the rumors were true or false. When they saw the Tree of Rules, which was as black as ink, covering the sky like a dark cloud, they were all shocked. At this moment, cultivators from thousands of races gathered around the nameless city. Many rare races also appeared. Most cultivators would deliberately conceal their figures, not wanting to expose their true identities. However, there were also some cultivators who acted very ostentatiously, afraid that others wouldn't know where they came from. The purpose of doing so might be to show off their strength and hope that the ruler of the nameless megacity could see it. Before the cultivators, organizations arrived, they would definitely ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around and collect all kinds of information about the nameless city. Many organizations saw the retreat of Kongtong City as proof of their strength. After confirming that there were powerhouses in the city, no one was willing to provoke the nameless city if it was not necessary. Not only would he not gain any benefits, he would also suffer losses and make a powerful enemy for no reason. However, that was in the past. The gains did not make up for the losses of provoking the nameless city. But now, it was different. With the Tree of Rules, the value of the nameless city increased rapidly. Just the Tree of Rules alone would attract countless powerhouses who would think of ways to take it for themselves. The organizations that had been uninterested in the nameless city in the past would also be interested in it again. Once they occupied it, they could transform it into the base camp of the cultivators' organizations. With this Tree of Rules, it would easily become a legacy of 10,000 years or even longer. The world was bustling with activity for profit, and the cultivation world was the same. Although Hehe City was powerful, there were many other cultivator organizations that thought they were not too bad. What Hehe City didn't dare to do didn't mean that they didn't dare to do it. Although he was coveting it, there were some things that couldn't be rushed. He had to have absolute confidence before he could act. Organizations with various thoughts gathered outside the nameless city. When they met each other, they would greet each other hypocritically. Many cultivators would find a place to cultivate after they arrived. The purpose of this was to better communicate with the Tree of Rules and strive to achieve the realm of man and tree as one. It was said that this method could increase the chances of condensing the seed of rules. The more communication between man and tree, the deeper the comprehension, and the higher the probability of forming the seed of rules. Many cultivators had their own secrets and methods when they condensed the seeds of rules, and they firmly believed that they would be able to reap the benefits. If a cultivator successfully condensed it and was willing to share his experience, he would be regarded as a guide by the cultivators. He always kept it in mind and followed the law, hoping that he could also condense the seed of rules. It was for this reason that there were all kinds of strange scenes outside the nameless city. There were cultivators setting up arrays around them, some were constantly praying, and there were even cultivators who were dancing strange dances and shouting at the Tree of Rules. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to say that it was a group of demons dancing wildly. But even so, the cultivators took it for granted and even tried to learn from it. Seeking for answers on the path of cultivation would bring about all kinds of unimaginable things. As long as one could achieve their goal, even the most outrageous behavior was acceptable. The stronger organizations would occupy better areas, while the weaker cultivators would hide in the corners. He had to be careful when he encountered such a matter and never let his mind be blinded by profit. The more benefits were involved, the easier it was for disputes to occur. If one was swept up in it, it was easy to end up without a corpse. Without sufficient strength, one should stay as far away from the center of the vortex as possible and lick the soup while others were eating. It might sound a little humble, but it was the true way of survival. In the face of the cultivators who had gathered from all directions, the nameless city did not have much reaction. The residents did not take the initiative to leave the city to greet the foreign cultivators. To be able to let a foreign cultivator, who had never lived before, enjoy the wonderful fate of the Tree of Rules was already a considerable favor. He had already given out enough benefits, so there was no need to serve foreign cultivators, lest people misunderstand that the nameless city had evil intentions. This was a strange phenomenon in the cultivation world. Once one was used to indifference and killing, one could not stand excessive enthusiasm at all. If he was too enthusiastic, it would cause misunderstandings and people would be on guard at all times. Moreover, as a landlord, he had to maintain his dignity. As the saying goes, the more you talk, the more you lose. If a cultivator harbored evil intentions and took advantage of this opportunity to deliberately make things difficult for them, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Therefore, the residents of the giant city completely ignored the foreign cultivators and just let them do whatever they wanted outside the city. As long as it didn't affect the nameless city, the residents of the city wouldn't care even if the foreign cultivators killed until there was a river of blood. It was also Tang Zhen's order to invite the cultivators from all over the world to participate in the grand meeting in the nameless city. If it was the residents of the giant city, they would have covered it up, so how could such a thing happen? In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, and the crucial moment was about to arrive. Countless cultivators stood still on the ground, silently waiting for the Tree of Rules to mature, and the residents of the giant city were even more so. To them, this event was a once in 8,000 years opportunity. They could not miss it no matter what. Under the anticipation of the cultivators from all directions, the size of the nomological arc rapidly increased, and it was getting closer and closer to the height of 1,000 meters. The cultivators inside and outside the city were staring at the Tree of Rules, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation. It was as if he had stepped onto the path of cultivation and come into contact with the profoundness of the laws of heaven and earth. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The Tree of Rules also seemed to have a premonition that its body would undergo a qualitative change soon, so it desperately absorbed the impurities. The sky near the nameless city quickly darkened, as if night was about to fall. The original extreme realm was not an ordinary world. Naturally, there was no night. Such an abnormal scene made the cultivators feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, the darkness only appeared in the sky above their heads and did not affect the earth too much. Just as the sky was getting darker and darker, as if it was about to fall, there was a sudden burst of multicolored light. Laws started to appear at this moment, including everything in this world. Then, they turned into starlight and scattered down. The seven-colored starlight did not go anywhere else. Instead, it floated towards the Tree of Laws and hung on the crown of the Tree of Laws. This scene was like a flower blooming in the area of laws. It was extremely stunning and beautiful. The flower of rules bloomed, the Tree of God became a material, and the spiritual seed Suan was born. Outside the nameless city, many knowledgeable cultivators were mumbling to themselves in excitement. This was because at this moment, the Tree of Rules had already matured, and the most anticipated miracle was about to descend. Chapter 3325. The arrival of an opportunity. 1. The Tree of Rules had become a material and triggered a natural phenomenon. The laws of the heaven and earth instantly took form, becoming visible to the naked eye. However, this did not last for too long. After the collapse of the rule force, it gathered on the Tree of Rules again, looking like a blooming flower. The flower was colorful and looked exceptionally beautiful. Although the scenery was beautiful and spectacular, the cultivators were not in the mood to appreciate it. Instead, they tried to count the number of flowers. At this moment, the cultivators were getting more and more excited. According to the rumors, the number of flowers the Tree of Rules bloomed would determine the number of seeds it could produce in the future. This tree full of flowers dazzled the eyes of the cultivators, and at the same time gave rise to an irrepressible yearning. Which one of these law flowers had fate with him? Cultivators didn't dare to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For too much, as long as they could sense a law flower, it would be an extremely lucky thing. As long as there was a reaction and they could ensure a persistent communication, it was possible to obtain the seed of laws after the flower fell. Unbelievable. How many flowers are there? Many cultivators muttered to themselves, their faces full of uncontrollable shock. The scene in front of them was too shocking. The crown of the Tree of Rules had already been completely covered. Even if a cultivator's divine sense covered it, they would not be able to clearly distinguish the number. There were also some cultivators who had seen the Tree of Rules and had even successfully condensed the Seed of Rules. However, the Tree of Rules in the nameless megacity had still shocked them from the beginning until now. According to the current number of flowers, it was likely that every cultivator would have a chance to get one. After realizing this, the cultivators became more and more excited, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. They could not wait to take root and stay in the nameless city until they formed the Seed of Rules. Originally, they had been waiting to watch the show or to take advantage of the situation, but now they were completely different. The attraction of the nameless city had begun to increase exponentially, to the point where cultivators could not give up on it. They might not even be willing to leave even if they were chased away by soldiers. There were even more cultivators who couldn't suppress the greed in their hearts. The more they wanted to occupy the nameless city, seeing the tree full of flowers, the cultivators became more and more expectant. What was the so-called strange fate like? After all, most of the information in this area came from rumors, and few people had seen it with their own eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Tree of Rules shook violently for a moment before completely stretching out. The original Tree of Laws could only be considered a chaotic dark cloud, giving people a vague feeling. However, the Tree of Chaos now really had the shape of a big tree and looked as pure as black glass. Coupled with the colorful flowers on the tree, it exuded a mysterious and majestic aura that seemed to baptize one's state of mind. The cultivators were inexplicably overjoyed and immediately thought of another ability of the Tree of Rules, which was to purify the soul of a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, the Tree of Rules would only help cultivators clean up the toxins accumulated during their cultivation, and it would only affect the cultivator's body. As for the cultivator's mind, it would not be enhanced or adjusted. However, under certain special circumstances, the Tree of Rules could also activate a hidden function to help cultivators recuperate in the mental aspect. No matter what kind of heart's devil or the soul injury left behind by cultivation, it was possible to recover under such circumstances. It was just that the probability of such a situation happening was extremely low, and it was entirely up to luck to encounter it. However, they didn't expect to encounter such a rare event in the nameless city, which made them extremely excited. Snowflakes of light continued to fall from the Tree of Rules and then flew into the bodies of the cultivators. All sorts of soul injuries were healing rapidly at this moment, which made the cultivators even more excited. The Tree of Rules had matured and allowed the cultivators to obtain benefits, but they also looked forward to more benefits descending. Many cultivators were cheering loudly at the Tree of Rules to express their gratitude. As if sensing the joy of the cultivators, the Tree of Rules trembled even more violently, and at the same time, balls of light fell from the sky. Compared to the falling light spots, the real benefits were hidden in these large masses of light. The miraculous encounters that cultivators spoke of included this kind of situation, where treasures were randomly scattered by the Tree of Rules. As long as the cultivators were fated, they would definitely be able to obtain it. The spectating cultivators immediately became excited and began to prepare to snatch these divine items. However, he soon discovered that cultivators couldn't touch the light balls that fell from the sky. Just like the Tree of Rules, it was in a space that cultivators couldn't touch, and it could also be seen but couldn't be touched. Snatching the ball of light was just wishful thinking. When they saw the ball of light floating towards them, many cultivators were excited, thinking that they had gained the favor of a divine object. However, in the blink of an eye, the ball of light had flown elsewhere, leaving the excited cultivators extremely disappointed. They immediately chased after it and gathered in the direction of the ball of light. They even wanted to hold it in their arms. However, the light orbs passed through his body and continued to fly aimlessly. Some of them even disappeared in an instant. This meant that the ball of light had already found its owner, and other cultivators would no longer be able to get it. The cultivator who obtained the ball of light was secretly happy, but he didn't show it. The cultivators who didn't get it were depressed and lamented that they weren't fated to get it. Without waiting for too long, all the light balls disappeared, and the cultivators who didn't get them were extremely regretful. There were too many wolves and too little meat. Moreover, it also required luck, so it was impossible for everyone to get it. The eyes of many cultivators became dangerous as they secretly searched for the lucky one who might get the ball of light. They knew in their hearts that it wouldn't be long before those lucky guys would be exposed. At that time, he would then take action and snatch the opportunities of others. Of course, the targets of snatching were only the cultivators outside the city. No one dared to snatch the opportunities of the residents of the giant city. It didn't take long before the bodies of some cultivators suddenly flashed with light. The surrounding cultivators immediately dodged to the side, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. The appearance of such a special state indicated that the light ball they had just obtained was about to explode. In the face of such a situation, the lucky ones were extremely depressed because they could no longer hide. If one wanted to guard the opportunity, one had to rely on one's strength. Otherwise, it would definitely be snatched by others. The companions of some of the lucky ones immediately stood guard at the side and looked around with vigilant eyes. This was to protect their companions and prevent other cultivators from snatching it. The cultivators without companions could only think of ways to hide. However, no matter where they went, they were stared at like hungry wolves. Left with no other choice, these cultivators rushed to the demon breeding ground, which was their only sanctuary. Unless those coveting it went crazy, they wouldn't dare to enter the breeding ground of the magical beasts. That would be the same as seeking their own death. After the lucky ones entered, they could request to join the nameless city and get a chance to escape. At this moment, outside the nameless city, there were moving light balls everywhere, becoming the focus of all the cultivators. Soon, light pillars appeared above the cultivators' heads, and all kinds of items slowly condensed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see at a glance that these special items were all godly items condensed from rule power. Chapter 3326. The chaotic battle outside the city. 1. The rule force turned into a ball of light and entered the cultivator's body, fusing with each other. It would also condense into various items according to the cultivator's desires or some mysterious things. There was no fixed shape for these items, and no one knew what they looked like until the last moment. Because they were condensed from rule force, each item could be called a rule god weapon. In this world, every piece of equipment that could mobilize the power of rules would be crazily fought over by cultivators. Treasures moved people's hearts, not to mention a divine artifact. Even if I have to pay the price, I must snatch these divine artifacts. Many cultivators had the same thought, and their eyes became more and more dangerous. When the opportunity arrived, it also represented the arrival of danger, causing the atmosphere outside the anonymous city to become more and more tense. As if in response to the Tree of Rules, the light balls above the cultivators' heads also became unstable. The objects floating in the air had become clear, and their general shape could be seen. As for what its specific use was, he was not clear at all. Whether it was a heaven-defying divine skill or an ordinary skill, they had to wait until the last moment to find out. However, as long as rule power could be mobilized, it was definitely not something of little value. The specific effect would depend on how the cultivators operated. Compared to the tension outside the city, the residents of the nameless city were obviously more relaxed. At least, after getting the opportunity, they would not have to be on tenterhooks, and the residents of the giant city would not snatch it. Regardless of whether they were inside or outside the city, all the cultivators were holding their breath and waiting for the last moment to arrive. The starry power of rules continued to fall, like falling snow, and integrated into the items, making them more solid. More and more cultivators had already made their preparations in secret and were trying to snatch these divine weapons. Compared to the cultivators outside the city who were on tenterhooks, the cultivators who had rushed into the monster breeding ground were clearly under less pressure. Although he was in the runic magic circle and was restricted by the power of the runic magic circle, he did not need to worry about others snatching his benefits. No matter if it was the residents of the giant city or the monsters, including the imprisoned cultivators, they could not affect these cultivators. Perhaps only Tang Zhen alone could snatch their opportunities. However, with Tang Zhen's status and means, he simply looked down on these so-called divine weapons. It was even more impossible for him to snatch them. Time flew by, and the divine weapons condensation finally reached the final step. A blinding light shot up into the sky. The item floating in the air had finally taken shape, and the rule force spread out at the same time. Do it. More than one cultivator gave the order. One figure after another rushed over, locking onto the divine weapon bestowed by the heavens. Kill. This divine artifact is mine. Get lost. Hee. If you want it, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. The area outside the city was in chaos as the greedy cultivators fought each other. The sound of roars and weapons clashing actually shot into the sky. Cultivators who cultivated their physical bodies were obviously more hot-blooded and brutal in battle. The lucky ones with the treasures were filled with fear and anger when they faced the vicious cultivators. They had obtained an opportunity, but they might not be able to protect it. It was very likely that it would fall into the hands of others. Driven by fear and anger, the lucky cultivators activated the divine weapons in their hands. Crack. With a muffled sound, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it instantly turned into a bottomless abyss. Many cultivators were caught off guard and fell into the crack. Before they could fly away, the crack closed up again in an instant. Not far away, a cultivator was holding a stone with an ancient rune carved on it. He was the lucky one in the eyes of the cultivators, but at the same time, he was the target of the snatching. He was forced to use the divine weapon to counterattack. The ability of this divine weapon was to create cracks in the ground within a radius of several thousand meters. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding earth caved in again, leaving only the cultivator's position unscathed. It was like an isolated island that was in imminent danger. At the moment of danger, the cultivators rose into the air one after another to avoid being swallowed by the terrifying crack. Although the divine weapon could release the power of rules, it was repaired automatically in the blink of an eye, and the earth was restored to its original state. Using this characteristic of destruction and restoration, the divine weapon created countless cracks, making it impossible for the enemy to attack from the ground. Of course, most cultivators had the ability to fly, so they could avoid being devoured as long as they left the ground. This kind of divine weapon was very destructive and could easily destroy a city, but it was not very effective against cultivators. The cultivator controlling the divine weapon was quite ruthless. He actually jumped into the crack and was swallowed by the earth. Those who dared to do this were definitely not seeking death, but they already had a way to escape. Seeing that their target had escaped, the cultivators were angry and anxious. Some even drilled into the ground to give chase. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they would not give up until they achieved their goal. On the battlefield not far away, there was a cultivator who had obtained a divine weapon. He was covered in lava. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lava giant that was thousands of feet tall and attacked the surrounding cultivators. With a wave of his hand, lava rolled down, and blazing flames were everywhere. The huge fist hit the ground, and the earth shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. When mortals faced such a scene, they would be powerless to resist and would be killed easily. However, for cultivators, they might be able to fight against the terrifying flame giant. The other party relied on the power of the divine weapon and simply couldn't hold on for long. He only needed to be a little more careful. Although the power of a divine weapon was powerful, and the power of rules was equally terrifying, it also depended on who was using it. In the face of the greedy cultivators who were like wolves and tigers, the lucky ones with divine artifacts were in an increasingly difficult situation. The power of the divine weapons were definitely different, and not all of them were suitable for battle. In a short period of time, many cultivators' divine weapons had been snatched away, and they were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. The cultivators who managed to snatch the divine weapons became the targets of other cultivators. They fought with each other until the sky turned dark. At the same time, there were also some cultivators who had obtained powerful divine artifacts and were killing in all directions. The cultivators who tried to snatch it were all killed, and they paid the price for their greed. For example, a cultivator with terrifying cracks all over his body looked like a broken statue that had been put back together. Black cracks kept appearing within a few thousand meters of him, enough to tear and cut any hard object. The power of the spatial crack was equivalent to a sharp blade cutting through paper. It was an irresistible destruction. The cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were cut into pieces. They had no chance to dodge. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were not afraid of this kind of cutting. Their strong bodies could even be reborn from a drop of blood. With a body that had completely turned into energy, he did not have to worry about death even if his head was cut off. However, if it was targeted by a specific method or special injury, it would be very difficult for the broken body to heal. Even if they were killed, it was absolutely normal. After killing many enemies, this cultivator was also close to the end of his life. The price of using a divine weapon above his level was equally huge. The cultivator understood his situation. He was using the divine weapon's deterrence to quickly approach the nameless city. When he reached the front of the monster breeding ground, the cultivator turned around with a cold smile and jumped in without hesitation. Chapter 3327. Not giving up on the thieving heart. The battle became more and more intense, and the divine weapons of rules kept changing owners. This kind of divine weapon that descended from the heavens was not an auspicious sign. Instead, it was the source of disaster. If one wanted to obtain an opportunity, one had to pay a price, even their own life. However, in most cases, even if one paid a huge price, they would still end up with nothing. The situation of the cultivators who were besieged and chased became more and more difficult. Only a few managed to escape successfully. Even if they belonged to some organization and had companions to protect them, they still couldn't resist the countless cultivators. Facing the threat of death, the cultivators could only find a way out. For many cultivators, the demon breeding farm in the nameless city was a place they would avoid like the plague. Once one entered by mistake, it was very difficult to escape. From the start of its operation until now, not a single prisoner had escaped. This was enough to prove the power of the runic magic circle. However, at this moment, many cultivators saw the dangerous demon breeding ground as the ideal sanctuary. Even if they might not be able to escape after going in, it was still much better than having their divine artifacts stolen outside and ending up with nothing. Even though the simplest method was to give up the divine weapon, how many cultivators could do this? There were even some greedy cultivators who rushed into the monster breeding ground, confident that they could escape unscathed. In the end, he realized that there was no way to escape after entering the demon breeding ground. Such a chaotic scene lasted for quite a long time. The residents of the giant city stood on the city wall and watched silently. As long as it didn't affect the nameless city, he didn't need to care about the chaos in the outside world. After all, the situation was very special. Of course, this was only for now. After the grand ceremony was over, such a situation was not allowed to happen again. Otherwise, it would be a provocation, and the nameless city would lose its face. This festival was a rare opportunity for the nameless city. Not only could he take advantage of this opportunity to make the nameless city famous, but he could also get rich. After witnessing the growth of the tree of rules with their own eyes, the cultivators would definitely not miss the opportunity to condense a seed of rules. This wasn't a matter of willingness, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that no one would easily miss. If one wanted to condense a rule seed, they had to pay a corresponding fee, which was a matter of course. There was another benefit, which was to protect the nameless city indirectly. The cultivators who tried to condense the seed of rules would definitely not want others to disrupt their cultivation. If an enemy threatened the nameless city, it would be equivalent to the enemy of the cultivators. Even if they didn't fight in person, they would definitely be more inclined to the nameless city. It was more suitable for foreign cultivators to issue missions and earn more rule particles. At the same time, he could also win over people's hearts. At the same time, they could also use the advantage of being a host to observe and recruit these foreign cultivators, thus allowing the strength of the nameless giant city to continue to increase. Since the formation of the tree of rules, the nameless city was no longer unknown and had become the focus of attention of many cultivators. When the darkness in the sky dissipated, everything seemed to have returned to normal, and the intense fighting gradually stopped. Those divine artifacts that descended from the heavens also had a temporary owner now. However, if one wanted to protect and preserve it, one must have enough strength. Otherwise, it would fall into the hands of others sooner or later. The residents of the nameless city had a new beginning. The formation of the tree of rules meant that from now on, they could comprehend and condense the seeds of rules. Not to mention whether or not he had successfully condensed it, it was already quite rare to have such an opportunity. Only the residents of the giant city had such an opportunity. Otherwise, even if they had money, they might not be able to get it. If one day he could successfully form a rule seed, his path of cultivation would definitely be smoother, and he would have the opportunity to climb to a higher realm. Today, the residents of the city were all full of motivation, trying to achieve amazing results. Although they were all residents of the same city, they had obtained a divine weapon bestowed by the heavens and condensed a rule seed. Their treatment would definitely be completely different. No matter what, only cultivators with greater potential could get more cultivation resources. This was especially true in the origin realm. In this unique world, cultivators were required to fight for everything with their own strength. Although the tree of rules had already matured, the cultivation still had to continue, but there was no need to use the impure crystals. The daily cultivation of the residents of the giant city could provide enough nutrients to ensure the normal growth of the tree of rules. In fact, the matter was not over yet. A new crisis had arrived, and it was caused by the greedy cultivators outside the city. They coveted the tree of rules and wanted to seize the nameless megacity in passing, completely controlling this land with great potential. Whether it was the tree of rules or the divine devil breeding ground, they both had great value. Not to mention that this giant city itself already possessed an extremely great value. Due to Tang Zhen's special cultivation method, the strength of the residents of the giant city had already increased rapidly. However, Tang Zhen's existence caused those covetous people to have scruples in their hearts. They would definitely not dare to act rashly. He had to have enough confidence to severely injure Tang Zhen or even kill him. They definitely couldn't be like the last time, when a total of 3 experts made a move, but in the end, 2 of them were directly suppressed by Tang Zhen. As this matter spread, it became a laughingstock in some cultivator circles. The 3 powerhouses attacked together, but they couldn't deal with a foreign cultivator. It sounded like they were really useless. They had slandered the King Kong Black Mist and the escaping horn demons. However, through this matter, it had also proven that Tang Zhen's strength was not something that an ordinary expert could compare to. If they wanted to deal with Tang Zhen, they would need at least 3 or more experts. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would repeat the same mistake. As for the level of the master, it was not easy to define. The division of strength in the origin realm was very vague. When a cultivator's physical body was cultivated to the extreme, the next step was to find ways to condense rules. This resulted in a difference in strength. After reaching a certain level, one could be called a super expert and have the right to control an area. In this world, there were quite a few super experts just outside the nameless city. When they heard the news, they gathered in the nameless city, wanting to obtain more benefits. It was these cultivators who coveted the nameless city and tried to take it for themselves. Little did they know that the nameless city was a hidden trap, waiting for them to jump into it. If someone dared to target the nameless city, it meant that the strength they had shown was still not enough to deter the cultivators from all directions. Under such circumstances, it was necessary to show the strength of the nameless city again through some things. The super powerhouses outside the city were obviously the best targets. In truth, Tang Zhen was even more looking forward to the arrival of a true super expert. This way, he would be able to save the effort of searching for them. However, Tang Zhen clearly understood that a true expert would not easily make a move. This was especially the case after understanding Tang Zhen's strength. If one had not reached the God King level, one would not possess an absolute advantage in strength. One would not have the qualifications to be viewed seriously by Tang Zhen. It was a fool's dream to think that he could kill Tang Zhen. Chapter 3328 The difficulty of condensing the rule seeds. When he planted the parasol tree to attract the phoenix. Tang Zhen's current method actually had the same effect as using a different approach. If not for this tree of laws, how would he be able to catch the big fish he wanted? Tang Zhen had enough confidence in protecting the tree of laws. He wouldn't be secretive. He only wanted to obtain a short period of peace, but he would leave behind too many hidden dangers. If there was truly a challenge in danger, Tang Zhen would instead be filled with anticipation and hope that it would arrive a moment earlier. While monitoring the movements of the outside world, Tang Zhen was also communicating with the tree of rules in an attempt to condense a rule seed. The cultivators of the origin realm all wanted to form the seeds of rules, and so did Tang Zhen. Previously, he did not care about the cost and cultivated the tree of rules with all his might in order to condense his comprehension without any restrictions. He would control the rules of his own things, so he didn't have to worry about outsiders making things difficult for him. In fact, many cultivators had similar ideas, but they didn't have the ability to realize them. Before Tang Zhen did anything, he was like other cultivators. He was unable to determine if he would succeed. The final success of the tree of rules was related to Tang Zhen's strength and his mysterious luck. Tang Zhen had already found out how to condense the rule seed. If a cultivator wanted to condense a law seed, they had to find a flower that could communicate with them among the law flowers in the tree. This was the first step, the key to nurturing the nomological seeds, and there was no limit to the number. If he was lucky enough, he would be able to communicate with hundreds or thousands of rule flowers without any problems. The next step was the same as the breeding of the tree of rules. He had to constantly communicate with it until the moment of successful breeding came. The process of communication might be long or short, but most cultivators would end up wasting their efforts. This was the most helpless part. This was because a rule force flower would not only communicate with a single cultivator. Instead, every cultivator was qualified to establish a connection with it. However, whoever could obtain it in the end would completely depend on luck. It was not something that could be obtained just by being stronger. They had even persisted for many years, but in the end, no one had obtained it, and all of them had been busy in vain. In order to condense the seeds of rules, some cultivators would use the method of casting a wide net and communicate with as many rule flowers as possible. Such a method was not considered a trick. If the rule seeds were randomly generated, this method might increase the probability of obtaining them. However, the facts proved that this method was by no means feasible. Many cultivators wasted a long time and communicated with many rule flowers, but in the end, they gained nothing. He couldn't be loyal to her, and he definitely couldn't be promiscuous. Many cultivators didn't believe it. They thought that it wasn't impossible, but that there was a problem with the method. They kept changing their methods, trying to prove that there was a shortcut to condensing the seed of rules through their own experiments. Whether it was the mortal world or the cultivation world, there was never a lack of such people. They believed that there were shortcuts in everything, and they persevered in their search. Some lucky guys were indeed able to find some shortcuts and gain benefits from it. How could he know that these shortcuts might have already existed, just that they had not been discovered in the past? However, the facts had proven that shortcuts were not everywhere. Many shortcuts might connect to the abyss. The cultivators who were full of the spirit of research persevered in finding shortcuts. They used their time and energy to prove one thing. There was indeed no shortcut in condensing the seed of rules. Fortunately, in this world, cultivators had long lifespans. As long as there were no accidents, they would not die. Otherwise, these cultivators who were exploring would have died with regrets, lamenting the long time they had wasted. However, in the cultivation world, there was never a lack of explorers. This was the most outstanding quality of cultivators. Tang Zhen, who had just succeeded in his experiment, was similarly not used to leaving things to fate. He was an unusually persistent explorer. Although he was a cultivator of the tree of rules, he did not have any special privileges. When he was comprehending the seed of rules, he was no different from other cultivators. Although this was the truth, it did not mean that Tang Zhen would not be able to obtain any benefits. It only depended on how he copied it. However, every cultivator knew that no matter how many benefits they obtained, they couldn't be compared to the seed of rules. If Tang Zhen wanted to quickly raise his strength and aspire to become a god king, he would need to learn how to find other ways. A moderate approach might be very safe, but it would be meaningless if one did not become a god king. However, 99% of cultivators would be stuck at this step and would not be able to reach the end. If Tang Zhen didn't want this to happen, he would have to use his brain more. With the successful cultivation of the tree of rules, Tang Zhen once again had the idea of creating a flower of rules and was prepared to create a miracle. Only by doing so would he be able to obtain more law seeds and increase his chances of becoming a god king. However, as for how to do it, he needed to plan it carefully and continuously try it out. Even if he did, he might not succeed. No matter what the result was, one must not lack the courage to try, or there would never be a chance of success. Just like the other cultivators, Tang Zhen's mental energy turned into thin threads and constantly touched those law flowers. However, the result of touching it was that there was nothing. The flower of rules was the same as the tree of rules. It was an existence that could be seen but couldn't be touched, existing in a special space. Only by chance would they appear on their own, or else there would be no reaction at all. Just the first step had already made Tang Zhen experience the difficulty. This was because his mental energy had turned into countless fine threads and touched all the flowers of rules, but he had not been able to communicate with any of them. Although he did not succeed, Tang Zhen knew the number of rule flowers. There was a total of 99,919. He was only one flower away from 100,000. Tang Zhen was not the only one who was searching. The cultivators inside and outside the nameless city were doing the same thing. The spiritual energy in the sky was almost tangible, and it was filled with the spiritual energy threads that the cultivators had condensed. Of course, the spiritual awareness of these cultivators was in a closed state, and they would not easily communicate with others. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, he would be attacked by countless spiritual power, and a little carelessness would lead to the explosion of his sea of consciousness. Most of the cultivators had not gained anything yet, but they had been persevering. This was because cultivators knew that this was a very long process and they should not try it if they did not have enough patience. The majority of cultivators who had comprehended it were those who had sat there for 100 years without gaining anything. Tang Zhen comprehended for a very long time, but he similarly did not gain anything. Even if they were mentally prepared, such an outcome still made them sigh. Just as the cultivators were seriously communicating, a flower of rules on the crown of the tree suddenly flashed. A large cluster of 7-colored light spots gushed out from the flower, like a firework blooming. The cultivators who were trying to communicate witnessed this scene inside in their hearts. Did Ying successfully communicate with him? What a lucky guy. I'm so jealous that I want to punch him. It's good that someone has succeeded. This means that there's hope for everyone. While feeling envious and jealous, the cultivators became more confident and began to communicate more patiently. Although the connection with the rule flower was only the first step in condensing the rule seed, it was definitely far ahead of most cultivators. Tang Zhen noticed this scene and his mind stirred slightly. He quickly locked onto the flower of laws that he had successfully communicated with. A stream of time power flowed, and like a video, it replayed the scene that had just happened. Not only was the image repeated, but everything near the target at that time was also repeated without the slightest error. Of course, he could only rewind time. He could not interfere with it unless he mastered the time rules of the origin realm. Tang Zhen had used the runic magic circle to record all the changes in the tree of laws for research purposes. Whether it was the rule tree or the rule flower, they were actually the manifestation of rule force. They were born from rules, so how could there be no rules to follow? Therefore, Tang Zhen believed that it was not that there were no rules. It was just that they had not been discovered. Chapter 3329. It's indeed very special. One Tang Zhen wanted to use the time reversal to observe the difference between this flower of laws that had been activated and the other flowers. In the process of looking back, he analyzed it carefully to ensure that he didn't miss anything. Spatial fluctuations, spiritual energy fluctuations, all aspects had to be analyzed. At the same time, he had to lock onto the cultivator who had successfully communicated with him and analyze it with the other cultivators to see if it was because of the cultivator. The method of searching was very simple. Tang Zhen had been monitoring the surroundings and did not miss any corner. It was entirely possible to lock onto suspicious targets through the performance of these cultivators, and then further determine whether the other party's communication was successful. After some observation and analysis, he might be able to find some clues. Not long after, Tang Zhen found that lucky person. At this moment, he was trying to hide himself. It was obvious that he didn't want other cultivators to know that he was the lucky one who would be envied by others. The communication process between the cultivator and the flower of rules was constantly played in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. He could see almost every detail. However, Tang Zhen did not find any abnormalities after repeatedly watching it hundreds of times, including that cultivator. If it wasn't for the successful communication, this ordinary cultivator would not have attracted Tang Zhen's attention. This situation was not unexpected. If clues could be found so easily, the cultivators of the origin realm might have already known about it. The exploration of the flower of rules was certainly not limited to ordinary cultivators. Cultivators at the level of divine general would definitely participate in it. Condensing the seed of rules was the dream of all cultivators, and there was no difference in strength. However, compared to low-level cultivators, the stronger the cultivator, the higher the chance of discovering the secret of the rules. Tang Zhen wasn't very clear whether he had mastered an effective communication method. However, he knew that there was no similar news circulating in the outside world. It was a pity that the current circle was limited, and he was unable to come into contact with a true expert of the same level. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would definitely inquire about it. If there was an effective communication method, Tang Zhen would definitely be willing to pay the price in exchange with those super experts. It was a pity that the bait he had set up had only attracted a group of ignorant fools, and the true powerhouses had never appeared. Perhaps he had seen through Tang Zhen's plan and was currently hiding in the dark to observe. However, he did not intend to come into contact with him. When one's strength reached Tang Zhen's level, there was no need to covet the tree of laws. It was very easy for him to find the place where he could comprehend the seed of laws. There was not much significance in controlling the tree of rules, and it could not increase the chances of obtaining the seed of rules. On the contrary, it would cost a lot. In this aspect, Tang Zhen had the most right to speak. Compared to the other divine generals, Tang Zhen had indeed invested a lot of resources. Although he didn't obtain the desired result, Tang Zhen wasn't discouraged. Instead, he continued to communicate and observe. Hundreds of millions of thoughts were spinning in his mind, analyzing and judging all kinds of possibilities. However, this method of analysis and reasoning could only be used on ordinary things. Everything related to rules could not be deduced normally. It was like a math problem. If the rules did not allow the calculation of the true answer, there was no way to get the correct answer. Perhaps it was because the tree of rules had just been formed, so it was easier to communicate with it. Soon, another lucky person successfully communicated with it. The waves of envy and jealousy had yet to die down when two more rule flowers were successfully communicated by cultivators. The shocked cultivator suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although the number of rule force flowers above his head was only one more to reach 100,000, far surpassing many known rule force trees. However, all the cultivators were clear that the number of rule flowers had nothing to do with the success rate of the communication. However, the frequency of successful communication was obviously abnormal, which made the cultivators suspicious. Could it be that this special tree of laws had a much higher success rate than the others? Tang Zhen was also alarmed. Although he was the cultivator of the tree of rules, he knew nothing about the characteristics of this thing. In particular, this tree of laws was cultivated from the impure crystals of another world, so it could be said to be a hybrid. When the rules of the two worlds merged, even Tang Zhen was not clear about what would happen. The previous rapid growth was already an obvious abnormality, different from the other trees of law. Perhaps this extremely high rate of communication was the most unique feature of this black tree of laws. The condensed flower of laws was not as cold and difficult to communicate with as the other flowers of laws. However, the current situation could only be considered a coincidence. It would depend on how the situation developed. Tang Zhen faintly felt that there might really be a surprise waiting for him. The cultivators inside and outside the nameless city all sped up their communication. If that was the case, no one wanted to miss such a precious opportunity. Tang Zhen did the same. Countless fine threads extended from his sea of spirit as he continued to probe the law flowers. All the cultivators were filled with anticipation, waiting for the surprise to come. In less than 15 minutes, 3 more flowers of rules burst out with brilliant light at the same time. Then, there were 10 more, 17 more, and hundreds more. In a short period of time, over 1,000 rule flowers were successfully communicated, causing the entire sky to be bright. The star-like light spots filled the sky above the nameless city. For cultivators, this was the most brilliant scenery, making them intoxicated and yearning. At this moment, they were more and more convinced that this tree of laws was different from the others. The success rate of communication with the flower of laws was even higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many cultivators to communicate in such a short time. This was simply unheard of. The cultivators who had successfully communicated with him could hardly suppress their excitement. He had finally taken the first step. The next thing he had to do was to do his best to condense the seed of rules. Even though it had nothing to do with hard work, it was still not enough. The cultivators who did not succeed had complicated feelings. They were both depressed and excited. The depressing thing was that he didn't exist among these successful people, which meant that his luck was terrible. However, there was also a reason for his excitement. If this situation could continue, he would have a chance of successfully communicating. Unless one's luck was terrible to the extreme, if one persisted, one would definitely have some expected gains. Among the lucky cultivators, there was also Tang Zhen who had just been lucky enough to communicate with the flower of laws. Without any warning, in the process of trying to communicate, he suddenly felt something. At this moment, Tang Zhen finally understood what was going on with the flower of laws. When one's mind power enters the flower of rules, it will be nurtured under the influence of the rule power and can also sense the cultivator. In the following period of time, the cultivators had to communicate with the flower of rules and continuously transmit their mental energy. The purpose of doing so was to accelerate the maturity of the flower of rules and thus complete the nurturing of the seeds of rules. This series of processes was somewhat similar to the birth of life. The rule force flower was similarly promiscuous. It absorbed too much spiritual energy, but only one succeeded in the end. Or wait for thousands of years, but not a single one succeeded. Instead, they were all rejected. When faced with such a situation, the cultivators were all stunned. He had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. Chapter 3330. The solution to the problem. When after the communication between his spiritual energy and the flower of rules was completed, it would take a long time to nurture it until the seed of rules matured. Of course, the vast majority of waiting didn't yield any results. The most deceptive thing was that even if there was no hope, the cultivator wouldn't get any hint at all. The trapped cultivators had no idea if they had any hope of success or if they should decisively give up. After waiting for so many years in vain, the final result might be nothing. After successfully communicating with the flower of rules, according to the normal mode, he should have been able to continuously transmit his spiritual energy. The tree of rules absorbed the poison produced during cultivation, but the flower of rules was only interested in spiritual power. The former was like a good medicine, while the latter was more like a virus. The spiritual energy absorbed by the flower of rules was like a fetus in a mother's womb. It needed to be supplemented with sufficient nutrients, otherwise it would not be able to grow normally. Furthermore, the transmission of spiritual power could not be done too long apart, or the connection between them could be broken. Once that happened, it meant that all their efforts in the early stages had gone down the drain. In order to ensure the success of the breeding, cultivators would spare no effort, often sitting on the ground for hundreds of years, just to ensure the uninterrupted transmission of mental power. Only he knew the bitterness of this period. The rule force flower that Tang Zhen had communicated with had accepted 3 streams of spiritual energy in succession. In the future, there would be other cultivators who would join in. They would compete with each other, but in the end, they might gain nothing. Although he had completed the communication, Tang Zhen was still at a loss at this moment. He was unable to find a single clue. He could only sense that his own spiritual energy was inside the flower of rules and nothing else. The only thing he could do was to continuously transfer his spiritual power, and then he was not qualified to know the effect of the cultivation. Such a situation was somewhat like a wrong big head, but even so, the cultivators still rushed forward one after another, afraid that they would not get the opportunity to be wronged. Tang Zhen, who was lucky enough to successfully communicate with it, naturally would not easily give up this opportunity. He mimicked the other cultivators and transmitted his mental energy. However, at the same time, his spiritual force was still probing, preparing to communicate with more rule flowers. There were very few cultivators who did what he did. Most cultivators knew that it was meaningless to cast a wide net. The probability of getting nothing was much higher than dying. Furthermore, his own mental strength was limited and he could not provide for more rule flowers at all, otherwise it would cause damage to himself. Without waiting for too long, Tang Zhen successfully communicated with him once again, and another flower of laws lit up. Tang Zhen wasn't the only lucky one. There were also some cultivators who successfully communicated with him and couldn't help but cheer. As more and more cultivators successfully communicated with it, the lucky ones no longer tried to hide it. After all, this was not a divine weapon that descended from the heavens, and outsiders had no way of snatching it. There were even some cultivators who planned to use this luck to seek better development for themselves. No matter if it was the nameless city or the cultivators from the large organizations, they would not reject a cultivator with potential. Once the seed of rules was successfully bred, the investment would be doubled, and they would have a strong cultivator. The situation was still unclear, and the recruitment had yet to happen. It was obvious that most cultivators were just waiting and watching. However, it wouldn't be long before the cultivators who had successfully communicated with the flower of rules would have their own owners. When the time came, there would be cultivators who would specially guard the lucky ones' vicinity, acting as their Tao protectors. Compared to the complicated situation outside the city, the residents of the nameless city were obviously much more relaxed. After they successfully communicated with each other, they were gathered together by the city lord and became the focus of attention. He didn't need to do anything else. He only needed to concentrate on cultivating and communicating so that he could accelerate the ripening of the nonological seeds as soon as possible. In the following time, the cultivators inside and outside the giant city were doing their best to communicate and cultivate. He always felt that this was a rare opportunity, and he would regret it if he missed it. Among the cultivators who communicated with the flower of rules, only Tang Zhen was different. He tried to communicate with more rule flowers and did not stop even after he succeeded. He continued to maintain the output of his spiritual power. This was because he was very clear that even though he had already communicated with several rule flowers, it didn't mean that he could obtain the rule seed. Fortunately, the mutated tree of laws made it easier for him to communicate with the flower of laws. It also provided Tang Zhen with an excellent opportunity to experiment. In the process of communication, he had been pondering how to ensure the success rate of condensing the law seed. The cultivator's psyche was absorbed by the flower of rules. It only absorbed without any feedback, making the cultivator unable to obtain any real information. It was the same for Tang Zhen. No matter how he tried, he was still unable to obtain even the slightest bit of information. It was the same for other cultivators. Other than constantly supplying mental power, they could not do anything else. In the end, Tang Zhen confirmed that there might only be some hope if he did something to his mental energy. Mental energy was produced by the cultivator's soul. Under normal circumstances, it could be controlled as if it was an extension of the cultivator's body. Many cultivators, sacred arts could be used through mental energy. However, in the situation where the rules were cut off, even if a cultivator had many means, they could not use them at all. Tang Zhen planned to hide a special life within his spiritual energy and bestow it with a special ability. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to do this. Only the true masters of creation could do it. The cultivators of the origin realm could not do the same because they did not have godhood. This meant that they might be able to think of Tang Zhen's method, but they did not have the ability to realize it. Even if he was able to do it, he might not be able to do it as he pleased like Tang Zhen. Under normal circumstances, the life that Tang Zhen created in the divine kingdom in his mind would not be able to survive for long in the outside world. As they were not allowed by the rules, once they left the mental divine kingdom, they would be restricted and killed by the rules of the outside world. Many times, Tang Zhen preferred to subdue and convert cultivators from all realms to become a cultivator of the divine kingdom. When they left the divine kingdom, they would not be rejected by the rules and could move freely. The cultivators of Scandinavia would definitely not be able to complete this special mission. Tang Zhen would have to personally create a special life. Not only must they be able to leave the divine kingdom to survive, but they must also complete the missions arranged by Tang Zhen in a special environment. The requirements were not too harsh, but it was not easy either. Tang Zhen had to continuously deduce an experiment. In the process of communicating with the flower of rules, the creation of special life forms was also in progress. New life forms were born every minute and every second, but they were destroyed because they did not meet the requirements. The creation of life consumed divine source, and the price was actually quite huge. If they were converted into cultivation resources, they would probably have accumulated into a mountain. Although the consumption was huge, it was not worth mentioning at all when compared to the possible benefits. At the same time, Tang Zhen also simulated the flower of rules in his mind's divine kingdom and built a special experimental environment. This was the advantage of the divine kingdom of the mind. The cultivators of the origin realm did not have such conditions. The special life form that Tang Zhen wanted to create was able to survive within mental energy. Moreover, it possessed extraordinary concealment abilities. Even if they were killed, as long as they touched the spiritual power, they could be instantly resurrected. They could also receive special orders through their mind power, and their intelligence was no less than that of intelligent creatures. If these requirements were met and it was successfully created, it would definitely be an extraordinary life. Perhaps this was the only way to be perfect and have the chance to complete the difficult task. Chapter 3331 A special life in the God's kingdom when everything was like this. After having a specific goal, it would be much easier to do things. It was the same for the creation of God's kingdom. With specific creation requirements, Tang Zhen would continuously create life that met the conditions. It was said to be in the space of a thought, but it only meant that time was extremely fast. In fact, during the process of creation, countless thoughts were cooperating with each other. The creation of life in the divine kingdom was successful, but it did not mean that it had passed, because it still needed to pass a strict test. The special environment simulated by the divine kingdom in his mind was of great help to the test. It allowed Tang Zhen to modify and create in time. After spending a full 3 days, the special life form that Tang Zhen wanted was finally created. It didn't sound like a long time, but the creation of the divine kingdom in his mind was completed in a single thought. In the past 3 days, who knew how many lives in the divine kingdom had been killed with a single thought after they were created? The amount of divine source it consumed was enough to make one flabbergasted. Fortunately, he paid no heed to the cost and finally obtained the expected harvest, barely meeting Tang Zhen's request. As expected, this special God kingdom life form could live in spiritual power. As long as there was the existence of mind power, this kind of divine kingdom life would not die out. Instead, it would spread through mind power, thus infecting more cultivators. Of course, this ability didn't affect cultivators much. If it wasn't necessary, it would never allow one's mind to be contaminated. If it was an ordinary person, they would be easily contaminated because their sea of consciousness was not guarded at all, and they would inevitably dream. The strict tests were enough to prove that even if this kind of God kingdom life form entered the flower of laws, it should be able to adapt to the harsh environment. Now that he had completed the creation, the next thing to do was to nurture a large number of these God kingdom life forms. After that, they would carry out special missions according to Tang Zhen's request until they obtained the rule seeds. Replication was very simple. With the template, one could replicate many of their own kind with a thought. However, this kind of clone was like an embryo that had not been polished. It was definitely lacking in spirituality. Only through normal reproduction and the process of evolution to make up for the possible flaws and deficiencies could it be perfected. As the master of the divine kingdom in his mind, Tang Zhen used a time accelerating technique, and 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In this period of time, the creature of the divine kingdom grew rapidly, gradually reaching a perfect level. A powerful and special race was born at this moment. If they could adapt to the rules of the outside world, others would become the nightmare of all enemies. This special creature of the divine kingdom was personally created by Tang Zhen and could be considered a true native. At the very least, Tang Zhen had never done this before. There had never been any creature from the god nation that had invested so much energy in divine source. Perhaps, in front of Tang Zhen, this small thing was insignificant and was just an unremarkable existence. However, in the eyes of the creatures in the outside world, it possessed terrifying power and could be called a true demon king. This special creature from the divine kingdom possessed powerful abilities. It could be used as Tang Zhen's trump card. If they could successfully complete this mission, this special life form of the god kingdom would also have the right to live in the god kingdom of their mind forever. After completing all the preparation work, Tang Zhen hid this special creature of the kingdom of God in his spiritual power. During this period of time, he had successfully communicated with a few more rule flowers, and the supply of spiritual power had never stopped. Under Tang Zhen's control, these special life forms, which Tang Zhen had named spies, entered the flower of rules without a sound. Just like a mental connection being cut off, the infiltrator's connection was also completely cut off after entering the flower of rules. However, as a creature of the kingdom of God that could think independently and had special abilities, the lurker had the ability to face everything and encountered while thinking of ways to complete its mission. As for whether the mission was completed or not, even Tang Zhen was unable to influence it. He could only quietly wait for the result. Every rule force flower was in the same situation. Moreover, Tang Zhen would send an infiltrator into it every once in a while. Even though the hunters could be resurrected as long as they were injected with spiritual power, there would never be too many hunters on a mission. As an intelligent creature, the lurkers naturally knew how to coordinate with each other. The greater the number, the greater the power. Just as Tang Zhen was trying his best to find a possible law, the other cultivators were also trying their best to communicate with the flower of laws. The number of rule flowers that had been lit up was increasing. From time to time, there would be bright spots of light spraying out. The scenery above the nameless city became more and more beautiful. With the dancing roots in the crown of the tree, it became a special holy land for cultivation. The cultivators who were trying to communicate with the flower of rules would inevitably think about a question, and that was when the nameless city would collect the fees. The summoning of cultivators from all over the world to participate in the celebration of the tree of rules could be regarded as a kind of publicity act. In this way, more cultivators would know about the tree of rules and gather in the nameless city. The cultivators who had enjoyed the benefits would definitely not be willing to leave easily. Instead, they would stay and condense the seeds of rules. They could freely come and go, and participate in the celebration of the tree of rules without paying any price. They could also enjoy the divine fate that descended from the heavens, snatch those rules' divine weapons, and then unceremoniously take them for themselves. All the benefits mentioned above could be considered as the benefits given to the cultivators by the nameless city, but they could not be endless. If they continued to stay here in the future and fight for opportunities with the residents of the nameless city, they would have to pay the corresponding price. If one didn't want to pay the price, then they could only obtain the qualification for free through their own strength. Or they could seize the nameless city and make it their own, so that they could continue to comprehend it without any restrictions. However, war was no child's play. If one did not have enough strength, one should not even think about it. Therefore, the smartest thing to do was to wait and see what kind of fees the nameless city had. If it wasn't too much, paying a fee was a matter of course. If the nameless city went too far and caused dissatisfaction among the cultivators, things might become more complicated. Of course, most of the cultivators would still choose to wait and see. They would definitely not take the initiative to participate. They didn't have the ability to fight back, so they could only make the choice that was beneficial to themselves according to the development of the situation. If a cultivator organization really declared war and had a high chance of winning, the cultivators were likely to join in. The purpose of doing so was to ensure that his opportunity to comprehend would not be forcibly taken away by the nameless city. Who knew what the nameless city was like? Would it threaten the cultivators at the critical moment and make them pay a higher price? Of course, they had to discuss the conditions before taking action. If the conditions couldn't meet the expectations of the cultivators, they wouldn't take the risk to participate. The crux of the matter still depended on the attitude of the nameless city, or how much of an advantage the cultivators could gain. If they weren't satisfied, they, as a group of foreign guests, might try to find ways to suck the host's marrow after tasting the sweetness. If that was the case, the nameless city's previous actions were simply inviting a wolf into the house. Chapter 3332 Never lacking in avaricious people. One time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. For the cultivators of the Origin Realm, 3 months was really nothing. The cultivators of the Origin Realm were all long-lived. They had long lost the concept of time, especially when they were cultivating. Now, they were all focused on communicating with the flower of laws and would not notice the changes in the outside world. However, there were some cultivators who felt anxious in secret. They felt that the nameless city was too slow to react. So much time had passed. Why was he still not collecting any fees? According to their speculations, after the celebration of the Tree of Rules success, the nameless city would collect fees. If that was the case, it would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the cultivators, and in turn, the dissatisfaction of the cultivators. At that time, with a little guidance, a conflict might erupt. The cultivators who tried to seize the nameless city would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make the nameless city a target for all. With a suitable excuse, it would be easier to get the approval of the cultivators when starting the war. The power of the rogue cultivators could not be ignored. There were many almighty experts hidden among them, and there were even super experts. If they agreed and started a war together, they would definitely have a greater chance of winning. However, this nameless city seemed to have seen through their plan and never mentioned the issue of charging. They also turned a blind eye to the cultivators outside the city and did not care about them snatching cultivation resources. It was unbelievable that such a thing would happen in the Origin Realm, which was barren of resources. Some cultivators secretly despised it and thought that the nameless city was too stupid to miss such a rare opportunity to make a fortune. With so many cultivators, if he were to charge them all, he would be rich. Was it because the nameless city was rich and looked down on this wealth, or was it because it was timid and afraid of incurring the wrath of the public by charging? Thinking back to the powerful performance of the nameless city, the cultivators all felt that it should not be because of this. No matter what the specific situation was, it was a good thing for the cultivators outside the city. In an undisturbed environment, the cultivators could cultivate in peace and did not need to care about anything else. Cultivators were mostly people with pure hearts and few desires. If it wasn't for the sake of obtaining cultivation resources, they wouldn't even bother with the outside world. Cultivators who had cultivated for thousands of years and hidden in remote places could be seen in the Origin Realm from time to time. If there was a place where one could obtain enough cultivation resources and not have to worry about other troubles, it would be heaven in the eyes of the cultivators of the Origin Realm. If the nameless city didn't charge any fees, the cultivators would definitely jump for joy, because such a cultivation environment was more and more in line with their ideal heaven and holy land. Due to the existence of the giant runic magic circle, it could gather a massive amount of chaotic energy, making the area around the nameless city extremely suitable for cultivation. The cleansing and detoxification of the Tree of Rules was a conditioning method that cultivators could not find even if they were paid tens of thousands of gold. It could make the efficiency of cultivation double. The giant stone tablet that issued missions could allow cultivators to accept all kinds of missions. The nearby gathering place also had plenty of opportunities. For cultivators who lacked cultivation resources and were always short of money, this was a rare and good place. Except for the probing attacks of some cultivator organizations, the owner of the nameless city had never harassed them. This special cultivation environment made the cultivators feel more and more comfortable. They even had the thought of never leaving again. Joining the nameless city seemed to be the best choice. However, the situation in the nameless city made the cultivators wary. They could naturally see the surging undercurrents. If the nameless city could survive and prove its strength, no one would dare to provoke it. But if they couldn't, then the cultivators who joined the nameless city would have to bear the price of defeat. It was for this reason that the cultivators were hesitant and did not dare to make up their minds. Unlike the calm cultivators, the cultivators who tried to occupy the nameless city had gradually become anxious. There were huge benefits in front of him, but he never had the opportunity to take them. This was indeed a great torture. There were many cultivator organizations that were interested in the potential of the nameless city and tried to take it for themselves. If he was too slow and someone else beat him to it, the nature would be completely different. Compared to Tang Zhen, who was alone, these local cultivator organizations posed a higher threat. The mentality of these cultivators was really ridiculous. They were clearly treating the nameless city as a delicious meal on a plate and were worried that they would be too slow and others would snatch this piece of fat meat. It seemed that as long as they made a move, the nameless city would definitely change hands, and Tang Zhen would not be worth mentioning at all. It wasn't strange for him to have such thoughts. The story has been updated by no.belnex.co, and because of the appearance of the Tree of Rules, it had attracted many powerful cultivator organizations, among which there were many famous overlords. These organizations had existed for a long time and controlled a large enough territory. At the same time, they did not lack super experts. According to the standards of the original extreme realm, anyone who could kill a super creature alone could be called a super master. Such a division of cultivation levels caused the strength of the super experts to be uneven. As for who was weak and who was strong, it would all be revealed under the fist. According to the enemy's thoughts, as long as they summoned super experts to surround Tang Zhen, they would definitely be able to kill him easily. Although Tang Zhen had once fought 1 against 3 and obtained the final victory, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to retaliate when he was faced with even more super experts. Seeing that there was no movement from the nameless city for a long time, some cultivator organizations couldn't bear it and quickly started to operate in the dark. They decided to take action immediately and take control of the nameless city before considering other things. Secret news spread in all directions, and cultivators of all shapes and sizes arrived. These cultivators belonged to various large organizations. They either appeared in public or hid in the dark, waiting for orders. They did not take the nameless city seriously at all. They looked at the nameless city with greed, as if they were going to swallow it up. Similar scenes had occurred in the past, but the covetous ones had paid a painful price. Now, a group of local cultivators, driven by their greed, once again reached out their evil claws to the nameless city. 2 figures were standing on top of the nameless city. They were black fog and gold steel. There were more than a dozen figures beside him. They were the cultivators of the Origin Realm who had been subdued by Tang Zhen and had now become divine servants. They gathered together and looked at the scene outside the city with a sneer on their faces. A bunch of idiots, the Black Mist said in a soft voice, not naming any names. Vajra, who was beside them, knew that the idiots that Black Mist was talking about were the cultivators from different organizations. They were very familiar with many of the cultivator organizations and had even dealt with them before. Those malicious gazes could be easily sensed from the top of the city wall. One didn't need to think carefully to know what they were thinking. In the past, he was also like this. He felt that he could easily deal with Tang Zhen with his own strength. However, the facts had proven how stupid their actions were at that time. They were simply courting death. The current nameless city was an even bigger trap, waiting for those self-righteous guys to jump into it. Perhaps it won't be long before we have new companions. King Kong's voice was cold. He said this casually and then closed his mouth again. Ever since he failed and was captured, King Kong had become reticent and rarely spoke. Losing to Tang Zhen in terms of strength was definitely a heavy blow to Vajra. Black Mist saw this and sneered. If you want to be our companions, you must have enough qualifications. Do you think those so-called super powerhouses can be compared with us? A cruel smile appeared on King Kong's cold face. He seemed to have regained his confidence. I will use my fists to test their abilities. They are just good for nothings with an undeserved reputation. They are not worthy of being our partners. Chapter 3333. A place of no return. One outside the nameless city. The number of cultivators was increasing, and many of them came from even further places. If it was in the past, they would definitely not have returned to this remote place, as it would have been a waste of time. Although it wasn't considered rich in the distance, the more desolate it was, the more barren and desolate it was. For such a desolate place to actually have a Tree of Rules that had matured, it was truly an incredible thing. Before they came, they were actually skeptical. They didn't believe that the Tree of Rules existed, but they were also worried that they would miss the opportunity. Fortunately, the cultivators didn't spend too much time on the journey, or the number of cultivators who came would be greatly reduced. When cultivators from afar arrived, they would be attracted by the environment of the nameless city and think that it was the most ideal holy land for cultivation. The disdain in his heart instantly disappeared. At the same time, he also acknowledged the potential of the nameless city. It was not a good thing to gain the approval of these cultivators. This was because there were many cultivators here who harbored ill intentions toward the nameless city. Before they came, they might have been disdainful, but now that they recognized the value of the nameless city, they were determined to get it. Once a cultivator developed a greedy desire, they would definitely satisfy it and would never give up easily. The process of satisfying one's desires was also a form of cultivation. The realization of one's desire could even help a cultivator break through their shackles. There were many cultivators who deliberately did shocking things with such thoughts in mind. The reinforcements from the major cultivator organizations arrived in the city one after another, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. The cultivators realized that war might suddenly break out in the next moment. The cautious cultivators left the area outside the city in time to prevent themselves from being affected by the war. However, there were even more cultivators who chose to stay. They were all communicating with the flower of laws, either successfully or in the process of doing so. It was impossible for them to give up. The cultivators were filled with disgust for those who coveted the nameless city and wanted to take it for themselves. However, most of the cultivators didn't dare to say anything when they were faced with a powerful cultivator organization. They did not have the ability to stop the war from happening, so they could only choose to wait and see, but their hearts were filled with unwillingness. The thing that surprised the cultivators the most was that the nameless city had no reaction to this matter. It was as if all the residents of the giant city had become blind, unable to see the impending danger. There were also some foreign cultivators who could not bear to see such a thing happen, so they tried to contact the residents of the giant city. He informed the other party of everything that might happen, as well as the plot against the nameless city. The nameless city's response was not something they could decide. Although there might be risks, as long as the nameless city survived the disaster, the cultivators were willing to do so. In the following days, the cultivators of these organizations began to brazenly surround the nameless city. This was already a blatant provocation. It was like being blocked at the door of one's house and being scolded. No cultivator organization could tolerate this. Under such circumstances, the nameless city finally moved. They issued a warning to the cultivator organizations not to covet anything in the nameless city, or they would pay a heavy price. However, there were only a few words and no other content. It seemed to be too brief, but sometimes, the fewer words one spoke, the more serious the situation was. This meant that the speaker was ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. They would give the other party a final chance to choose. If they still refused to come to their senses, they would immediately start a war. He didn't like to try his luck, always liked to give long speeches, and tried to change the current situation through words. The nameless city statement finally caused some waves, but it didn't change the current situation much. The cultivator organizations that were attracted by the benefits would never be intimidated by these words. Some cultivators even thought that this was a sign of the nameless city's guilty conscience. It was because of fear that he tried to scare the cultivators with this method. If the intimidation was successful, it would naturally be for the best. This way, war could be avoided. There were also some cultivator organizations that openly ridiculed the nameless city. Their words could be said to be unbridled. After being bullied to such an extent, he only used words to threaten her and did not make any actual moves. The incapability of the nameless city seemed to have been proven. If he was not weak and incompetent, how could he let the foreign cultivators take advantage of him and turn a blind eye to the enemy's ridicule? At the same time, there were some cultivators who realized that something was wrong. Compared to its previous performance and achievements, the behavior of the nameless city was indeed very abnormal. Some cultivators began to realize that this was a trap. The nameless city was probably already prepared and waiting for cultivators to jump in. The cultivators who were originally prepared to follow the operation suddenly changed their plans and prepared to wait and see. However, it would be impossible for them to leave. In the face of such great benefits, it would be foolish to leave so rashly. They would act according to the situation, and if the conditions allowed, they would immediately attack. Even though he was aware of the danger, he still had the hope of getting lucky. After all, any organization that controlled the nameless city and had the tree of rules would definitely soar to the sky. Under such circumstances, how could he give up? If he seized the opportunity, he would definitely snatch it. They didn't have to wait too long before some cultivator organizations finally reached an agreement and began to attack the nameless city. A total of 20 figures appeared in front of the nameless city, each of them exuding a frightening aura. The cultivators who were originally guarding outside the nameless city and constantly communicating with the flower of rules also drew their weapons at this moment. Just like what he had been worried about before, the cultivators who had already taken advantage of him now wanted more. Attack. The battle began without much of a word. The 20 powerhouses broke through the runic magic circle and entered the sky above the nameless city. At the same time, a golden light and a black mist collided with the enemy's figure. There were even more local cultivators who rushed into the nameless city through the gap and fought with the residents of the city. As if affected by the tragic war, the flower of rules became abnormally active, and the success rate of communication increased by more than 10 times. Many cultivators who were watching the battle were surprised and happy that they had somehow completed the communication. Such a strange situation was indeed abnormal, but it was a good thing for cultivators. They seized the opportunity and continued to communicate with the flower of rules, as if they were not affected by the war at all. All the cultivators thought that the war would last for a long time until both sides paid a heavy price. Who would have thought that all of a sudden, an indescribable darkness would erupt and envelop the entire nameless city? When the darkness disappeared, a shocking scene happened. The cultivators who attacked the nameless city had disappeared in an instant, including the 20 super experts. No one knew where these cultivators had gone. They only knew that the war had ended. The cultivators who were watching the battle outside the city stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. They had previously guessed that the nameless city would have a trump card that could possibly defeat the invading enemy. However, such an easy and strange victory was definitely beyond the expectations of all the cultivators. They even felt that it was unreal. Chapter 3334. It's impossible to leave one above the nameless city. The runic magic circle was slowly being repaired, and it became no different from before. The cultivators who were watching the battle were dumbfounded and didn't understand what was happening. Could it be that the expert behind the scenes is launching an attack? The cultivators watching the battle all had similar thoughts and were eager to find the answer. To them, the truth was too important. It was related to their life and death. More than 20 super powerhouses and a large number of powerful cultivators had disappeared in the blink of an eye. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the cultivators would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Who would be at ease if they could not figure out what had happened at the moment of darkness? This was especially true for those super experts. They knew more than ordinary cultivators, so they felt more and more confused and flustered. He could imagine what would have happened if he had been involved in this. The fear brought by the unknown had completely awakened these cultivators who had been blinded by greed. They finally realized that the nameless city was a terrible trap. However, it was too late to realize this now. In fact, before the war, the nameless city had already shown many abnormalities, but the cultivators were still stubborn. It was as if he had been possessed. He was attracted by the huge benefits and forgot about the terrifying dangers that could be hidden. When the war began, the low-key nameless city suddenly gave the cultivators a hard blow. There were also many cultivators who were filled with fighting spirit and were ready to fight at any time, but they couldn't help but start trembling. Because the more they thought about it, the more they felt fear. It was as if a mysterious force was secretly controlling their thoughts. It would make the cultivators like moths to a flame, throwing away their lives without knowing their own strength, until they were completely crushed. We can't stay here for long. We must leave immediately. The leader of a certain cultivator organization decided to retreat immediately and stay away from this troublesome place. However, just as they were about to leave, they saw the figures of cultivators blocking their way. From their attire, it was obvious that they came from the nameless city. This isn't a place you can come and go as you please. The one who blocked the way was King Kong, who warned him with an expressionless face. After witnessing Tang Zhen's methods once again, Vajra no longer had any thoughts of resisting. He turned to execute Tang Zhen's orders with all his strength. He knew very well that resistance was useless. He would only benefit if he accepted his fate. Seeing the Vajra blocking the way, the cultivators who were trying to escape began to feel more and more frightened. Some cultivators recognized King Kong and knew that he had been killed and suppressed by Tang Zhen when he attacked the nameless city. Although he had been reborn through a secret technique, he had become extremely low-key, and his strength was far from what it used to be. He didn't expect that the King Kong's original body, which had been killed, had already been resurrected and had become the mysterious expert's lackey. Before the war started, some super masters had laughed at King Kong and Black Mist, thinking that they were the shame of the cultivators of the Origin realm. But now, facing the Vajra, the cultivators' hearts were beating wildly and they could not suppress the fear. The one who was afraid was not King Kong himself, but Tang Zhen who was standing behind him. At the same time, he understood Vajra's suffering. In the face of such a powerful opponent, it was normal to be suppressed and killed. Get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. Although they were wary, the super expert who was blocked still threatened them fiercely. They were afraid of Tang Zhen, but they weren't afraid of King Kong. In order to retreat, they didn't hesitate to fight. Idiot Yingluo, King Kong's smile turned cold. When he looked at the cultivators again, it was as if he was looking at a group of dead people. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender and admit your crimes immediately, and you might be able to keep your lives. If you continue to be stubborn, not only will Master not forgive you, I will also make you suffer. After hearing the King Kong's ultimatum, the enemy cultivators looked at each other and suddenly launched an attack. A loser is not fit to threaten me. The Vajra seemed to have anticipated that the enemy cultivators would attack, and its speed was obviously faster. Boom! It was only a single punch, yet it was enough to blow up an enemy super expert. The destructive power it released was extremely terrifying. You bastards are also called super experts. King Kong's voice was filled with disdain. The enemy and the spectators were unusually terrified. They didn't expect that the Vajra killed by Tang Zhen would actually have such powerful combat strength. They were all super experts, but in front of King Kong, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Another explosion sounded. One of the 3 super experts who were attacking King Kong exploded. You damn idiots! Why don't you take a look at how many super creatures are being raised outside this nameless city? Just these super creatures alone could tear you to pieces, but now you're just livestock waiting to be slaughtered. A group of people who couldn't be compared to animals actually wanted to occupy the nameless city. It was simply a fool's dream. I thought I was stupid enough, but I didn't expect you guys to be even stupider than me. No, you're hopelessly stupid, and you have no value in existing at all. King Kong's tone became more and more vicious. Ever since he was suppressed by Tang Zhen, this was the first time he had said so much. At this moment, the Vajra was full of killing intent, as if he was going to transform into a demon king and kill all the living beings in the world. The cultivators who tried to escape were all intimidated by this aura, and an uncontrollable fear grew in their hearts. Two super strong warriors had been blown up in a row without any resistance. The strength of the Vajra was simply shocking. King Kong's previous curses were very reasonable now that he thought about it. If they were not so stupid, why would they try to seize the nameless city? Even a powerful cultivator like the Vajra was no match for the hidden expert. What right did they have to snatch it? Seeing the killing intent of the Vajra, the enemy cultivators who were trying to retreat became more and more frightened. They were afraid that they would meet the same fate, being smashed into pieces by King Kong with one punch. If that happened, there would be no possibility of resurrection. The Vajra's strength was enough to affect the rules and kill the enemy with one punch. I surrender. Seeing King Kong's punch, some cultivators immediately screamed in horror and lost all fighting spirit. Clearly, there was no chance of winning, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. That was simply seeking death. In a world of immortality, being alive was the foundation of everything. The so-called faith and honor were worthless. In the blink of an eye, the enemy cultivators who tried to escape surrendered. The enemy still had two super powerhouses. When they realized that the situation was not good, they did not hesitate to use their secret skills to escape. Who would have thought that at this moment, a black mist would suddenly surge in front of them? The two super experts who had used secret techniques to escape were both trapped in the black mist. Although he kept struggling, he couldn't break free. You want to run? Dream on. The black mist slowly appeared, its tone full of ridicule. Looking at the murderous King Kong, the black mist slowly dissipated, but a cold voice came. Master's order was to stop them, not to kill them all. If you don't control your killing intent, no one will be able to save you. Jin Gang didn't say anything, but he slowly lowered his fist. At the same time, he turned around and looked at the cultivators around him, revealing a ferocious smile. I'll warn you again, the nameless city is not a place where you can come and go as you please. From now on, whoever wants to leave will have to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. My fist first. If you insist on doing things your own way, this will be your end. Unless you're stronger than me, you'd better not seek your own death. Vajra's voice resounded in all directions. The cultivator organizations with their own thoughts were now on tenterhooks. The power displayed by King Kong and Black Mist was enough to make them tremble in fear. They didn't have the confidence to win. Tang Zhen, who had never shown his face but had dealt with countless enemies in one move, made the cultivators even more afraid. Even if he could defeat King Kong and Black Mist, what was the possibility of him winning against Tang Zhen? Some cultivators lamented in their hearts. The nameless city was indeed a trap. Once one fell into it, there was no possibility of escape. Chapter 3335. The overall situation has been set. 1. The powerful style of the nameless city had an immediate effect, quickly stabilizing the chaos outside the city. The cultivators, organizations, who had been prepared to escape when they realized that something was wrong, now dispelled the idea. They stayed in their original places and were on guard, not daring to act rashly. If one's body was destroyed by a single punch, even if one could be reborn, the situation would be very miserable. The examples of King Kong and Black Mist were in front of them, and they could not be ignored. Sending them to intercept was actually a hidden warning. The nameless megacity would first be polite before resorting to force. If the large organizations insisted on doing things their own way, they would no longer be polite. The cultivators, organization didn't want to start a war with the nameless city because of this. It wasn't worth it. It was normal to have evil thoughts. As long as he didn't do anything, he didn't have to bear any responsibility. No matter how powerful the nameless city was, it had to be reasonable and would definitely not launch an attack randomly. Once he incurred public wrath, the situation might completely go out of control, leading to an irredeemable outcome. The wisest way was to stay where they were and wait for the nameless city to make further arrangements. The cultivators knew very well that the nameless city only wanted to show its attitude and take the opportunity to establish its prestige. If any cultivator, organization tried to resist, they would be attacked and become the target of the nameless city's prestige. He had endured for such a long time before, and now that he had suddenly exploded, he would definitely not give up until he achieved his goal. The group of cultivators who had been stopped and attacked were the most typical example. They had been crippled because they had not listened to advice. The nameless city, which had been surging with undercurrents, once again regained its peace. The two cultivators, Vajra and Black Mist, led many cultivators from the nameless city and silently monitored the surroundings. It was like a hunting dog bearing its fangs, and once it found its target, it would take a vicious bite. Those who harbored evil intentions all disappeared without a trace, and no one dared to jump out and cause trouble again. Even if they didn't give up, they would only plan in the dark and wouldn't expose themselves easily. Those cultivators who didn't want the war to happen and just wanted to cultivate in peace were very happy about the end of the war. Because of this, they admired the nameless city even more and wanted to join it. With such a powerful force, they could definitely dominate a region and were far stronger than other cultivator organizations. If it wasn't for this incident, the number of cultivators applying to join the nameless city would have been more than 10 times. However, after this incident, the nameless megacity had raised its standards, and not everyone could join it. With so many cultivators, the rule force flower that had successfully communicated with them clearly had greater potential. If he could choose, they would naturally be his first choice. After the end of the war, the attention of the cultivators was once again attracted by the tree of rules. A cultivator mentioned that when the war was going on, the communication between the rule flowers became very easy. In a short period of time, nearly 1,000 rule flowers had established a connection with the cultivators. This situation was very abnormal, but it surprised the cultivators. If it was caused by war, the cultivators could completely accept this method. Even if there was no war, he could still create a similar method to increase the chances of communicating with the flower of rules. Of course, the specific situation still needed to be tested and confirmed, and it had to be completed by the nameless city. The foreign cultivators could only be said to have the will but not the strength. It was because the situation in the nameless city had become very tense. A little carelessness would lead to chaos. Under such circumstances, the foreign cultivators had to keep a low profile and not look for trouble. The super experts hiding in the dark had already been intimidated and truly understood the strength of the nameless city. The original thoughts had been dispelled, and they did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Although the benefits were tempting, one had to be alive to enjoy them. Rather than taking the risk to attack, it was better to follow the rules of the nameless city and communicate with the flower of rules. News of this special war quickly spread, making the nameless city even more famous. Cultivators from different camps with different goals continued to surge toward the nameless city. The attack on the nameless city was within Tang Zhen's expectations. He had made sufficient preparations. His strength and cultivation base were enough to crush the local super powerhouses, not to mention the many means and trump cards he had. Especially the nameless city, under Tang Zhen's management, it had become a true forbidden trap. Those self-righteous enemies had already fallen into a trap the moment they broke through the runic magic circle. Under Tang Zhen's control, the runic magic circle's teleportation function was activated and all the enemies were under control. At the same time, the divine kingdom in his mind was opened by Tang Zhen. The sudden burst of extreme darkness was actually to hide the divine kingdom in his mind, preventing the hidden enemy from seeing through it. The enemy did not even have the chance to resist before they were sent directly into the divine kingdom in his mind and then suppressed by supreme rules. In just a short time, they had crushed the enemy's attack. It seemed easy, but in fact, it required enough strength and a perfect business layout. After all these conditions were met, this seemingly strange event occurred, which left the cultivators watching the battle scratching their heads. This incident might never be solved, and it would inevitably be brought up by the local cultivators. Those enemies were suppressed in the divine kingdom in his mind. Without Tang Zhen's permission, they would never be able to regain freedom. Due to the fact that the enemy had many connections, Tang Zhen would definitely not release them unless it was necessary. Even if they were released, they would have to undergo some modifications, such as special methods similar to Mother Earth's. They would completely change their appearances and become Tang Zhen's divine servants. This was also a punishment for what they had done. With this shock, he believed that the nameless city would be safe for a long time in the future. Even if there were still some who had evil intentions, they would definitely not dare to act rashly after hearing about what had happened. This was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. The previous battle was completely out of his control and there was no possibility of escaping. The only thing Tang Zhen could do was to use what was bound to happen to create a sufficient shock and blow to the enemy. Accurately grasp the opportunity, turn the disadvantage into an advantage, and get the result he wanted. Not only could it turn danger into safety, but it could also turn disadvantages into advantages, and even solve all troubles once and for all. Tang Zhen was actually extremely disgusted by the coveting and probing of the local cultivators. This was because it would affect his comprehension and research. Now that the overall situation had been settled, Tang Zhen could finally calm down and continue to explore the secrets of the rule seed. During the previous battle, the abnormal changes in the flower of rules naturally fell into Tang Zhen's eyes. This was a special situation. At least, this had never happened before in the other trees of rules. Or perhaps it had happened before, but it was very obscure, so no one had noticed it. The tree of rules in the nameless city was a special mutant existence with many strange abilities. Perhaps, his love for the scenes of war and slaughter was one of them. He just didn't know if it had anything to do with the demon breeding base. Although the unexpected situation caught people off guard, it was also a good thing that cultivators could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. 4. As long as he could increase the probability of successful communication and finally obtain the rule seed, what was the big deal even if he had to pay a price? Chapter 3336. A priceless technique. 1. The growth process of the tree of rules in the nameless city was very special. It had absorbed too much poison produced during cultivation. The tree of rules was willing to swallow anything poisonous in the eyes of cultivators. The tree of rules was the same. It appeared in places where living beings gathered, grew because of chi, and grew by eating chi. There were many trees of rules, but only a few of them had succeeded. There were even some trees of rules that withered and disappeared because they couldn't get enough food. Tang Zhen used the characteristics of the tree of laws to build a floating square and specially designed a special runic magic circle. Although Tang Zhen's original intention was to provide nutrients to the tree of rules, the residents of the giant city had indeed benefited from it. Such an outcome was naturally to everyone's delight. In fact, with Tang Zhen's strength, if he wanted to make the residents of the giant city sacrifice themselves, the other party would have no way to resist. It was normal for the weak to choose to submit to the strong. Fortunately, Tang Zhen wasn't an unscrupulous person. The residents of the giant city were also extremely lucky. They met Tang Zhen by chance and welcomed a rapid increase in their strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if the city was destroyed by monsters one day, let alone increasing the scale of the city. When Tang Zhen first arrived in the origin realm, the ruins of the cities he had encountered were actually giant cities destroyed by monsters. If one were to count, one would find that countless giant cities had been destroyed over the long years. Even if those giant cities had names, who would remember them now? If one said that Tang Zhen had saved the entire city, it was likely that no residents would refute it. After all, that was the truth. In fact, Tang Zhen didn't particularly care about the development of the giant city. Only the growth of the tree of rules was what Tang Zhen was really concerned about. Under Tang Zhen's control, the growth rate of the tree of laws had far exceeded the normal value. The residents of the city were overjoyed, but they also attracted the attention of the cultivators outside. When Tang Zhen used the impure crystal to cause the tree of rules to mutate, the nameless city could no longer keep a low profile. The tree of rules, which originally needed many years to grow but might not be able to form a tree, was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the value of the tree of rules after it was fully grown. Just Tang Zhen's cultivation method alone would have attracted the attention of many super experts. After all, they had never heard of such a thing before. It was simply a miracle. They should all want to know how the nameless megacity managed to do this and whether others could replicate it. If it could be replicated, then Tang Zhen's training method would definitely be considered priceless. Once the cultivation of the tree of rules was successful, it would definitely benefit them endlessly and become the guarantee for the survival of the cultivator organization for 10,000 years. The first to benefit from controlling the tree of rules would definitely be the cultivator organizations, as their members would have a higher chance of condensing the seeds of rules. As long as there were no major changes, it would be very easy to continue for 100,000 years. The shocking secret did exist, but after seeing the strength of the nameless city, there were very few people who wanted to scheme. For ordinary cultivators, the tree of rules was a supreme holy object that they could not covet. If they overestimated themselves and got involved in this matter, they would likely be crushed to death. It was precisely because of this self-awareness that the cultivator stayed far away and did not even have such thoughts. Once a super expert sensed his thoughts and paid special attention to him, he would definitely be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. To the super powerful, the low-level cultivators were not worth mentioning at all. However, in order to ensure that there were no accidents, they would usually eliminate all the root causes of the accidents. Honestly communicating with the rule flowers and working hard to improve their own strength was what ordinary cultivators should do. The super powerhouses with strength would not act rashly either. Compared to ordinary cultivators, they were more aware of the difficulty of this matter and would definitely not act rashly. They wouldn't be like those stupid cultivators, organizations who recklessly attacked the nameless city and ended up being completely annihilated. Even if they really wanted to obtain the cultivation method, they would try to make contact with Tang Zhen through a gentle method. After that, they would trade fairly for what they wanted. Of course, before doing this, he had to be mentally prepared, because the price of the transaction would definitely be shocking. This was a matter of course. With the value of the tree of laws, even if Tang Zhen were to offer a higher price, it would definitely not be considered excessive. The number of cultivators who were qualified to do this business must be very few, perhaps not even once in a few hundred years. There was no need to worry about selling good goods. Tang Zhen would definitely not be in a hurry. If he could not wait for a buyer, Tang Zhen might even take the initiative to attack. Find a tree of rules, cultivate it into a material, and then sell it in public. As long as the price was reasonable, he would definitely be able to sell them easily and earn a huge sum of law particles. Tang Zhen, who was being speculated by the cultivators outside, was still studying the flower of laws. One flower after another, there was no sign of it stopping. If the outside world were to know of Tang Zhen's actions, they would definitely be suspicious and think that it was impossible for him to succeed. After all, too many cultivators had done this before, but they had all ended up empty-handed. Perhaps there were people who were lucky enough to obtain a trace of achievement, but they could not be replicated and promoted at all. It could be said that such actions were simply a waste of time. Most of the supreme powerhouses of the origin realm used a safe way to form the seed of rules. Since they were immortal, coupled with the immortality of the origin realm, the cultivators could slowly obtain and accumulate the seeds of rules over time. Take the two cultivators, Vajra and Black Mist, for example. They had already condensed rule seeds, but they only had a dozen or so. Although there didn't seem to be many of them, they had been obtained over a long period of time. In order to obtain these nomological seeds, they had all sat in meditation for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was these dozen or so rule seeds that allowed them to possess strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators, even to the extent of crushing them. The reason for this was that those super experts had only condensed a few rule seeds. The other reason why they were not optimistic about Tang Zhen was because they had similar thoughts and had personally tested it. Their methods were different, but they all failed in the end. Tang Zhen, who possessed a divine kingdom in his mind, also possessed a unique method. This was also the reason why he insisted on trying. After all, the supreme masters of the origin realm could not imitate his attempt. Who could guarantee that there was no possibility of success? The divine kingdom life forms that Tang Zhen had created were being reproduced in batches. The number was so high that it was unbelievable. In every trace of Tang Zhen's thoughts, there were countless life forms from the god nation that could be transferred into the flower of laws through his spiritual force. After entering the flower of rules, Tang Zhen was no longer able to interfere. All the missions had to be completed by the life form in the god nation. The only thing Tang Zhen could do was to continuously pour in his mental energy to ensure that the life forms in his god nation could continuously enter the flower of laws. After the death of a batch, there would be a new batch to replenish them. As long as the spiritual energy was constant, their lives would not end. Moreover, the life form in the god kingdom itself had the characteristic of resurrection. It could be resurrected once it touched spiritual power. It was not an easy task to kill them. If the life forms of the god nation within the flower of rules could be guaranteed to not be completely annihilated, Tang Zhen's plan would be considered half successful. The life form in the god nation that Tang Zhen had carefully nurtured was definitely not as simple as one imagined. As long as the conditions were met, it was very likely to bring about unexpected surprises. Chapter 3337. A special method. 1. The number of rule flowers controlled by Tang Zhen had already reached 36, far exceeding the number controlled by ordinary cultivators. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator who could control 10 rule flowers was basically at their limit. Even the most confident cultivators would rarely exceed this limit. Otherwise, they would not be exploring cultivation, but harming themselves. The reason why he didn't do this was simple. First, it was time-consuming, and second, he couldn't bear the excessive consumption of mental power. This kind of continuous output of mental power would cause great damage to the cultivator's sea of spirit, and it must be recuperated in time. Therefore, the cultivators would control the number to avoid an overload of output, which would lead to a situation where they could not make ends meet. If he lost control, his sea of spirit would be damaged and it could even lead to the end of his life. Mental injuries were the most difficult to heal, especially for cultivators who cultivated their physical bodies. They would try their best to avoid such a situation. To communicate with 36 flowers of rules at the same time was unbelievable to the cultivators of the origin realm, but it was far from Tang Zhen's limit. He would need at least 100 rule flowers to meet Tang Zhen's requirements. He might even set an even higher number. This was because Tang Zhen's sea of spirit far exceeded the cultivators of the origin realm who cultivated their physical bodies. He even crushed the cultivators of Lusheng who were of the same level. It was either Tang Zhen did not do it, or he would do it to the limit. Only then would he be able to guarantee the success rate. Only by going all out would his efforts not go to waste and not be in vain. Another way was to cast a wide net and communicate with more rule flowers, thus increasing the success rate of the beings in the god kingdom. However, even though there were many rule flowers, the success rate of communication was pathetically low. This was only Tang Zhen's opinion. If it was any other cultivator, they would definitely not agree. Compared to other trees of rules, the success rate of the nameless city was actually enough to surprise the cultivators. However, Tang Zhen wasn't satisfied. He really wanted more. Reasonable greed was the motivation for cultivators to advance. Having no desires was free and unfettered, but it was also a kind of compromise. In the world of cultivation, those cultivators who had no desires might never be able to climb to the top. Tang Zhen was like this. At this moment, all of his thoughts were thinking about how to achieve his goal. During the last war, the change in the rule flower resurfaced in Tang Zhen's mind. It was clear that the war was the cause of the change. He wanted to try it out, but unfortunately, those cultivator organizations were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to continue being presumptuous in the nameless city. It was almost impossible to repeat the war. However, if he could figure out why the rule flowers were active because of the war, things would become much simpler. Tang Zhen once again used his time backtrack ability to observe the scene of the battle and search for the main cause of the mutation. Tang Zhen quickly discovered that when the cultivators were fighting, the mental energy that they released was obviously more brutal. It was this brutal emotion that seduced the flower of rules, which led to the mutation. Such a thing would definitely not happen anywhere else. Only this giant mutated tree had such a characteristic. Tang Zhen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these law flowers actually liked flavorful, spiritual energy. However, after thinking about it carefully, the spiritual energy mixed with a brutal and cruel aura could also be considered a type of negative poison. Too many of these negative emotions would likely affect the cultivator's mind, causing him to do crazy and extreme things. The tree of rules liked to absorb the toxins of cultivation, and the flower of rules seemed to be of the same lineage. It also liked this kind of mental energy mixed with negative emotions. Tang Zhen came to a sudden understanding. No wonder there was no such mutation in the past. It turned out that he did not meet the conditions. When cultivators communicated with the flower of rules, they would be fully focused, even with a slight bit of pilgrimage in mind. Under such circumstances, one sea of spirit had to be relatively peaceful and pure. Otherwise, there was no way to complete the communication. Cultivators in a state of fury or negative state could not communicate with the flower of rules because they simply did not have the time or mood to. Even if similar situations had occurred in other places, they weren't the same rule force. Only the tree of rules in the nameless city was interested in the brutal mind power, and that kind of abnormal situation would happen. At this moment, Tang Zhen already knew what to do. With a thought, the enemy suppressed in the divine kingdom in his mind involuntarily began to fight. In the beginning, he was a little reluctant, but it was soon aroused by anger. Although the killing was extremely cruel, the rules of the divine kingdom in their minds allowed the cultivators to instantly heal their injuries. However, the pain he suffered was more than 10 times that of normal circumstances, and it was still coming. To the cultivators who were fighting, this was a form of torture. Their spirits became more and more brutal, and the killing intent they emitted was almost tangible, making people tremble with fear. The mind power of ordinary cultivators was as light as smoke, but the mind power of these cultivators was as turbid as mud. If it could emit a smell, it would definitely be extremely smelly. Just as the cultivators were fighting, the mental energy that had seeped out had already been quietly collected by Tang Zhen. In fact, collecting these things was not a difficult thing. As long as it was in a specific situation, it could be easily obtained. On the battlefield of mortals, or in the imperial court, this kind of brutal spiritual energy would be even more common. Mortals had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Their negative emotions were more varied and vicious, and their quality was far higher than that of ordinary cultivators. This had nothing to do with level or strength. It was because most cultivators had already cut off their low-end desires. In order to attain a higher cultivation realm, and not to be disturbed by the mortal world, there were countless people who had severed their emotions. It was a pity that he was in the origin realm and had no chance to go to the mortal kingdom, so he could only use this method. To Tang Zhen, these were the materials for his experiment. After collecting enough materials, Tang Zhen continued to process and purify it. Tang Zhen had added divine source to some of the materials, and some had impure crystals. He just wanted to see if the spirit energy that was added with special materials would interest the flower of rules. After all the preparations were done, Tang Zhen began to probe. He used his own spiritual force as a bridge to send the modified materials to the flower of rules. The entire process was very secretive. It was to prevent the super experts outside the city from discovering abnormalities from Tang Zhen's actions. In fact, many cultivators had already noticed the change that day, and they might have thought of this. However, no matter what, the process of Tang Zhen's experiment must be kept highly confidential. Under Tang Zhen's control, his spiritual energy continued to extend upwards and had already arrived near those flowers of laws. Like bursting a balloon, the sealed negative spiritual energy immediately spread towards the flower of rules. At the same time, Tang Zhen had already locked onto his surroundings, and his spiritual threads were ready to be deployed. As expected, the moment it exploded, there were a few flowers of law nearby that had an obvious reaction. It was as if he had left the dimension of the water moon flower mirror and appeared in the real world. The original ethereal and untouchable state had also changed at this moment. Chapter 3338. The first step to the throne. One using the function of the runic magic circle, Tang Zhen concealed the truth so that the cultivators were unable to discover the abnormality. Otherwise, the situation would go out of control and cause Tang Zhen's experiment to fail completely. It would also lead to a series of changes. His meticulous planning and careful planning finally received a report. Here, Tang Zhen seized the fleeting opportunity and immediately drove his mental energy threads to fly straight toward the flowers of laws. He was like a hunter who had been waiting for a long time, and the moment his prey appeared, he launched an attack without hesitation. The success of the experiment depended on this. Just as the flower of rules left its original space and entered the origin realm, Tang Zhen's spiritual thread arrived. Like high-speed cars, they crashed into each other, and the desired result came as expected. Faced with the spiritual energy that was sent right before its eyes, the flower of rules naturally would not reject it. An unknown force swept past and pulled Tang Zhen's mental energy into the flower petals. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The countless divine kingdom lifeforms hidden within his mind power were also cut off in an instant. Being in the same plane but unable to establish a connection with spiritual power, this situation was obviously not right. What's going on? Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He stared at the misty flower of laws and a strange thought appeared in his heart. Would these mysterious flowers of rules consume spiritual energy as food? If that was the case, it was truly a terrifying thing to make countless people become the ones feeding. He could not bear to enjoy the spiritual energy that he had painstakingly cultivated and had given it all to the flower of rules. In the end, he did all that for nothing and did not respond at all. However, on second thought, he felt that it was impossible. If the flower of rules was really so, how could it be so picky and so difficult to communicate? In order to satisfy their bottomless pit-like appetites, they would definitely devour everything that came their way, so how could they possibly show a cold attitude? Therefore, this speculation might not be justified. At this moment, Tang Zhen was actually unable to investigate the truth. He only wanted to communicate with the flower of rules. In the blink of an eye, these attractive rule flowers burst out with a brilliant light at the same time. The successful communication with the flower of rules proved that Tang Zhen's experiment was a success. There were no problems with his previous speculations. Compared to the joy of a successful communication, successfully mastering the hidden rule was the real excitement. In the blink of an eye, the rule force flower disappeared without a trace and entered an unknown dimension. Inside the nameless city, Tang Zhen looked up at the sky as the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. The success this time was indeed a great sense of achievement for Tang Zhen. Countless cultivators had tried to do what he had done, but none of them had achieved anything. Tang Zhen made an attempt and the result was a success. Tang Zhen wasn't very clear whether success was a fluke. This was because the rule tree in the nameless city was actually a mutated existence. The effective means here might not work if it was a tree of rules elsewhere. Therefore, even if others knew of Tang Zhen's methods, they might not be able to imitate them. This was because to reach this step, there were too many conditions to be met. Even missing a single step would not do. The success of this experiment meant that Tang Zhen had a higher chance of becoming a god compared to other cultivators. Even though it was only the beginning, his future was bright. While Tang Zhen's operation was successful, the cultivators inside and outside the city had already noticed the blooming of the flower of rules. Although there were only a few flowers and they were located in the corner, they could not hide from the cultivators' perception. The blooming of the flower of laws represented the birth of a lucky person, one step ahead on the path of cultivation. However, compared to their initial excitement and envy, the cultivators had gradually calmed down and were able to rationally view other people's luck and opportunities. However, if they knew that these flowers of rules all belonged to the same person, they might feel unbalanced. If they were to know that Tang Zhen still had a secret technique to communicate with the flower of laws, what would they think? He would probably go crazy immediately and then plan to snatch it without caring about anything. It was related to the future of cultivation. Even if the cultivators took the risk, they would not hesitate to participate. This was especially true for those super experts, some old monsters who had been stuck at the bottleneck for tens of thousands of years. Their performance might be even crazier. At that time, Tang Zhen would definitely become the target of public criticism. Forget about quietly cultivating and improving, he might even lose his life. Therefore, this matter had to be kept a secret. No outsiders were allowed to know about it, unless one day, Tang Zhen had completed the accumulation of rule seeds and had enough confidence to deal with all changes. At that time, Tang Zhen would be able to use this special method to obtain enough benefits for himself. Although he had succeeded, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he wanted to analyze it once again. He needed more accurate data to determine which methods were more effective, not to rely on luck. The more important the matter was, the more precise it had to be. There was absolutely no room for perfunctory or sloppy work. After repeatedly observing the previous scene, the fog gradually disappeared. Tang Zhen finally found what he was looking for. He made another move and began a new bait configuration, achieving a 100% accuracy. This was the only way to avoid mistakes that would lead to oversights and attract the attention of others. With his previous experience, it would be much easier to do the same thing. Tang Zhen did not spend much time before he had already completed the compounding. Moreover, it had reached a level that he was satisfied with. However, this time, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he decided to wait for a period of time. Too many operations could also lead to accidental oversights, especially under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators. The cultivators were already certain that the nameless city had secrets, so they would naturally be more alert and would never let go of any suspicious points. Maintaining a normal frequency of communication and hiding himself better was something that Tang Zhen needed to be more concerned about. When facing the enemy, Tang Zhen could kill in all directions and seemed to have no scruples. This was because Tang Zhen had nothing at that time. When danger arrived, there might also be opportunities. If he didn't stir things up, how could he make the dead water come alive? However, when an opportunity came and he grasped a shocking secret, Tang Zhen would become even more cautious. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was walking on thin ice. Although Tang Zhen's strength was sufficient to crush all the cultivators inside and outside the giant city, this did not mean that he could relax his vigilance. A good tiger can't fight a pack of wolves, especially in a foreign world where there were powerhouses of the same level hidden in the dark. In the past, Tang Zhen would always press forward when facing his enemies. He was not afraid of any difficulty or danger. As time flowed by, many of his former enemies had turned into white bones. However, Tang Zhen now possessed a strength that he dared not imagine in the past. However, the more he reached this stage, the more Tang Zhen understood the difficulty of cultivation. He knew that this stage was the most dangerous and difficult stage on his cultivation path. If he could get his wish and step into the God King's position, all the hidden dangers would disappear. However, if he failed, whether it was the enemies on the surface or the hidden dangers that were suppressed, they would all erupt in an instant. At that time, even if Tang Zhen was a peak divine general, he would most likely be crushed into pieces. Tang Zhen's past experience made him know that the world of Lusheng was not a warm family. He would not treat the fourth battle area as his final home. If there was a chance, Tang Zhen would definitely advance to a higher level and would not be willing to stop at the fourth battle area. Chapter 3339. Far ahead, time flowed like water, and several years passed. To the creatures of the Origin Realm who had no concept of time, years passed in the blink of an eye. They did not feel much at all. This was especially true for the cultivators of the Origin Realm. Their disregard for the passage of time had reached its peak. He spent all his time cultivating and didn't care about anything else. Even if thousands of years passed, no one would lament that time was passing by quickly. They would only care if they had improved. If he did not meet his expectations, he would have to continue working hard and use a longer time to accumulate his strength. Those who yearn for immortality would definitely be filled with yearning for the Origin Realm and believe that this was the heaven of their dreams. However, after obtaining longevity, one would realize that immortality, which had no pursuit, was actually quite a painful thing. In order not to die of boredom and to gain enough strength to protect themselves, cultivators were almost everywhere in the Origin Realm. Due to the influence of the environment, the strength of cultivators varied greatly. It was by no means that the older they were, the stronger they were. The nameless city was different. After several years, it was changing almost every day. More and more cultivators came after hearing the news. There were even cultivators from hundreds of thousands of miles away. The reason for these cultivators' arrival was naturally related to various rumors. They hoped that the tree of rules in the nameless city would bring them enough luck. Every area outside the city was occupied by all kinds of cultivators, who then sat still like statues. From the moment they tried to communicate, they would definitely not move for decades or even centuries. Due to the constant feeding by the cultivators day and night, the height of the mutated tree of rules in the nameless city was constantly increasing. The blossoming flowers on the tree glowed with a mysterious light, intoxicating everyone who came. Everyone knew how important these flickering law flowers were to cultivators. They had traveled thousands of miles just for these flowers of rules, eagerly hoping that one of them would belong to them. There were even some cultivators who gave these flowers of rules intimate names and regarded them as the most important thing. In the past few years, more and more cultivators had successfully communicated with it, but so far, no cultivator had successfully obtained the seed of rules. Such a situation was very normal. A normal law seed would take at least 100 years to nurture. The tree of rules in the nameless megacity had just matured. It would take a long time for the seeds of rules to be successfully condensed. Knowing the reason, none of the cultivators were in a hurry. They had enough patience and time to wait for the surprise that belonged to them. According to the cultivators' statistics, the number of rule flowers that had been successfully communicated with had reached 5,000. Although it was only 1/20th of the total number, compared to the other trees of law, it was a shocking proportion. It had only been a few years, and he had already communicated with thousands of flowers. Other places simply did not have such a speed. If this situation continued, the nearly 100,000 rule flowers would all have their own owners. The cultivators were filled with anticipation, hoping that good luck would befall them. Even if the success rate of nurturing the law seeds was very low, and many times it was completely borne by fate, the number of 100,000 law flowers was enough to make many cultivators lucky. If he could rope in and control this group of lucky people and make them his accomplices, the strength of the cultivator organization would definitely increase rapidly. Many organizations had this idea and began to secretly rope in cultivators who had successfully communicated with them, promising to give them various benefits. While they were taking action, they also had to guard against the nameless city to prevent revenge if they were discovered. What they were worried about did not happen. From the beginning to the end, the nameless city did not ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for any fees from the cultivators and allowed them to cultivate here. Many cultivators were grateful for such a generous act, but at the same time, many cultivators were confused. Due to the powerful strength that it had displayed, the nameless megacity did not lack defectors, and some of them were cultivators who had successfully communicated with it. Under such circumstances, the cultivators could not understand the behavior of the nameless city. They did not take the initiative to recruit cultivators, and even if they successfully communicated with cultivators, they would still treat them equally. If they were willing to join, the nameless megacity would accept them, but they would not offer all kinds of generous conditions like other cultivator organizations. They could only guarantee one thing: the benefits that ordinary residents could enjoy, the new members could also enjoy. Moreover, because they communicated with the rule flower, they would receive some special care. Many cultivators sighed at the injustice and thought that they had been seen through, so they gave up on the idea of joining the nameless city. However, there were still some cultivators who did not care about this. They valued the potential and development of the nameless city more. He also wouldn't feel that he was amazing just because he had communicated with the flower of laws, knowing that this was just the beginning. How could they know that the residents of the giant city had such an attitude because they didn't know about it from the outside world? If one were to count the number of successful communications, one would discover something surprising. More than half of the successful communications were actually residents of the nameless city. The number of foreign cultivators far exceeded the residents of the giant city, but the success rate of communication was almost the same. Such a situation was enough to prove the identity of the residents of the giant city, which seemed to have an additional effect on the success of communication. There were even rumors in the outside world that the residents of the nameless city had a way to increase the chances of communication. Of course, most of the cultivators didn't believe this. However, there were still some cultivators who thought that there was a possibility of this and even joined the nameless city because of this. Only the residents of the megacity knew that the facts were indeed as the outside world had guessed. The identity of the residents of the megacity could increase the probability of communication. In the beginning, the residents of the giant city didn't notice the abnormality in this aspect, and they all communicated and comprehended according to the routine. But after a period of time, the cultivators were surprised to find that from time to time, the residents of the giant city would successfully comprehend it. After comparing the success rate of communication between the two sides, the residents of the giant city were pleasantly surprised to find that they were indeed more likely to succeed than the foreign cultivators. After the news spread, it attracted cheers from the city's residents. Although the residents couldn't understand what caused this situation, it didn't affect their happiness and pride. After Tang Zhen found out about this matter, he had pondered for a while and finally came up with an answer. Perhaps it was the special environment of the nameless megacity that put pressure on the residents of the megacity, allowing them to have a higher chance of successfully communicating. This had nothing to do with hard work, but because of the pressure of the special environment, it was easy for the residents of the giant city to have more complicated thoughts. When cultivating communication, the mental strength of the residents of the giant city was obviously more likely to attract the response of the flower of rules. Although he had guessed a specific reason, Tang Zhen would not deliberately explain it. In fact, he would continue to maintain and increase this pressure. This would allow more residents of the giant city to successfully communicate with the rule flower. Tang Zhen didn't mind others competing with him. This was because up until now, he had already successfully communicated with over 100 rule force flowers. Furthermore, he had the ability to communicate with more at any time. While the other cultivators were still trying their best to communicate, Tang Zhen was maintaining a high output of spiritual force and looking for a way to condense the law seed. Chapter 3340. Inside the flower of rules, one inside the nameless city, under the tree of rules. Tang Zhen sat cross-legged on the runestone platform like a golden jade statue. He had not moved an inch for several years. On both sides of his back stood 20 figures, each of them shrouded in black mist. Each figure was 5 meters tall and had 3 pairs of giant wings on their backs. They gave off a terrifying aura. Although he didn't know where these figures came from, he could tell from their auras that each of them had the strength of a supreme expert. As long as they knew about the previous battle, they could easily guess the identity of these 20 figures. They were the same as Tang Zhen. They were communicating with the flower of laws in an attempt to condense a law seed. Every cultivator who communicated with the flower of rules was like this. They were completely immersed in it and paid no attention to the outside world. In the process of enlightenment, it was completely normal to encounter a situation of being buried under the ground and flooded. There was once a cultivator who went to the rule tree and tried to condense a rule seed. He then sat there for hundreds of years. One day, a tremor came from below and a cultivator broke out of the ground. The cultivator stood straight and laughed loudly as if no one was around, shouting that the condensation was finally successful. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded because no one had discovered the existence of cultivators underground in the past hundreds of years. There were many similar examples, which was enough to show how long and boring the process of communication was. Tang Zhen was not afraid of this kind of meditating. However, there was a prerequisite. He must ensure that he would gain something. He could not imitate the cultivators of the origin realm. Everything depended on luck. If he failed once, he could start again. The undying rule of the origin realm gave the cultivators enough time to slowly wait for the arrival of luck. However, Tang Zhen was different. He couldn't be like the native cultivators and waste his time without restraint. Even if he had not gained anything after hundreds of thousands of years, he could still continue to persevere in silence. Since they were cultivators of Lusheng, they had to have their own style. If they went with the flow, they would probably end up with nothing. After successfully communicating with the 100 rule force flowers, Tang Zhen chose to stop temporarily and began to study how to condense the rule force seed. Whether it was cultivating the tree of rules or communicating with the flower of rules, they were all for the sake of condensing the seeds of rules. It was a pity that such a thing could not be taken from a cultivator's body, otherwise it would disappear. Fortunately, such a situation did not occur. Otherwise, the cultivators who had communicated with the flower of rules would be in constant fear. Without a strong backer, one would not dare to easily cultivate and communicate with others, in case one day they condensed a rule seed and became the root of disaster. If that was the case, the environment of the cultivation world in the origin realm would become more and more complicated. Cultivators who had successfully communicated with the flower of rules were very likely to become the breeding targets of super powerhouses. After the rule seeds had condensed, they could be directly extracted. Although the rules of the origin realm did not allow such a situation to happen, it did not mean that similar attempts could not be made. The divine kingdom life forms created by Tang Zhen all received an order. As long as there was a slight possibility, they would try to merge with the rule seed. Once the fusion was successful and it was transferred to Tang Zhen, he would be able to obtain a large number of rule seeds. Of course, this was only a hypothesis. As for whether it would succeed, Tang Zhen was not particularly clear. The real problem was that no one knew what the situation was inside the flower of rules. If he wanted to obtain more rule seeds, he had to figure out the secret of the flower of rules. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. However, the special characteristic of the flower of rules was to cut off all connections with the outside world, so that cultivators could not get any feedback. Tang Zhen was not the only one who did not know about this. The super experts of the land, including the Vajra Black Mist, were also completely ignorant about this. The 20 figures behind him were not even as strong as the King Kong Black Mist, so they knew nothing about it. If he wanted to know the real secret, he couldn't rely on others. He had to do it himself. When he was nurturing the life form in his divine kingdom, Tang Zhen had already planned for this moment. He could also use the method to create a life form in his divine kingdom on himself. Within the divine kingdom in his mind, Tang Zhen executed a secret technique and separated a portion of his divine soul. What he was doing was equivalent to self-harm, and he would need a long time to recover. However, compared to what he had to do, the loss of this part of his soul was completely within an acceptable range. Soon, this divine soul split into 100 parts, which were then continuously compressed and condensed. When it reached its limit, Tang Zhen only needed a single thought to transform it into a god country life form. These 100 divine soul clones were 100 miniature versions of Tang Zhen. They possessed abilities that far exceeded that of ordinary divine kingdom life forms. Under Tang Zhen's control, these divine soul avatars fused with his spiritual energy and were sent into the flower of laws that Tang Zhen had communicated with. Tang Zhen, who was hidden in the mental energy tendrils, was surrounded by divine kingdom life forms. They didn't have a fixed form and looked like translucent water droplets. However, it was these unremarkable things that had a high intelligence, especially when they were gathered together. Very quickly, Tang Zhen saw that the sky was filled with resplendent law flowers that flickered with an enchanting radiance. He didn't know if it was because of the angle, but when he looked at the flowers of law again, he felt a strange and demonic feeling. He did not know what the main body and the other soul avatars were thinking, but the soul avatar with the number 001 felt the same way. Soon, a law flower appeared in front of him. Tang Zhen's spiritual force continued to pour in, sweeping away the life within the divine kingdom and disappearing without a trace. Tang Zhen's divine soul avatar was caught in it and was naturally unable to escape. It was also instantly devoured. The moment he was devoured, Tang Zhen seemed to have entered the void and could no longer feel the aura of the origin realm. The surroundings were empty and nothing existed. It was completely different from what Tang Zhen had imagined. He had originally thought that he would be attacked by some unknown power after entering the flower of rules. Or, they would be devoured by the flower of rules and become nutrients for the formation of the seed of rules. No matter how much was injected, there would not be any left. However, the current situation proved that his previous speculations were all wrong. The flower of rules did not seem to be able to devour spiritual power. The question also followed, if the flower of rules did not devour it, where did the previous input of mental strength go? Tang Zhen tried to connect to the outside world and discovered that there was indeed no reaction. This proved that this was a special space that was isolated from the outside world. While Tang Zhen was looking around, the surrounding beings from the divine kingdom were also looking around. They would constantly condense and form larger individuals, which would allow them to possess higher intelligence. And NDSP, in the process of gathering, the God Kingdom life forms continued to discuss and communicate, even spreading out to investigate. The purpose of this was to figure out the situation around them and then formulate the next plan of action. At the same time, not too far away, there were also waves of spiritual power fluctuations. These were the 100 cultivators who came from outside the city. They were the same as Tang Zhen and had successfully communicated with this rule force flower. With hundreds of cultivators supporting it at the same time, even if the flower of rules devoured mental power, it should not have to worry about being hungry. Tang Zhen quickly discovered that after these spiritual energies entered the flower of laws, they quickly condensed together. Looking at the condensed form, it was clearly the original owner. The divine kingdom life form beside Tang Zhen had also transformed into his appearance. As he continued to channel his spiritual energy into it, the number of life forms increased. In a short time, the number of spiritual bodies condensed by spiritual power in the surroundings had actually reached close to 100,000. If this situation continued to develop, this space would probably be filled with people long ago. How could it be empty? Just as Tang Zhen was quietly pondering, he discovered that this dark space had instantly turned into an isolated island with abysses all around. At the same time, a cold and emotionless thought resounded in the sky above the island. Only one spiritual body can leave each island. If you want to get that spot, you'll have to kill all your competitors. Chapter 3341 The battle between spiritual bodies. 1 At this moment, the entire island was in dead silence. No one had ever thought that they would encounter such a thing after entering the interior of the flower of rules. However, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. The moment the order was given, roars of anger came from the isolated island. The waves of death swept out in all directions, and not a single participant was spared. These spiritual bodies that represented their respective masters began to fight without the slightest hesitation, all for the sake of obtaining the final spot. Obsession was the most terrifying. It could make people disregard everything and never retreat even in the face of death. In fact, the power of a spiritual body was no different from that of a mortal. It could not use any destructive spell techniques, nor did it carry any divine weapons. The only thing he could do was to fight with his fists and kill his opponent. No one could guarantee that they would be the final winner. Under the influence of their master, the state of the spirit bodies were different. Intelligent spiritual bodies knew how to work together, but boorish people only knew how to fight alone. The divine kingdom life forms created by Tang Zhen quickly gathered together and cooperated with each other to attack the enemy. As for the other spiritual bodies, they were not as united as him. On the contrary, they were more willing to show their individual bravery. They fought in charge all the way, and it was a mess between them. Fortunately, these spiritual bodies could clearly distinguish where they belonged and did not show any signs of attacking their companions. Even if it was only a matter of time before that happened, he still had to eliminate all the enemies. At this moment, there were punches and kicks everywhere, and every time they attacked, they would not show any mercy. This brutal way of fighting was very much in line with the style of the cultivators of the origin realm. Their battles were often like this. Amidst the sounds of bones breaking and tendons snapping, the spiritual bodies were continuously killed, and the ground was covered in bloody corpses. No one would doubt it if it was called a sewer hell. A shocking scene occurred. When the spirit successfully killed an enemy, a trace of spirit energy would float into the winner's body. After obtaining this wisp of spirit energy, the victor's body became even more solid, and the power he possessed began to increase. After killing many spiritual bodies, his strength became stronger and stronger. He could even blow up his opponent's head with a single punch. Such a spiritual evolved body could easily take on 10 people at once. The more it fought, the more powerful it was. If one wanted to kill such an evolver, one had to be an evolver of the same level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be his opponent. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already understood the truth. It turned out that the flower of rules was not devouring spiritual energy, but that after spiritual energy entered the flower of rules, it had to experience such a brutal and bloody battle. Only the victor had the right to live. This kind of fighting and competition would definitely be endless, because the input of spiritual power would be endless. Right now, Tang Zhen only wanted to know what would happen to those spiritual bodies that had successfully competed for it. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The island, which was originally large enough, began to shrink continuously at this moment, forcing the spiritual bodies to gather together. Otherwise, once they fell into the abyss, they would be completely eliminated. The spiritual bodies that belonged to different cultivators had given birth to a large number of evolvers, and they were now leading teams to fight. With the evolver as the leader, the other evolvers were like wolves and tigers, pouncing on their competitors fiercely. The battle became more and more intense, especially between evolvers. Not only would they hurt themselves, but they would also affect the surrounding evolvers. The most tragic moment had arrived. Shattered spiritual bodies were flying everywhere, mixed with hoarse screams. In such an environment, no one could escape. They could only fight to the last moment. The spiritual bodies that belonged to Tang Zhen clearly had the upper hand. However, they were attacked by the other spiritual bodies. These spiritual bodies that belonged to the other competitors sensed the threat from Tang Zhen and wanted to join forces to get rid of this strongest competitor. Although the spiritual body formed by spiritual energy did not have high intelligence, it did not lack basic judgment. Moreover, the battlefield at this moment did not require much intelligence. The key was to see who was more lethal. He didn't need to consider too much. He just needed to kill the competitors and obtain the final victory. Under such circumstances, the divine kingdom life form created by Tang Zhen displayed an extraordinary advantage. The nature of a god kingdom life form was by no means comparable to an ordinary spiritual body, whether it was in terms of potential or intelligence. And NBSP, at this critical moment, the divine kingdom life began its counterattack. They made use of the advantages they had accumulated earlier to quickly gather together and condense into a stronger evolved body. There wasn't just one of these evolved beings, but a large group of them. After the divine kingdom beings were purified, they did not fight on their own. Instead, they quickly arranged their troops and began to kill. Their target was the enemy's evolved body. Relying on their advantage in numbers, the beings of the divine kingdom began to gang up on their enemies, killing their competitors. Ordinary spiritual bodies were not worth mentioning. Even if they gathered together, it was impossible for them to defeat a group of evolved bodies. The battle between the evolved beings would determine the final outcome. Tang Zhen's divine soul avatar was also participating in the battle. Moreover, it possessed the strongest evolution level. Compared to spiritual bodies and beings from god nations, divine soul avatars were of a higher level, and their combat abilities were naturally more powerful. From the moment the battle began, Tang Zhen had swept all the way, and there was almost no one who could match him. Even those evolved bodies were easily killed when they fought with the divine soul avatars. Very quickly, there were even more evolved beings that surrounded Tang Zhen in an attempt to kill him and absorb him. However, Tang Zhen had become incomparably powerful at this moment. The evolvers that rushed over were all killed by him. The more enemies he killed, the stronger Tang Zhen would become. When the enemy evolved beings saw this, they dodged one after another, unwilling to die in vain. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't give up just like that. He immediately began his pursuit, and blood and flesh flew everywhere he passed. Under his leadership, the beings of the god kingdom became more and more ferocious, beating the enemies so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. Very quickly, the spiritual bodies of some cultivators were completely annihilated, completely losing the qualification to compete. The area of the isolated island was getting smaller and smaller. The fighting was getting more and more intense, and the number of survivors was also getting smaller and smaller. Tang Zhen's spiritual body held an absolute advantage. The other cultivators' spiritual bodies were powerless to reverse the situation. It was only a matter of time before they lost. As expected, it did not take long for the last wave of enemies to be driven down the abyss. At this moment, there was only Tang Zhen's spiritual body and many other divine kingdom life forms on the island. Looking at the island that was constantly shrinking in the endless abyss, the spirits' eyes flashed with determination. There's no need for everyone to sacrifice themselves. Let's continue fighting until the strongest is decided. Taking the initiative to sacrifice and give way, although it would help his companions, it would also severely weaken his strength. After all, only through fighting and killing could he replenish his strength and have a greater chance of dealing with the changes that would happen next. In order to achieve their goal, even if they had to kill each other, it was not necessarily unacceptable. Chapter 3342 A world in a flower, one kill me. A god nation life form roared. As he glared at Tang Zhen in front of him, however, there was no ruthlessness in his eyes. His skills were inferior to his opponents, and he had lost at the hands of his own companions. There was indeed nothing to say. Although he was covered in injuries and his body was constantly trembling, he persisted and refused to fall. At this moment, there were only two figures on the island. One of them was Tang Zhen's divine soul avatar. He was also bathed in blood, and his killing intent was almost tangible. As a part of the creator, it was impossible for the life form of the god's kingdom to be a match for the divine soul avatar. This was not only due to the suppression of the level. In terms of battle awareness, the god kingdom life form was indeed inferior to the divine soul clone, so it was normal for it to be defeated. You're not bad. Have a safe journey. Although the divine kingdom being in front of him was only a spiritual body, it was definitely a figure to have won a battle between 100,000 spiritual bodies. It was a pity that only one person would be able to walk out of this isolated island alive. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to give this opportunity to others. Tang Zhen had just finished speaking when he threw a punch. The life form from the divine kingdom opposite him was instantly shattered into pieces. At the last moment, Tang Zhen saw the other party's relieved smile. It looked so familiar. A wave of mental energy as thick as a child's arm fused into Tang Zhen's body, causing his body to become more and more condensed. At the same time, the island had shrunk to the size of a needle tip and disappeared in an instant. Tang Zhen's body fell rapidly as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss after losing his foothold. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the fall to stop. They landed on a cold and desolate land. There was scorched earth everywhere, and there were also bones and remains that had already rotted beyond recognition. The sky was as dark as ink, and the same was true behind them. Darkness covered the abyss. Tang Zhen, who had fallen from the sky, was at the edge of the abyss. If he took a step back, he would fall down. It was desolate, dead, and lifeless. It was as if there were no other living beings apart from Tang Zhen in this world. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Tang Zhen focused his eyes and looked. This figure was extremely familiar. It was actually one of the cultivators who had communicated with the flower of laws. The cultivator was searching the ground and picked up an item. It was a broken battle blade. With the saber in his hand, the cultivator looked at Tang Zhen and revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, he charged straight at Tang Zhen. He didn't need to guess to know that the cultivator in front of him was the winner of another battle on the isolated island. After the other party saw Tang Zhen, he immediately treated him as a life and death enemy and wanted to kill him without the slightest hesitation. The previous battle had just ended, and in the blink of an eye, a new battle had arrived, making it so that no one could rest for a moment. However, Tang Zhen had never been afraid when facing such a slaughter. Instead, he became braver as the battle progressed. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided with each other. The cultivator on the other side brandished his saber and hacked at Tang Zhen's head. However, he didn't expect Tang Zhen to casually throw out a stone. Since the other party was using a weapon, how could Tang Zhen use his bare hands? In order to be able to kill the enemy, any item could be used as a weapon. The stone was fast and urgent, and it smashed into the other party's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The stone was embedded in the enemy's body. More than half of the stone was in the enemy's body. Such a powerful force was beyond the enemy's imagination. He didn't even have time to dodge. However, even if this was the case, he still persisted in hacking his blade towards Tang Zhen. Even if he died, he wanted to pull his opponent along. However, Tang Zhen dodged and his fist ruthlessly swung out, smashing onto the head of that cultivator. The reward of killing 100,000 spiritual entities made Tang Zhen's strength unbelievably great. One punch was enough to split a mountain. After easily shattering the enemy's skull, Tang Zhen grabbed the head and ruthlessly twisted it to the side. The enemy's eyes bulged as his saber fell to the ground, but it was caught by Tang Zhen. The enemy, who had lost all his strength, weakly knelt on the ground. As a result, his head was cut off by Tang Zhen with a backhand slash. At the same time, a wisp of red spiritual energy entered Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen quietly frowned as he sensed the increase in his strength. He once again sized up this strange world. The scene inside the flower of rules had indeed exceeded Tang Zhen's imagination. He never thought that there would be such a huge space inside a small flower. There was a saying in Buddhism, one flower, one world. The scene in front of him seemed to be the best embodiment. Of course, this world was very likely to be created by spiritual power and not a real physical world. In this world, it was very difficult to detect any abnormalities, and it could only be verified through special means. The method of killing enemies to level up caused Tang Zhen to have a faint guess about what was going to happen next. Looking at the dark surroundings, there seemed to be many figures flashing around. They should be the survivors of the battle. Since there was Tang Zhen's spiritual body, there were also other cultivators present. In a situation where they fought with their bare hands, no one could guarantee that they would obtain the final victory. Although it was a 1 in 100,000 selection, it didn't mean that the number of survivors was small. After all, there was spiritual energy entering the flower of rules at all times. Tang Zhen picked up the stone that had fallen to the ground and slowly started to polish it with his rusty battle sword. The sound of the blade being ground could be heard far away in this silent wilderness. None of the figures around them dared to approach when they heard the shrill sound of the blade being sharpened. Everyone clearly knew that those who dared to provoke him at this moment would definitely become the unlucky fellow that Tang Zhen used to test his blade. After grinding for 2 hours, the long blade, which was covered in rust, finally began to shine with a cold light. Not bad, Tang Zhen praised, after which, he lifted his long blade and slowly walked forward. Behind him was the dark abyss, and there was only a little light in front. There was no other choice but to move forward. After walking for a distance, Tang Zhen saw a huge head. There were still traces of rotten flesh on it. The huge head rolled around, constantly looking for the figures of the cultivators. After catching them, it swallowed them in one gulp. There was more than one giant monster, and the shadows rolling in the darkness were obviously giant monsters. The cultivators who were looking around in the wilderness immediately tried their best to dodge when they encountered this monster. If they were slightly slower, they would be devoured by the monster. The cultivators who couldn't escape could only fight the monster head-on, only to find that they were no match for it. The cultivators then realized that the danger did not only come from the competing cultivators, but also from the terrifying monsters in this world. If he didn't want to be eaten by the monster, he had to either escape from the area or kill the monster. Of course, there was also another method, which was to find companions to cooperate with and fight against the pursuit of this monster. In the dark wilderness, someone shouted loudly, indicating his identity. Their goal was to call for their companions and quickly gather together to fight against the rolling giant monster. After hearing their companions' call, the cultivators quickly gathered together and tried to fight the monster as a group. The evolvers who survived the brutal battle were all quite powerful, and it was even more so when they gathered together. They cooperated with each other, and when they faced the monster again, they were no longer as vulnerable as before. If they cooperated well, they could even kill the monster. However, fighting with monsters was the most helpless choice. Once surrounded by monsters, it was still difficult to escape death. The wisest thing to do was to quickly escape from this area until the monsters could no longer catch up. Chapter 3343. The giant monster won on this dusty plain. There were huge rotting heads everywhere, rolling around non-stop. The rumbling sound meant that the monster was approaching quickly. When it discovered the spiritual bodies of cultivators, the giant monsters would pounce on them and devour them at all costs. To the giant monsters, the spiritual evolved bodies of the cultivators were the most delicious food. No matter how much they ate, it wasn't enough. The more they ate, the more they wanted to eat, so the monsters began to snatch it crazily. For cultivators, this was a difficult task. If they failed to avoid it, they would be devoured. It was even more impossible to go around it, because there was a dark abyss on both sides. Once they fell, they would be doomed for eternity. Hiding was not a solution. If he wanted to find out the truth, he could only keep moving forward. It was the same for Tang Zhen. Even if there was a great danger ahead, he would definitely not stop. During the process of approaching, Tang Zhen had been seriously observing and searching for a way to successfully cross over. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these rotting human-headed monsters were not all over the wasteland. They only existed in an area that blocked the path of the cultivators. They were not found anywhere else. As long as he could get out of this area, he would be temporarily safe and have the opportunity to learn more secrets. The opportunity was fleeting, and there was no room for any hesitation. Without any other choice, the cultivators ran forward with all their might while avoiding the pursuit of the giant monsters. The brutal hunting had not just begun. It had been going on for an unknown amount of time, and countless cultivators had lost their lives here. Tang Zhen was also continuously running forward. Moreover, he was being targeted by a monster that was chasing after him. Although it didn't have any limbs, the giant monster's speed was quite astonishing. It completely crushed the current Tang Zhen. It was simply impossible to win against a monster in terms of speed. Seeing that this monster was charging over, there was no place for him to hide. Tang Zhen immediately charged towards another monster. Such an action was equivalent to suicide. Seeing this, the monster behind him still refused to give up. Instead, it increased its speed. It was as if they were afraid that their prey would be snatched away by other monsters. Tang Zhen knew that this monster was his only chance to dodge. Therefore, he did not hesitate to collide into it. Like an agile civet cat, it climbed onto the monster's body in an instant and burrowed into the monster's ear. The monster was stunned for a moment before it immediately extended its long tongue in an attempt to get Tang Zhen out. The monster that was chasing after Tang Zhen collided with it. It also stretched out its tongue and wanted to grab Tang Zhen. The monster that Tang Zhen was hiding in immediately moved its tongue to stop them when it saw this. It did not allow anyone to snatch its prey. The two giant monsters actually started fighting because of this. Tang Zhen, however, was waiting for an opportunity. Just as the other giant monster brushed past him, he directly jumped out. It landed on the monster's body and rolled forward with it. When the two monsters that were fighting saw this, they immediately chased after them. While devouring the other cultivators, they persevered in their pursuit. The monster that Tang Zhen was clinging to also sensed the abnormality and stuck out its tongue to attack Fang Hao. However, he did not expect Tang Zhen to be abnormally agile. He continuously dodged on top of the rolling giant head and avoided the monster's tongue. This giant monster was leading Tang Zhen and quickly passing through the area that was sealed off by the monsters. As Tang Zhen dodged, he personally witnessed the spiritual bodies of those cultivators being continuously devoured by the giant monster. According to the development of this situation, even if there were cultivators who could successfully cross over, it was estimated that there would only be a few of them. Fortunately, the number of spirit bodies was endless. Under the continuous accumulation, the number of successful transmigrators would definitely not be too few. However, Tang Zhen's goal was to be able to pass through the seal alive and not to entrust his hope to the lives of other divine nations. After all, he could only find a way to tell the main body if he was alive and figured out the secret of the flower of rules. An intense collision and vibration were transmitted over. The two giant monsters that followed closely behind had actually blocked the monster that Tang Zhen was hiding in. Tang Zhen couldn't avoid it. He was about to face the three-headed monster's encirclement and was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, Tang Zhen made a shocking move at this moment. Both of his hands ruthlessly grabbed the giant monster. The giant monsters were indeed terrifying, but when they stopped, the powerful force produced by the rolling would disappear. A giant monster in a static state was actually not scary. It was just that it rarely stayed still. Tang Zhen's terrifying strength had erupted at this moment. The giant monster was forcefully lifted up by Tang Zhen. After being spun around a few times, it was suddenly thrown out. The other two monsters were sent flying by the monster that Tang Zhen threw out and fell far away like balls. After sending the three monsters flying, the danger did not pass because new monsters were charging at them. Tang Zhen did not hesitate as he continued to run forward and began a new round of escape. As he continuously dodged, Tang Zhen had already avoided the area where the monsters were the most concentrated. This meant that his chances of survival had greatly increased. Tang Zhen did not relax in the slightest. He knew that the more it was like this, the more careful he had to be. In this area, there were also many cultivators who were running desperately. These were the lucky ones who had managed to avoid the monsters' attacks and were still constantly turning around to avoid the monsters' attacks. The number of monsters had decreased, but it didn't mean that it would be easy to pass through, because the number of cultivators had also decreased. The lucky ones who had not been targeted by the monsters before were now being targeted by the monsters. They were being hunted down and devoured one after another. However, the terrain here had undergone obvious changes. Other than the uneven potholes, there were also piles of huge skeletons. With the existence of these bone pits, the cultivators could avoid the monsters more nimbly and thus obtain a chance of survival. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened. His confidence rose as well. He used the skeleton as a barrier to avoid the attack of a giant monster. Then, he found a long rib. The length of the rib bone was about 10 meters. It looked like a long spear that was firmly held in Tang Zhen's hand. At this moment, another giant monster rolled and charged at Tang Zhen. When the two sides were about to come into contact, Tang Zhen used his foot to step on his ribs and raised the tip of the sword to point at the sky. The rolling giant monster hit the ribs directly and pierced deep into the eye. Oh woo! The monster let out an angry roar. After its head was pierced by the rib, it could no longer roll freely. It stretched out its long tongue and tried to attack Tang Zhen, but Tang Zhen easily avoided it. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tang Zhen continued to sprint forward and advanced a great distance. Soon, another monster stared at Zhen Tang and roared as it rushed over. However, Zhen Tang picked up a broken leg bone and stabbed the giant monster again. Although giant monsters were terrifying, they were definitely not invincible. The cultivators just lacked the means to deal with them. It wasn't just Tang Zhen alone. The other cultivators were the same. They were thinking of ways to use various weapons to launch attacks. From time to time, monsters would be killed, but the number of cultivators who were injured or killed was higher. When the two sides competed in strength, the giant monsters had the advantage. All the cultivators, including Tang Zhen, were trying their best to escape because an ocean had appeared in front of them. That was the forbidden zone of the human-headed monsters. Chapter 3344. The surging waves of the evil sea. One Tang Zhen would not find it strange no matter what happened. This was because this world was abnormal to begin with. Although the water in front of them blocked their way, it also gave them a chance of survival. As long as he rushed into the water, these giant monsters that were rolling around would definitely flinch. They could move freely on land, but if they were in the water, the movement speed of these giants would be limited. At that time, it would be the best opportunity for the cultivators to escape. The cultivators used their fastest speed to break through the giant monsters' blockade and jumped into the water one after another. At this moment, the cultivators were like a group of ducks out of the cage, continuously stirring up waves. As expected, the giant monsters that followed behind stopped moving forward when they got close to the water's edge. They did not dare to take another step forward. At the same time, it stuck out its snake-like tongue and continued to fish in the water, looking extremely unwilling. Seeing this, the cultivator in the water rejoiced in his heart. He had finally escaped. Who would have thought that at this moment, a huge black shadow would emerge from the water and rush towards the shore? Before the cultivators could recover from their shock, they saw pitch black tentacles breaking out of the water surface and shooting toward the giant monster on the shore. The giant monster that stayed on the shore had a terrified expression on its rotten face. It turned around and retreated without hesitation. However, he was still a step too slow. The monsters that dominated the land were unable to resist the tentacles that came from the water. In the blink of an eye, the giant monster was pierced by the tentacle and was quickly dragged back into the water. At this moment, he looked at the depths of the water and saw a terrifying giant mouth that was continuously swallowing the giant monster. Seeing this scene, the cultivators did not feel happy at all. Instead, their hearts became heavier. Although the giant monster had encountered its natural enemy, it was not necessarily a good thing for cultivators. Who knew if these underwater monsters would also be interested in cultivators besides the giant devouring monster? The group of cultivators who had just escaped from death didn't have the mood to care about anything else. Instead, they swam away with all their might. They didn't dare to go ashore because they would be attacked by the giant monster, but they also didn't dare to stay in the water to avoid becoming food for the monster. It didn't take long before danger approached again. Thin and long worms appeared in the water. Like dark clouds, they quickly gathered toward the cultivators. Once it touched a cultivator's body, it would immediately drill into the body and continuously extract the spirit energy like a vampire. If it wasn't dealt with in time, the cultivator's body would be sucked dry and eventually become a skeleton. Tang Zhen watched as the cultivator was surrounded by a group of strange insects. It was impossible for him to escape. In just a few seconds, the cultivator sank to the bottom of the water and never came out again. Tang Zhen's side was also the same. There were these strange insects everywhere, continuously swimming and gathering around him. From time to time, it would suddenly speed up and rush toward Tang Zhen, attempting to enter his body. Tang Zhen's only method was to protect his body with his battle blade and continuously rotate it as he swam. When the strange insect came into contact with the blade, it was directly cut into two, and black liquid oozed out. As Tang Zhen continued to advance, a long black line was dragged behind him and continued to extend forward. At this moment, Tang Zhen did not have the time to care about anything else. He was relying on his willpower to persevere and advance. He was considered lucky, but the other cultivators might not be so. From time to time, one could see a figure sinking into the water, wrapped in slender worms. Just at this critical moment, another change occurred. The huge black shadow that they had seen earlier reappeared in the water and followed the cultivators unhurriedly. Seeing this scene, the cultivators couldn't help but feel despair. Their current state was not much stronger than that of mortals, and they were helpless against the water monster. If the hydra attacked, the cultivators would die without a doubt. There was no chance of escaping. Although he wasn't afraid of death, his heart was definitely filled with unwillingness. If it was their main body in the outside world, how could these monsters be so presumptuous? In the process of swimming forward, the number of survivors became fewer and fewer, and cultivators continued to sink into the water. Tang Zhen's condition wasn't very good. His body was covered with thin and long worms. However, only half of them were hanging from his body. The remaining half had already been cut off by his blade, but even so, it still caused serious injuries to Tang Zhen, and his strong body became extremely thin. At this moment, Tang Zhen was already about to reach his limit. He was completely relying on his will to continue persevering. You can't win. Just give up. Who would have thought that at this moment, a voice would suddenly ring out from behind him with a hint of mockery and smugness in its tone. Tang Zhen's eyes turned cold when he heard this voice. Tang Zhen had heard this voice during the battle earlier. It was one of the 100 competing cultivators. The other party's body was strong and covered in icy blue scales, possessing extremely high defense. As he was good at close combat, this cultivator had the upper hand in the previous chaotic battle. When he was dodging the monsters earlier, he had seen this cultivator's spiritual evolved form, which showed how strong he was. It was the same at this moment. His special icy blue scales had actually blocked the strange insect's bite. Every time he was surrounded by bugs, he only needed to shake his body and the bugs would fall off automatically. This was an absolute advantage. He was able to endure for a longer period of time. This was the reason why he was able to catch up to Tang Zhen. If the beings from the divine kingdom had not participated, he might have been the true winner of this competition. The other party was also aware of this point. Therefore, as long as they seized the opportunity, they would harass and attack Tang Zhen's spiritual body. The magical thing about spirit bodies was that they didn't need to inform each other to do the same thing. Previously, he had been following behind Tang Zhen and had tried to surpass him several times. However, he had failed each time. Seeing that Tang Zhen's situation was getting worse and worse, the cultivator felt proud and couldn't help but ridicule. Tang Zhen secretly laughed coldly. He did not expect that there was actually someone who dared to provoke him under such circumstances. A while later, Tang Zhen, who had been moving forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down for some unknown reason. At the same time, those thin and long insects that were in hot pursuit instantly wrapped around Tang Zhen. The appearance of this scene meant that Tang Zhen was in danger and could sink to the bottom of the water at any time. Ha ha ha, that's all there is to it. Seeing what had happened to Tang Zhen, the cultivator revealed a happy expression and mocked. However, his speed of advancement was not affected at all. Just as it passed by Tang Zhen, the insects that were wrapped around him suddenly exploded. Tang Zhen, who thought that he was going to die, suddenly rushed out and swung his saber at the cultivator. Bastard, you dare to plot against me. The cultivator roared, but a smug smile flashed in his eyes. He waved his fist and smashed it towards Tang Zhen. He firmly believed in his own strength and was certain that Tang Zhen was not his match. He had taken the initiative to provoke Tang Zhen earlier in order to deliberately lure Tang Zhen to attack him. As long as he could kill Tang Zhen, he would be able to replenish his spiritual energy and continue moving forward. As expected, Tang Zhen fell for it. He stopped and attacked. Idiot. At the same time the cultivator spoke, he had already waved his fist and smashed towards Tang Zhen's battle blade. He was confident that his fist would be able to shatter this weapon. He then took advantage of Tang Zhen being caught off guard and directly killed him with a punch. However, at this moment, he saw a faint trace of ridicule flash across Tang Zhen's eyes. He seemed to have seen through his scheme, so he played along and lured him to attack. Not good. The cultivator's eyes widened as he immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap, but he was too late. PFF'd. With a flash of cold light, the cultivator's arm was cut off by the saber, and then his head was blown up by a punch. The super strong defensive strength that he was so proud of was actually as weak as paper when faced with Tang Zhen's fist. The moment the enemy was killed, a red light flew into Tang Zhen's body, and his originally shriveled body instantly recovered. Chapter 3345 Crossing the Evil Sea. After successfully killing the cultivator and absorbing his mental energy, the exhausted Tang Zhen was once again full of energy. This gave him enough confidence to continue persevering. Although this method was good, it could not be used to its full potential because there were still terrifying monsters in the water. Just as he killed the cultivator, the surrounding strange insects swarmed over. The huge black shadow under the water also suddenly moved. A feeling of being locked on rose from Tang Zhen's heart. It was clearly from the enormous being underwater. Tang Zhen, who was not afraid of anything in the world, actually felt his hair stand on end at this moment. It was as though the danger of death was about to descend. The divine soul avatar was actually insignificant. Although it had Tang Zhen's invincible mentality, it did not have the strength that matched it. When the real crisis came, they were really helpless and had no means to resist. The only thing he could do was to lower his presence and hope that he would be lucky enough to avoid this disaster. The surrounding insects crazily swarmed towards Tang Zhen and wrapped around his body. However, in the blink of an eye, it formed a black ball and dragged Tang Zhen to the bottom of the water. During the entire process, Tang Zhen did not move at all. He was like a lifeless rock. During the process of sinking, Tang Zhen could still feel that the consciousness of the underwater monster was still locking onto him. Fortunately, the monster had only locked onto him and did not launch an attack. However, those strange insects did not care about this. They continued to drill and bite Tang Zhen, trying to enter his body. Even if it was extremely painful, Tang Zhen would still silently endure it and would definitely not move. At this moment, Tang Zhen felt as if every day was like a year. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. Tang Zhen quickly felt that he was already close to the monster in the water. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. One of the monster's tentacles slowly extended over and grabbed the round ball of worms that was wrapped around Tang Zhen. It was these tentacles that had just attacked the giant monster on the shore and dragged it into the water as food. Could it be that a similar scene was going to happen to him? Tang Zhen had already made his preparations. If this was the truth, he would definitely not wait helplessly for death. After the tentacles touched it twice, the monster did not attack. Instead, it continued to swim forward. Tang Zhen's heart relaxed. However, he still remained silent because the monster had not gone far. In the deep and cold water, Tang Zhen continued to fall. During this time, he could see a group of insects biting the cold and twisted remains of the cultivators. At the same time, there were also tiny insects that constantly swam out of the corpses, forming groups to find new targets. The cultivators who had been killed had become the breeding ground for the insects. The tiny insects were obviously just born. After carefully looking at those insects, Tang Zhen could not help but be a little stunned. It turned out that the insect's head was actually the same as his appearance. The other insects were the same. They looked like other cultivators and dragged their slender and smooth bodies. The scene of his own corpse giving birth to insects and then turning around to attack him made him very uncomfortable. When the monster was completely far away, Tang Zhen's body suddenly trembled and rapidly stirred like a top. The insects that surrounded Tang Zhen were instantly cut into pieces, erupting with a large ball of pitch black liquid. The worm that had entered Tang Zhen's body was also instantly squeezed out and exploded into a cluster of residue. After breaking free from the strange insect's restraints, Tang Zhen quickly rushed to the surface of the water and began to swim forward with all his might. The scene he had experienced before continued to repeat itself. There were many cultivators around him who were lucky enough to escape from the land but were now struggling desperately in the water. No one knew where the end was, so they could only swim forward desperately to avoid the attacks of those insects. From time to time, there would be cultivators who would sink to the bottom of the water, or they would fight each other to survive. Every time this happened, the underwater monster would appear and lock onto the winner. Not every cultivator was as lucky as Tang Zhen to escape from the monster's hunt. From time to time, there would be unlucky people who were dragged into the water by the tentacles. Tang Zhen had been observing all this while and faintly understood what was going on. Once a cultivator's mental energy exceeded the limit, they would inevitably be targeted by the monster. The more excessive the mental energy, the more likely they would be attacked. When a cultivator's mental power exceeded the limit and was far beyond the normal state, there was a 100% chance that they would be attacked by the underwater monsters. After understanding the principle, Tang Zhen became much more relaxed. Even if they couldn't, they would only choose the weakest cultivators when they tried to kill them. It was not that they were bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but that the mental energy accumulated in these weak cultivators' bodies had become very little. They were basically like a lamp without oil and would sink into the water very quickly. It was not easy to kill such cultivators, but the rewards were very little. It was far less cost-effective than killing those powerful cultivators. However, in order to be able to persevere under such an environment, Tang Zhen really did not have many choices. No matter how harsh the conditions were, they had to do everything they could to complete it in order to persist and reach the key point. It was unknown how much time had passed. Tang Zhen could not remember how many cultivators he had killed. He had narrowly escaped death again and again. Looking at the surrounding water, the number of cultivators had become fewer and fewer. Only a few could persist to this point. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that there were even more cultivators behind him that were continuously falling into the water. There would always be some cultivators who could last until the moment they landed. While he was in a daze, Tang Zhen saw a black line appear in front of him. This was the first time his vision had changed ever since he had entered the water. Land. The thought that flashed in his mind caused Tang Zhen's consciousness to wake up. He knew that his persistence along the way had finally paid off. Tang Zhen continued to swim forward. He was finally able to confirm that the black line in front of him was the coastline of the land. The black line was not a beach, but a cliff. On the cliff, there were many claw-like things, and they had pitch black, sharp nails. Its sharp claws were constantly scratching, trying to climb up the cliff to land. This was an unavoidable obstacle. This scene was a bit horrifying. He wondered if the sharp claws would pierce through his stomach after touching his body. He knew that there would be danger, but he could only brace himself and continue forward because there was no other choice. Tang Zhen finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. The caw-caw sound of his fingernails scratching caused people to feel a kind of frenzied feeling. If a mortal heard this voice, they would probably enter a state of madness in less than 10 seconds. Tang Zhen leapt out from the water. At the same time, he brandished his blade and hacked at those sharp claws, easily cutting them off. He grabbed the wriggling arms and kept climbing up. At the same time, he kept slashing. These sharp claws were of varying length as they continuously clawed at Tang Zhen, bringing with them an unbearable stench. There were also some sharp claws with dried corpses on them that were swinging around with the movements of these arms. The difficulty of climbing this claw-like cliff was a little more difficult than Tang Zhen had imagined. However, it was definitely unable to stop him from landing. White blades and severed arms flew in the air as Tang Zhen finally rushed up the cliff. A vast world appeared in front of Tang Zhen. There was no end to it as far as the eyes could see. Looking at the two sides of the coastline, there were many tired figures who were climbing up to the shore. Chapter 3346. 3346 Heavy Trials. After experiencing many hardships and suffering from both physical and mental torture, the cultivators finally came ashore. Looking back at the ocean below the cliff, there were still many figures swimming towards land. However, there were still some unlucky fellows who sank to the bottom of the water silently at the last moment of success. Or when they were climbing the cliff, they would be caught by the dense claws and then torn into pieces. However, even the cultivators who had successfully landed were still filled with confusion, not knowing what would happen next. After Tang Zhen took a look, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust his breathing. He allowed himself to recover to his peak condition as soon as possible. Tang Zhen's body was covered in injuries during this long journey across the sea. He had long reached the limit of what he could endure. It was all thanks to his strong willpower that he managed to persevere all the way to land. If he didn't regulate his breathing in time, he might not have the strength to take another step on the rest of the journey. If this was the normal world, a cultivator would definitely suffer a wound that was difficult to heal after going through such hardships. If the injury could not be healed, it would inevitably affect the path of cultivation and even directly endanger one's life. However, the cultivators were not in the mood to care about that. They did not care about their health. They only wanted to complete their mission. Every cultivator formed by spiritual power had an extremely strong obsession, and they only wanted to obtain the rule seeds. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to pay any price. Tang Zhen didn't recuperate for too long before he continued on his way. His wounds had not healed yet, but he did not dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, there would be more and more competitors. During this period of time, cultivators kept climbing out of the sea, and many of them were Tang Zhen's spiritual bodies. After going through a series of hardships, the mentality of the cultivators had changed. Even the cultivators who originally came from the same source had become more indifferent to each other. He was no longer like he was in the beginning, where he was willing to sacrifice himself without hesitation to achieve a common goal. If there was only one chance, the cultivators would definitely start to compete without hesitation and would not give the opportunity to others. In other words, from now on, even if they belonged to the same spiritual body, they would still become competitors. In the process of advancing, they maintained a certain distance from each other and would definitely not get close easily. Some cultivators suddenly fell down while they were walking, and they didn't even struggle. Most of the figures would never be able to rise again, becoming one of the corpses in the wilderness. When the cultivators passed by, they didn't even look at it. They just looked forward without taking their eyes off it. Compared to the previous narrow and dark environment, this piece of land was much more spacious, and they could ride freely on the horses. However, the cultivators knew very well that both sides and the back were dead ends, and the front was their only hope. In the process of advancing, one could see many large pits appearing on the ground from time to time. These big pits were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and terrifying sounds came from time to time. It was unknown what terrifying things were hidden in them. The cultivators who were moving forward would try their best to avoid these places to avoid falling into them. There were too many dangers in this special world, and he couldn't let his guard down. However, there were still some cultivators who walked towards the pits as if they were possessed. They came to the edge of the pit, and without any hesitation, they jumped into the deep pit. Seeing this, the cultivators were on high alert and kept their distance from the pits. Just like that, they advanced for nearly 100 kilometers and encountered more and more cultivators along the way. All of them were hurrying on their way in silence, not communicating with each other at all. It was as if the hardships along the way had made them completely lose the ability to talk, and now they were only left with unspeakable indifference. No one knew how long they could hold on and when they would completely fall. To be able to persist until this step was equivalent to a 1 in a million chance. It could be seen how difficult the exploration process was. Perhaps it was for this reason that the cultivators were unwilling to give up. The long road finally came to an end. A city appeared in the distance. It was tall and majestic, exuding an ancient and vicissitude aura. However, in the sky above the city, there was thick smoke billowing into the sky, and at the same time, there were sounds of fighting. Just as Tang Zhen was observing, the cultivators who had been trekking along the way had already rushed forward. After walking for such a long distance, the cultivators were suddenly filled with energy when they finally found a clue. In a competitive environment, it was best not to fall behind if there was a chance to be one step ahead. If the opportunities were limited, the latecomers might not get anything. Tang Zhen was the same. He followed the cultivators and ran forward. They were getting closer and closer to the huge city. As they approached the city, a burnt and rancid smell hit them head on. This was the unique smell of the battlefield. Although it was a brutal battlefield, it gave Tang Zhen a sense of familiarity. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never been far from the battlefield and killing. After crossing another mountain slope, an incomparably huge battlefield suddenly appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. There were figures fighting everywhere. Roars and screams shot into the sky, and shattered corpses covered the ground. The cultivators were the ones who attacked the city. They were equipped with all sorts of weapons and were fighting with the soldiers in 7-colored armor. The soldiers guarding the city were well equipped and powerful. The battle between the two sides was difficult to determine. At the edge of the battlefield, a row of tall figures stood in front of a pile of equipment stained with blood and minced meat. These damaged equipment and weapons were a kind of thin and ugly creatures that had been collected and piled up from the battlefield. They shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, constantly stripping off the armor from the corpses and picking up the weapons they dropped, dragging them back to the edge of the battlefield with great effort. When they touched heavy objects, they would also cooperate with each other and make squeaking sounds when they dragged them. Quickly grab your weapons and enter the battlefield. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to defeat the guards. Otherwise, the city gate would never open. The more enemies you kill, the more generous the rewards will be. Everything will depend on your own performance. These figures said loudly. When the cultivators looked over, they felt that they were enlarged versions of themselves. The cultivators were silent as they gathered in front of the garbage pile and rummaged through it. These pieces of equipment were damaged and covered in all kinds of filth. There were even broken limbs wrapped in them. The surface of many pieces of equipment were covered with thick layers of blood and mud, and it was unknown how many owners they had been through. Tang Zhen picked up a pair of armor and a pair of helmets. He threw them away after taking a look. Don't underestimate these equipment. They can save your life at a critical moment. If you don't wear these things, your chances of death will be multiplied. The tall figure reminded upon seeing Tang Zhen's actions. He was just like a teacher who was training new recruits. If these things could really save the user's life, they wouldn't be here. Tang Zhen casually said. He took out a shield that had the appearance of a malevolent beast. With the blood and minced meat, the beast looked extremely ferocious, as if it was about to devour someone. The edge of the shield was extremely sharp, and there were sharp blades on both sides for blocking and cutting. In the hands of cultivators who were good at fighting, they could easily take people's lives. Tang Zhen took out a long blade. The surface of the blade was covered with golden patterns. It was clearly the most primitive runes. Compared to the worn-out battle blade he was using, this runic battle blade was clearly of a higher quality. With a shield and a long saber in his hand, Tang Zhen followed the fully armed cultivators and charged towards the battlefield. Chapter 3347. The bloody battle in front of the city. One wave after wave of cultivators rushed into the battlefield without looking back, but they were devoured in the blink of an eye. The endless battlefield was like a meat grinder. No matter how much blood and life was thrown in, they would all be crushed into powder. Blood had already formed a river at the depression in the terrain, and countless corpses were soaked in it. Once they entered the battlefield, they would not be able to control themselves. They would either kill others or be killed directly by others. After Tang Zhen entered the battlefield, he was immediately pulled along and joined the stream of people. He could not help but surge forward. At this moment, if they regretted and did not want to participate in the battle, they would realize that there was no way out. The only thing he could do was to fight with all his might and kill the enemy who tried to kill him. In such a chaotic and cruel battlefield, killing the enemy was secondary. The main thing was to prevent being killed by the enemy. Without any warning, the battle had already begun. The cultivator in front of Tang Zhen suddenly let out a short roar filled with pain and unwillingness. In the blink of an eye, his body was split into two. The battle axe, which was covered with patterns, split the cultivator's body apart, revealing a soldier in white armor. The soldier was tall and strong, looking like a moving wall, blocking the cultivator's path. Kill. With a hoarse roar, he launched another attack. The sharp battle axe with patterns danced like a windmill, breaking the bones and tendons of the cultivators it touched. Some unlucky fellows were split into two on the spot, as fragile as wheat stalks. The cultivators didn't dare to fight head on. They dodged in all directions and looked for opportunities to attack. In their current state, they would only be seeking death if they fought the axeman head on. Seeing Tang Zhen in front of him, the soldier's battle axe drew a semicircle and ruthlessly hacked down. Don't look down on this movement. When combined with the strength of the waist, it could easily split a cultivator into two. However, long pole weapons were most afraid of close combat, especially when they encountered an expert like Tang Zhen. Just as the battle axe was about to strike, Tang Zhen dashed forward and arrived in front of the soldier in an instant. Stepping on his opponent's body, he leapt into the air and circled around the axeman. The soldier growled and extended his hand to grab Tang Zhen, but he was still a step too slow. Tang Zhen raised the gold-gilded long saber that was stained with blood high up and stabbed it through the gap in the helmet. PFF. With the sound of metal scraping against metal, the axeman's body suddenly froze and then fell to the ground. At the same time, a trace of energy floated out from the enemy's body and entered Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen's originally weak body had actually recovered rapidly after being nourished by the energy. At the same time Tang Zhen killed the enemy, two long spears appeared beside him and stabbed over like venomous dragons and pythons. Tang Zhen's reaction was extremely fast. He dodged one of the spearheads and at the same time used his shield to block the other spear. Two pikemen in white battle armor attacked from the left and right. They locked onto Tang Zhen, who had just killed their comrade. Looking at the spearman's angry appearance, it was obvious that he had locked onto Tang Zhen and was trying to take revenge for his dead companion. The two soldiers were experts in using spears. Their long spears were like strange pythons as they thrust and thrust, aiming for Tang Zhen's vital points each time. As long as he failed to block it once, a bloody hole would definitely be poked through his body, followed by a large hole. However, he didn't expect Tang Zhen's speed to be even faster. At the same time that he blocked the other party's attack, he had already gotten close to a soldier who was using a spear. The heavy shield was thrown out, the sharp horn pierced into the spearman's abdomen, and the golden blade went through the helmet and into the eye. He let go of the shield in his hand, grabbed the spear in the other man's hand, and stabbed it into the body of another lancer. Although the other party's armor was excellent, Tang Zhen's strength could be said to be terrifying. He could even pierce through the hardest armor. In the blink of an eye, two spearmen had been killed, but new enemies had rushed up. At this moment, there was not a single cultivator following Tang Zhen. They had either been scattered to other places or killed by the soldiers guarding the city. Tang Zhen's situation became more and more difficult in this isolated situation. The wisest thing to do was to retreat immediately. However, the benefits of killing the enemy made Tang Zhen give up on this idea and choose to continue fighting with the enemy. There were many cultivators like him on the battlefield, and they all chose to fight alone. Judging from their aura and posture, they were obviously much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Many of the figures were obviously divine kingdom life forms created by Tang Zhen. They were like wolves and tigers in battle. If his own spiritual force avatar was already so fierce and brave, how could he, as a divine soul avatar, show weakness? Tang Zhen's battle intent became even higher as he thought of this. He continued to head deeper into the battlefield. It was just that those soldiers guarding the city would absolutely not allow such a situation to happen. They did their best to stop Tang Zhen. Although they were well equipped, the soldiers were still under great pressure when faced with the cultivators who came like a tide. The cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and so did the soldiers guarding the city. Cultivators like Tang Zhen belonged to the key defense targets. Therefore, they were constantly intercepted by the soldiers guarding the city. On the huge battlefield, the battle intensity in the area they were in was obviously higher than in other places. As Tang Zhen charged forward, the cultivators behind him also followed closely, trying to open a breakthrough. The battle was getting more and more intense, but Tang Zhen was still at the front. Even though cultivators were falling behind him, he did not stop. One enemy after another was killed. Tang Zhen's strength increased rapidly and had already far surpassed the other cultivators. Just as the battle was in full swing, a cultivator in red battle armor jumped out and blocked Tang Zhen's path. Both parties exchanged a few blows before Tang Zhen seized the opportunity to kill the red armored soldier. Compared to the white armored cultivator, the red armored cultivator was fiercer and more powerful. It was the appearance of this red armored cultivator that allowed Tang Zhen to clearly realize how difficult it was to charge into the city. The city guards' armors were clearly differentiated by their strength, and different colors represented different levels. The white armored soldiers with the most numbers should only be at the lowest level, and they were also cannon fodder. The cultivators in red armor were obviously stronger. Ordinary cultivators would be killed instantly if they encountered them. Soldiers in white armor could also kill cultivators to level up. After killing a certain number of cultivators, the color of the armor would change. After discovering this, Tang Zhen's main hunting targets became the soldiers in red battle armor. As for the higher level enemies, Tang Zhen chose to temporarily avoid them to avoid being instantly killed. The more dangerous the environment was, the more one had to recognize one's own strength. When encountering a target that was impossible to defeat, avoiding it in time was the wisest move. The brutal killing caused Tang Zhen's strength to continuously increase. At the same time, he also attracted the attention of the city guards. From this, it could be confirmed that the city guards definitely had a special method that could identify an expert like Tang Zhen. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other party, cultivators of different levels would emit different rays of light. Another group of red armored soldiers charged over. There was even a black armored soldier among them. His target was obviously Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen raised his blade and coldly laughed. He did not dodge and charged forward, engaging in close combat with these enemies. After a dozen breaths, the battle was over. Tang Zhen raised his blade and walked through the blood. Looking at the giant city again, it seemed to be right in front of them, but in fact, it was extremely far away. Chapter 3348. The Purgatory Battlefields. One with a flash of the blade. The head rolled off and the body fell into a pool of blood. The closer they got to the center of the battlefield, the more tragic the scene became. All they could see were figures screaming and wailing. A sharp blade could break bones, a silver spear could shatter organs, the souls of the dead could be heard everywhere, and the strong would not return home. Although they were condensed from mental power, in this world, cultivators were all made of flesh and blood. They killed to their heart's content, but their deaths were equally tragic. It was the same for the enemies guarding the city. The wails before death were enough to prove their pain. The bloody and brutal fighting had soaked the ground of the battlefield with blood, and corpses piled up like mountains. The scene of a sea of blood and hell made the cultivators who had just arrived feel their scalps go numb, and the dense aura of death made them tremble. Tang Zhen was still fighting. Moreover, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. A black armored city guard was killed by Tang Zhen in one strike. He unwillingly laid down on his back. When the surrounding city guards saw this, they immediately let out a roar and pounced wildly towards Tang Zhen. They did not care about Tang Zhen's strength. Even if they were not a match for him, they had to step forward without any hesitation at this moment. It was because of his duty that he had no way out. Tang Zhen once again brandished his blade and slashed. He did not show any mercy at all because the enemy's heart was filled with the intention to kill him. The majority of the enemies that surrounded Tang Zhen were black armored soldiers, and they were extremely powerful. They were the generals of the city defenders. While they were in charge of commanding, they would also intercept and kill the cultivators. At this stage, the number of cultivators who could fight with the black armored warriors had been greatly reduced. All of them were elites, and they had killed countless enemies along the way. However, the situation was getting more and more difficult. After all, the enemy was outnumbered, and the strength of the enemy was getting stronger and stronger. If there was a slight negligence in battle, the enemy would find a flaw and give a fatal blow. In this area, cultivators were constantly trapped by the battle formation and then silently devoured and killed. At the same time, there were also some cultivators who were unstoppable and constantly broke through the city guards. After breaking through the interception of the black armored soldiers, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. There was no one in the empty field. However, compared to the previous area, this area was more dangerous. It was an area targeted by long-range troops. The ground was filled with arrows, like dense weeds, not leaving any open space. From the top of the tall city wall, sharp arrows were shot down like dark clouds, specifically to kill the cultivators who tried to pass through. If he didn't dodge in time, he would be pierced by the arrows. As the cultivator dodged, arrows would constantly fall beside him, as if they were shadows. The arrows that were everywhere would also hinder the cultivators, making it more difficult for them to move. Tang Zhen raised his shield and blocked the rain of arrows as he moved through the arrows that were everywhere. There were also some cultivators, corpses on the ground. Their bodies were covered with arrows, and their faces were filled with a ferocious and unwilling expression. In such a situation, carrying a shield would greatly increase the chances of survival. There were also some cultivators who carried the corpses of their enemies and used them as shields to block the sharp arrows. However, the city guards' arrow rain was too fierce. Tang Zhen only managed to charge halfway before he was forced to retreat. The beast-faced shield was full of cracks and had been pierced by arrows. There were also more than 10 arrows in his body. In the process of retreating, he was besieged by the black armored city guards, who tried to kill him directly. Even if he couldn't defeat Tang Zhen, he would force him back to the area covered by the arrow rain and try to use the sharp arrows to kill him. The area sealed off by arrows was a forbidden area for cultivators. It was not easy to pass through. Many cultivators managed to break through the blockade in front of them, but they were killed by the master archers on the city wall. While Tang Zhen was fighting with the black armored cultivator, he saw many figures rushing forward. However, they were all forced to retreat halfway like him. His entire body was covered in arrows and he looked like he was in a sorry state. There were also some cultivators who had terrible luck and fell in the process of retreating. They were not given a chance to get up at all. The dense rain of arrows covered the cultivators like eyes, nailing them to the ground. At this moment, Tang Zhen felt that he was in a dilemma. The group of black armored soldiers behind him was definitely not a target that Tang Zhen could kill in an instant. They could even kill Tang Zhen when they surrounded him. The longer he fought with the other party, the more dangerous his situation would be. Sooner or later, he would be killed. This was because he was isolated and helpless, but these enemies were endless. Not to mention that they had been fighting and killing all along the way just to find the secret of the flower of rules. No reason could stop them from moving forward. Tang Zhen was naturally not afraid of death. However, he was afraid of being busy for nothing and not being able to complete this mission in the end. Just as he repelled a wave of enemies, another wave of enemies came to kill him. This also made Tang Zhen determined. He had to act immediately and break through this area sealed by the arrow rain. Tang Zhen clenched his teeth as he looked at the ground that was filled with arrows. He kicked a pile of corpses on the ground. At the same time, he used his shield to cover his body and quickly approached the ground. He waved his sword and began to dig. In the process, countless arrows flew at him, piercing the bodies and shields. Tang Zhen completely ignored him. His battle blade was like an iron shovel as it continued to dig into the ground. In a short time, a pit appeared on the ground, the soil soft and slippery. In the mud, there were countless arrowheads, most of which had rotted and rusted. Other than these arrowheads, there were also some rotting corpses, causing the color of the soil to become as black as ink. Tang Zhen acted as if he did not see it. Instead, his arms were waving like they were flying as he rapidly dug the soil on the ground. When the cultivators by the side saw this, they were a little shocked in their hearts. They did not expect that Tang Zhen would actually use such a method. Cultivators couldn't fly, and they couldn't pass through the rain of arrows on the ground. Perhaps they could only pass through underground. This was a good idea, but he didn't know if it would work. Tang Zhen's speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already dug into the ground. At this moment, the arrows from the top of the city wall could no longer hurt him. Tang Zhen, however, did not dare to be careless. This was because he clearly knew in his heart that the city defenders would definitely not allow him to easily pass through. Sure enough, as soon as this thought rose in his mind, he saw fireballs flying in the sky, smashing towards the area blocked by the arrows. With the sound of cracking, the fireballs exploded one after another, and the fuel sealed inside also flowed everywhere. The arrows and the corpses were all devoured by the flames in an instant. The burning fuel flowed everywhere, and the sunken areas quickly became the gathering place of the fuel. The area where Tang Zhen was located suffered a heavy attack. Balls of fireballs continued to explode as fuel gushed out like water. There wasn't only one kind of danger. The iron spears that were shot from the mounted crossbows were continuously shooting at Tang Zhen's position. The spear's penetrative power was extremely strong, and it was actually deeply embedded into the soil, leaving no trace behind. The ground lost its defensive ability when faced with the iron spear's attack that had a powerful penetrating force. Tang Zhen's situation became increasingly dangerous. In addition to the fuel oil that was flowing everywhere, it erupted with a terrifyingly high temperature. It was clear that it was going to burn Tang Zhen into charcoal. At this moment, Tang Zhen no longer had any path of retreat. He could only grit his teeth and continue digging. He was forced to constantly change his digging path in order to avoid the spear that was piercing into the ground. The brutal battle was still ongoing. Tang Zhen wasn't the one who affected them. The attacks from the city wall also became more and more concentrated. There were still cultivators trying to break through the area sealed by the rain of arrows. However, they were either forced back or killed. This was a special barrier that blocked most cultivators, and only a few managed to pass. There were also cultivators who were secretly paying attention to Tang Zhen. They wanted to see if such a method was really effective. If they could succeed, they would definitely follow suit. After a while, there was still no movement, which made the cultivators sigh in their hearts. They guessed that Tang Zhen might have already met with a mishap and might not be able to come out of the ground. Chapter 3349. Benefit others and benefit oneself. The killing continued, as if it would never end. The area sealed off by the rain of arrows had truly become a forbidden zone. Neither friend nor foe dared to approach. As long as they took a step into the forbidden zone, a rain of arrows would come at them. The cultivators who had broken through the siege were extremely depressed at the moment. They could only resist the siege of the city guards while trying to find a solution to the problem. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Tang Zhen, who was digging the ground earlier. There was even less of a cultivator who cared about his life. On this battlefield, death was normal, and it might be his turn soon. Walking on the line between life and death, who would care about a competitor who had nothing to do with them when they could not even protect themselves? What the cultivators had to do was to keep their lives and find a way to escape from this meat grinder battlefield. Their final goal was to reach the giant city ahead and find a way to enter it. Even though no one knew what was in the city, it was the only clue the cultivators had. Even if it was a pit of hell, he would jump in without hesitation. However, the area sealed off by the rain of arrows was still a restricted area for cultivators. There was no way to pass through it. Cultivators were constantly breaking through the layers of blockades and arriving in front of this area, only to be mercilessly shot to death by the sharp arrows. The cultivators racked their brains, trying to find a way to break it. Tang Zhen was definitely not the only one who had tried to dig through the ground. However, he did not see anyone who had succeeded. Most of the cultivators either gave up halfway or died in the forbidden zone. Just as the cultivators thought that they couldn't cross the forbidden zone, something strange happened. Boom! A dull, loud sound caused the fighting on the battlefield to pause slightly. Everyone was guessing what had happened. The charred ground, which was filled with arrows, suddenly trembled violently, and the ground collapsed in the blink of an eye. Dust flew into the air, blocking the view of the cultivators, including the city guards. Although the rain of arrows was still covering the area, it had already become a blind AoE attack. No one knew if they could hit the target. As for a locked-on attack, that was impossible. By the time the dust settled, the scene in front of them had changed, shocking both the cultivators. The forbidden death zone, which was originally impassable, had changed greatly. It was now filled with crisscrossing trenches. The trenches were winding and deep, and after being deliberately excavated, they were no different from underground passages. Being in such trenches, although it couldn't completely block the arrow rain, it gave the cultivators a place to hide. In this way, when he transmigrated, his chances of survival would definitely increase greatly, and it could be considered a chance of survival. Ha ha ha, that's great. Whoever did this is really worthy of praise. Everyone, let's go through this forbidden zone and kill our way into the giant city ahead. After figuring out what was going on, the cultivators were excited, knowing that the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Instead of fighting, they rushed toward the crisscrossing trenches in an attempt to pass through this forbidden death zone. The soldiers on the city wall noticed the abnormality and immediately increased the coverage of the rain of arrows. At the same time, they kept throwing burning kerosene jars. Hurry up and throw those corpses in. Use them as fuel to create even more smoke, a cultivator shouted. At the same time, his arms turned as if they were flying, and he threw the corpses into the sea of fire. After the bodies came into contact with the flames, they quickly burned up, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The increasingly dense smoke completely blocked the line of sight of the defenders, and they could only attack blindly. The rain of arrows covered the area, but no one knew if they could hit the target. With such excellent conditions, if the cultivators still couldn't successfully cross it, then it would definitely be their own problem. At this moment, the cultivators were like beasts that had been released from their cages. They charged towards the area that was sealed by the smoke. If they encountered any flammable objects, they would pick them up and throw them into the thick smoke. This way, not only could he protect himself, but it would also be convenient for his companions, allowing them to pass through the restricted area smoothly. Although the cultivators had already made up their minds to enjoy the fruits of victory alone, they would never create obstacles for their companions. Victory was still far away, and in many areas, he would need these companions to cooperate with each other. Wanting to pass through all these difficulties with just one person's strength was simply a fool's dream. Without countless companions to share the pressure and work together for the same goal, no cultivator could reach this step. It was also for this reason that trenches appeared, because the excavator knew that he couldn't face the enemy's concentrated fire attack, and he needed a companion to share the pressure. Creating opportunities for his companions was also for himself. The truth was indeed as they had thought. This was Tang Zhen's plan. Therefore, he had spent a huge amount of effort to dig a trench. Crossing the forbidden death zone of sword and blockade did not mean that they would reach the end of the megacity, but that they would face greater challenges. On the opposite side of the forbidden zone, there was another camp with city defenders. The grotesquely shaped ferocious giant beasts and the city guards in golden armor were definitely another nightmare for the cultivators. They wandered below the city wall, their cold eyes sweeping across the battlefield. Once they were attacked by their collective attack, there was no possibility of survival. Under such a situation, Tang Zhen could only rope in helpers to fight against these powerful golden armored cavalry together. He dug frantically underground and designed trenches that were suitable for the cultivators to charge and hide in, so that they could break through the blockade with the least casualties. Although the process of excavating had consumed a considerable amount of energy, it was definitely worth it. After the preparation was completed, Tang Zhen used the boiling oil steam that seeped into the soil to detonate the crisscrossing tunnels. After the tunnel successfully exploded and the trenches appeared in front of the cultivators, Tang Zhen immediately began to regulate his breathing in the corner. This was a secret place he had prepared for himself. He didn't need to be afraid of arrows or fire, and could safely recover to his peak state. They had used up a lot of energy earlier, and if they had gone into battle directly, they might have been killed by the golden armored cavalry. Knowing how to judge the situation and be able to freely control the overall situation was a necessary condition to obtain victory. Tang Zhen naturally didn't lack a secret technique to regulate his breathing. Moreover, it was a top tier one that could rapidly recover from his injuries. The native cultivators of the origin realm were no match for Tang Zhen in terms of regulating their breath and recovering. The first was the difference in strength, which led to the difference in knowledge between the two sides. There was also a huge difference in the way they cultivated. They were two extremes. The cultivators of the origin realm were most skilled in the art of repairing the body, which could unearth the secrets of the body to the extreme. However, in this strange world, cultivators seemed to have physical bodies, but in fact, they were made up of spiritual bodies. It seemed to be correct to adjust his breath by cultivating his physical body, but in fact, it was twice the effort with half the result. However, without a reference, it was impossible to realize this. Even if they did, they would be helpless. Tang Zhen's recovery speed far surpassed the native cultivators. This was an absolute advantage on the battlefield and would allow them to obtain a higher chance of survival. The sounds of killing lingered in his ears, but Tang Zhen turned a deaf ear to it. He only focused on his cultivation. After everything returned to normal, Tang Zhen immediately raised his sword and shield and charged towards the golden armored cavalry. Chapter 3350. Golden armored cavalrymen. 1. The blazing flames released thick smoke that gathered in the sky, unwilling to disperse. The smoke had a greasy feeling, and twisted and ferocious faces were faintly visible in the smoke. He seemed to be looking at the guards and cultivators fighting below with a cold gaze, with a cold and mocking smile on his face. When the cultivators who were fighting behind saw the smoke rising into the sky, their fighting spirit became more and more high. This situation could only mean one thing: something had happened behind the city defenders. If nothing happened, the city guards would never allow such a situation to happen. After all, if the rear was caught on fire, the city guards would probably be thrown into confusion. At the thought of the road ahead being opened up, the cultivators' desire to compete rose again, for fear that they would fall behind too much and others would take away their benefits. The situation on the battlefield changed. The cultivators actually had the upper hand and had pushed forward 100 meters. For the cultivators who arrived later, the short distance of 100 meters could greatly increase their chances of survival. The battle in the depths of the battlefield became more and more intense. The cultivators fought to break through, trying to pass through the forbidden zone in front. With the passage built by Tang Zhen, the cultivators could easily break through the restricted area and reach the area below the city. The city guards were also infuriated. They risked their lives to intercept the cultivators, determined not to let them cross their defense line. However, it was impossible to stop the cultivators completely. The seemingly indestructible defense line was broken through by the cultivators again and again. At the same time, on the other side of the smoke-sealed penalty area, the battle was equally intense. Compared to the previous battlefield, the area here was much narrower, but the cavalry could still charge forward. The golden armored city guard was controlling the giant beast he was riding to chase and kill the cultivators who were charging over. Like a moving tank, the earth rumbled and trembled from time to time. Looking at the golden armored cultivator and the giant beast under him, they were all covered in thick armor, which ordinary weapons could not penetrate. When they charged, they were like a moving mountain, possessing terrifying destructive power. Whether it was a knife energy or a beast bite, they could cause fatal injuries to cultivators. Looking up at the sky, there was a rain of arrows flying past, and from time to time, they would shoot towards the cultivators. Compared to the rain of arrows, the occasional arrows had a more accurate sniping effect. In the face of powerful enemies, the situation of the cultivators became more and more dangerous, and they were suppressed by the enemy in all aspects. In the process of the battle, cultivators would be killed from time to time, and then their heads would be hung on the bodies of the giant beasts. Calculating merits through heads was a common method used by many armies. However, the main purpose of the golden armored cavalry was to intimidate the enemy. However, the cultivators were fearless. They used the corpses to pave a path and continued to advance. Tang Zhen stepped onto the battlefield and was immediately locked onto by a golden armored cavalryman. The cavalryman controlled the huge beast under him and charged over. The other party was holding a long-handled giant hammer that was covered with broken flesh and blood. It was unknown how many cultivators he had killed. Under the golden beast mask was a pair of ice-cold and cruel eyes that were currently staring at Tang Zhen. Go to hell. The golden armored cavalryman waved his long-handled war hammer and smashed it towards Tang Zhen's face with a terrifying force. You're the one who's going to die. Tang Zhen flew up and dodged the other party's attack. The shield in his hand ruthlessly smashed towards the knight's head. Boom! A loud bell-like sound was heard as the shield and the knight's head collided. Although the sound was loud, it did not cause the expected damage. The shield in Tang Zhen's hand was already covered in cracks. At this moment, it had been smashed into pieces. He thrust his saber at the gap in the golden armored cavalryman's helmet, trying to kill him. Who would have expected that the other party's head would lift up and actually directly stick to his back, avoiding Tang Zhen's sure kill attack? At the same time, the golden armored cavalryman swung his fist and smashed it toward Tang Zhen. The metal chain armored gloves were covered with 2-inch long spikes, shining with a cold light. If the punch were to land, Tang Zhen's chest would definitely turn into a hornet's nest, and a large hole would be dug out by the fist. At the same time as this fist smashed over, Tang Zhen's body became soft as if he had no bones. He took advantage of the situation and circled behind the golden armored cavalryman. He wrapped his arms around his opponent's head and twisted it hard. The sound of bones being torn could be heard. The golden armored soldier's head was actually forcefully pulled off by Tang Zhen. After which, he casually threw it on the ground. The headless corpse twisted a few times and fell from the back of the giant beast, blood spurting out from its bare neck. When the giant beast saw that its master was killed, it turned around and bit at Tang Zhen in an attempt to take revenge for its master. Bastard, you're looking for death. Tang Zhen coldly snorted when he saw this. He picked up the long-handled war hammer of the golden armored cavalryman and swung the war hammer while retreating. The golden war hammer left after images behind as it struck the behemoth's head, and another muffled sound was heard. The giant beast's head exploded like a ripe watermelon that had been smashed. Fresh blood and minced meat splattered everywhere. The giant beast did not even let out a wail before it followed its master and became a headless corpse. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Another enemy had his eyes on Tang Zhen and quietly launched an attack. Tang Zhen identified the position by listening to the sound. He did not even turn his head as he swung his war hammer and smashed away the saber that was slashing towards him. Waving his long war hammer, Tang Zhen randomly smashed in all directions, causing people and horses to fall wherever he passed. Compared to those golden armored cultivators, Tang Zhen's body was far inferior, but his strength far exceeded the imagination of the golden armored cavalry. The golden armored cavalrymen were unable to resist the long-handled war hammers, and each one of them spat out blood. Even if they could withstand the attack, their bones would be broken. Even the giant beasts could not withstand the impact of the huge force and let out painful cries. When they saw Tang Zhen charging forward with no enemy capable of blocking him, even more golden armored cavalrymen charged over. He was prepared to make use of the advantage of cavalry to directly kill Tang Zhen, who was fighting on foot. They quickly realized how terrifying Tang Zhen's strength was. He was not afraid of the cavalry's tactics at all. Just as they were charging, Tang Zhen even began to counterattack, clashing with the flood of golden armored cavalry. At this moment, Tang Zhen was just like a reef that had cut through vicious waves. He ultimately remained unmoving. Tang Zhen continued to move forward as he looked at the city that was getting closer and closer. He was determined not to take even half a step back. Seeing Tang Zhen being so courageous and invincible, the eyes of the cultivators who were fighting bitterly brightened and immediately gathered at his position. Following behind Tang Zhen, they cooperated with each other to resist the encirclement of the golden armored cavalry. Seeing that the cultivators were working together, the golden armored cavalry immediately launched an attack, trying to cut them into pieces. As long as they returned to their scattered state, the golden armored cavalry could break through them one by one until they killed all the cultivators. The two sides fought non-stop, forming a path of corpses that continued to extend toward the city. Tang Zhen's footsteps didn't stop and the cultivators followed closely behind. The golden armored cavalry couldn't stop him at all. Although the casualties were heavy, the cultivators were filled with excitement when they saw the city in front of them. They had a faint feeling that the answer they had been searching for all this time should be in this special city. Chapter 3351 Breaking through the city gates. One accompanied by muffled groan, the golden armored cavalryman in front of Tang Zhen was directly smashed to the ground by the heavy hammer. Even the mount fell down with it, becoming one with its master. At this moment, there was no longer any enemy blocking the path in front of Tang Zhen. In front of him was the huge vermilion red city gate. Let's go together and open the city gate. Looking at the unguarded city gate, the cultivators behind Tang Zhen immediately burst out in excited roars. They fought all the way and finally reached the foot of the city gate. The excitement in their hearts was needless to be said. Seeing that victory was right in front of them, how could they have the slightest hesitation? Naturally, they would charge forward regardless of everything. Although it might still be dangerous behind the city gate, it could not stop the cultivators from advancing. So what if there was danger? They had never been safe for a moment. Which step wasn't stepping on corpses and surviving until now? Charge. At this moment, Tang Zhen similarly did not have the slightest hesitation. He was afraid that he would miss this opportunity that he had been searching for. Even if he had to take the risk, he had to give it a try. A flood of cultivators rushed to the front of the huge city gate and tried to open it. However, the city gate did not move at all, as if it was cast from molten iron. This was a matter of course. The city defenders paid a terrible price to protect it, so naturally, they would not allow cultivators to enter easily. Get out of the way, let me do it. A cultivator shouted as he rushed forward and grabbed the hole in the city gate. He shouted and tried his best to pull the gate outward, trying to open a gap. Who would have thought that the city gate would not budge even after all their efforts? A few more people, give me a hand. The cultivator shouted loudly and called for the help of other cultivators. At this moment, it was more important for them to work together. I'll do it. Count me in, everyone. Let's break this door together. The cultivators swarmed forward and surrounded the huge city gate, trying their best to open it. However, no matter how hard he tried, the huge and heavy city gate did not move at all. The cultivators were both angry and anxious. They had to try to break through the city gate while resisting the siege of the golden armored cavalry. They were in a very difficult situation. Damn it, can the city gate be opened or not? A cultivator was angry and anxious. He waved his weapon and hacked at the city gate, but only saw sparks flying. It can't be opened like this. Hurry up and move to the side. A cold voice came from the side, causing the cultivator to open his eyes wide and turn around to look for the person who spoke. When he saw Tang Zhen standing behind him, the aura of a cultivator immediately dissipated. He closed his mouth and did not dare to say another word. Before this, he had personally seen Tang Zhen leading his troops forward without any enemies being able to stop him. Without Tang Zhen, the cultivators would have to pay a greater price to reach the bottom of the city wall. It would be even easier to kill him. Some cultivators had a deep impression of Tang Zhen. They remembered that he was the one who dug the trenches in the forbidden zone and helped the cultivators break through the death barrier. The repeated astonishing performances were sufficient to prove Tang Zhen's extraordinariness. Although they were both spiritual bodies, there were similarly high and low levels of strength. The Tang Zhen in front of him was an outstanding talent. His powerful strength was enough to crush all the cultivators present. No one dared to refute Tang Zhen's words. First of all, they did not have the strength. Secondly, they had high hopes for Tang Zhen. Along the way, Tang Zhen had taken action twice to resolve a crisis. He wondered if he would be able to turn the tide this time around. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators, Tang Zhen walked to the front of the city gate and knocked the city gate with the war hammer in his hand. The sound of metal clanging made the cultivator even more certain that the city gate was made of metal. Looking at the size of the city gate, it must be at least 10,000 tons or even more. If the city gate couldn't be opened, the cultivators would definitely not be able to enter and would eventually be trapped here to death. Thinking of the possible outcome, the cultivators became worried. They were not afraid of death, but they were unwilling to let their hard work go to waste. Your Excellency, what should we do? Some cultivators looked at Tang Zhen and their tone was filled with anxiety. Build a human ladder immediately. I want to go to a higher place to take a look. Tang Zhen did not even turn his head as he issued an order. When the cultivators heard this, they quickly gathered together and instantly built a human ladder that slanted upward. Tang Zhen leapt and stepped on the human ladder as he slowly walked toward the top of the city gate. When he reached the top, Tang Zhen began to knock slowly with the long-handled war hammer in his hand. The muffled sounds kept coming. It sounded exactly the same, but there were subtle differences when one listened carefully. There's a crack in the city gate. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of a cultivator who was listening attentively. He saw Tang Zhen mark an area. He already faintly understood what Tang Zhen was going to do. It was clear that he was using the vibrations of the sound to determine the hidden node and then launch an attack. Everything in the world had a weak point, and so did humans, plants, bamboos, and rocks. As long as one could find the death acupuncture point and use the right method, they could easily destroy things. Tang Zhen was doing something similar. He had already found the death acupuncture point of the city gate through his continuous knocking. After they were all marked, they could destroy the city gate in front of them through special means. The reason was simple and it made sense. The cultivators understood what to do and became more and more impatient, hoping to open the city gate as soon as possible. Tang Zhen, who was standing on the human ladder, had already completed his knocking and probing. He had also marked all the nodes. Tang Zhen walked down from the human ladder and stood in the middle of a group of cultivators, becoming the focus of attention. I know that the only thing on your mind right now is to break through the city gate and enter the city again. However, this city gate is not easy to crack. Even if you use my method, you might not be able to open it successfully. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, some of the cultivators were slightly dissatisfied, but they didn't say anything. They were extremely clear that what Tang Zhen had said was the truth. Finding the weak points was not an easy task in itself, and how to use them was even more difficult. The discovery was only the first step. The real key was how to make use of the death acupuncture points. Next, I'll select people and arrange the specific operation steps. Every cultivator named by me must cooperate with me fully, and no mistakes are allowed. As Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, he stretched out his hand and continuously pointed, picking out cultivators one by one. You're in charge of the first node. Use 70% of your strength and strike it 12 times in a row. You're in charge of the third node. Use 20% of your strength and strike it once every 5 breaths. The 5 of you, strike at the 5 nodes at the same time. Remember to use all your strength. Under Tang Zhen's arrangement, the cultivators received their respective tasks and made full preparations. Following Tang Zhen's order, the cultivators immediately attacked. A series of concentrated knocking sounds soon followed. It took a lot of time from the investigation to the operation, but the real operation only took a few seconds. Boom, 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 boom. There was a clear change in the sound of the city gate, as if it could not bear the heavy load. Under the cultivators' gaze, the huge city gate collapsed in an instant, and the city that was blocked appeared in front of them. Chapter 3352 killing each other. The moment the city gate collapsed and shattered, cultivators rushed in one after another, trying to fight for the opportunities they wanted. All of them were afraid that the benefits would be snatched by others. After they rushed through the city gate, their vision suddenly brightened up, and they were not stopped at all. The cultivators who were full of anticipation slowly changed their expressions from excitement to shock. It turned out that behind the city gate, there was not the city street as he had imagined, but also an empty land. Just like the battlefield outside the city, it was desolate and dilapidated, without a single tree or grass. Looking at the giant city wall above them, they realized that it was really just a city wall that extended from the left to the right into the distance. The only difference was that inside the city gate, there was a flight of stairs that the city guards could quickly climb up. If that was all, the cultivators wouldn't have been so shocked. The key was that they had discovered the true origin of the city guards. At the end of the desolate land, many figures were surging over from the distance. They were exhausted, but their eyes were shining as they walked towards the tall figures that were like gods. These tall figures looked extremely familiar, but they were wearing different colored armors. There were also countless colored armors piled up like a small mountain, and they could choose and wear according to their strength. When these figures were fully equipped, they would rush into the vortex in groups and disappear in the blink of an eye. The endless city guards clearly came from this. There were also many figures holding bows and arrows, continuously rushing up the city wall, filling it. There were archers everywhere, as well as heavy weapons such as ballistae and catapults. They were constantly launching long-range attacks. The forbidden zone outside the city was locked down by these archers, and waves of arrows flew out. How did this Yingluo become like this? Seeing those familiar figures, the cultivators were dumbfounded. It was as if there were bolts of lightning flashing in their minds. An absurd feeling rose in the hearts of the cultivators. They had experienced the battle on the isolated island, passed the blockade of the giant monsters, and crossed the evil sea with a narrow escape. In the cruel battlefield, the cultivators were lucky enough to survive and enter the city gate. After paying such a high price, he realized that the scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no chance, it was just a futile attempt, he was played like a fool. The city defenders hated by the cultivators were actually mind power incarnations. They killed each other, and the truth was only revealed at this moment. Why is it like this? Where's the answer? Some cultivators mumbled to themselves. Their faces were filled with disbelief and unspeakable despair. No matter who it was, when they encountered such an outcome after fighting to the death, they would feel unbalanced in their hearts. Hurry up and tell me, how do I condense the seed of rules? There were also cultivators who roared at the sky to vent the anger in their hearts. Their eyes flashed with a touch of despair. The higher the expectations, the higher the disappointment. The cultivators began to feel at a loss. Tang Zhen was also a little startled. He did not expect that he would actually encounter such an outcome after a battle. Could it be that this rule force flower was deliberately toying with cultivators and causing them to kill each other? If that was the case, there was no need to go through so much trouble. To be able to create a special world of such a scale, it should be easy to kill the mental power of cultivators. Like a big fish eating a small fish, it could be killed without any effort. Things were definitely not that simple. Perhaps there were still secrets hidden, but he had not discovered them yet. This thought flashed in Tang Zhen's mind as he began to observe his surroundings in an attempt to find any clues or flaws. Tang Zhen quickly realized that the reason he was able to head straight to the city was because he was being guided by an unknown force. He didn't notice it before, and only now did he notice the abnormality. The cultivators who were enticed by this power kept moving forward, passing through many fatal obstacles, and finally arrived at this special city. It wasn't accurate to call it a city. In fact, it was just a huge city wall that prevented cultivators from discovering its secret from different directions. Why did the flower of rules want cultivators to kill each other? Could it be that the existence of mind power was a threat to it? That was why they used this method. This way, the cultivators' spirits would kill each other and then complete a kind of self-consumption. In this mode, there was no need for any unnecessary means. The cultivators would kill all of their spiritual bodies. If that was the case, then the flower of rules was definitely a sinister force, causing the cultivators to gain nothing in the end. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the flower of rules had to absorb mental energy, but it was definitely not the kind that cultivators input. The spiritual energy that the cultivators inserted carried their own obsessions and consciousness, so they formed a spiritual body similar to the original owner. After the spiritual body was killed, it did not turn into nothingness. Instead, the consciousness of the original owner was wiped away. The energy in this state would lose all its attributes and had nothing to do with any cultivator. They were like coins of different values, but when they were melted into molten iron, there was no difference. Perhaps this kind of pure energy was the food that the flower of rules needed and the source of the cultivators killing each other. If that was the case, then where was the core that controlled this world hiding? Tang Zhen recalled his experience before he looked at the spiritual body that was continuously running over and fell into deep thought. As for the other cultivators, Tang Zhen simply didn't have the time to care about them. Very quickly, Tang Zhen discovered that the cultivators had stopped at the city gate for a long time, but there was no attack from the city guards. It was as if they did not exist in the eyes of the city guards. There were even some cultivators who rushed up to the top of the city wall to see if they could find any clues. However, he was surprised to find that the city defenders still had no reaction. Some cultivators couldn't hold back and chose to attack the city defenders, but they didn't cause any damage at all. The results of the test shocked the cultivators once again. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Perhaps when they passed through the city gate, the cultivators had entered another dimension, which was why they could not come into contact with the original city guards. Not only were their attacks ineffective, but the city defenders also couldn't see the cultivators, which was why they didn't react. The cultivators who did not believe in heresy passed through the city gate and found that the golden armored soldiers who had fought to the death before were really ignoring them. He launched another attack, but there was still no response. His guess was confirmed. Sure enough, the two sides were no longer in the same dimension. The cultivators could see the city guards, but the city guards knew nothing about the cultivators. The cultivators became more and more confused. Each of them racked their brains, trying to find a solution to the problem. Tang Zhen stopped at his original spot for a moment. Then, under the gazes of all the cultivators, he got up and slowly walked into the distance. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would definitely gain nothing. It was better to walk around and take a look. Who knew when he would be able to find the clues he had been searching for? Moreover, in his current state, he seemed to have gained nothing, but not every cultivator could have it. They had to break through the city guards, interception and pass through the city gate before they could have the chance to enter this special state. Although he couldn't make contact with the city guards, he didn't need to worry about it because there was no need to. The city defenders were in a state of hoodwinking. They had no idea that the target they were trying so hard to stop was actually from the same source as them. The city guards didn't know what the cultivators didn't. Without being disturbed, and could wander around, which would make it easier to find hidden clues. Chapter 3353 Tracking down someone. One, the cultivators wearing all kinds of armors passed by Tang Zhen, but they didn't notice his existence. These familiar faces were all covered in wounds, but it didn't affect their movements at all. Their will was as hard as steel, and their attitudes were exceptionally firm. They were determined to find the answer they wanted. The goal of these cultivators was very simple. They only wanted to form the seeds of rules and make their cultivation path smoother. Compared to these cultivators, Tang Zhen's ambition was clearly greater. What he was looking for was the true rules. As long as he could find the answer, Tang Zhen would be able to obtain a large number of rule seeds and truly possess the qualifications to become a god king. Law seeds were the foundation of creating laws. If he could guarantee that he could obtain a large number of them, it might really only be a matter of time before he became a god king. They were not like some cultivators who had to suffer for tens of millions of years without gaining anything. Hope was indeed beautiful. The cultivators also tried their best, but this world was full of malice. The cultivators who were filled with anticipation didn't know that from the moment they entered the flower of rules, they had already fallen into a vicious trap. The cultivators that were formed from spiritual energy entered from two directions at the same time, and after going through many hardships, they gathered back together. The merging didn't make the cultivators stronger, but instead, they started to kill each other and consume each other. This was a war that would never end. The cultivators were all working hard for their goals, but they didn't know that the truth was getting further and further away. Although he understood everything, there was no way to remind him because they were already in different spaces. It was a special world, but there were different spaces. This situation was obviously abnormal. Tang Zhen suddenly had a feeling that the answer he had been searching for was very likely hidden in a similar space. He was like a high and mighty creator, or a monitor, coldly controlling everything in the world. The cultivators were unable to discover any abnormalities, and then they were mercilessly played by the flower of rules. In the end, it was very likely that they would end up empty-handed. Tang Zhen decided to leave alone and slowly wander around this world in search of possible clues. Tang Zhen quickly discovered that he was indeed able to discover many different things when he observed everything from the space he was in. For example, when he walked on the ground, he could see through the skeleton of the earth and see what was hidden underground. For example, the teleportation array that was used to transport the city guards only had a vortex on the surface and nothing else. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, not only was there a vortex, but he could also see a hidden passage that led to the battlefield outside the city. These passageways were like intestines, in a wriggling state, and they were filled with city guards who had entered. It was these invisible intestines that imitated a method similar to teleportation, sending the defenders into the battlefield continuously. It was like excreting, releasing the city defender. A joy flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw this scene. At the same time, there was also a faint disdain. The pleasant surprise was that this scene allowed Tang Zhen to understand the nature of this world even more and he could easily find the answer he wanted. As a creator, the creator of the mind-divine kingdom, Tang Zhen had rich experience in creating worlds. It was precisely this reason that caused Tang Zhen to feel a trace of disdain in his heart. The structure of this world was really too low-end in Tang Zhen's eyes. It gave people a rather strange feeling. He was like a beggar who could not afford to wear gold and silver, but he had to use a brush to show off. Under the other party's intentional disguise, they might not be able to discover this and thus be easily deceived by the illusion. However, from a different perspective, in the eyes of an expert, this illusion could be easily seen through. After seeing through the essence of this world, it would be much easier for Tang Zhen to search for the answer. It was like an adult playing hide and seek with a child. The room might be big, and the child might be good at hiding, but it would be hard to hide from the adult's search. At this moment, Tang Zhen's state of mind had become increasingly calm. The impatience and anxiety from before had also disappeared. He knew that from the very beginning, he had been affected by these emotions. This was also something the flower of rules had taken advantage of. The anxiety of death would affect the judgment of the cultivators, and they would not have enough time to think. Before figuring out the truth, Tang Zhen had never realized this point. Just like the other cultivators, he was in a state of being toyed with by the flower of rules. However, it was different now. Tang Zhen was able to look at everything around him with the eyes of a planner. He knew where the loopholes were and what places needed to be fixed. If the control was given to Tang Zhen, even if he had the same strength and means, he would be able to manage this world even more perfectly. It would definitely not be full of loopholes like now. Fortunately, the existence of the loophole could also provide Tang Zhen with help, allowing him to understand the builders of this world. What kind of habits did he have? What were his strengths and weaknesses? If he were the other party, where would he choose to hide? This was a special kind of introduction. He would treat himself as the flower of rules and then observe the world in front of him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Tang Zhen had a trace of feeling. He had a feeling that a certain place would look like a structure, and then he would check and compare it. Let's see if my thoughts are the same as the flower of rules. In the beginning, there would often be errors in such an attempt because there were no two identical flowers in the world. Everything in the world was independent, and even gods could not create things that were exactly the same. Tang Zhen would not force them to be completely identical. He only hoped to achieve a similar degree. The higher the degree of similarity, the better. If he could complete this step, Tang Zhen would be able to break through the fog in front of him and find the true body of the flower of laws more easily. As time passed, the success rate of such an attempt began to increase. This meant that Tang Zhen's way of thinking was approaching the flower of laws. At the same time, a few scattered thoughts appeared in his mind, pointing to the hiding place of the flower of rules. These thoughts that appeared automatically were things that appeared when Tang Zhen was imitating the flower of laws. It was not only Tang Zhen who was like this. When an ordinary person tried their best to imitate others, thoughts that did not belong to them would also appear. If he could not control himself, he might even be able to transform completely and become an imitation. Of course, this kind of wondrous thing would definitely not happen to Tang Zhen. He had only used a thought to simulate the flower of laws and could kill it at any time. It was like a piece of paper in a book that could be torn if he wanted to, and it would not affect him in any way. Currently, this piece of white paper was about to be filled with words. At the same time, it also represented that Tang Zhen was about to succeed. Tang Zhen continued to walk forward and repeated what he had been doing. It was as though the entire world was constructed by him. At this moment, Tang Zhen was in the process of restoring the construction. This place should be hustling. That place should be. Tang Zhen continued to mumble in his sleep. It was as though he was possessed as he extended his hand and continued to point. During the entire process, Tang Zhen would not even try to verify if his judgment was correct. He kept pointing and whispering, immersed in the world he was in, and paid no attention to the outside world. A strange aura slowly appeared from Tang Zhen's body, causing him to appear like a stranger. He was gradually becoming one with this unique world, and there was no longer any difference between them. Chapter 3354. Abyssal Lair 1. If I were the flower of rules, I would need a sufficient source of energy to build this world. The cultivators who tried to condense the seed of rules could provide an endless supply of mind power. It was because of them that the structure of this world could become more and more perfect. However, the consciousness carried by the mind power would cause damage to the flower of rules, so it had to be removed. However, this matter could not be done by the flower of rules personally, because it would also cause pollution. Therefore, he had to design it so that the spiritual bodies would kill each other, leaving only pure energy behind. After completing this step, you can hide in a hidden corner and safely absorb the pure energy, gradually strengthening your strength. Tang Zhen continued to analyze the situation from the perspective of the flower of laws, and from there, he made a judgment that was in line with reality. Through this analysis, Tang Zhen already had a rough judgment and knew where the flower of rules was hiding. While the deduction was going on, Tang Zhen had already taken action quickly. He headed straight for the key suspicious area. Just suspicion was not enough. He had to investigate it personally. Even if there was a trace of suspicion, Tang Zhen absolutely could not neglect it. He had to thoroughly investigate it. At this moment, Tang Zhen was returning along the original path and re-experiencing the previous scene. After seeing through the essence of the world and successfully simulating the law flower, Tang Zhen had an incomparably thorough understanding of this world. He was extremely confident that his judgment would not be wrong, and the victory would definitely belong to him. By using the rules of this world, Tang Zhen could become half a creator and do things that other cultivators couldn't. For example, it would only take a very short time to travel through the gaps in the construction of the world to arrive at an extremely far distance. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the cliff of the shark claws. In front of them was an evil sea. The process of crossing the sea was extremely dangerous, and if he was not careful, he would sink forever in the evil sea. Now that he was crossing the sea again, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. In an instant, Tang Zhen had already entered the depths of the evil sea and continued to advance in the sea. When he looked at the evil sea again, it was a different scene. It turned out that in the deep ocean, there were many cracks that not only allowed people to travel freely in the sea, but also allowed them to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. In this ocean, Tang Zhen saw that those slender human-headed bugs had formed groups and filled the entire ocean. Countless cultivators, corpses were piled up on the seabed. As time passed, the corpses were constantly decaying. It could be turned into pure energy and integrated into this world, making the framework of the world more stable. The sea monsters that followed the cultivators also revealed their true forms. They were all giant, deformed cultivators. It had an extremely huge head, but its limbs had turned into countless tentacles. Its appearance was extremely ugly and terrifying. They were hidden in the deep sea and constantly moved with the cultivators, constantly sensing the changes in the cultivators. Once a cultivator's mental power exceeded the limit, it was possible that the monsters at the bottom of the sea would immediately attack after they discovered the secrets of this world. Obviously, the purpose of their attack was not to fill their stomachs, but to prevent cultivators from discovering the secrets of this world. Tang Zhen had discovered the secret in time. Therefore, he had avoided the monster's surveillance and finally successfully crossed the evil sea. The battle on the battlefield had caused Tang Zhen's mental energy to grow rapidly, and it had far exceeded the safety standard. The act of breaking the city gate was actually breaking the rules and restrictions of the world, and the shackles would collapse and disappear. Breaking through the restrictions of the rules allowed Tang Zhen to have the opportunity to see through the essence of the world. He could use special means to carry out a counter-tracking. Although the other cultivators had crossed the city gate, they might not be able to compare to Tang Zhen in terms of mental energy accumulation. In terms of cultivation knowledge, they could not be compared to Tang Zhen. They were still struggling on the path of cultivation, but Tang Zhen had already personally created a world. If it wasn't for the restrictions of the rules, Tang Zhen would have been able to kill these 100 cultivators in an instant. Of course, one had to follow the rules of where one was, and it was the same for the soul avatars of the masters of creation. After crossing the evil sea, Tang Zhen logged in again and saw the huge heads rolling on the ground. Previously, he had been too busy running for his life to figure out the origin of these heads, but now he could see them clearly. These huge heads were clearly the enlarged versions of the cultivators' heads. Because they were too rotten to see their faces clearly, they were not able to see them clearly. At this moment, they were still rolling around and chasing after the cultivators. Their huge heads seemed to be unable to be filled. The cultivators were still running here and there in a panic, avoiding the pursuit of the big shots and charging toward the ocean ahead with all their might. Tang Zhen surprisingly discovered that the big shot didn't randomly swallow. He would only swallow cultivators that came from the same source as him. The giant monster that looked similar to Tang Zhen would not devour the spiritual body of other cultivators. It could be said that it was extremely picky. Besides, the giant monsters had a fixed route. If it was not necessary, they would not run around. If he were to enter the flower of rules again in the future, he only needed to remember this rule and he could easily avoid the pursuit of the giant monsters. After passing through the area sealed off by the giant monsters, the island of death that had been constantly collapsing when the cultivators had first entered was right in front of them. The area of this area was very large, and the entire land was under his control. It could collapse and recover at any time. Nearly 100,000 spiritual bodies died in each tragic battle. There were hundreds of similar battle venues. The place where this nightmare began was the true slaughterhouse of this world. It was also the end point of Tang Zhen's search. The starting point was the end. That was the answer. The cultivators who had just entered the flower of rules would never have thought that the answer they had been searching for was actually right beneath their feet. In fact, even if they knew, the cultivators had no way to investigate. In the face of a bottomless abyss, cultivators had no way to go down. If they fell, they would die without a doubt. The flower of rules had absolute confidence that nothing would go wrong, which was why it chose to hide in this area. The battle on the isolated island continued, and it was shrinking rapidly. Cultivators and corpses kept falling into the abyss. Tang Zhen quietly watched this scene. He then glanced at the bottomless abyss before leaping down without the slightest hesitation. It followed the countless corpses and fell into the pitch black abyss as if there was no end. At such a terrifying height, even a body made of gold and iron would be smashed into pieces. Under normal circumstances, there would be no accidents. Tang Zhen's divine soul avatar was the biggest surprise. It was an existence that the flower of rules could not predict. After a long time, they finally reached the bottom of the abyss. This place was pitch black, and there was no light at all. There were only mountains of cultivators, corpses. Muffled thuds could be heard. It was the sound of death from the collision of the falling corpses. The deep dark environment was like a material object, and it seemed to be able to isolate the transmission of sound. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear anything even if they were not far away. The extremely quiet environment and the dense aura of death gave people a strange feeling. The void and the 9 levels of underground hell were actually like this. Tang Zhen lay on the corpse. He sensed the extreme darkness and silence as he quietly waited for his target to arrive. After an unknown period of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared. An incomparably huge bewitching flower, shimmering with 7-colored light, slowly floated over from the darkness. This was the flower of rules, the master of this world, and the entire world existed because of it. It was like a luminous jellyfish, but it was even more beautiful and tender, with an indescribable strange beauty. Under the huge and beautiful flower, there were countless glowing tentacles that constantly pierced into the corpses. The remaining energy from the corpse was continuously absorbed by the glowing tentacles, and then transferred into the body of the flower of rules. From the looks of it, the flower of rules had long been accustomed to collecting death energy. Chapter 3355, The Flower of Rules, Fury 1. In the dark abyss, a huge flower of rules swam around, releasing a cold light that illuminated countless incomplete corpses. However, the faces of the corpses had too many similarities, as if they were carved from the same mold. This sinister and terrifying scene was enough to make a weak person shiver in fear, leaving behind an indelible impression of fear. When the flower of rules appeared, Tang Zhen's divine soul avatar didn't have the slightest movement. Just like the other corpses, they lay quietly in the dark, their eyes devoid of any life. This was extremely necessary. He didn't want to scare away the main body of the flower of rules because of his own reasons. Although in this world, the rule force flower was the controller, it did not have complete control. Some were similar to the aboriginal gods, who could make use of some rules and create special environments according to their will. However, he could only borrow it. He couldn't do anything as he pleased like the creator. Without absolute control, the flower of rules would become cautious, hiding in the abyss and silently controlling everything. In such a state, the flower of rules should have an extremely high level of vigilance and would definitely not relax easily. The flower of rules should be clear that in its foraging environment, it was absolutely impossible for a living cultivator to appear. Once such a situation occurred, it meant that there was a problem. A highly alert flower of rules could very well disappear in an instant, thereby avoiding any possible danger. As the master of this world, if the flower of rules wanted to hide, it would indeed be very difficult to be discovered. If the flower of rules had not dodged and had instead launched an attack, it would not have been a good thing either. Tang Zhen had the eyes that could see through the truth, but he didn't have the ability to construct and transform the world. Once the flower of laws launched an attack on him, his situation would become extremely dangerous. Today's divine soul avatar perfectly interpreted what was called having high standards but low abilities. It clearly had extensive knowledge, but its combat power was trash that could not be looked at directly. It wasn't that Tang Zhen didn't want to become stronger, but the rules of this world didn't allow it. Otherwise, it would pose a threat to the law flower. Its power was not limited, but it was not enough to break the rules. Tang Zhen could easily obtain victory when fighting against enemies and monsters. However, this did not mean that he was invincible. In the face of the rule force flower, the master of this world was simply no match. This was the advantage of being a rule maker. No matter when, they could guarantee that no one could challenge their authority. There was another benefit to remaining silent, and that was the opportunity to get close to the flower of rules. This was the most important thing for Tang Zhen on this trip. According to the known clues, Tang Zhen had a sufficient understanding of the flower of laws. He guessed that it was a special existence that needed to absorb spiritual energy but was afraid of being contaminated by it. Everything that happened in this world was just to purify spiritual energy, and then let the flower of rules absorb it without worry. Tang Zhen, who was not dead, had become the most feared existence in the flower of rules due to the continued existence of his consciousness. After discovering Tang Zhen's existence, they might not even engage in a battle. Instead, they would flee without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that the flower of rules was getting closer and closer, Tang Zhen immediately stopped thinking to prevent this thing from sensing any abnormalities. The thoughts produced by living beings would affect things in the world, and from there, things like karma would appear. Like silk tentacles, they surrounded his body, so dense that it was difficult to distinguish them. Powerful cultivators would not be in such a situation, as they would have already been cut off by the blade. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but as the master of this world, he could definitely see it. If Tang Zhen was unable to restrain himself in time, he would become as conspicuous as a light bulb among the group of corpses. It was inevitable that the flower of rules would be alarmed. It didn't take long for the giant creature in the darkness to slowly approach them. The thin tentacles continued to pierce into the corpse, directly sucking it dry. Like a bee collecting honey, they refused to rest for a moment. Tang Zhen actually did not make any movements when he saw a tentacle piercing toward his abdomen like a venomous snake. The flower of rules had not expected that there would be a special existence hidden among these corpses. PFF. A subtle sound rang out. Tang Zhen felt that his body had been pierced and his energy was being continuously absorbed. His body, which was made of spiritual power, instantly shriveled up, like a dried corpse without flesh and blood. Tang Zhen didn't stop the absorption. In fact, he even wanted to help and let the tentacle quickly absorb all the energy that had been prepared. The spiritual energy of these added ingredients would definitely surprise the flower of rules. Just as this thought emerged, he felt the tentacle that had pierced into his body withdraw as if it had been electrocuted. Immediately after, the flower of rules trembled violently and let out a strange shriek. At the same time, it burst out with a piercing light. Strange black lines emerged from the body of the flower of rules and swam around the huge petals. One look and one could tell that something had happened. At the same time, a face could be seen on the ball in the middle of the flower of rules. Although it looked blurry, it gave one a strange feeling. It actually looked somewhat similar to Tang Zhen. The appearance of this scene caused the flower of laws voice to become increasingly shrill, even giving off a feeling of exasperation. The rule force flower searched for a while and discovered Tang Zhen's position. Immediately, it pounced over aggressively. The strange state of the flower of rules aroused Tang Zhen's vigilance. He quickly stood up and dodged. The infection of the flower of rules seemed to have been successfully completed, and there was no need to suffer any more attacks from the other party. Looking at the current state of the flower of rules, it was obviously enraged to the extreme and was trying to tear Tang Zhen's corpse into pieces. Tang Zhen would definitely not wait for death. Instead, he wanted to survive until the end and tell the secret of the flower of rules to his main body in the outside world. When it realized that Tang Zhen was trying to escape, the flower of rules shrieks became even sharper, as if it had a blood feud. In this deep underground abyss, the two sides began to chase each other like cats chasing mice. Numerous barriers appeared out of thin air in an attempt to intercept Tang Zhen. However, he saw through their flaws and easily avoided them. Tang Zhen had been caught up to more than once, but he was always able to turn danger into safety at the critical moment, avoiding the pursuit of the flower of rules. The flower of rules was flustered and exasperated. Every time Tang Zhen tried to escape, it would attract a sharp cry. In the process of the chase, the changes of the flower of rules became more and more obvious. Most of the petals had become as dark as ink. The flower of rules became more and more anxious. Its pursuit of Tang Zhen also became more and more frenzied, reaching a level where it would pay any price. He even cut off his own tentacles and used them as spears to deal with Tang Zhen through long-range attacks. Doubt appeared in Tang Zhen's heart. He could not understand why the reaction of the flower of laws would become so intense. The law seeds produced by the flower of rules were not a one-time thing, but a continuous production. Under such circumstances, there was no need for the flower of rules to assume such a relentless pursuit. Therefore, there must be an unknown reason behind this matter, which led to this situation. Tang Zhen could not understand it for the time being. He did not have enough time to think about it. He could only try his best to stall for time. He knew very well that only by persevering would he be able to wait for victory. Chapter 3356, Killed. 1. The area of the underground abyss was incomparably huge. Tang Zhen could run without any restraint and avoid the crazy pursuit of the flower of rules. The entire escape process could be said to be filled with fear at every step, and he was hovering on the edge of death almost every second. For some unknown reason, the flower of rules had locked onto Tang Zhen and would not stop until he was killed. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, had to save his life and send the news to his main body. For the cultivators of the Origin realm, the secret of the flower of rules was priceless. As long as his main body knew about it, he could use this rule to easily obtain more rule seeds. Therefore, no matter what, Tang Zhen must persevere and must not give up easily. He wasn't blindly insistent, but he was certain that as long as he persevered, the final victory would be his. This was because, in a short period of time, the flower of rules had already turned faint black, and its original radiance had become dimmer. The face in the sphere in the center of the flower of rules became increasingly clear. It was obviously Tang Zhen himself. For such a situation to occur, it meant that the flower of rules had indeed been contaminated, and its condition was getting worse. They had been aggressive before, but now they were weak. Their weakened state had completely destroyed the master of this world. You must hold on. The soul avatar did not have the cultivation base of the main body, but inherited a strong enough belief, as well as the perseverance and courage to survive in desperate situations. As a soul avatar, it actually had a higher advantage. Its potential and explosive power far exceeded that of an ordinary spiritual body. If the environment allowed it, the soul avatar could cultivate on its own and become a powerful cultivator. Under some extreme circumstances, a special bloodline would indeed have a greater advantage. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen was able to see through the essence of the world and successfully find the nest of the law flowers. The chase and escape continued, and it didn't take long for another change to happen. The rule force flower that was chasing after Tang Zhen suddenly let out a shrill scream that resounded through the clouds. It no longer continued to chase after Tang Zhen. Instead, it was as if a body freezing technique had been cast on it, causing it to remain on the spot, unable to move. The dancing flower petals and countless tentacles stopped moving while twitching. At this moment, the entire body of the flower of rules was as black as ink. Only a few specks of light were still stubbornly shining out. However, under the attack of the darkness, the light was also slowly disappearing, completely swallowed by the endless darkness. At this moment, there was no movement at the bottom of the abyss, and the terrifying silence struck again. Tang Zhen quietly stood at his original spot and stared at the spot where the last ray of light had disappeared. He did not dare to relax his vigilance. Many casualties occurred at the last moment, when they mistakenly thought that the battle was over, only to be hit by the enemy's desperate attack. The dying enemy had already used all his strength, and the attack was launched without warning, so the success rate was naturally extremely high. The truly experienced ones would deal the last blow to the enemy. This was also a responsibility to themselves and their comrades. Tang Zhen was just like that. He stared at a spot not far ahead and was prepared to launch an attack at any moment. The environment he was in and the mission he was shouldering caused Tang Zhen to have no choice but to maintain a high level of vigilance. The silence continued for a while. Swish. The sound of metal hitting stone came, and the sparks ignited the clothes of the corpse. Soon, the flames slowly burned. The dancing flames dispelled the darkness and illuminated the surrounding scenery. Strangely shaped corpses were piled up in layers. Tang Zhen's attention was still focused on the flower of laws as his eyes flickered with an unusual luster. The originally shining giant was now like a silent sculpture, standing quietly in the darkness. It was like a black stone sculpture. Even under the light of the fire, there was no reflection at all. The round ball in the center of the flower turned into a huge head. As expected, it had the same appearance as Tang Zhen, but now, her eyes were tightly closed, as if she was a lifeless statue, making people suspect that the flower of rules had already died. What's going on? A doubt flashed across Tang Zhen's heart. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he decided to continue observing. Under the illumination of the flames, Tang Zhen tried to move forward. Moreover, he could retreat at any time. After repeated probing, Tang Zhen was already able to confirm that the flower of rules truly did not have any reaction. Although his safety was guaranteed, the current situation was not the result that Tang Zhen wanted. If the current state of the flower of rules could guarantee the formation of a rule seed, then Tang Zhen would definitely have nothing to say. He was only afraid that he would overreach himself and end up with nothing. Out of careful consideration, Tang Zhen began to observe in greater detail to determine the true state of the flower of laws. He reached out and tapped it lightly. The tentacle was extremely hard, and at the same time, it made a tinkling sound. As expected, it has completely changed its form. Tang Zhen circled around and climbed to the top of the flower of rules, checking all the positions. Now, it could be confirmed that the flower of rules, from top to bottom, had completely turned into a stone. Originally, it was just an energy body that was like light, shadow, and smoke. Now, it had become a real matter. Perhaps it was the transformation between energy and material that made the flower of rules lose its ability to move. This kind of special conversion was actually full of danger, and a slight mistake could cause a fatal threat. The rule force flower was rather unlucky. It encountered an accident during the transformation process and ended up in its current state. Tang Zhen faintly understood why the flower of rules was so flustered and exasperated. Perhaps it was because of this reason. However, on second thought, he felt that something was not quite right. Perhaps a cultivator's mind power would pollute the flower of rules, but it should not be so serious. If one would become like this after coming into contact with a cultivator's mental power, how could a cultivator's seed of rules be condensed? Furthermore, a flower of rules would not only condense one rule seed. The highest record was a few dozen. The situation in front of him was probably an exception. It would never be like this under normal circumstances. Perhaps the real reason was still on him. The results of the investigation made Tang Zhen not know whether to laugh or cry. He had originally come for the rule seed, but he had accidentally killed the master of this world. Under such circumstances, it would be very unlikely for him to obtain the seed of rules. He had been so busy but ended up with nothing. Tang Zhen would definitely not be able to accept such a result. After checking again, he came to the same conclusion. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice. After returning to the ground, Tang Zhen threw even more corpses into the fire pit, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. The body that was made up of spiritual power actually emitted a raging flame when it was burned by the flame. The fire illuminated the surroundings, including Tang Zhen, who was standing on a corpse, and the flower of rules, which was like a sculpture. After a long silence, Tang Zhen suddenly raised his head and looked at the flower of rules in front of him. He had already made up his mind. Since it had already become like this, he might as well take the risk and try everything he could. This flower of rules in front of him had changed because of an error in its form. In that case, he might as well use external forces to transform again. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. Tang Zhen immediately took action. He kicked the burning corpse and continuously flew to the bottom of the flower of rules. In the blink of an eye, the raging flame soared into the sky and enveloped the flower of rules. He wanted to use the raging fire to refine the flower of laws and attempt to be reborn. Chapter 3357. 3357A Fruitful Harvest. The blazing flames rose, illuminating the deep and silent abyss. This piercing light dispelled the aura of death, causing the originally oppressive aura to dissipate without a trace. The places with thick death energy were cold and dark, evil cold energy condensing everywhere. Mortals who came into contact with such an environment were bound to be affected. If it was light, they would be unable to get up from a serious illness. If it was serious, they would die immediately. When cultivators encountered such an environment, they had to be careful and vigilant, as they would be affected if they were not careful. However, as the flames rose, the harsh environment was reversed in an extremely short time. This was also a kind of energy transformation, turning an unfavorable situation into an advantageous one. Cultivators often use this method. If Tang Zhen's main body was here, he would definitely disdain to use such a method because it was too complicated. Since there had to be a cause before the result could be obtained, the entire process was indispensable. If it was a creator, he only needed a thought as the cause, and then a result was obtained in a second. This was the difference between gods and mortals. However, the soul avatar at this moment did not have such extraordinary means, so he could only choose to follow the rules and operate. The corpses in the abyss were supposed to be absorbed by the flower of rules, becoming food that could never be too much. However, under Tang Zhen's control, it took on another form and disappeared from this special world. If the cultivators had a choice, they might also thank Tang Zhen for letting them free themselves from the flames. They weren't afraid of death, but to become food for the flower of rules was clearly a humiliation. The flower of rules, which was wrapped in flames, seemed to have no reaction. It did not reflect the light of the flames, nor did it absorb the heat of the flames. It was as if it was in a different space from the flames. No matter how the flames manipulated it, it would not damage the flower of rules. However, Tang Zhen could see that the flower of laws truly existed in front of him. It was just that its resistance to flames was surprisingly high. Tang Zhen wouldn't give up so easily. Forging this kind of special object required sufficient patience. When a craftsman refined special materials, it would take decades. This little time was not worth mentioning. Even stone and steel could be melted, not to mention this kind of mental fire, which could melt everything in the world. As long as the conditions were met, the flower of rules in front of him would definitely undergo new changes. While Tang Zhen was observing, he continued to increase the intensity of the burning. More and more cultivators' remains were thrown into the sea of fire. At this moment, the temperature of the abyss was getting higher and higher, making one feel as if they were inside a furnace. There was not a single drop of water in the dry air. No matter where it was, as long as it was touched by a spark, it would burn. At this moment, the abyss had completely turned into a purgatory. It was unknown whether the flames were too intense or the environment had become too dry, but the remains had also undergone a strange change. Wisps of energy flew toward the burning flames like catkins. Because of this energy, the flame burned more and more fiercely, and its color gradually turned green and white. For some unknown reason, the flames that could have destroyed everything were now exuding vitality. Under certain circumstances, flames were related to life, representing life born from death. It was like a wildfire burning the mountain, leaving the ground scorched black, but it could make the new plants grow more dense. In the cultivation world, this kind of pursuit of destruction before establishment, seeking life in destruction, was common. The most difficult part was how to stimulate a chance of survival in this death. This was the most difficult step, and if he couldn't do it, then death would come. With the emergence of the rich vitality, the flower of rules, which had not moved at all, began to show starry brilliance on the surface. It was like a top-grade diamond, emitting a dazzling fire color, and it was constantly flashing. The appearance of these flashes meant that a change had occurred. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, he once again increased the intensity of the flames and threw even more corpses into the flames. But at this moment, something strange happened. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in this bottomless abyss, sweeping up all the corpses. Like falling leaves, they danced in the air and then fell into the flames in groups. The originally greenish-white flame had now turned completely colorless, as if it had completely disappeared. However, the temperature it released had already reached a terrifying level. If ordinary metal was thrown into it, it would instantly turn into gas. Under the terrifying heat of the flames, the flower of laws, which was originally flickering with light, began to show traces of patterns on its surface. In fact, it was the original light spots that were connected and gathered together, thus forming this strange pattern. As the flame burned, the strange patterns became more and more concentrated, and finally connected into one. It was like a turtle shell or the cracked earth, as if it could break and collapse at any time. A wisp of excitement flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw this scene. He knew that this was the result he wanted. The temperature of the flame was already intense enough. The next thing to do was to wait for the flower of rules to be completely refined. In fact, the current Tang Zhen was only betting on an outcome. He was unable to determine what exactly would happen. He would use his accumulated experience to make an attempt without much suspense, and thus reverse and break through the current predicament. In the raging flames, one could vaguely see the faces of the cultivators who had died. They were expressionless as they floated in the flames before slowly turning into nothingness. However, there was one face that showed no signs of dissipating no matter how the flames burned. On the contrary, it became clearer and clearer as time passed. Tang Zhen could clearly see that the face that was dancing in the sea of fire was clearly his own. The face wandered in the flames, becoming more and more full and lively because of the rich vitality. It actually gave people a sense of life. It was as if a special life was being born from the flames. But at this moment, there was a sudden fine cracking sound that reverberated in the abyss. The cracks on the surface of the flower of rule suddenly enlarged. Then, like a piece of wall paint that had fallen off, they continuously peeled off from the side of the street. In the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground like a collapsed building. The master of this world, the flower of rules pursued and nurtured by countless cultivators, had completely turned into a pile of debris. It's over. Tang Zhen stared at the pile of ashes. A doubt flashed across his eyes as he began to observe it even more seriously. Soon, he discovered that there was actually a flash among the ashes, like a seven-colored gem. Even though Tang Zhen had experienced many storms and waves, he could not help but reveal a joyous expression when he saw these things. This was because he had a strong feeling that these things in front of him were the foundation for the creation of laws, the seeds of laws that cultivators were bitterly seeking. As long as this substance was absorbed and cultivated properly, it would inevitably condense into rules recognized by the real world. At that time, cultivators themselves would be the rules, and they would not have to borrow the rules like they did in the past. At that moment, Tang Zhen would completely crush the high-grade divine general and become a true divine king expert. Chapter 3358. Getting his wish. Tang Zhen's goal for this trip was to obtain the seed of rules. At this moment, his wish had already been fulfilled. There was also a pleasant surprise. It turned out that there was not just one seed of rules in the ashes, but a pile of them. If this wasn't a surprise, then there would be no surprise in the world. At the moment, he couldn't be sure how many rule seeds there were, but it would definitely be more than 10. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that just the harvest this time was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of bitter suffering for other cultivators. Presumably, this divine soul clone had similarly been contaminated with the main body's luck, which was why it could have such a rich harvest. The appearance of so many rule seeds had indeed exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. He couldn't figure out what was going on. If it was possible, Tang Zhen would definitely want to find out the real reason. He would even use the rule seed to exchange for it. Compared to a rich harvest, learning advanced fishing skills was the smartest way to go. Just as he was about to investigate, there was a violent tremor around him, and it seemed to be getting worse. It wasn't just a simple vibration, but the entire world began to twist and collapse as it was constantly gathered together by an invisible force. It was as if everything was being rapidly compressed together and finally crushed into nothingness. It was also like a black hole. No matter how he struggled to escape, it was impossible to escape. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Zhen immediately realized that this was clearly a sign of the world's destruction. Moreover, it was the kind of collapse that happened in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. In such a desperate situation, there was almost no possibility of escape. In the face of such a critical situation, Tang Zhen could not be bothered to investigate. He directly swept up the rule seed on the ground and tried to escape from this dangerous area. However, the current world was filled with cracks and collapses. Terrifying cracks in the void were everywhere. Everything was cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. There were broken pieces of land and corpses everywhere in the world, flying around like leaves. Although the situation was extremely dangerous, the collapsing world had also brought about an opportunity that he had been looking for. The space that was originally cut off from the outside world could no longer maintain its closed state because of the collapse. The aura that belonged to the outside world was continuously seeping in wisps, and there was a strong reaction. After discovering this change, the soul avatar no longer hesitated and directly used his trump card. By burning his own body, he sent out a signal and tried to communicate with his main body. When a crisis came, they might even have to sacrifice their lives in order to break through the barriers of space. After a successful communication, not only could they send a message, they could even summon their main body. This was the greatest reliance of the divine soul avatar. Even if it encountered the desperate situation of the world's destruction, there was still a possibility of successful escape. At the moment of life and death, a god's help could even turn the situation around. At the same time, the surrounding space also began to collapse. Under the effect of various destructive forces, it was constantly reduced to nothingness. The wreckage in the abyss, including everything in this world, was continuously being disintegrated. The area where the divine soul clone was located also began to collapse, and there were fewer and fewer places to stand. In a few seconds, the soul avatar would also be devoured and disintegrated, disappearing together with this world. At this critical moment, an indescribably powerful aura suddenly descended upon this world that was on the verge of collapse. Sensing this familiar aura, the divine soul clone revealed a smile of relief. It's good that you're here. The main body's voice came from the distant void, his tone filled with praise. Get ready, I'll take you away. The divine soul clone smiled faintly and shook his head. It's too late. Fortunately, I didn't fail my mission. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine soul avatar exploded instantly, pushing a beam of light into the sky. A terrifying spatial rift appeared without any warning. It swept past the location of the divine soul clone, and everything within 100 miles was instantly devoured by the crack. This was the real reason why the divine soul clone self-destructed. He would rather sacrifice himself to transfer everything he had obtained to the main body. Thank you, xianxia. A giant hand descended from the sky, grabbed the light stream that the divine soul clone sent out with all its might, and quickly left this world. After a dozen breaths, the entire world collapsed and disappeared into the void. Outside the nameless city, hundreds of cultivators stood up at the same time and looked up in surprise. Just at that moment, their connection with the flower of laws had mysteriously been cut off. What's going on? What's going on? These cultivators cried out in alarm as they stared at the sky with wide eyes, searching for the flower of laws that they were communicating with. Soon, he was shocked to find that the flower of laws that he had painstakingly nurtured had disappeared without a trace. Who can tell me why the flower of rules is missing? This was no small matter. He almost lost control and flew into the sky to check. Fortunately, the cultivators came to their senses at the crucial moment and remembered that there was still a runic magic circle in the sky. Once one entered by mistake, there was no way to get rid of it. The flower of rules was not in this world. Even if it flew into the sky, it would only be a waste of time. The 100 cultivators were in a terrible fix. They felt as if the sky had collapsed, and they couldn't help but feel lost and terrified. They really couldn't figure out how the flower of rules, which had been communicating normally earlier, could suddenly have such an accident. The other cultivators were also affected. The cultivators who did not manage to communicate with him were gloating over his misfortune. After all, they were not the ones who were going to lose. Those who had successfully communicated with him were secretly worried, afraid that they would encounter a similar situation. They hastened their communication with the flower of rules, not daring to pause for even a moment, afraid that they would encounter such an unfortunate event. At the same time, many cultivators were seriously analyzing this abnormality, trying to figure out the cause of it. The law flowers had suddenly extinguished and disappeared. Such an event was extremely rare, and could even be said to be unheard of. At the same time, there were also cultivators who secretly sighed in their hearts. This tree of rules was indeed extraordinary. In the process of blooming, strange scenes kept appearing, which caused the mood of the cultivators to fluctuate. The other trees of rules would definitely not be so pretentious. The sudden incident caused quite a stir, and it also led to more discussions. The cultivators finally realized that even if they had successfully communicated with the flower of rules, it did not mean that they had a 90% chance of success. There could be sudden changes at any time, causing the qualification to communicate to disappear. The 100 cultivators who had encountered the unforeseen event could only admit that they were unlucky and that the rule seeds had failed to be nurtured. This was indeed the case. Even without this incident, they might not have been able to obtain the rule seeds. It might be a good thing for them to encounter such an unforeseen event. At the very least, they could avoid wasting time. By recommunicating with the flower of rules, there might be new gains, and even the formation of a rule seed. No matter what the truth was, the cultivators were at their wits' end and could only comfort themselves in such a way. After all, the origin realm had the law of undying and the cultivators had plenty of time. It was not a big deal to start all over again. For the cultivators of the origin realm, they did not care about problems that could be solved with time. It was impossible for the cultivators of the origin realm to know that this unexpected change was actually caused by human factors. No one would know that the secret flower of rules had already been exposed. Fortunately, no cultivators knew about it. Otherwise, once the news spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the origin realm. Chapter 3359. The road ahead is clear. 1. The change in the rules flower had caused quite a big impact, preventing the cultivators from discussing it. However, it didn't take long for the discussions to die down, until no one mentioned it again. An accident was just an accident, after all. Under the circumstances that it would no longer become a norm, it would certainly not attract the attention of cultivators. The most important thing was for him to communicate with the flower of rules and condense a rule seed that belonged to him. Although the 100 cultivators were unlucky, they had at least had the experience of success before, so the success rate of communication would be higher. No one could clearly explain why such a situation had occurred. It was most likely related to the characteristics of the flower of rules. The cultivators who had never succeeded were full of envy as they mocked him. No one knew at all that behind this small ripple, there was actually a shocking secret hidden. Nameless city, floating square. The tree of rules grew lusher and lusher, and its growth was also very gratifying. Under the circumstances of not lacking nutrients, no one knew what height it would eventually grow to. It was not impossible for it to grow into a tree that reached the heavens after hundreds of millions of years. On the platform below the tree of rules, a figure was sitting cross-legged and motionless, as if he was one with his surroundings. An aura similar to rule power was dancing around wantonly, trying to affect the surrounding environment. A series of bleak yet magical natural runes formed rows and rows of strange patterns, appearing and disappearing continuously. This was the mobilization of the power of the natural order. It was completely exerted from the inside out and had nothing to do with the natural order of the origin realm. Such an attempt was very dangerous, and it was very difficult to succeed. The nomological power of the origin realm was shockingly stable and could not be broken through easily. Unless one became a god king, one would only be able to use rule-bending power for a short period of time. It was like ice and snow in a furnace that would melt in an instant. I've just obtained the seed of rules, and I'm in a hurry to conduct the experiment. I'm still a little too hasty. Tang Zhen secretly sighed. He no longer tried in turn to study the law seeds. This time, the divine soul avatar had brought back a total of 13 rule seeds, which far exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. Just based on this point, Tang Zhen had saved at least several tens of thousands of years. Although the harvest was quite rich, it couldn't be said that Tang Zhen had picked up a bargain. After all, the cost he had invested far exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. The creator's soul avatar was comparable to 100 high-level cultivators, but Tang Zhen had directly thrown it into the experiment. It must be known that every soul clone had the possibility of becoming a god through cultivation, and the probability was far higher than that of ordinary cultivators. It would be fine if there were gains, but once they encountered failure, all their investments would be for naught. High risk also meant high return. In the cultivation world, there was a similar principle. Obtaining the rule seeds was secondary. The most important point was that Tang Zhen had obtained the memories of the divine soul avatar. Through reading and deciphering the memories, in addition to Tang Zhen's analysis, he had already roughly understood the cause of the law seed. For cultivators, the seed of rules was extremely precious, and it was difficult to obtain even if they pursued it bitterly. However, to the flower of rules, these law seeds were simply the source of their pain. If it could choose, the flower of rules would avoid it like the plague. The growth and strengthening of the flower of rules indeed required the devouring of spiritual energy, and the more the better. Apart from absorbing it, it could also be used as a source of power to manage and build special worlds. The more perfect a world was, the more trouble it could cause to cultivators and the greater the casualties. The purpose of this was to get rid of the consciousness contained in the spiritual body and turn it into pure spiritual power. Only such spiritual energy was most suitable for the flower of rules to absorb and avoid being contaminated by cultivators. To the flower of rules, being contaminated by spiritual energy was definitely the most terrifying thing. The consciousness carried by the spiritual body would trigger a series of reactions as soon as it entered the flower of rules. The original body of energy would also transform into a physical state and condense into a special material. Appearing in the body of the flower of rules was equivalent to materializing a mutated tissue, which would have a great impact on the flower of rules. Once such a situation occurred, the flower of rules would have to expel the excess material out of its body and then return it to the original owner who caused the mutation. This substance that was despised by the flower of rules was the seed of rules that cultivators bitterly sought. Because they were afraid of encountering a disease, the flower of rules would think of ways to kill the spiritual body of the cultivator, so as to maintain the cleanliness of their meal. Therefore, most of the cultivators basically worked for nothing and could not get the expected harvest. This was because from the very beginning, the flower of rules had been prepared to give free food and had never thought of giving anything in return. However, the real problem was that even the spiritual bodies of the cultivators who were killed could not be truly non-toxic and harmless. After days and months of consumption, residual poison would inevitably appear and then continue to condense into new diseased tissue. The flower of rules was unable to stop the accumulation of this poison and could only allow such a situation to happen. After a certain extent, the flower of rules would remove the diseased tissue in the body, thus maintaining the health of the body. The flower of rules would return the poison to the cultivator whose mental strength caused the mutation. It could also be considered a form of revenge. However, he didn't know that things that were harmful to him were treasures that cultivators could only dream of. The fate of his divine soul clone was actually related to this. Absorbing the purified spiritual energy could even form a rule seed, let alone absorbing a living body at its peak. That flower of law had mistakenly absorbed the divine soul avatar, which was equivalent to eating a mouthful of fatal poison. No wonder it was so flustered and exasperated that it chased after Tang Zhen. As a result, in the process of chasing Tang Zhen, the body of the rule force flower that had been fatally contaminated began to petrify and condense. In the end, this flower of rules had completely completed its form transformation, turning from an energy body into a physical state. The flower of rules that had been transformed was basically dead, and there was no possibility of reversal. Due to the excessive input of spiritual energy, the number of seeds condensed by this flower of rules far exceeded its normal state. It was unheard of for someone to produce 13 seeds at once. Although the harvest was very rich, according to Tang Zhen's speculation, he could actually obtain even more rule seeds. It was just that his soul avatar had a mission to complete and was eager to figure out the secret of the flower of rules, so he used the extreme method of burning it with raging flames. Such a method actually had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could take the initiative to obtain the rule seed. This was because the rule flower in this form was no longer able to completely expel the rule seed. Therefore, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to obtain it. The disadvantage was that the transformation of the flower of rules was not completely completed. As long as enough time was given, more law seeds could be condensed. However, Tang Zhen's burning interrupted this kind of condensation and transformation. At the same time, it also caused the flower of laws to rapidly disintegrate. As the master who maintained the entire world, the sudden collapse of the flower of rules directly led to the destruction of the special world. Although there were some regrets in the operation, the harvest was equally bountiful. Tang Zhen would not be calculative about a temporary gain or loss. Knowing the secret of the flower of rules would allow him to obtain even more benefits in the future. In the future, when he sent his soul avatar, he could completely formulate a corresponding plan and directly launch an operation against the flower of rules. Once the plan was successful, the seeds of rules that the cultivators of the origin realm yearned for would be obtained in batches. Chapter 3360, Day of Harvest 1. In front of the nameless city, there was a vast demon breeding ground with a large number of terrifying monsters. The monsters that the aboriginals had once feared had been domesticated like livestock. This was indeed a rare thing. There were also many monsters that were rarely seen, but they were all locked up in the farm. The cultivators who had just arrived would all observe the outside of the monster breeding ground to increase their knowledge. The demon breeding farm had become the nameless city signature, and its reputation was second only to the tree of rules. The former could help one become rich while the latter could help one cultivate. Both were very important to cultivators. The cultivators were used to capturing monsters and sending them to the nameless city to exchange for rich rewards. When monsters entered the monster breeding ground, they would be nourished by chaotic energy at all times and would be in a growing state at all times. The monsters, food was the energy incarnation condensed from chaotic energy. The more they ate, the greater the benefits. Feeding them without caring about the cost would naturally have a satisfactory return. The monsters on the farm would become fat and strong. There were also many monsters that had successfully advanced into super creatures and condensed rule crystals in their bodies. At this time, super monsters could be directly killed and the rule crystals condensed in their bodies could be taken out. These law crystals were the best fertilizer for the cultivation of the law seeds, which could accelerate the growth of the law seeds. If there were no law crystals, it would take a long time to cultivate the law seeds. After obtaining more than a dozen rule seeds, it was necessary to start cultivating them, and the good days of these monsters would come to an end. Tang Zhen had personally entered the arena this time around. He specially selected those fat and strong fellows and waved his battle blade to kill them one by one. The super creatures wailing spread in all directions, attracting countless cultivators to watch carefully. After seeing Tang Zhen kill the super creature as easily as killing a chicken, many of the cultivators were filled with fear. It seemed that this nameless giant city could not be easily provoked, or else the outcome might be even more miserable than these monsters. After killing these super creatures, Tang Zhen personally took action and directly extracted the law crystals. The strength of a cultivator determined the efficiency of the extraction. The same super creature would yield different results if it was killed by different cultivators. After harvesting the law particles, he could send them directly into his sea of spirit and pile them up with the law seeds. After the conditions were met, the rule seed would naturally blossom and bear fruit without much operation. The super creature with the law particles extracted would not go to waste either. Instead, it was an essential precious material for cultivation. There were similar materials in the trade of cultivators, and they were quite expensive. Super creatures were comparable to pseudo-gods who had yet to condense their godheads. They were very powerful. It wasn't an easy task to kill such a monster. On the contrary, cultivators were often killed by super creatures. The cultivators outside the city had witnessed the hunting and gathering process, and they were extremely envious. Everyone knew that after killing so many super creatures, they would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of rule particles. As long as he had this wealth, he could guarantee that he would not have to worry about his cultivation, and he could buy anything he lacked without thinking. However, if he wanted to keep this wealth, he had to have enough strength to make covetous people flinch. The nameless city had proven its strength through several wars, and no enemy dared to provoke it. Otherwise, there would have been cultivators who would have taken action long ago to snatch this wealth. It would have been impossible for it to be left until now. While Tang Zhen was killing the monsters, the cultivators of the nameless city were in charge of moving the corpses of the monsters. After sending it to the nameless city, it could be digested inside. The cultivators outside could only look at it with envy, but they had no chance of getting it. If they joined the nameless megacity, they would be able to get an opportunity. This was one of the benefits of the residents of the megacity. The residents of the city were envied by the cultivators in the outside world. The benefits they received were so good that it made people jealous. Other things aside, at least in terms of cultivation resources, it would definitely leave the cultivators of the outside world in the dust. However, things were different now. It had become more and more difficult to join the nameless city. Many cultivators who had the chance to join but missed the opportunity because of hesitation were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They could only wait in silence, hoping that the nameless megacity could expand again, so that it would be possible to recruit new residents. Seeing the ferocious monsters, corpses being moved into the city, the residents of the city were excited. These cultivators of the origin realm loved to eat the flesh and blood of powerful monsters. Not only could they fill their stomachs, but they could also obtain great benefits at the same time. The stronger the monster, the more popular it was with the natives. He had devoured many monsters, but he didn't even dare to think about the super creature. None of them, including the city lord, had the right to consume the flesh of a super creature. Similarly, they did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. The consequence of overestimating one's own ability was very likely to turn one into food. However, things were different now. These super creatures that had once terrified them and could even destroy the nameless city had now become cold corpses. Be it removing the bones and peeling the skin, or digging out the heart and lungs, it was all up to the residents' wishes. Since they were allowed to operate freely, the residents of the nameless city naturally did not hold back and gathered together to get busy. They peeled off the skin of the super creatures and used it to make excellent armor. They also shaved off the bones and bones to use as materials for refining weapons. The flesh and blood of the super creature naturally became food for the residents. Many cultivators chose to eat it raw. These cultivators' stomachs could even digest stones, so they naturally didn't need to cook food. The act of devouring flesh and blood was not to satisfy one's desire for food, but only to improve one's strength. In the process of devouring, the energy contained in the flesh and blood would be absorbed by the cultivators, which would bring great benefits. There were even some lucky guys who were able to obtain the special innate abilities of monsters by chance. Once successfully obtained, the cultivator's strength would increase rapidly, easily crushing cultivators of the same level. The strength of super creatures was comparable to that of gods, and their innate divine powers were certainly not weak. If ordinary cultivators could obtain them, the benefits would be no less than obtaining the seeds of rules. Because of Tang Zhen, the strength of the residents had increased rapidly. If they were to obtain the innate ability of the super creature, their combat strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. At that time, they would definitely become high-level cultivators in the nameless city and would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. On this day, the entire city was celebrating, and all the residents were eating heartily. After they had eaten to their heart's content, the residents of the nameless city immediately took action, killing their way into the breeding ground of the magical beasts. This was because they had heard that the higher the frequency of entering the farm, the faster the growth of the Yamo. In a short period of time, the number of super creatures multiplied, which proved this point. The residents could also feel that the monsters in the breeding ground were getting stronger and stronger. Even though their strength had increased rapidly, they were still no match for these monsters. Such a situation was enough to show that while the residents were improving, the monsters were also improving. The difference between the two was that when the strength of the residents increased, they would obtain more benefits and status. As the monster's strength increased, it would only be killed faster. The residents of the nameless city had received too many favors from Tang Zhen, but they did not have the ability to repay him. Now that he saw Tang Zhen killing the super creature, he knew that he definitely needed the law particles, and the super creature was the only one that could be produced. Cultivating more super creatures would help Tang Zhen and allow him to obtain more law particles. The method of cultivation was also very simple. They only needed to kill monsters in the magical beast breeding ground to make the monster stronger. This was the daily task of the residents of the giant city, which could improve their own strength and cultivation, and also obtain rich points. While helping Tang Zhen, they could also obtain benefits for themselves. The residents of the giant city would naturally fight to be the first.